Hunger. This was the first sensation that struck Shinyu upon awakening, an insatiable emptiness that felt as though he could consume an entire cow. As he opened his eyes, he beheld a row of slender bars, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Where was he? Turning his head and glancing upward, Shinyu was astounded to discover that he was confined within a cage. Moreover, the cage was rather small. As he raised his hands, he noticed a pair of scarlet, semi-transparent wings adorning his black wing bones, each tip culminating in a dark, curved hook. Looking down at his feet, he found a pair of black claws, confirming that this was indeed no place for a human. He distinctly remembered being immersed in a game, embodying a dragon as he wreaked havoc, when suddenly the computer screen went black, and he lost consciousness. Upon regaining his senses, he had indeed transformed into a small dragon. Was this transformation skill truly so deceptive? As he silently lamented his predicament, a wave of dizziness washed over him, accompanied by a rush of fragmented memories. He had traversed realms, and had become a dragon. Gazing through the bars of his cage, he observed a desolate landscape of reddish-brown earth and dried grass, sparse, withered trees dotting the terrain, and heat waves shimmering above the parched soil. In the sky, a comet trailed a fiery, crimson tail as it glided silently through the heavens. Beneath it, a small contingent of fewer than 100 souls trudged along. The majority were the aged, the weak, and women and children, their tattered garments a testament to their plight. Many could only walk with assistance, while some warriors bore their bare chests. Shinyu's cage was secured to a horse, positioned toward the front of the procession. Not far from him, a young girl turned her head, her silver hair and violet eyes betraying a weariness that belied her beauty. Her lips were parched and cracked, yet her delicate features remained striking. Perched upon the girl's bronze shoulder was a listless, golden-hued dragonet. She held a chunk of meat, roughly the size of her thumb, attempting to feed it to the small dragon, which merely sniffed the morsel, exhaling a faint wisp of smoke before lowering its head in disinterest. Seeing the dragonet refuse to eat, the girl's weary expression grew even more despondent. It was indeed Daenerys Targaryen. Recognizing the girl's likeness and piecing together the scant memories in his mind, Shinyu was nearly certain he had been transported to the world of Game of Thrones and had taken on the form of a dragon named Drogon. Despite the discomfort of inhabiting a dragon's body, he had little choice but to accept his new reality. Alone on Earth, weary from the burdens of life as a corporate drone, perhaps living as a dragon would prove to be a welcome change. From henceforth, he would be known as Drogon. In his previous life, he had been an ardent fan of Game of Thrones, having watched the unedited version. 2 years had passed, and while some fiery scenes remained vivid in his memory, the plot had grown somewhat hazy, yet he could still infer the general circumstances from the present scenario. Daenerys had just lost her brother Viserys and her son, while 3 newly hatched dragons awaited her care. Eddard Stark, despite acknowledging Joffrey as the legitimate heir, had met his untimely demise through treachery. His eldest daughter, Sansa, was trapped in King's Landing, while his youngest, Arya, had managed to escape. Jon Snow, his illegitimate son, had taken on the Night's Watch, and his son Robb faced off against the Lannisters. King Robert's brothers each claimed the throne for themselves, while other noble houses busily sought allies. The War of the Five Kings was on the brink of eruption. Reflecting on Game of Thrones, he felt a profound sense of loss, encapsulated by the words of the faceless men: all men must die. Those who deserved death and those who did not, whether they wished for life or sought to escape it, all met their fates, and even Daenerys was not spared from this cruel destiny. Her plight evokes deep sympathy from the moment of her inception. She has been in flight, never experiencing a single day of tranquility. After enduring countless struggles, she finally bore 3 dragons, only to be met with treachery from her beloved, resulting in her untimely demise and leaving her as a mere adornment for House Stark. Drogon is one of the 3 young dragons belonging to Daenerys Targaryen. As thoughts of her circumstances flooded his mind, an intense hunger surged within Drogon once more. He opened his mouth to call for his mother, but his parched throat could only emit a faint hiss. Summoning the scant strength he possessed, he vigorously shook his wings against the confines of the wooden cage. His efforts did not go unnoticed. After just a couple of shakes, the maid trailing behind him turned her attention to him. Drogon, what ails you? Jichi, a round-faced maid with dark hair and sun-kissed skin, clad in a revealing leather top that accentuated her slender waist, spoke as she unlocked the cage. To Drogon's surprise, he comprehended her words and, upon the cage's opening, swiftly darted out. He flapped his wings vigorously in Jichi's hands, making a move toward the wooden crate where meat was placed on horseback. Jichi was taken aback by Drogon's sudden desire for meat, as he had previously refused to eat. Just then, as she retrieved a piece of meat from the crate, an unexpected, feeble whinny echoed in the distance. A white horse lay motionless on the brown earth, unable to rise again. In the front of the procession, Daenerys, burdened with the golden dragon, heard the sound and hastily placed the dragon back into the cage before rushing over. As she beheld the white horse closing its eyes and remaining still, her heart ached. This was the first gift bestowed upon her by Khal Drogo. When her brother Viserys had callously given her to Drogo, riding on that mare across the plains had been her sole source of joy now. She found herself powerless to protect it. Is there an end to this wasteland? Why have we not yet escaped? Gently caressing the white horse, Daenerys looked up at the tall, middle-aged man squatting beside her. The middle-aged man, with thinning hair and around 40 years of age, donned a tattered linen shirt. Of course, there is an end. Though I have never journeyed this far, I know there are great cities to the east, he replied. Ser Jorah, when shall we find them? Daenerys gazed at the man with hopeful eyes, seeking courage from him. The desolation of the Red Waste is beyond imagination, yet we can only press forward, cannot we, Khaleesi? Jorah replied, his cracked lips tightening, leaving Daenerys feeling perpetually disheartened. In the east, there are the sheepmen of Qarth. They would surely relish the opportunity to slay us and seize your dragons. The Khalasar in the northern plains would not show us mercy, either they would kill us and take your dragons. No one shall take my dragons, Daenerys asserted firmly. If she were to lose her dragons, she would truly possess nothing. Blood of my blood. She turned her gaze toward a few Dothraki warriors on her right. Upon hearing Daenerys's call, the three members of the Bloodriders approached. Rackler, head northeast, Kovaro, southeast, and Ago, proceed eastward, seeking the exit of the Red Waste, or any city. The three men obeyed her command, and Daenerys approached Rackler, who was gathering supplies. Blood of my blood, I hope you bring us good news. Blood of my blood, I shall not disappoint your hopes. This Lakaro is about to lose his head, thought Drogon as he listened to Daenerys' words directed at Lakaro. The scene where the Dragon Queen admonished Lakaro felt eerily familiar to him. At that time, he had believed that Lakaro had discovered a path out of the wasteland, only to be met with the grim reality of a bloodied head brought back by the old horseman. He had lamented the misfortune that seemed to plague the Dragon Queen. Suddenly, Daenerys turned her gaze toward her handmaiden, Missy, who was perplexed by the abrupt attention. It could not have been Missy. The voice just now was too youthful to belong to her. Daenerys then scanned her surroundings, noticing two women in the distance supporting a frail little girl who appeared on the verge of toppling over as they looked in their direction. Could it be that little girl? Yet, the voice did not seem to match, and what could prompt her to speak in such a manner? My blood of my blood, I am departing now, Lakaro stated, tugging on the reins as he sensed Daenerys' silence. Wait a moment, Daenerys interjected. Lakaro was her most valued bloodsworn, and she would never permit his demise. The unsettling voice she had just heard filled her with unease until she understood its origin. She could not allow Lakaro to take any risks. What is it, Khaleesi? Jorah inquired, noticing Daenerys' unusual demeanor as he approached. Chapter 2. Dread, change your mind? It's best not to let him go. And that somewhat balding middle-aged man, it turns out he is Jorah, who was tricked by a prodigal woman. Observing Daenerys standing there in a daze, not immediately sending Rhaegal to find an exit, Drogon thought to himself again, for he held a certain fondness for Jorah. The voice emerged once more, unmistakably from Missandei, and she mentioned Jorah's prodigal woman. But who could that be? Just as Daenerys assumed she was experiencing auditory hallucinations due to prolonged hunger and fatigue, she heard that voice again. Missandei was inexplicably stared at by Daenerys and feeling frightened. She called out softly. Drogon cast a glance at the hulking figure of Jorah, then stretched his long neck curiously towards the Mother of Dragons, wondering what she intended to do. Could it be that my little dragon is speaking? In the ancient Valyrian tongue, no less, with some words even beyond his own comprehension. Looking at Drogon, who was gazing back at her, Daenerys absurdly mused. But if it weren't Drogon, who could it possibly be? The direction from which the voice came was indeed him. There could be no mistake. Why are you looking at me? Your little dragon is nearly starving. Hurry and give me something to eat. Seeing the Mother of Dragons glance his way, Drogon felt somewhat perplexed. All he desired was food, as he was utterly famished. He could not concern himself with Rhaegal's predicament. Let them worry about it. Complaining silently, he disregarded the Mother of Dragons and urged Missandei to bring him meat. Another voice spoke, and Daenerys was 100% certain it was Drogon. However, he was not speaking aloud, but communicating within his mind. I can actually hear Drogon's thoughts, and he is unaware of it himself. Daenerys rejoiced internally, hastily averting her gaze, fearful of being discovered by Drogon. Missandei, you stay here for now. They can go ahead, Daenerys instructed Missandei. Since Drogon asserted that Rhaegal would perish, there must be a reason. Though she did not comprehend why he said so. For now, let the two of them find a way. If they truly cannot, then other methods may be considered. Daenerys contemplated. Although Missandei felt somewhat puzzled, she did not inquire further and led the horse aside. Jorah also questioned Daenerys' decision, but it was evident that this was not the time for inquiries. Missandei approached the black horse carrying the wooden cage and retrieved meat to hand to Drogon. Drogon, of course, discerned that the wooden basket contained raw meat. He wanted Missandei to prepare it for him to eat it cooked. In his memory, Missandei's mount had flint and fire-starting bundles. Leading her to her steed, a yellow horse, he extended his wing to hook the flint pouch. Drogon desired cooked food. Understanding Drogon's intention, Daenerys spoke up. At least the mother of dragons understands me. Drogon responded in his heart. Although Daenerys feared Drogon would uncover her ability to hear his thoughts and thus stopped staring at him, she remained attentive to his actions. Upon seeing him hook the flint pouch, she recalled that her brother Viserys had once mentioned that only humans and dragons consumed cooked food. It was infuriating that she only remembered now, having allowed her little dragons to starve for so long. She, as the mother of dragons, was utterly incompetent. Missandei, roast some meat for them right now. Cook as much as they can eat. Upon hearing Daenerys' command, Missandei hastily set up the roasting rack and ignited the fire. In a short while, the meat was ready. Missandei took the golden brown, bubbling meat from the skewer and offered it to Drogon, who swallowed it without chewing. Resembling a starving ghost reborn, Daenerys also released the other two little dragons, Rhaegal and Viserion, who, seeing Drogon devouring the food, could no longer contain themselves and flapped their wings to rush over to snatch food from Drogon. Why are these two foolish dragons eating so much? They will die eventually. Eating is futile. Drogon expressed his dissatisfaction with the two dragons that came to steal his food. The golden dragon Viserion had been struck by the spear of the Night King and turned into an ice dragon, while the green dragon Rhaegal was killed by a surprise attack from a giant crossbow. Rhaegal's unexpected demise, coupled with the beheading of Daenerys' close advisor Missandei, directly led to Daenerys' fury, burning King's Landing, earning her the ignoble title of the Burninator, and sowing the seeds for her ultimate downfall. Hearing Drogon's thoughts, Daenerys, who was closing the wooden cage, felt her hands stiffen slightly. What had she just heard? Drogon claimed that Viserion and Rhaegal would die, but how could that be? They soared high above, once grown, could obscure a portion of the sky. Who could possibly harm them? Were they to be harmed in their infancy? And how did Drogon know they would die? At that moment, Daenerys recalled Rhaenys, the wife of Aegon the Conqueror and her sister, whose great dragon was slain by a crossbow bolt. Could her two dragons also meet the same fate? Daenerys' heart was filled with uncertainty. These three little dragons were her children, her greatest reliance and support. Losing two of them was a burden she could scarcely bear. And what of Drogon? Was he safe? Daenerys was engulfed in a panic at the thought of losing her dragons, feeling utterly lost. Missandei, Yora, seeing Daenerys standing rigidly, her expression shifting erratically, asked with concern. Hearing her name called, Daenerys abruptly turned her head. Upon seeing her expression, Yora was taken aback, as though he were witnessing the 13-year-old girl who had just entered the governor's mansion in Pentos, timid, fearful, and helpless. Missandei, what is the matter? A flicker of pity crossed Yora's mind as he asked urgently. Since the demise of Khal Drogo, though Daenerys had been heartbroken, she had occasionally sought courage from him. But more often than not, she exhibited strength and bravery, undaunted even in dire circumstances such as the Red Waste. This was why he had vowed to remain loyal to her. But now what could bring her such despair and dread? Ser Yora, as a knight, why did you travel from the bountiful Westeros to Pentos? Daenerys retorted with a question instead of answering. It is because Eddard Stark seeks to have my head. For the reason that I sold a few slaves, Yora replied, not understanding why Daenerys inquired about his past. My wife Lynesse adored jewels, loved watching performances, and enjoyed hosting banquets, yet my ancestral home, Bear Island, has nothing to offer. I hired cooks, jewelers, and tailors to serve her, yet she remained unsatisfied. I even built a grand ship for her amusement, spending all my savings, and had to become a mercenary, yet she ultimately left me to marry a wealthy merchant. Despite the embarrassment, Yora spoke the truth. Lynesse was the prodigal woman Drogon had mentioned. Daenerys' complexion drained of color, her breath quickened. Rhaegal and Viserion would die. Though she could not comprehend how Drogon knew this, he spoke truthfully, and Daenerys nearly staggered as she felt her body sway. Missandei, Yora hurriedly supported Daenerys, bewildered by her profound reaction to his past. I am fine. I feel great regret for your past. Daenerys steadied herself. Yora understood that Daenerys harbored troubles but was unwilling to share them with him, and he hesitated to press further. Watching the three little dragons quarrel over the roasted meat, Daenerys silently vowed that no one would harm her little dragons. Missandei, let someone kill the little mare to feed the dragons. She spoke painfully. For the sake of ensuring the little dragon's future survival, she could only guarantee that they would eat their fill every day, grow strong, and mature quickly. In a short while, the quantity of roasted meat sufficient for 3 dragons had been consumed, yet the 3 dragons were still not sated. Daenerys promptly instructed others to set up the roasting rack. She would rather endure hunger herself than let her dragons go hungry. Chapter 3. I want more after consuming roasted meat thrice their body weight. Rhaegal and Viserion finally ceased their feast, while Drogon continued to eat slowly. Observing that the other 2 dragons no longer contended with him, Drogon was puzzled as to why they consumed so little. He had merely eaten to 3/4 of his capacity, no longer ravenously devouring. He began to savor the flavor of the roasted meat, though regrettably, it was only meat, devoid of any seasoning, and somewhat bland. He wrinkled his nose and approached the saddle to locate the seasoning. With a flick of his wing, the little maid, Miss Chi-Chi, immediately grasped his intentions. He wanted to add flavor, but a dragon consuming roasted meat, and, like a human, adding condiments? Truly unprecedented. He took the seasoning pouch, smeared honey on the roast, sprinkled a pinch of fine salt, pepper, and culinary spices, and an enticing aroma wafted through the air, enticing those nearby who were watching Zhuoging eat to come over for a taste. Having seasoned the meat, Zhuoging's appetite surged, and he devoured twice the amount he had just consumed, eating more than both Regal and Vizirian combined. Not only the onlookers, but even the other two dragons were left in astonishment. After satiating his hunger, Zhuoging began to comprehend the reason behind his voraciousness. It was due to his inherited talent for devouring, allowing him to eat and digest remarkably. In his past life, he recalled Zhuoging being significantly larger and more formidable than the other two dragons. Was it indeed because of his inherited talent for consumption? With his belly full, Zhuoging felt rejuvenated, brimming with energy, and as a fire dragon, he was utterly unperturbed by the scorching desolation of the red wastes. He broke the previous pattern of the three dragons taking turns resting on Daenerys' shoulder, refusing to return to the cage. He was now a dragon with wings. No longer a mere lowly worker bound by constraints in his former life. Perched on Daenerys' shoulder, Zhuoging diligently flapped his slender wings, training their strength, hoping to soar through the skies once more. As he gradually adapted to the familiar sensation of wings replacing arms, he attempted to leap from Daenerys' shoulder, startling her to the brink of losing her balance in her effort to catch him. I did it on purpose. Hiki. Witnessing Daenerys' flustered demeanor, Zhuoging chuckled to himself. Realizing her concern had been unfounded, Daenerys felt a mix of amusement and irritation, her previous fear of potentially losing her dragon dissipating considerably. Repeatedly jumping from her shoulder, he gauged the airflow's intensity and direction. When fatigued, he would rest on her shoulder, stretching out his long neck to breathe out dragon fire. Although most of the time it was merely wisps of smoke, occasionally a few sparks would emerge, marking a significant improvement for Zhuoging. His playful antics revived the previously lethargic company, and as Daenerys gradually regained her composure, she felt immense joy. She no longer had to worry about her little dragon starving to death. Moreover, Zhuoging had provided her with unexpected delight, akin to a little girl secretly indulging in sweets behind her parents' backs. However, she felt a tinge of disappointment as she could not hear the thoughts of Regal and Vizirian. The other two dragons, witnessing Zhuoging's lively demeanor, were also unwilling to remain in the cage, emulating his energetic antics. After a long day of waiting, Ago returned from his scouting mission, but he did not bring the news everyone had hoped for, casting another shadow over the weary group. In the evening, leaning against the tent in a drowsy stupor, Daenerys glimpsed a distant, gradually enlarging silhouette through the shimmering heat of the wasteland. Struggling to her feet, she confirmed it was Kovaro returning, several water pouches hanging from his saddle. Khaleesi, I have seen a magnificent city called Karth in the east, ruled by 13 powerful masters. And the elders welcomed me, he reported. After wandering the wasteland for 2 days, Kovaro appeared even more invigorated than when he had departed. Can we enter the city? Daenerys inquired, her concern evident. They said the Mother of Dragons is most welcome, Kovaro replied cheerfully as he removed the water pouches. Have you heard of this place? Daenerys turned to Yora. Yora frowned slightly, responding, I know that Karth is not a place one can enter freely. Certain conditions must be met. Hearing Yora's words, Daenerys' expression darkened, and her fists clenched tightly. The water pouches Kovaro brought temporarily alleviated the group's thirst, and coupled with his news, the previously despondent Dothraki regained their vitality, successfully reaching Karth by the following afternoon. The towering walls of Karth were magnificent, adorned with intricate carvings depicting various scenes, even lively displays of men and women in revelry. Upon their arrival, the 13 masters awaited them at the city gates, their skin tones varied, heights differing, most adorned in opulent attire exuding grandeur. Only one tall, slender bald man stood out, with prominent brow bones, deep-set eyes, and blue-tinged lips, reminiscent of an alien from the films of Zhuoging's previous life. In addition to the 13 masters, a 30-member shield and spear unit stood guard. Zhuoging was placed in a cage, covered with a brown burlap cloth, as Daenerys wished to keep his true dragon form hidden from the masters to avoid inciting their greed. Zhuoging could only peek outside by lifting the burlap with his wing, while the other two young dragons were considerably more restless, roaring incessantly within the cage. After a day of exuberant play, they were most reluctant to return to confinement. Upon seeing Daenerys approach, a portly man of medium stature adorned with golden jewelry stepped forward from the Karth delegation, his bulk somehow maintaining an air of elegance. As the man neared, the weary Daenerys inhaled deeply, straightening her still-developing chest, declaring, I am Daenerys Targaryen, the mother of dragons, born of storms. May I meet your little dragons? Before Daenerys could finish her introduction, the rotund merchant interrupted. What is your name, my lady? Despite being interrupted, Daenerys forced a smile and inquired, I am merely a humble spice merchant, not a lord, and my name is rather lengthy for foreigners to remember. My companions and I have traversed the red wastes. May we be permitted entry to replenish our water and food? Mother of dragons. My friends and I have never seen a dragon. Might we have the privilege of witnessing one? I wish I could swipe at that fat face with my claws. Zhuge thought to himself, unable to suppress his annoyance at the interruption of Daenerys' words. As Daenerys prepared to respond, she sensed Zhuge's thoughts and glanced back. Catching sight of him lifting the burlap and peering intently outside. Upon noticing her gaze, Zhuge quickly lowered the cloth. Amused by Zhuge's sneaky behavior, Daenerys' anger toward the spice merchant began to dissipate. Even if they refused her entry, she still had her dragons, including Zhuge. If they could traverse the red wastes, what was there to fear? As long as she allowed her little dragons the time to grow, she would compel them to submit to her dragon fire, bolstering her spirits. Daenerys smiled and said, as long as you permit us entry, there will come a day when you can see the dragons. Would you truly deny the friendship of the Mother of Dragons? Chapter 4. Good news, I certainly cherish friendship, but not when it comes from the barbaric Dothraki. The spice merchant replied, his expression darkening. Clenching her teeth, Daenerys suppressed her instinct to retaliate. She did not wish to worsen their relationship or provoke the merchant into forcibly taking her dragons. The spice merchant stood there, not receiving the expected anger, and could only return reluctantly to the group of 13 masters. Observing the spice merchant's retreat, Yora looked puzzled and turned to Daenerys, questioning with his eyes. Was Daenerys truly going to abandon her chance to enter the city? This was not the Carthian way of hospitality, especially not toward the Mother of Dragons. Just as everyone believed the negotiations had faltered and that Daenerys would turn to lead the group away, a tall, dark-skinned middle-aged man stepped forward from the masters. Zaldrazodi. Do you have anything further to say? The spice merchant asked, frowning. I merely believe that the Mother of Dragons, having crossed the red waste to reach us, should not be turned away, Zaldrazodi replied, nodding slightly in Daenerys' direction. Her eyes gleamed with hope as she regarded Zaldrazodi. If she could enter the city, she would prefer not to endure several more days of travel to the coast. The 13 masters have reached a consensus. Do you wish to allow them into our city? The spice merchant questioned, his tone challenging. Am I not also one of the 13 masters? Zaldrazodi responded defiantly. Our decision will not be easily swayed. The spice merchant looked to the other masters, who all nodded in agreement. Then I request the use of the sumai. After speaking, Zero drew a sharp dagger from his waist and made a forceful cut across his palm, creating a deep gash from which blood began to drip. In the distance, Daenerys and Yora's expressions changed in unison. They had not anticipated that Zero would employ such a method to permit their entry into the city. What could his true intentions be? Upon witnessing Zero's bleeding hand, the spice merchant flicked his sleeve and stepped aside, while the other lords stirred restlessly, clearing a path as the gates slowly opened. Though uncertain of Zero's insistence on allowing them into the city, Daenerys felt a mix of worry and a glimmer of hope as she beheld the open gates and the vibrant city beyond. The crisis was temporarily averted. The motives of Zero could be deliberated later. Korth, a city of great renown, greeted them with towering, exquisite structures lining the streets, lush trees, and pedestrians of fair complexion clad in fine attire, earning the city its reputation as the milk of the people. As they crossed the threshold, Drogon lifted the fabric curtain, marveling at the bustling splendor of Korth, which even amazed him, a traveler from a new age. It was hard to fathom that such a beautiful port city could exist on the edge of the wasteland. Navigating through the lively streets, Daenerys and her companions were escorted to a private estate belonging to Zero. Once they were settled, Zero graciously took his leave. After washing away the dust of their journey and donning the elegant attire of Korth, Daenerys' features began to reflect a hint of royal grace. Drogon, along with his brothers, was released from their cage to roam the courtyard. Drogon not only consumed a considerable amount of food, but also digested it swiftly. The maidens Missandei and Irri had just tidied up the room when they busied themselves with setting up a grill for roasting meat. Despite the smoke, Daenerys insisted on personally roasting meat for her dragons, relishing the sight of them devouring their meals, which brought her a sense of satisfaction. Observing the rejuvenated Mother of Dragons, Drogon could not help but admire her, recognizing the undeniable Targaryen bloodline that exuded regal charm. While listening to Drogon's unconventional praise amidst the roasting, Daenerys felt a surge of joy. The young dragons displayed remarkable appetites and grew at an astonishing rate, especially Drogon, who was significantly larger than his siblings. Daenerys began to fantasize about soaring through the skies atop her dragon. Now, Drogon could barely manage to breathe fire to roast his own meat. But due to the limited flame, only the surface was charred while the interior remained undercooked, which he found unpalatable. However, Viserion and Rhaegal were less discerning, happy to consume the meat as long as it was sufficiently browned on the outside. While practicing and roasting meat for his siblings, Drogon spared Daenerys and the maidens considerable effort. Stretching his wings, he took a moment to observe his two companions, Viserion, the golden dragon, and Rhaegal, the green dragon. These two clumsy dragons require rigorous training. They cannot afford to perish carelessly and disgrace our kind. Drogon mused to himself as he watched them jostling for their share of roasted meat. At that moment, Daenerys, engrossed in her grilling, felt a slight pang in her heart but quickly turned her worry into joy. Realizing that Drogon's training of Regal and Viserion would be far superior to her own attempts. Khaleesi, came Yora's voice from the entrance, accompanied by another figure. Khaleesi. Allow me to introduce Captain Cole, master of the ship Moonshadow from the Summer Isles, who brings news from Westeros. The captain, with his glossy, dark skin, hastily bowed and proclaimed, "It is an honor to meet you, noble mother of dragons." At the mention of Westeros, Daenerys' interest peaked, and even Drogon, who had been practicing roasting meat, perked up his ears. "Have you been to Westeros? What is the situation there now?" Daenerys inquired, a hint of urgency in her tone. "King Robert is dead, and chaos reigns," Cole responded. "The usurper is dead?" Daenerys could hardly believe her ears. She had grown up hearing tales of the usurper, which had cast shadows over her childhood as nightmares. He was said to be as formidable as a bear, having slain her brother Rhaegar with a single blow to seize the Iron Throne. It was his actions that had forced her into a life of flight and uncertainty from the moment she was born, always at risk of assassination. And only recently had she narrowly avoided drinking the poisoned wine he had sent, thanks to Ser Jorah's intervention. Now, hearing of his demise brought a sense of clarity to her sky. Is this news reliable? How did he die? Tell me more about Westeros, Daenerys implored, anxious that her hopes might be unfounded. The news is absolutely true. The once valiant King Robert was gored by a boar. And the entirety of Westeros is abuzz with the tale. Prince Joffrey has ascended to the throne, while the king's two brothers refuse to acknowledge his claim and have fled King's Landing, aiming to establish their own rule. Lord Eddard Stark has been captured on charges of treason, Cole continued. As Daenerys listened, her spirit soared, and she glanced at Jorah, seeking his insight on the veracity of the news. Eddard and Robert were as close as brothers. He would never betray him, Jorah analyzed. Why would he not? Did he not betray my father and become Robert's lapdog? Daenerys retorted angrily. Her resentment towards Robert, the usurper, was matched only by her disdain for those who had betrayed her father, viewing them as complicit in her suffering and the architects of her life of exile. Faced with Daenerys' fury, Jorah chose not to defend Eddard, especially since it was Eddard who had sentenced him to exile. Eddard has already been executed. The War of the Five Kings is in full swing, he stated. Drogon recognized that the captain had traveled a great distance from Westeros, and the news he brought was likely outdated, suspecting that the Five Kings were embroiled in fierce conflict. Who were the Five Kings? Daenerys pondered, eager for more details. Just as she was about to press Cole for further information, she felt Drogon's mental voice reach out to her. Stealing a glance at Drogon, who was attentively listening to their conversation, Daenerys suppressed her questions and continued, Captain, I appreciate you bringing me this good news. When will your ship next set sail for Westeros? Not for nearly a year. I have cargo to deliver to the Shadowlands of Astai, Cole replied with regret. Thank you once more. I wish you a prosperous journey to Astai, and when we meet again, I will reward you handsomely. Daenerys, unable to offer a fitting gift at present, watched as Cole took his leave. Her ambitions ignited as she turned to Jorah for insights on the situation in Westeros. With the old king deceased and the new king struggling for legitimacy, compounded by the rebellion of the old king's brothers, it is the perfect moment for me to enter Westeros, she asserted. King's Landing has not changed significantly, even if Robert's brothers and Joffrey come to blows. You will find it challenging to intervene, especially with so many nobles vying for the Iron Throne, Jorah countered, as always, tempering her aspirations. I have dragons, Daenerys retorted defiantly. But the moment the words left her lips, she recalled Drogon's earlier mental voice, causing her confidence to wane. Will Eddard truly be executed for treason? She suddenly asked, still clinging to the hope that her dragons would not perish, seeking confirmation of Drogon's prophecy from Jorah. Once captured, Eddard's eldest son Robb will assume command of Winterfell and lead the North. The North may be sparsely populated, but its warriors are exceptionally formidable. Even if the new king captures Eddard, he would be unwise to execute him, for that would turn the North against him. And the Stark family would undoubtedly seek vengeance in King's Landing, Jorah explained. Furthermore, the king's brothers have already departed for King's Landing and will inevitably clash with it. The new king cannot afford to cultivate such a strong adversary in the North. A great upheaval is imminent, and other lords will not remain idle in their territories, but will seek alliances, reigniting the conflict that led to the usurper's reign. After hearing Jorah's analysis, Daenerys exhaled in relief. Drogon's prophecy might not hold true, and her dragons would survive, though she wished for Drogon's foresight to be accurate. If it foretold the demise of her dragons, she would rather believe he was mistaken. When will I be able to go to King's Landing? Daenerys asked, looking eagerly at Jorah. You possess nothing at present. Even amidst the War of the Seven Kingdoms, you will require an army, ships, and allies. Otherwise, The conflict will bear little relevance to us, Yura advised. I have dragons, Daenerys reiterated softly. However, they are currently too feeble to accomplish anything, and it remains uncertain when they will grow stronger. Yura continued to subject the future queen to a harsh reality check, having heard countless merciless words. Daenerys chose silence this time. Observing her despondent expression, Yura felt a pang of compassion, yet she is destined to be the queen. If she cannot confront reality and withstand this minor setback, how can she aspire to claim the Iron Throne? Khaleesi, you intended to send Regal to the southeast to seek a way out of the wasteland. What caused you to change your mind? Yura inquired. Curious about the information he had gathered earlier that day, Daenerys was perplexed by Yura's question. She could not reveal that she had heard Drogon express concern about Regal's demise. After contemplating, she lied, saying, I sensed that direction would not lead us out of the wasteland. Why do you ask? I overheard discussions in the marketplace about a Dothraki Khalasar raiding northwest of Karth. They are likely remnants of Khal Drogo's followers, perhaps the Bon Khalasar or the Jack Khalasar. If Regal ventured out, he could very well encounter them. Since Regal joined the women-led Khalasar, that Khal would undoubtedly kill him, Yura stated with a hint of reverence. Daenerys' moment of hesitation might have saved Regal's life. What? Daenerys stood frozen, her fleeting hope shattered mercilessly. Yura, bewildered by her reaction, wondered why she seemed dismayed at the prospect of losing a bloodrider. Sir Yura, during this time, keep a vigilant eye on the merchant ships arriving from Westeros. Inquire about matters concerning King's Landing and Westeros. We cannot solely focus on Karth. Also, find out if there are any ships heading west. We must depart from here as soon as possible. Zero was willing to sacrifice his hand to summon the Unsullied. She was unaware of Zero's true intentions. With only herself and her dragons, neither of which she could offer him, her only option was to leave swiftly. Yes, Khaleesi. Once Daenerys regained her composure, Yura felt reassured enough to depart, yet his mind was filled with questions. A glance at Drogon, tirelessly roasting meat, reminded Daenerys of her restless thoughts. Missy, Illyrio, henceforth, allow my dragons to practice flying and breathing fire whenever they are free. Do not confine them in cages. Drogon promised to train Regal and Viserion, and Daenerys realized she needed to allocate more time for their training. The following day, Daenerys and Yura attended a welcoming feast hosted by Zero, where Drogon officially commenced his dragon training regimen. Drogon consumed 3 times the amount of food as the other 2 dragons, and his size had grown nearly double that of his companions. Having never paid attention to the gender of the 3 dragons in his past life, he was suddenly reminded of this detail upon embodying Drogon. After confirming Drogon's male status, he felt greatly relieved, yet he was surprised to discover that the green dragon Regal, named after Daenerys' brother Rhaegar, was indeed a female. As a staunchly masculine dragon, Drogon harbored no romantic inclinations towards the diminutive female Regal. Instead, he found great admiration for the robust figures of Missy and Illyrio, who were preparing his meals. However, admiration was as far as it went. He had no further thoughts, nor any burgeoning desires, perhaps due to his youth and incomplete physical development. Consequently, Drogon harbored subtle concerns about his future preferences. During dragon training, there was no distinction between male and female in Drogon's eyes. A female dragon would show no mercy to foes. To ensure that both dragons would survive, Drogon would not hold back his ferocity. Following Drogon's lead for 2 days, while the 2 dragons could not soar as high or breathe fire as far and fiercely as he could, it was nearly impossible for ordinary humans to kill them. Drogon's training methods were straightforward: flying, breathing fire, and combat. The first 2 they practiced consistently, and the dragons occasionally squabbled over food, even attempting to challenge Drogon, only to be swiftly dispatched by his powerful claws. Subsequently, they learned to be more obedient, daring only to snatch food from one another. At that moment, the 2 dragons were fiercely contending for a piece of meat, while the maids Missy and Illyrio watched without intervening. Daenerys had instructed them the previous day not to feed Regal and Viserion separately, allowing the victor of their skirmishes to claim the spoils. As long as they did not set the house ablaze or sustain severe injuries, there was no need for concern. Chapter 6. The Might of Dragonfire. While observing the 2 dragons battling, the maids were astonished to see Drogon, who usually kept to himself while eating roasted meat, join the fray. He swiped at Viserion, who was holding a piece of meat in his mouth, sending Viserion sprawling onto the ground, the meat falling from his jaws. The green dragon Regal, having failed to seize the meat, witnessed Drogon and Viserion engage in combat, and quickly snatched the fallen meat, attempting to swallow it. Just as she tilted her head to gulp it down, Drogon struck her chest with a claw, making her lose her prize once more. The 2 dragons, momentarily stunned, quickly recovered and charged at Drogon, their jaws snapping and claws swiping. Drogon, for the first time, faced the challenge of battling 2 opponents, becoming somewhat flustered and vulnerable to their attacks. Fortunately, his formidable defenses held against their onslaught, allowing him to retaliate at opportune moments. Seeing Drogon deliberately provoke the 2 dragons, The maids exchanged glances, unsure whether to intervene. They had never witnessed such a chaotic scene before, with the three dragons engaged in an intense struggle. They bore injuries. Their wings were torn, and several scales had been shed. Thankfully, they had not breathed fire, or the house would have surely caught ablaze. As the maids hesitated on whether to intervene, Drogon broke free from the entanglement and soared into the sky. He had now mastered low-altitude flight. But just as he ascended beyond a height of one person, Regal pounced on him, bringing them both crashing to the ground. Drogon marveled at Regal's ferocity. His flight was not an escape, but rather a means to train his aerial combat skills and enhance agility. As Drogon fell, Viserion lunged at him, eager for revenge. Previously, he could not best Drogon alone, but today, he relished the chance to confront him alongside Regal. Drogon had noticed during their previous food skirmishes that he not only possessed a larger physique but also boasted sharper teeth and claws, along with superior skin and scale defenses. Despite enduring numerous bites and scratches, his injuries were minor. The two dragons appeared battered, yet Drogon had exercised restraint, ensuring he did not inflict any grievous harm, which allowed them to continue fighting despite their wounds. However, the maids could no longer watch. Khaleesi cherished her dragons, and should any sustain serious injuries, her compassion would not spare them. They exchanged worried glances and picked up nearby wooden sticks to intervene between the three dragons. Yet, the dragons were too engrossed in their battle, and Viserion nearly bit Missy in the process, causing her to drop her stick in fright. Though small, the young dragons were still dragons, showcasing their ferocious nature. Upon witnessing Missy nearly get bitten, Drogon let out a low growl, warning Viserion to refrain from attacking her. While the dragons did not possess a true dragon language, they could convey simple meanings through their roars. After warning Viserion, Drogon swiftly clamped his jaws around Viserion's neck, his sharp teeth sinking into flesh, rendering Viserion immobile. Simultaneously, he hooked his right wing under Regal's chin, similarly restraining her. The fierce battle abruptly came to a halt, leaving the maids and the approaching Dothraki speechless. Once the two dragons ceased their movements, Drogon released his grip and settled on the ground, panting heavily. A 1-against-2 match had proven to be taxing for him. As the three dragons came to a complete stop, the maids hurriedly examined their injuries, and Doria, who primarily attended to Daenerys, joined in to tend to the dragons. After inspecting, they discovered that, aside from a few serious wounds, most were superficial, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. That evening, exhausted Daenerys returned to her chambers to discuss matters with Yora. During the day, Daenerys sought the ruling family of Karth, but none were willing to lend her a ship. Zero's intentions became apparent. He desired her. Daenerys neither accepted nor declined, wishing to consult with Yora before making a decision. You cannot marry him. Yora vehemently opposed. But we need an army. We require great ships. Daenerys shouted in frustration. Zero may offer you those. But enough with the noise. Your Prince Charming has yet to arrive, so why the haste? The injured Drogon, confined in his cage, was disturbed by the clamor and voiced his impatience. Daenerys pondered, Prince Charming? Does Drogon foresee whom I shall seek in the future? This thought led her to recall an unspoken dream, where she found herself entwined with a handsome youth, yet his visage remained elusive. Is he my Prince Charming? She mused with longing. Tomorrow, I shall seek other leaders. I will not marry Zero. You go to the docks for a ship. We must depart swiftly. Although she was not currently inclined to seek her Prince Charming, it seemed Drogon also did not wish for her to wed Zero, so she acquiesced to Yora's counsel. Yora, still formulating his arguments, was taken aback by Daenerys' sudden change of heart and left with a sense of confusion. The following day, Daenerys and Yora continued their pursuit for a vessel. Drogon abstained from further training with the other two dragons. His injuries had healed considerably after a night of restful slumber, while Regal and Viserion were still recovering and required an additional day of rest. The three dragons basked in the sun, feasting on roasted meat, attended by a sultry handmaiden, reveling in their ease. Meanwhile, the Dothraki left behind in the courtyard found the confinement unbearable, displaying a lack of spirit. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the tranquil courtyard, causing the two Dothraki guards to snap to attention, vigilantly inquiring, "Who knocks?" The rhythmic knocking continued, unanswered, as the other Dothraki sensed the unusual disturbance, casting wary glances at the door. Drogon, sunbathing, was also drawn by the sound, rising to his feet. It must be Khaleesi returning. Just as the guards were about to inquire further, the maid Doria rushed from the room, exclaiming as she dashed to open the door. "Do not open it." The guards urgently attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Doria had already unlatched the door. As the door swung open, a throng of Kartheen warriors, brandishing spears and swinging swords, surged in. Drogon, flapping his wings, exhaled a torrent of scorching black-red flame, engulfing the three foremost Kartheen. Their anguished cries pierced the air, for they had not anticipated such a fierce reception. The warriors following suit were caught off guard, their weapons discarded as they frantically attempted to extinguish the flames. The three initial victims writhed in agony amidst the inferno, while the rearguard, momentarily stunned, quickly retreated. But it was too late. The flame struck again, claiming 4 more souls. Chapter 7. The Traitors. After unleashing 2 fierce bursts of dragon fire, Drogon noticed that Regal and Viserion had soared to his side. He then glided over the multitude of Carthene outside, continuing to unleash his fiery breath. Witnessing their compatriots transformed into charred remains, most of the Carthene lost their resolve to fight. Only the soldiers at the back of the formation dared to hurl their spears at Drogon, but in their panic, they lacked precision, allowing Drogon to evade effortlessly. Though the spears posed no threat, they ignited his rage. Reborn as a dragon, he harbored a deep-seated disdain for such weapons. Disregarding the warriors below, Drogon flapped his wings and swiftly soared over the spear throwers, delivering a scorching blast of flame that left one howling in despair before he turned to engage others. The Dothraki in the courtyard, witnessing Drogon's fiery assault on the Carthene, quickly sprang into action. As Regal and Viserion incinerated more foes, the Dothraki surged from the courtyard, charging into the panicked Carthene. Over 50 Carthene were swiftly dispatched amidst flames and blades. The cacophony of screams and the blaze drew a crowd of curious Carthene, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the horrifying spectacle of dragons roasting the living. After incinerating dozens, Drogon's latent ferocity was fully awakened. He felt the despair and helplessness that Daenerys had endured since her arrival, constantly belittled and sidelined. With a guttural roar that mixed smoke and sparks, he directed his fury towards the onlookers. The Carthene, witnessing the fierce intensity in the dragon's eyes, abandoned their voyeurism and fled in terror, fearing they might be mistaken for intruders. Having surveyed the retreating throng and finding no suspicious figures, Drogon descended gradually to the ground. The Dothraki who had narrowly escaped gazed at him with reverence as he landed, then began to gather weapons and shields, dragging away the charred corpses. A sudden gasp from a woman caught Drogon's attention. Viserion stood over a scorched body, baring his teeth at a woman who was hauling away a corpse. Flames roiled within his small throat, ready to erupt, which understandably terrified the Dothraki woman. As she recoiled, Viserion snorted and resumed pawing at the charred remains beneath him. Seeing Viserion's intent to consume human flesh unsettled Drogon, reminding him of the tragic fate of a 3-year-old girl burned by one of the dragons in a prior tale. Flying beside Viserion, Drogon pressed down on his claws, letting out a series of growls. Regal, who had been about to imitate Viserion's actions, halted upon witnessing Drogon's intervention, comprehending the meaning behind his roars, and ceased his own attempts. Deprived of the delectable morsel, Viserion grew restless, lifting his head and displaying his teeth at Drogon in defiance. Observing the audacity of his younger brother after having just executed dozens, Drogon pressed Viserion's golden head down onto the charred remains, asserting his dominance. Viserion strained to lift his neck, flapping his wings against the ground, using his claws to claw at the earth in an attempt to rise, but Drogon's strength was overwhelming and Viserion's long neck rendered him powerless. After several futile struggles, he recalled the harsh lesson from the previous day and ceased his attempts, emitting a near-pleading whimper. "Now that's more like it," Drogon remarked, gradually releasing his grip. He cast a casual glance at Regal, who was attempting to sneakily reclaim his position atop the burnt body, causing him to hurriedly retract his claws. "Not foolish at all. You know how to read the room," Drogon thought, feeling satisfied with Regal's response. Noticing that he had successfully tamed the 2 dragons, Drogon scanned the astonished faces of the onlookers, spotting the young maid Jiki. He nodded at her, but she merely stared back with confusion in her doe-like eyes, uncertain of his intent. At a loss for words, Drogon turned to Regal and the drooping Viserion. Jiki promptly understood his meaning, recognizing that he wanted her to prepare meat for them. Though Drogon could dominate the 2 dragons, he could not suppress their innate desires. They still required food. And as for their other instincts, they were still too young to comprehend. Once the roasted meat was provided, the dragons eagerly began to feast. Having just achieved a victory, Jiki ensured they would not quarrel over the food. In no time, satisfied and sated, Regal and Viserion lounged in the sun, their bellies exposed, completely oblivious to the earlier tension with Drogon. In stark contrast to their leisure, Doria, bound to a pillar, appeared wretched, her hair disheveled, her body marred with bruises. Having endured blows from nearly every Dothraki warrior, she awaited Daenerys' final judgment in despair. "Drogon, Regal, Viserion," Daenerys called out in a flurry as she rushed into the charred courtyard. The 3 dragons, basking in the sun, turned their gaze towards Daenerys, whose face was adorned with tears. "Are you all right?" Before Daenerys could utter Viserion's name, she noticed the 3 dragons sprawled in the sun in an undignified manner. Had the courtyard gate been destroyed in their skirmish? Had they even scorched anyone? As her mind raced with questions, Daenerys' eyes fell upon Doria, tied to the pillar. "Jiki, what transpired?" She sensed that the situation was far from simple. "Khaleesi, a group of intruders burst in just now. If it weren't for Drogon and the others, we might have been killed," Jiki recounted, her voice trembling with fear. The more Daenerys listened, the more alarmed she became. She approached Drogon, wrapping her arms around his neck, and planted a fervent kiss upon his scaled visage. Thank goodness for you, Drogon. With her remaining companions unable to withstand over 50 Carthene warriors, the inevitable outcome would have been loss of life and theft of her dragons. She had not anticipated Drogon and the others had become so formidable. Just a bunch of insignificant pests, Drogon dismissed nonchalantly. Seeing Daenerys showering Drogon with affection, Rhaegal emitted an indignant sound, and Viserion leaned closer to Daenerys. These two little dragons may not have mastered much, yet they have certainly learned to vie for attention, Drogon quipped, somewhat bemused. At Drogon's teasing, Daenerys smiled. Knowing she could not show favoritism, she embraced Rhaegal and kissed him as well, soothing the two dragons' emotions. However, her expression shifted as she approached Doria, the maid who had once taught her the pleasures of intimacy, and delivered 2 sharp slaps across her face. You accompanied me from Pintos to the Dothraki Sea, traversed the Red Waste, yet now you choose to betray me? Chapter 8, The Warlock Piet. Daenerys found herself almost bereft of everything, and those who followed her had gained nothing from her. Yet she felt she had not wronged them. She had sworn to reward them handsomely once she extricated herself from her current predicament, but she had not anticipated the swift emergence of a traitor. Who bribed you? Speak, and I shall grant you a swift death. Khaleesi, Lord Zero is wealthier than nations. Doria's mind did not adhere to the principle of loyalty to her employer. Khaleesi, what is happening? Yura entered, panting, surveying the disarray of the courtyard with urgency. It is Zero. Daenerys' expression darkened. Indeed, it is he, Yura murmured. How did you deduce it was him? Daenerys inquired, perplexed, as Zero had not expressed any desire for her. I learned today of a peculiar custom among the Carthene. On the day of their wedding, the wife has the right to demand a token from her husband, anything at all, and in return, the wife must promise to give her husband something of her own, whatever he may desire. Daenerys realized Zero did not seek her as a person, but rather coveted her dragons. No wonder his gaze had lacked lustful intent yesterday. What shall we do now? Yura regarded Daenerys. Have we found a ship? Daenerys yearned to leave Qarth. She felt unwelcome, with individuals constantly coveting her dragons. And even someone as seemingly courteous as Zero was beginning to act boldly. She wondered how many others would follow suit. While Drogon and the others were present, they were still young. If more adversaries emerged, even her dragons might struggle to defend themselves, and luck may not favor them as it had today. Hearing Daenerys' inquiry, Yura, feeling a pang of guilt, replied, Not yet, but I have gathered some news regarding Westeros. Upon hearing that Yura had yet to locate a ship, Daenerys felt a wave of disappointment. Her desire to depart Qarth surpassed any interest in news from Westeros. What is happening in Westeros? She pressed. Eddard has been executed. He replied, Eddard has been killed? Did you not say the new king would not harm him? Upon learning of Eddard's demise, Daenerys questioned Yura vehemently, recalling his confident assertions that the new king would spare Eddard's life, only for him to be slain mere days later. Drogon's prophecies had all come true. After several harrowing experiences, Daenerys' nerves had steadied somewhat, no longer as frantic as before. This newfound composure was largely due to Drogon's actions today. He had led Rhaegal and Viserion in incinerating the Carthene who attempted to seize her dragons. Had Drogon not discovered the threat in advance, Rhaegal and Viserion might have been captured before they even took flight. Could Drogon save them time and again? Was that the reason he insisted on training them? Only by growing stronger could they avoid death. She resolved to encourage their training more diligently. Continue, Daenerys urged, seeing Yura at a loss for words. He had not expected that in such circumstances, the new King Joffrey would execute Eddard. What happened next? Daenerys pressed, knowing Yura's earlier analysis had been sound. As for why the new king had executed Eddard, perhaps personal grievances were at play. With her political acumen, Daenerys could only conceive of such possibilities. After Eddard's execution, his eldest son Robb marched towards King's Landing, thwarted by Tywin, while the imp Tyrion assumed the role of Hand of the King, and King Robert's brother Renly was assassinated, with another brother, Stannis, preparing to attack King's Landing. Isn't the imp merely a dwarf? How could he possibly become the Hand of the King? Daenerys was puzzled. The imp is not an ordinary dwarf. He possesses the qualities of a true hand, Drogon interjected. Daenerys was taken aback. Drogon seemed to possess significant knowledge about the imp. Could Drogon truly be the reincarnation of Balerion the Black Dread, endowed with prophetic abilities? With 2 successful prophecies under his belt, Daenerys found herself increasingly convinced of Drogon's capabilities, allowing her imagination to wander. I do not know much about the imp, Yura admitted candidly. If only the spider, Varys, were here, Drogon mused nostalgically. Who is Varys? Daenerys inquired, realizing her lack of knowledge regarding Westeros and King's Landing had left her in the dark. Most of her prior information had come from her brother, Viserion's incessant chatter. How shall we deal with Doria? Yura asked, now grasping the situation's essence. Gather everyone, Daenerys commanded. She loathed betrayal and would show no mercy, even to a trusted maidservant. Khaleesi, I beg you, spare me this once. I promise it will never happen again, Doria pleaded, sobbing as she faced the inevitable. Daenerys turned away, gazing resolutely at the azure sky, her expression unyielding. Once all the Dothraki had gathered in the courtyard, Daenerys dismissed Doria's cries and signaled to Ricardo to carry out the execution. Ricardo, devoid of compassion, swiftly ended Doria's life. The Dothraki held little regard for life and death. A wedding was not deemed complete without a few casualties, and they too despised treachery. What a waste of a beautiful head, Drogon lamented inwardly. Daenerys watched as the head rolled, and Yora felt a slight pang in his heart. Mother of Dragons, when will you visit the House of the Undying? A sudden voice called out from the entrance. The figure, devoid of hair and eyebrows, with sunken eyes, gray irises, and blue lips, was one of the 13 that Drogon had encountered at the gates of Karth. The warlock Piet Pri. Yora murmured to himself, recalling how Piet had invited Daenerys to the House of the Undying during the welcome feast hosted by Zero. He could not have anticipated that Piet would come knocking today. Daenerys cast a glance at Yora before speaking. My lord, I have been preoccupied with various matters lately and have regrettably been unable to visit your abode. I shall make it a point to pay you a visit when time allows. At the welcome gathering, Daenerys had already witnessed the peculiarities of Piet, which reminded her of the witch Maleficent, who had caused the demise of her husband and son. It was prudent for her to maintain a respectful distance from such individuals. However, the Undying had waited too long, and as a servant, I felt deeply unsettled. Piet, with an impassive expression, responded, The Undying? This is my first encounter with that term. He is my master. Please inform the Undying that I shall visit soon. Daenerys continued to decline. You put me in a most difficult position, Piet remarked, tilting his head slightly. Chapter 9. Annihilation. Suddenly, a Dothraki warrior clutched his throat, blood seeping through his fingers. As Piet stood behind him, dagger in hand. With a swift motion, Rakalo thrust a dagger into Piet's back, yet the latter displayed no change in expression. As Rakalo withdrew his dagger, a heap of gray clothing crumpled to the ground, revealing that Piet had remained steadfast in his position. Drogon unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, incinerating merely a piece of fabric. Your dragon has quite the temper. Are you not going to act? Piet's irksome voice emanated from the burnt courtyard entrance once more. Gazing in shock at the warrior with his throat slit, and then at Piet and Yora, Daenerys struggled to articulate, Your methods are truly unfathomable. I shall immediately proceed to the Undying Hall to meet the Undying. Your welcome is appreciated. With that, Piet departed, striding out the door and quickly vanishing from sight. All, including Drogon, looked on in astonishment at the direction in which Piet had disappeared. Is it transformation or teleportation? Drogon mused, surprised by the enigmatic capabilities of the warlock. He was aware that this world was inhabited by old gods, new gods, the god of light, the many-faced god, and numerous other arcane abilities. The most striking figure in his memory was the Red Priestess Melisandre, who served the Lord of Light, birthed a shadow assassin that killed King Robert's brother Renly, and utilized leeches to murder 3 pretenders, ultimately resurrecting Jon Snow. Then there was the Night's Watchman, Bran, who had been resurrected 7 times by the Lord of Light. Along with this warlock, reflecting on them, Drogon suddenly felt that as a future dragon, his safety was not as assured as he had believed. If the warlock had directed that dagger at him, would he have been able to defend himself? Daenerys, do you truly intend to go? I have heard that few who have visited the Undying Hall ever return. Yora's inquiry interrupted Drogon's thoughts. I cannot simply stand by and watch you all be slaughtered. Daenerys replied helplessly. Although the warrior had only suffered a superficial wound, there was no doubt that Piet could easily sever a throat. And they felt utterly powerless against such threats. I will accompany you, Yora insisted. No. You must safeguard the little dragons. Rakalo will accompany me, Daenerys said, fearing she might never see her dragons again upon her return. But I genuinely cannot rest easy about your safety. Yora remained resolute. I will go, Drogon thought to himself. And Daenerys felt a sudden weight on her shoulder as Drogon landed beside her, nearly slipping with his black claw. You've grown. Drogon reminisced about the initial feeling of standing on Mother of Dragon's shoulder. Perhaps this was the burden of growth. Let Drogon accompany me. Daenerys straightened her back and declared. It seems we have no other choice. Yora decided to remain behind, directing the Dothraki to swiftly fortify the courtyard, while Daenerys, Drogon, and Rakalo made their way to the Undying Hall. After more than half an hour, Daenerys gazed at the towering, chimney-shaped structure encircled by low earthen walls and murmured, Is this the Undying Hall? As she stepped onto the weathered stairs, treading over the dry, fallen leaves, she entered the enclosure. Where's the entrance? Daenerys circled the Undying Hall but found no doorway, her impatience mounting, as her other 2 dragons and Yora awaited her in the estate. She did not wish to squander too much time there. With increasing urgency, she quickened her pace, prompting Rakalo to do the same. Without warning, Daenerys and Drogon were enveloped in darkness as they entered the silent Undying Hall, unable to hear Rakalo's frantic shouts from outside. In the obscurity, Daenerys felt around until she found a torch, igniting it with flint, revealing an almost empty hall with only a few large doors confined by the walls. Holding the torch aloft, she cautiously advanced, gently pushing open one of the doors. Inside was a dilapidated hall, its massive pillars askew, and the dome above bore a gaping hole through which snowflakes drifted down. Taking a few steps inside, she realized the snowflakes showed no signs of melting. Upon closer inspection, she discerned they were not snowflakes at all, but rather ashes. Venturing further, she discovered a chair forged of sharp swords standing in the hall, covered in ashes. As she brushed the ashes off her hands, Daenerys longed to touch it but restrained herself. She recognized this as the Iron Throne she had always coveted. Yet she yearned for the true Iron Throne, not a mere illusion. Resolutely turning away, she pushed open another door, greeted by a fierce icy wind and swirling snow. Before her stood a towering wall of ice, ancient and eternal. Through the blizzard, she perceived a small tent amidst the storm, and upon entering, found warmth like spring. Drogo held a golden-haired, blue-eyed infant with an unprecedented tenderness. Daenerys rushed forward, embracing them tightly as silent tears streamed down her cheeks. After a moment of solace, she decisively departed the tent. With tear-streaked cheeks, she pushed open another door and was met with a grotesque feast of corpses. The hall was littered with dismembered bodies, chairs askew, and overturned goblets, the floor awash with spilled wine and blood. One chair bore a figure with a wolf's head and a human body, his throat slit and blood gushing forth. Exiting the hall, she continued her search for the main exit. While Daenerys experienced these illusions, Drogon was equally occupied. In the first room, he witnessed dozens of dragons soaring and battling in the sky. In the second door, he beheld Viserion transformed into an ice dragon. And in the third door, he witnessed Rhaegar's fall. At that moment, Daenerys opened the fourth door, revealing Drogon amidst a verdant forest encircled by emerald hills. The sound of bubbling springs in the air, and upon the grass lay Daenerys. Blood dried upon her chest, her eyes closed. Drogon gently cradled her, placing her by the stream, using his vast wings to scoop up the clear water and pour it over her chest, washing away the dried blood. Suddenly, a massive arrow struck the ground beside the stream with a resounding thud. With a furious roar, Drogon soared into the sky, and as he ascended, a multitude of arrows rained down upon him. Despite his evasive maneuvers, he was struck by 2 arrows. Ignoring his wounds, he flapped his wings with fervor, soaring above the giant crossbow, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire that incinerated it instantly, before venturing towards another row of crossbows. Just as he exhaled another breath of fire, a net launched from the vicinity of the crossbow, nearly ensnaring him entirely. Struggling against it while breathing fire, he was pierced by arrows that struck his chest and abdomen. The iron net melted slowly beneath the dragon fire, and before he could free himself, he was pulled down to the ground. Upon landing, the barrage of arrows continued, until he was riddled with wounds, lifeless and beyond recovery. With a gasp, Drogon awoke, panting heavily. He had been slain. In the original story's conclusion, Drogon had departed King's Landing with Daenerys' body, unaware of his fate. Yet what had transpired in that illusion? A sequel? Or had his arrival triggered a butterfly effect that led to his own demise? Reborn as a dragon with the gift of devouring, Drogon had anticipated a life of ease. Never suspecting he too could face death. He would not allow this to happen. Who could possibly wish to annihilate him after slaying the mother of dragons? Who could it be? Drogon roared in fury within his heart. Chapter 10, Treasures. Drogon, what is the matter? Daenerys exclaimed as she exited the room, immediately sensing something was amiss with Drogon. She could clearly feel the madness and fury radiating from him, prompting her to strike him urgently. Feeling the forceful slap from Drogon, Daenerys turned to face him, her eyes meeting his fierce, reddened gaze, causing her to instinctively recoil from his menacing stare. What is the matter with you, Drogon? Daenerys questioned, a mix of fear and confusion filling her heart. Drogon had never treated her this way. Only during the occasional food disputes between Rhaegar and Viserion had he exhibited such ferocity. Noticing her distress, Drogon quickly tempered his demeanor, redirecting his attention to their surroundings. The door had swung wide open, revealing a staircase leading upward. As Drogon gradually calmed, Daenerys raised her torch and ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the top of the spiral staircase, they entered a grand hall. In the center stood a gray stone table, upon which lay a heart, decayed yet still pulsating. Swollen and grotesque, its violet veins continuing to pump blood, the destination unknown. Through the heart, Drogon perceived numerous figures, men, women, the elderly, and children, all bearing expressions of utter stupor. Unbeknownst to Drogon, Daenerys was experiencing far more. Whispers echoed in her ears, and similar phantoms danced before her eyes, blurring the lines between illusion and reality. Drogon, watching Daenerys' shifting expressions with growing concern, found himself unaffected by the hall's enchantments. Unlike her, he remained oblivious to the turmoil she was enduring. Just as he grappled with uncertainty, he observed Daenerys' face contorted in terror as she frantically clawed at her body, as though infested with maggots. The world was rife with strange phenomena, and Drogon feared the hall might possess the capacity to ensnare the mind. He dared not take that risk. Flying beside the rotting heart, he unleashed a jet of black-red dragon fire. As the flames made contact, agonized screams erupted from the heart, a cacophony of male and female voices, alongside the cries of children. Incinerating the heart required more dragon fire than it would to burn several individuals. As the heart gradually turned to ash, Drogon noticed wisps of white light ascending from above. Blinking to clear his vision, he was astonished to see the light darting towards him, moving with an alarming speed. "What is this?" he muttered, attempting to evade it, but the light seemed to possess a will of its own, swiftly penetrating his being. "By the gods!" Drogon cursed under his breath. What could possibly emerge from such a grotesque heart? Yet, upon its entry, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, akin to soaking in a warm spring. He distinctly sensed his flesh, bone density, and magical prowess amplifying twofold or more. Such a repulsive thing contained such remarkable essence. It dawned on Drogon that he had absorbed the purest energy from the decaying heart, which also harbored an indescribable quality. As he attuned himself to the transformation within, he sensed the emergence of a white orb in his mind, roughly the size of a soybean, resting quietly. What could this be? Perhaps it was the manifestation of those light particles. He couldn't reach it, but hoped it bore no ill effects. With his body bolstered by the light, Drogon found himself untroubled. As the heart was incinerated, Daenerys awakened, her heart racing as she gazed at the pile of ashes on the table. Trembling at the thought of what might have happened had Drogon not intervened. Desperate to leave, she snatched up the torch and hurried down the spiral staircase. The doors they had previously opened had vanished, leaving only a path shrouded in white light ahead. Upon reaching the luminous threshold, she spotted Piet Pri lunging at her with a dagger, shouting, "What have you done to the immortal? I will kill you." His movements were stiff and puppet-like, lacking the earlier grace. Before he could reach Daenerys, Drogon unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, engulfing the man who fell to the ground, screaming. The air thick with the stench of decay rather than the aroma of charred flesh. Daenerys did not linger, rushing past the sorcerer and out the door. Outside, a frantic Rakaro spotted Daenerys and Drogon and rushed over. "We must leave at once," he urged. As one of the 13, Drogon had not only slain the sorcerer but also incinerated the immortal. Daenerys feared what the royal family and the other lords might do to them. They needed to return swiftly. Half an hour later, Daenerys reunited with a relieved Yora and the others. "Gather your belongings. We must depart immediately," she instructed Yora. "Where are we headed?" he inquired. "To find Zero," Daenerys declared, and Yora, shocked, quickly directed the Dothraki to prepare their packs. As dusk fell, Daenerys divided the group, sending women and children with several Dothraki warriors to the docks while she, along with her 3 dragons and over 20 others, advanced towards Zero's estate. With Drogon leading the charge, clearing the way with dragon fire, they swiftly breached Zero's stronghold. Most of Zero's men, cowed by the dragon's might, surrendered, while those who resisted were swiftly executed. Zero was captured alive, though Daenerys had once regarded Zero favorably. Aware of his ulterior motives in bringing her and her kin into the city, she never imagined he would resort to murder and robbery after his failed proposal. Had it not been for Drogon, she could have lost everything. "Spare me, and I will give you all the ships I possess," Zero pleaded, now a pitiful figure in his nightclothes. "Blood of my blood." Rakaro stepped forward, plunging a dagger into Zero's chest. Zero gasped, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. "Seize all the gold, jewels, and captives," Yora bellowed, and the Dothraki erupted in cheers, eagerly scavenging Zero's wealth, an endeavor they relished. The estate was overflowing with treasures, gold, silver, and bronze artifacts. The Dothraki aimed to take everything, though time was limited, forcing them to leave behind larger items while prying loose valuable gems. As the looting neared its conclusion, Daenerys received word from the Carthian nobility urging them to leave swiftly, as they were no longer welcome. The House of the Undying was plotting their demise, although they had yet to gain the consent of the remaining 11 lords. Had it not been for Zero and Piet Pri's initial aggression, Daenerys would have already found herself trapped in Qarth. Qarth, as the largest port city and hub of commerce in the realm, was home to the 13 who worked tirelessly to maintain their reputations. Zero and the sorcerer's brazen actions had breached the rules of exchange, and if the nobility and remaining lords turned against Daenerys, it would severely tarnish the city's standing. Of course, one reason for their reluctance to act against her was the presence of her 3 dragons, whose terrifying destructive power posed a direct threat to them and the city itself. Once Yora elucidated this to Daenerys, her spirit soared. Her dragons had become a formidable asset. Yet she understood that the patience of Qarth's leaders was finite, and they could not linger. Leading the Dothraki, she urged the captives toward the docks. Chapter 11. Your White Knight Daenerys had learned from Zero that he possessed over 80 ships. However, her own forces were too few, composed entirely of Dothraki, who were utterly unfamiliar with sailing. The captives and dockworkers who had not fled could manage at most 5 ships, but even that filled Daenerys with satisfaction, knowing the nobility would not allow her to commandeer all the vessels. She gathered the women and children onto her own ship while Dothraki warriors were spread across the other four, overseeing the captives, though their supervision was more symbolic than strict, as the recently witnessed dragon fire ensured the captives would not dare escape. As the largest port city and center of trade in the realm, Karth was a melting pot of rare goods from across the world. After securing ample provisions, Yora led the group in purchasing Karth's specialties, pepper, zebra hides, and sour grass, with the gold they had looted from Zero, anticipating a lucrative venture once they successfully transported these goods elsewhere. As the cargo was loaded onto the vessels, 5 grand ships set sail smoothly. Watching the gradually receding dock, Daenerys and Yora finally exhaled in relief. In stark contrast, the Dothraki bore expressions of sheer terror, as if the ships were ferrying them to the depths of hell, their faces reflecting a grim resignation to their fate. Once the ships were in motion, their nausea intensified, and even the most valiant of the Bloodriders were reduced to a state of despair, preferring a duel to the death over this torment. They were all here for me. Observing the swaying Dothraki, Daenerys felt no mockery, but rather an overwhelming sense of responsibility. They had left their homeland, willingly stepping into perilous waters to follow her on an uncertain journey, and she was determined to protect them at all costs. Gliding through the azure sea under a clear sky, Drogon felt an unprecedented sense of freedom. The sky was indeed where a dragon belonged. He soared high into the heavens, and then dove into the sea to catch fish, reveling in his playfulness. After circling the 5 ships several times, he finally perched on the railing to rest. "Khaleesi, what lies within the House of the Undying?" Yora inquired curiously, having found a moment of respite. He could not comprehend why the warlock Piet Pri insisted she go there. "We were mistaken about one thing. Zero seeks the dragon, not me, while Piet Pri desires me, not the dragon. Is that so?" "Without Drogon, I would be dead by now," Daenerys said, caressing Drogon's soft neck. "Inside, I experienced a myriad of visions. I saw the Iron Throne, engulfed in ashes, glimpsed Khal Drogo and my son, and witnessed Ser Willem rescuing me from Dragonstone. I beheld a gruesome banquet of corpses, where a man with a wolf's head and a human body appeared, quite bizarre. Could it be that the mother of dragons foresaw the Red Wedding?" Drogon pondered silently upon hearing Daenerys' recounting. "The Red Wedding?" Daenerys queried, puzzled by his thoughts. "A wolf's head? Does that refer to House Stark? Were they hosting the Red Wedding for others, or were they the ones ensnared?" Nevertheless, she felt no concern for the fate of the usurper's lackeys. The more tumultuous the conflict, the better for her cause. "I also saw my brother Rhaegar. It must have been him. He bears a striking resemblance to our brother Viserys. He was cradling an infant, declaring him Aegon Targaryen, the prophesied prince. But wasn't the little prince thrown to his death by the mountain? It must be him. Though I regret never having the chance to meet them. That sounds like your Prince Charming." Daenerys looked up in surprise at Drogon, who towered over her. "Did you not once say my Prince Charming had yet to appear? Yet Aegon has already perished. Could it be that he survived and was rescued?" As she gazed at Drogon, Daenerys momentarily forgot that he could read her thoughts. "What are you staring at? Why have you stopped talking?" Drogon tilted his head quizzically at Daenerys, equally curious about her experiences that might validate his own fate of being pierced by arrows. Realizing that her gaze could arouse his suspicion, Daenerys became wary. He was astute. Should he discover her ability to eavesdrop on his thoughts, he would surely guard himself, and she might never hear his thoughts again. "Drogon seems to have grown quite a bit," Daenerys remarked, reaching out to stroke his neck and body. What began as a self-deprecating comment turned into a realization that Drogon had indeed grown significantly. His scales were now shinier than before, and combined with his crimson wings and intricate skin patterns, he exuded a fierce yet majestic beauty. "You're becoming more and more magnificent," Daenerys admired. "Discovered, ha ha ha." Drogon chuckled inwardly, feeling a surge of pride. Having absorbed the mysterious light, his physical strength and magical prowess had significantly improved, enhancing his appearance while not altering his size drastically. Daenerys, still but a young dragon, undetected, continued to share her experiences. "The Undying One spoke of me as the 3rd child, destined to ignite 3 flames, one for life, one for death, and one for love. I am fated to ride 3 steeds, one for the bed, one for terror, and one for love, destined to face 3 betrayals, one for blood, one for wealth, and one for love." The flame of life likely referred to the great fire at the birth of her dragons, while the death flame's meaning remained uncertain. Yet, Daenerys' greatest concern lay with the 3 betrayals. Was Mirri Maz Duur's betrayal one of blood, and was wealth represented by Doria? What could love signify? Upon hearing her analysis of the 3 betrayals, Drogon glanced at Yora. It seems Ser Yora has nothing to comment on. Feeling uneasy under Daenerys' scrutiny, Yora turned his head away, only to meet Drogon's penetrating gaze, which was as deep and wise as flames. Yora felt as though his thoughts were laid bare before the dragon. Yora? Could it be Yora? But how could that be? He has devoted himself to me, even saving me from poison. If he were to betray me, I would have perished long ago. Yet, if not him, could he know who else might betray me? Stealing a glance at Yura, who appeared somewhat ill at ease, she sensed there was indeed something amiss. However, she refrained from questioning him now. She was no longer the naive girl she once was. Yura's unwavering loyalty must not be jeopardized by her blind suspicions. Caution was paramount moving forward. Drogon was aware that the betrayal of love referred to Jon, yet he was uncertain how to assess the situation. The Mother of Dragons, engulfed in fury, might burn King's Landing and continue her quest for unification, potentially slaying Jon's siblings. Given Jon's compassionate nature and familial ties, such a decision would cause him considerable anguish. I must not allow the Mother of Dragons to tread the same path as before. Drogon sighed inwardly. Chapter 12. Indulgence Old Path? Daenerys, still burdened by doubts regarding Yura, suddenly found Drogon redirecting the focus onto her, leaving her to wonder if she would repeat past mistakes. Their once meticulous discussion devolved into an exchange of unspoken thoughts. While soaring across the sea, Drogon also diligently trained the other two dragons, who had long since adapted to his methods. From initially evading and feigning disinterest, they had progressed to grappling with Drogon, often emerging with numerous battle scars. Now, their skirmishes transcended mere biting. They engaged in clawing, sweeping with their tails, and grappling with their wings, often battling from the sky down to the sea. Whenever the crew found a moment of leisure, they would gather on deck to watch the three dragons clash. They had not anticipated that the young dragons would be so fierce and combative, employing their dragon fire in their fights. Drogon had long since tested the effects of dragon fire on dragons. While short-term exposure caused only superficial injuries, prolonged exposure proved intolerable. Moreover, the potency of their flames increased with their growth, and Aegon's fire was more powerful than that of the other two. Amidst their spirited antics, Daenerys and Yura resumed their discussion regarding their destination. Daenerys advocated for heading to Pentos, a place she was familiar with, believing that with the 5 grand ships and the Governor Illyrio's connections, they could establish a foothold and gradually develop their power. However, Yura disagreed with her assessment. Khaleesi, Illyrio is ultimately a mercenary at heart. Although we possess 5 ships, our warriors are scant. Going there would be akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. I have heard that the Unsullied in the Slavers' Bay undergo rigorous training and are formidable in battle. It would be prudent to procure some Unsullied before heading to Pentos. Unsullied? Are they not the guards I encountered at the governor's estate? They hardly seem battle-ready, Daenerys remarked, harboring a poor impression of the Unsullied. Those were merely ordinary guards trained by slave masters, low in price, many of whom were merely the discarded remnants of true Unsullied warriors. You are well aware of the Dothraki's prowess on horseback. Can you imagine the Unsullied defeating multiple Dothraki? Impossible. After listening to Yura's words, Daenerys immediately dismissed them. Indeed, she was aware of their bravery, and she had heard tales of the Unsullied who once withstood a relentless charge from 5 times their number of Dothraki warriors, ultimately forcing the Dothraki to cut their braids and concede. You possess 5 grand ships laden with cargo. Once you reach Slavers' Bay, a substantial profit awaits you. Acquiring 1,000 Unsullied would be no challenge, granting you the confidence to venture anywhere. Yura spared no effort in persuading Daenerys. As she listened to his account, Daenerys felt a surge of excitement. Her greatest concern had been her lack of allies, with only Yura, the Blood Riders, and a handful of Dothraki warriors at her disposal. The Battle of the Manse had showcased her dragon's formidable power, slaying numerous invaders, yet it underscored her need for more fighters. If the Unsullied were indeed as formidable as Yura claimed, she would no longer find herself begging for support and facing obstacles at every turn. Thus, Daenerys commanded her small fleet to sail swiftly toward Slavers' Bay. As Drogon grew larger and developed powerful wings, he became restless, no longer satisfied with flying around the 5 ships at sea. After several days of consuming fish, he had grown weary of it. The meager fresh meat aboard barely sufficed for Rhaegal and Viserion, leaving him unsated. For the past few days, he had taken to hunting along the coastal land, relishing the wild game that this vast world offered. The only downside was the absence of Missandei's assistance, though he had grown accustomed to using his claws and wings. The act of gutting prey proved challenging. He could not mimic Rhaegal and Viserion's method of consuming food whole, which left him quite uncomfortable. He flew ahead in the direction of the fleet, searching for food, while also scouting for storms or pirates. Crew members spoke of enormous sea monsters lurking in some areas. But after days of searching, he had yet to encounter one. Instead, he happened upon an unfortunate pirate ship, cautiously breathing fire, thereby adding another vessel and crew to Daenerys' ranks. At this moment, Drogon felt a sense of urgency. His stomach growled in hunger, yet land remained elusive. Had he flown in the wrong direction? Experienced sailors indicated that they might reach Astapor the following day, yet after more than an hour of flight, he still saw no land, which raised his suspicions. Not wishing to fly further, he ascended sharply, soaring into the frigid heights of the atmosphere. As he gazed ahead, he not only spotted land, but also a vast expanse of green in the distance. Was that a great plain? He had not heard of Astapor being a grassland. Had he truly veered off course? Then, Drogon's eyes brightened. A plain mint succulent lamb and robust horse meat. With this thought, he ceased to ponder whether he had indeed strayed, considering any detour an opportunity to familiarize himself with the terrain while honing his physical prowess. The prospect of food was paramount, and he dove vigorously toward the grassland. 10 minutes later, as he neared the land, he beheld an endless green sea before him. The Dothraki Sea lived up to its name, the plains sprawling endlessly, and Drogon seemed to see countless lambs beckoning to him. As he glided over the lush grass, a refreshing scent of greenery enveloped him, a welcome change from the briny sea air he had inhaled for days. Not long after taking flight, he spotted a large herd of sheep grazing leisurely, preparing to snatch a couple to roast and indulge his appetite. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a familiar aroma of roasted meat, even more enticing than Missandei's culinary skills. Following the scent, he noticed smoke wafting from a tent to his right. Indeed, they were roasting meat. Pre-seasoned meat was far superior to his rudimentary fare. And with a powerful flap of his wings, he veered toward the source of the aroma. Before he could reach the roasting rack, the Dothraki tending the fire noticed him and scattered in panic, shouting, "It's a giant bird! Run!" As a future dragon of immense power, Drogon had already mastered the Dothraki tongue and relished their flight, ensuring they did not disturb his meal. After scaring off the cooks and the inhabitants of the tent, he settled down to feast, devouring not only large portions of roasted meat, but also a half-cooked lamb sizzling on the spit. After several hearty bites, he grabbed a nearby wineskin and took a swig of horse milk liquor, tart and sweet, albeit with a somewhat strong flavor. Once the crowd had fled a safe distance, they paused, realizing the giant bird was not pursuing them and daring to glance back at Drogon. "It's not a giant bird, it's a dragon, a true dragon," the onlookers exclaimed in astonishment. The dragon has returned. More individuals recognized Drogon's identity, their focus shifting from the stolen meat to the miraculous sight of a resurrected dragon. The Dothraki had records of dragons from the era of Aegon I, but since their extinction over a century ago, they never expected to witness one again. Chapter 13. The daily life of a dragon. A small boy, observing Drogon as he dined like a human, attempted to escape his mother's embrace for a closer look, only to be yanked back and soundly smacked by her. "Are you not afraid of being devoured by the true dragon while it eats?" she scolded, terrified by her words. The boy quickly burrowed back into her arms. Noticing the commotion, Drogon glanced over, having finished his meal, and with a powerful flap of his massive wings, he soared overhead, causing the mother and child to drop to the ground in fear. Having taught the mischievous child a lesson, Drogon resumed his quest for roasted meat. Now the size of a young stallion, with a wingspan exceeding 6 meters, the amount of meat he had consumed was merely a snack, leaving him far from satisfied. Having savored the tender roast, he was no longer inclined to exert himself hunting sheep. Ready-made meals were far more appealing. The plains were abundant with lamb and horse meat. As it was lunchtime for the Dothraki, Drogon soon stumbled upon a larger khalasar, with hundreds of tents and several roasting racks. Employing the same strategy, he sent the people fleeing and indulged in the feast. Witnessing Drogon snatch the meat, a few attempted to draw their bows, but were promptly stopped by Khal Drogo. Observing Drogon's glossy black scales, they realized their arrows would likely fail to penetrate his defenses, and not only would they be unable to slay him, but they might also provoke the true dragon, which could lead to their annihilation. Drogon, relishing his meal, had already noted their attempts. He felt no concern for arrows. With his current defenses, ordinary arrows posed no threat to him, aside from his eyes. What? The rear? Is that tail merely for decoration? Noticing the khalasar appeared rather modestly outfitted, he devoured 5 roasting racks before taking to the skies again in search of his next target, for he was a benevolent scavenger. After raiding 3 khalasars, he finally felt satiated. None dared to confront him, filling him with pride, as he reveled in the joys of dragonhood. Yet, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. His appetite was growing, and the amount he was stealing was insufficient to satisfy him. However, continuous pillaging was not a sustainable plan. The majestic dragon could not be known for raiding sheep indiscriminately. Such tales would tarnish his reputation. In the future, he resolved to bring along some gold or silver coins to pay for his meals and eat with a clear conscience. Having dined extensively, he needed to digest his meal and flew back to Daenerys' fleet without pause, landing aboard the ship and promptly falling into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, word of the dragon's exploits began to spread across the plains. Daenerys had grown accustomed to Drogon's wanderings. She understood his large appetite and refined palate, which the ship could hardly satisfy. She allowed him to hunt at will, unaware that during this outing, he had not hunted at all, focusing instead on stealing food. Awakening the next morning, Drogon stretched widely, noticing he had grown considerably. Now resembling the size of a horse, he could barely fit in his designated cabin, his wings outstretched. Just as he was about to venture out for some exercise, he suddenly discovered a new transformative ability in his mind. Upon seeing the transformation for the first time, Drogon recalled a skill from a game he had played, wondering if it had somehow followed him here, manifesting as a hereditary capability. Could it be possible for him to transform into a human form? Excitement surged within him. Although he had grown accustomed to his dragon form and looked forward to his dragon life, the ability to switch between dragon and human would be even more splendid, allowing him to enjoy a perfect life, complete with romantic encounters with beautiful maidens. Drogon yearned for a splendid future, utilizing a modicum of magic to commence his transformation. With a puff, a faint mist dissipated, revealing a familiar, diminutive form. Drogon, in a moment of bewilderment, questioned the heavens. Where is my human form? Where is my glorious life? What did it mean to be transformed into a newborn size? This skill was still so disappointing. After sitting on the ground and covering his face with his wings for 5 minutes, Drogon finally comprehended his predicament. He hopped a little, flapped his wings, and assessed his juvenile body. Its strength had diminished by about 1/3, and the sharpness of his claws and teeth had correspondingly weakened. As he cautiously stepped out of the cabin, the bright sunlight illuminated the sea's surface, creating a shimmering glow. Lego and Vasilian soared freely in the high sky, appearing quite leisurely. Observing the two dragons in their carefree manner, Drogon suddenly flapped his wings and shot toward the green dragon Lego like an arrow. His power barely diminished, though his size and weight had significantly decreased, resulting in a remarkable increase in speed. Lego had no time to react before being struck in the abdomen. An agonized cry escaped from Lego's long neck, nearly causing her to vomit her last meal. With such a lack of vigilance, it was no wonder she had fallen prey to ambushes before. It seemed he would have to instill a greater sense of awareness in them moving forward, not pausing after his successful strike. Drogon clawed away several scales from Lego before leaping to her neck to bite. It was only after the painful assault that Lego registered the attack and turned to retaliate, but Drogon easily evaded her jaws. Upon seeing Drogon, Lego paused momentarily, bewildered by the familiarity of this tiny creature and the scent reminiscent of their tormentor. Before she could fathom the reason, Drogon struck her atop the head again. Infuriated by being bullied by such a small dragon, Lego could hardly tolerate it. While she had accepted her leader's daily torment, being confronted by this little one was intolerable. Disregarding any notions of scent, she vigorously shook her large head in an attempt to dislodge Drogon, but he clung tightly to her finely scaled armor, refusing to be shaken off. Not far from Lego, Vasilian, hearing her cries, flew over, momentarily stunned upon recognizing Drogon, uncertain of where this newcomer had emerged from. The aura emanating from him evoked both disdain and fear, causing him to hesitate in making a move. Seeing Vasilian frozen in place, Drogon understood his thoughts and released his grip on Lego's scales, charging at him. Forced to engage, Vasilian attempted to recapture the sensation of training under Drogon. Yet this time was markedly different. Previously, he and Lego had surrounded Drogon, tearing into him with claws and teeth, but today, Drogon was as slippery as an eel, repeatedly escaping from his jaws while delivering painful bites in return. The sailors on the deck, soaking up the sun, observed the ongoing skirmish, which had become a significant source of entertainment during their monotonous voyage. They wondered whom the dragons were fighting. Someone noted the oddity. It was usually a chaotic melee among 3 dragons, with the black dragon Drogon often taking on both, but today, it was different. The green and gold dragons were battling against a tiny creature. From their distance, they could only see a dark figure darting back and forth between the 2 dragons, prompting them to focus on their surroundings while roaring and crying out in frustration. This was an outsider. Observing the aerial commotion, Bloodsworn Ego rushed to inform Daenerys. Upon hearing the report, Daenerys hurriedly exited the cabin. Impossible, she exclaimed, unable to believe her eyes. The sky belonged to dragons. What creature could rival them? Moreover, this tiny figure was remarkably agile yet ferociously powerful, leaving Lego and Vasilian in torment. Ego, can you shoot it down? Regardless of what creature it was, Daenerys intended to eliminate any threat to her dragons. It is too far away, and its speed is too great to guarantee a hit. There is also the risk of hitting Lego or Vasilian, Ego replied, uncertain. Then what should we do? Where is Drogon? He is far stronger than either of them. With him present, he could certainly overcome that little creature. This morning, Drogon was sleeping in the cabin. I saw the door open. Perhaps he has gone out, the little maid Ji-Chi interjected. Daenerys knew Drogon had a tendency to wander, but in this moment, he was their only hope, and his absence left her feeling lost. Quickly, send someone to find Drogon. Yora joined the conversation, acknowledging the slim chances of Drogon remaining on the ship, yet they had to search. Blood of my blood. That little one seems to be Drogon. After a prolonged struggle, the 3 dragons had descended considerably, and Ego could barely make out Drogon's crimson wings. Drogon? Daenerys exclaimed in surprise, glancing at Ego, her expression conveying disbelief. What do you mean? Drogon is significantly larger than Lego and Vasilian. How could that little one be Drogon? Before she could chastise Ego, she noticed a faint red glimmer reflecting in the sunlight. It was indeed Drogon's wings. It truly could be Zhuogong, but how did he become so small? I've never heard my brother mention that dragons can shrink after maturing. Yet, only Zhuogong could inflict such damage on Lego and Vasilian. No other dragon existed that could challenge two of their kind at such a diminutive size. Daenerys was plagued with questions as the battle in the sky approached its conclusion. After the initial anger, Lego and Vasilian gradually recognized that the little creature was, without doubt, Zhuogong. His audacity mirrored their own, and his strength was equally formidable. Who else could it be? Despite their inability to comprehend how Zhuogong had shrunk? Seeing that he had successfully demoralized the two dragons, Zhuogong halted his assault, but rather than descending immediately, he flew back to the cabin. Once inside, he transformed back to his full size. As he exited the cabin, Daenerys rushed in, urgently asking, "That was you, wasn't it? Just a little lesson for them." Zhuogong nodded in affirmation. "You scared me to death," Daenerys exclaimed, disregarding the blood on his scales as she embraced his neck. After comforting the mother of dragons for a moment, Zhuogong slowly stepped out onto the deck, laying at the entrance and glancing back at Daenerys before taking a look at his back. Noticing Zhuogong's peculiar movement, Daenerys shifted from confusion to delight. "You want me to ride on your back?" Upon seeing him nod, she excitedly yet cautiously grasped his sharp neck spikes and swung her leg over his back. Seated upon his sturdy scales, Daenerys' years of horseback riding proved advantageous. Though the dragon's back was somewhat uncomfortable, it was still bearable. She had anticipated that it would take another 2 or 3 years before she could ride a dragon in flight, but Zhuogong had surprised her immensely. Lego and Vasilian were now no larger than lambs, while Zhuogong had grown to 3 times their size, akin to a horse, and was capable of carrying her. She understood that the dynamics of running on land and flying in the sky differed greatly. The larger the creature, the more challenging it was to take flight, especially with a rider. Ordinary dragons of such size could hardly carry a passenger. Yet Zhuogong possessed physical capabilities several times greater than theirs and had been able to fly with Daenerys for 2 days now, though he had been concerned about her stability due to his smaller size. Having observed that Daenerys was secure, Zhuogong slowly rose, unfurling his massive wings. He pressed his powerful claws against the ground, and, as he approached the edge of the deck, he flapped his wings vigorously, lifting Daenerys into the air. Sitting on the dragon's back, Daenerys felt a surge of excitement akin to her first ride on a pony, apprehensive about controlling such a magnificent beast. However, her worries proved unfounded. Zhuogong's flight was remarkably smooth, effortlessly maintaining balance even in turbulent air. As Zhuogong ascended with Daenerys, the crew of the ship noticed them and gaped in astonishment for a moment before rushing into the cabin to summon their companions. Eager to witness the birth of the first dragon rider in centuries, Zarek and Daenerys, under the guidance of the dragon, slowly began to accelerate, turning and diving. Startling Daenerys, who clung tightly to the neck spines, overwhelmed by the sensation of weightlessness that made her cry out. As they approached the surface of the sea, Zarek lifted his wings gently, and together they skimmed across the water, creating magnificent ripples. Daenerys shouted in exhilaration, her delicate features enveloped in the mist of splashing water. At that moment, all her previous discomforts and fears faded away, and she relinquished the imposing aura of the Dothraki, completely liberating herself to relish the joy of flying. This was the essence of a young girl, and hearing her excited cries filled Zarek with a sense of affection. Soaring back into the sky, Rhaego and Zarek joined them, flanking her like vigilant guardians. The crowd on the deck, having just witnessed the fierce battle between the two dragons, began to recall the little figure that had fought them. Engaging in animated discussions, some informed others that the little one was indeed Zarek, whom Daenerys rode, leaving them astounded. They had never heard of a grown dragon that could revert to a smaller form, and some remained skeptical. Zarek flew several loops with Daenerys, allowing her to indulge in the experience before gradually descending onto the deck. "Your Majesty," Yor knelt, calling out loudly. "Your Majesty," echoed Daenerys' 3 blood riders in unison. "Your Majesty," was repeated by the crew, sailors, and even pirates aboard the ship. Although Daenerys had once held the title of Mother of Dragons, the young dragons had yet to mature, and it was uncertain whether she could truly command their power. Now, as she rode the mighty dragon soaring through the skies, she had become a true dragon rider, and her title of queen was well-deserved. Observing the kneeling crowd, Daenerys felt an exhilarating rush. Her dragons had grown, she commanded 6 grand ships, and she believed in her gradual ascent to power, envisioning the day she would cross the narrow sea and reclaim the Iron Throne, restoring the former glory of House Targaryen. Chapter 15. The regretful guest. Astapor, a port city, though not as prosperous as Karth, still boasted an impressive daily influx of goods and was renowned for producing the Unsullied. Nobles and pirates from all corners of the world flocked to purchase them. The city was predominantly constructed from red bricks, with tiered pyramids adorned with green vines dotting the landscape. The docks were bustling with noise as workers busily unloaded cargo from the ships lining the shore. Following the advice of a merchant overseer captured from the estate of the Harpy, Daenerys decided to anchor the ships collectively at the edge of the dock and only unload in the center after contacting buyers. Yora took Argo to gather information about the good masters, as the Unsullied were trained by them. Meanwhile, Daenerys strolled along the docks with her other blood riders, Rakel and Kovalo, with Zarek, now smaller, perched on her shoulder, peering around. With him as her protector, Yora felt secure enough to seek out the good masters. Rhaego and Viserion circled above them, drawing the attention of dock workers and merchants alike, who marveled at the miraculous sight of living dragons. Initially, Daenerys had considered keeping them confined within the ship's hold for safety, fearing the emergence of would-be dragon slayers, especially in light of Zerika's forewarnings. However, after hearing Zerika's thoughts, she entrusted the management of the dragons to him, allowing them to soar above, where the local archers could not reach. Moreover, she knew Zarek would act swiftly should any danger arise. Now, Daenerys was no longer the Na'vi girl she once was. She could freely spend her funds on small luxuries. After savoring some dates, she walked while munching on a piece of black sausage, occasionally offering a bite to Zarek, knowing it was insufficient to satiate him but delightful as a treat. In addition to enjoying delicacies, Daenerys purchased 2 exquisite silks, a green brooch, and a handful of pearls to decorate her quarters. Suddenly, a brightly painted ball rolled to her feet, halting her in her tracks. A ragged little girl, around 7 or 8, looked up at her shyly, hesitating to approach. Daenerys smiled and bent down to pick up the ball, intending to hand it to the girl. But the child beamed at her and gestured for her to spin it. Daenerys paused, exchanging glances with the girl, inquiring with her eyes if she should open the ball. As they shared this silent communication, a sense of foreboding washed over Zarek, who swiftly flew up and knocked the ball from Daenerys' grasp. "I regret it," a low voice, audible only to the little girl, whispered. The ball fell to the ground and opened, revealing a greenish-blue beetle that unfurled its body. Its scorpion-like tail raised and shimmering with violet light, trembling as it lifted its head to reveal a wicked face resembling that of a woman. The creature scuttled towards Daenerys with astonishing speed. Just as Zarek prepared to unleash his dragon fire, a sharp dagger struck the creature, lifting it off the ground. The creature struggled briefly before succumbing, droplets of green venom dripping from its body. The little girl had vanished into the chaotic crowd. "Your Majesty, forgive me for the scare," said the dagger-wielding figure, removing their dark hood to reveal an aged face with graying hair. Khaleesi, Daenerys' bloodriders finally recognized, exclaiming in shock as they rushed to apprehend the hooded elder, only to be halted by Daenerys. While Zarek would not have allowed the creature to approach regardless, the elder had aided her and did not appear to be affiliated with the little girl. "Your Grace, what just transpired?" Yora and Argo rushed through the throng, having just returned to find Daenerys amidst the panic. Upon reaching her side and seeing the elder, Yora stood momentarily stunned. Noticing Yora's unusual reaction, Daenerys inquired, "Sir Yora, who is he?" Yora inhaled deeply before responding. "He was one of King Robert's Kingsguard, as well as your father Aerys's, one of the most formidable warriors in Westeros, known as the fearless Barristan. Your Majesty, I failed to protect your father and uphold my sworn oath. Allow me to serve as your Kingsguard, fulfilling my uncompleted duty. I shall protect you until my dying breath." With that, he knelt, bowing his head in readiness. Witnessing Barristan's pledge of loyalty, Daenerys felt a swell of emotions. She sensed the lingering shadow of her father, realizing that House Targaryen had not been forgotten by the Seven Kingdoms, nor had she. "Sir Barristan, I accept your fealty. Remember the vows of the Kingsguard, and I shall honor your loyalty." Barristan rose and took his place behind Daenerys. "Your Majesty, the one who attempted to assassinate you must be the Regretful Guest, an ancient assassin organization from Karth. The Face Scorpio is one of their common tools. They often whisper, 'I regret it,' just before they strike," Barristan informed Daenerys. "Who hired them to kill me? Did they use a little girl?" Daenerys asked Yora. "It's difficult to say. Perhaps it was a powerless sorcerer, a seemingly benevolent noble, or one of the scheming remnants of the 11, Yora speculated. "It likely was the little girl, but rather a dwarf in disguise. The regretful guests rarely fail, and should they do so, they would not return," Barristan added. At this, Daenerys and Yora gradually felt reassured. "Your Majesty, I have contacted Krasny's, the good master. He awaits you at the Plaza of Pride, where 1,000 Unsullied are ready for sale." Yora relayed the information he had gathered. "Excellent, let us proceed," Daenerys responded. Her spirits lifted as she led the group towards the Plaza of Pride. As they traversed the path, Yora cautioned Daenerys, reminding her that the inhabitants of Astapor had long forgotten the ancient tongue of Giscari and now spoke in High Valyrian. "Do not reveal that you understand their language upon your arrival, Your Grace. It will facilitate negotiations." Daenerys nodded in agreement, but soon inquired about the news from King's Landing. In addition to what he had previously heard, he brought forth new tidings. King Robert's brother Stannis had suffered defeat at King's Landing, and Tywin had dismissed the Imp Tyrion from his position as Hand of the King, assuming the role himself. The new king, Joffrey, had annulled his betrothal to Sansa Stark, opting instead to become engaged to Margaery, the Rose of Highgarden. "The Imp's escape is imminent. How delightful." The end of the little monster Joffrey is also drawing near. Daenerys reflected on these revelations as she listened to Barristan. She had grown accustomed to Yora's peculiar commentary, never anticipating that Tyrion would be ousted so swiftly or face the risk of fleeing. Could there be some significant upheaval within House Lannister? Furthermore, how could Joffrey possibly meet his demise? What assassin could reach him, hidden away in the palace? Upon arriving at the Plaza of Pride, they were met with the imposing statue of a harpy, which drew the attention of several onlookers. The statue was resplendent in golden hues, with a human face and the body of an eagle, complete with a horrifyingly arched scorpion tail and shackles binding its claws. Chapter 16. The Unsullied. Why are we waiting here so long, you filthy wretch? A voice bellowed from a distance. The speaker was a bald man with a short beard, clad in a robe of finely woven silk adorned with tassels, wielding a short whip with an air of arrogance. A low, rumbling dragon's roar echoed from above, causing Krasni's to swallow his impending curse. Indeed, it was a dragon. Gazing skyward, Krasni's expression shifted with unease. "My lord, look at her shoulder," remarked the slave girl beside him, spotting Drogon. "That is also a dragon. But why is it so small?" Krasni's inquired, perplexed by Drogon's diminutive size. Drogon, understanding the words, bared his teeth in a display of dominance from Daenerys' shoulder. Though he appeared no larger than a newborn dragon, his presence was still formidable, sending a chill down Krasni's spine. "My lord, how formidable are the Unsullied?" Daenerys asked, surveying the stalwart Unsullied, their spiked helms gleaming in the sun. Speaking in the common tongue, the Westerosi woman inquires about the combat prowess of the Unsullied. The young slave translated in High Valyrian. "Tell that filthy wretch," Krasni's began, only to be interrupted as Drogon let out a fierce roar, smoke and sparks nearly singeing his face, as if magma was churning within his tiny throat. What a foul mouth. He continued to curse, and Drogon was more than willing to unleash his fiery breath upon him. "Inform her that the Unsullied undergo rigorous training from the age of 5. Only 1 out of every 3 survives. They are adept with shields, spears, and short swords. A Dothraki warrior, if dismounted, may not stand a chance against the Unsullied. When arrayed in formation, they can withstand charges from multiple Dothraki cavalry, and they will not retreat a single step, even if it means fighting to the last man." Feeling the threat of Drogon, Krasni's moderated his tone, casting a defiant glance at the trio of warriors led by Rickero. Although Rickero could not comprehend Krasni's words, he sensed the hostility and tightened his grip on his curved blade, glaring menacingly. The young slave girl observed Krasni's unusual restraint with curiosity. "What are you staring at, you little lamb? Hurry and relay my words to her. I'm about to perish from the heat." Krasni's, realizing the slave girl's gaze held a deeper meaning, shouted in frustration. Watching Krasni's flustered demeanor, Daenerys exchanged a knowing glance with Drogon, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. The young slave girl seemed unfazed by Krasni's tirade, her expression unchanged as she translated his words to Daenerys. Noticing the girl's calmness in the face of Krasni's intimidation, Daenerys studied her intently. The young slave, even younger than Daenerys, had a round face and dark skin, adorned with a black leather slave collar. Dressed in a revealing light yellow linen garment that accentuated her precocious figure, they have not yet faced true warfare. Relying solely on their shields and spears will not suffice against Dothraki cavalry. Barristan, upon hearing the slave's translation, expressed skepticism. "What vile things does that dirty old man utter?" Krasni snarled at the young slave. Once she had relayed Krasni's words, he approached one of the Unsullied, drawing a dagger from his waist. With a swift motion, he sliced through the leather armor, drawing forth a stream of blood, yet the Unsullied did not even flinch. "Do they not fear pain?" Daenerys questioned, her heart heavy with compassion. "You tell them," Krasni's commanded the young slave. "They have been drinking the milk of the poppy since childhood, a concoction prepared by my lord, which numbs their bodies, allowing them to feel no pain, but does not hinder their ability to fight." "May I see them?" Daenerys inquired. "Do you wish to see their faces or their lower parts?" Krasni's laughed lewdly. "Remove their helms," Daenerys said, feigning ignorance to his crude remarks. "You should see for yourself. My Unsullied are thoroughly gelded, unlike those from Yunkai and Meereen, who are left with their appendages, which will surely cause trouble in time." Krasni's continued his crude display. Daenerys ignored him, observing the Unsullied as they removed their spiked helms. They hailed from various corners of the world, each with unique skin tones. Despite their differing heights, they were all remarkably slender. To her astonishment, she spotted a Dothraki with black hair and brown skin, possessing almond-shaped eyes. In her experience, they were typically seen wielding curved blades and riding horses, reaping lives, making it hard to imagine them fighting with shields and spears. She also saw men from Ashai, the Carthene, and other unfamiliar peoples. "Can they obey commands without question?" Daenerys asked as the Unsullied donned their helms once more. "You have asked the right question. From the moment they are gelded, I emphasize absolute obedience. We have subjected them to several rounds of harsh and, dare I say, brutal training. If commanded to kill infants, they would not hesitate. Those unsullied who defy orders have long since turned to dust. Krasny's took great pride in this fact. Daenerys, however, trembled at the thought and inquired, once I purchase them, how can I command them without fearing they will heed your orders again? As long as I present the whip before them, you shall become their master, and I will have no further authority over them. Krasny's assured her earnestly. You cannot rely on gelded slaves to conquer the Seven Kingdoms. The institution of slavery has long been abolished there. Should they see you depending on foreign slaves to fight against them, you will not only fail to gain allies but may incite a united opposition against you. Barristan cautioned Daenerys quietly, noting her growing interest in the Unsullied. What then can I use to claim the Iron Throne? Daenerys asked Barristan. You possess dragons. Once you reach Pentos, the governor Illyrio will undoubtedly leverage his connections to help you assemble an army. We can also send envoys to Westeros to garner allies. Illyrio is only interested in gold. My ships and riches may not satisfy his desires. As for sending envoys to Westeros, will it be you or Yura? Daenerys remarked, noticing Barristan's silence, then turned to Krasny's. Allow me time to consider my response. They are highly sought after. Just 2 days ago, I sold over 1,500. And a lord from Ashai intends to purchase 1,000 Unsullied, Krasny's pressed. My lord, did you not sell only 200 2 days ago? The young slave asked innocently. You little piglet, that's how they will buy them. Hurry and relay that to her. Krasny's jabbed the whip at the young slave. Once the young slave had conveyed Krasny's words, Daenerys and her companions departed from the Plaza of Pride. Do you truly intend to purchase them? Barristan asked eagerly as they exited. Do you not find them utterly pitiable? Daenerys believed her life as a Targaryen princess had been quite tragic. Yet in comparison to the Unsullied, she considered herself remarkably fortunate. Though she had been perpetually on the run, at least her basic needs were met. And she had not completely lost herself. She even encountered Drogo. The Unsullied, on the other hand, not only bore physical scars, but had also lost the most fundamental aspects of their humanity, to the extent that they could hardly be regarded as human beings. Passing through the punishment square, she witnessed slaves nailed to crosses, enduring excruciating tortures, which further deepened her lament for the woeful fates of the enslaved. Chapter 17. Transformation. Upon hearing the Mother of Dragons speak, Drogon likely surmised her intentions. It was time for Daenerys to display her acting prowess. Your Majesty, with the Unsullied, we can gradually strengthen our forces and gain the confidence and capability to seek allies, proposed Varys and Yura, each presenting their opinions, hoping to sway Daenerys. However, Daenerys merely toyed with Drogon, lifting him up and down as she had done in his youth, teaching him to fly. She had not anticipated how swiftly her little dragon had matured, soaring through the skies. Fortunately, Drogon could shrink and remain by her side. As Daenerys was preoccupied with Drogon, Yura and Varys exchanged glances, uncertain of her thoughts. Being treated like a little dragon again. I did not shrink to be trained anew. Drogon protested internally, flapping his wings and escaping Daenerys' grasp. Daenerys, tomorrow morning, negotiate prices with Krasny's. Yura, you arrange the meeting for me. Your Majesty. Yura and Varys attempted to inquire further, but Daenerys showed no inclination to listen and quickly moved ahead, returning to the dock and entering the ship's cabin to rest. Drogon circled above Astapor, discovering no threats to dragons, and instructed Rhaegal and Viserion to avoid low flights. He took a handful of golden and silver coins from the treasure acquired from the Mother of Dragons. After savoring the culinary delights of Astapor and consuming a substantial amount of cooked meat, he found it paled in comparison to the succulent lamb of the plains, which diminished his appetite, an unbeneficial factor for his growth. Determined to return to the plains before nightfall, he calculated that in his adult form, he could reach speeds of approximately 300 kilometers per hour, with a maximum speed of 500, even in his juvenile state. He maintained an average speed of 500 to 600. 2/3 of his adult strength and physical prowess resided in his juvenile form, allowing for a round trip to the plains in just over an hour. Upon reaching the plains, he indulged in a hasty dinner to satiate his ravenous hunger before venturing further, recognizing that one could not always rely on the same few sheep for sustenance. Observing the constantly migrating Dothraki, Drogon recalled fragmented memories of Daenerys walking with the tiny Khalasar from the plains into the red wasteland shortly after his hatching, evoking a sense of nostalgia. On the ground, 2 Khalasars were engaged in a brutal hunt, with the weaker party destined to be consumed. While Dothraki warriors seized captured women for their purposes, Drogon found the Dothraki's penchant for conducting such affairs under the open sky unsettling, yet he could not intervene. It was simply their way of life. Just as he prepared to soar past, he suddenly spotted 2 familiar figures amidst the chaotic crowd. It was the mother and child he had seen during his previous visit to the plains. A robust Dothraki warrior blocked the panicked escape of the mother and child, shoving the little boy aside and beginning to tear at his mother's clothing. After being pushed down, the boy immediately scrambled to help his mother, but the warrior seized him by the arm and flung him 3 meters onto the grass. The boy could not rise immediately, struggling to crawl back to his mother. Appearing to have sustained a severe injury. Sighing, Drogon descended. A dragon! A dragon! His massive wings cast a shadow over the sunlit ground, causing the Dothraki fighters to halt in their tracks and flee in terror, some even abandoning their trousers in their haste. Drogon pursued the warrior who had been assaulting the boy's mother, lifting him effortlessly and casting him down from over 20 meters high. The man struggled briefly before failing to rise again. Even if he survived, he would be left crippled. Those watching from a distance were intimidated by Drogon's fierce display and began to retreat, while the cowardly fled even further. Most of those escaping were victorious Dothraki. Whereas the defeated men lay dead, leaving only women and children behind, the women were prey for their desires, while the children could be sold to slavers. Drogon unleashed a torrent of dragon fire behind the fleeing figures, igniting a large swath of grassland, yet he did not aim to harm them. He merely sought to instill fear. Otherwise, that mother and child would inevitably face the fate of violence and enslavement. The victorious Khalasar had committed no wrong. This was merely the jungle law of survival of the fittest on the plains. After setting a few more fires to disperse the surrounding crowd, Drogon roared angrily before casting one last glance at the mother and child huddled together, then ascended into the sky. Minutes into his flight, Drogon suddenly sensed a change within the once still white sphere in his mind. It was not so much a transformation, but rather the gathering of pale yellow light points around it, like a sun gradually emitting rays after having merely a halo. The white sphere seemed to gain vitality, no longer exuding a lifeless essence. What was happening? Why the sudden activity? Pondering these changes, Drogon was unaware that shortly after his departure, the boy and his mother knelt in the direction he had flown, offering their prayers. Witnessing their actions, the surviving women and children mimicked them, albeit with less fervor in their hearts. After a circuit around the plains and satisfying his hunger, having spent most of the golden coins he carried, Drogon finally returned to Astapor. The following day, Daenerys, accompanied by Yura and others, met with the benevolent Krasnys and another great lord, with Drogon still perched on Daenerys' shoulder. Ask this Westerosi woman how many unsullied she wishes to purchase. Krasnys instructed the young slave girl as Daenerys approached. I wish to purchase all the unsullied. Before the girl could utter a word, Daenerys spoke first. You wish to buy all the unsullied? The young girl was taken aback. Westerosi fool, do you know how many unsullied we possess? 8,000. You cannot afford them. Krasnys interjected, unable to contain his disdain, believing Daenerys was mocking him. Indeed, I wish to buy them all, including those still in training and the recently castrated boys. With what will you pay? Even if I were to take you as payment, it would not suffice. And the unsullied who have not completed training cannot be sold to you. Their combat ability is lacking, which would tarnish our reputation, Krasny sneered lecherously. Your ships and goods could at most exchange for 1,200 unsullied. Do not expect more, Krasnys continued. I possess dragons. I require the untrained unsullied to replenish my losses, Daenerys countered. Your Majesty, dragons cannot be used as currency. Your Grace, 8,000 unsullied are hardly worth a single dragon. As soon as Daenerys finished speaking, two voices of dissent arose. Initially, Yura and Varys had merely been perplexed by Daenerys' desire to purchase all the unsullied. They had not anticipated she would propose trading her beloved dragons, which she regarded as her children, for unsullied. Chapter 18. Missandei ignoring their objections. Daenerys shot them a warning glance. Are you certain you wish to exchange dragons with me? Krasnys, now sitting upright in surprise, inquired. Yes, I want to. Not that one. Krasnys glanced at the two dragons circling in the sky and then at Drogon, puzzled as to why Drogon appeared so much smaller than the others. Perhaps he had not developed properly within his egg? I can only offer you one. Daenerys gazed resolutely at Krasnys. I want two. One. Daenerys steadfastly reiterated her demand. Seeing her unyielding stance, Krasnys conferred with the portly lord beside him before conceding. Fine, one it is. I want that golden one. With one of the last three dragons in existence, Krasnys felt confident that he could sell it for an exorbitant price, surpassing that of 1,000 unsullied. I want her now. Daenerys pointed at the young slave who served as a translator. The girl looked at Daenerys in astonishment, unsure why she had caught her attention again. But she dutifully translated the words for Krasnys. Krasnys appraised the young slave with a lingering gaze, then glanced meaningfully at Daenerys, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Since you desire her so, I shall gift her to you in honor of the dragon. They agreed to meet at the unsullied training grounds south of the city in just over an hour. The young slave followed Daenerys out of the proud square, feeling a mix of anxiety and hope. What is your name? Daenerys inquired. I am called Missandei, the girl responded, casting a curious glance at Drogon resting on Daenerys' shoulder, admiring the dragon's finely scaled hide glistening in the sunlight. Sensing her gaze, Drogon turned his head and hissed softly. Hello, little Missandei. He had always been fond of the mother of dragons' petite advisor. Observing the exchange, Daenerys noted the apparent familiarity between Drogon and Missandei. You are now mine. and you must speak the truth to me." Daenerys turned to her. "I would not dare deceive my mistress. Such treachery would invite the utmost punishment," Missandei replied, hands clasped demurely at her waist. "I am not your mistress, nor shall you have one henceforth." With that, Daenerys drew a dagger from Yora's belt and, gripping Missandei's collar, severed it with a swift motion, casting the broken piece aside. Touching her neck, Missandei looked at Daenerys, then down at the discarded collar in the dust, feeling a surge of liberation. She had not anticipated shedding her slave identity in such a manner. Seeing Daenerys remove Missandei's collar, Yora regarded her thoughtfully. Barristan attempted to dissuade Daenerys from trading the gold dragon for the Unsullied, but Yora silenced him with a glance. Upon returning to the docks, Rhaegal and Viserion landed on the deck, and Daenerys ordered the construction of a heavy iron chain and large wooden cage. After calming Viserion for a moment, she quietly attempted to fasten the shackles around his paws. Though he did not comprehend the purpose of the cumbersome chains, the young dragon instinctively resisted, swatting at Daenerys' attempts to bind him. Despite his considerable size compared to a sheep, Daenerys struggled against Viserion's strength, the edges of the shackles scraping against his limbs. Although it did not hurt, it made Viserion increasingly agitated, baring his teeth at Daenerys. With a swift strike, Drogon landed a gentle blow on Viserion's head. Though small, his power was remarkable. Viserion, taken aback, turned to protest, only to meet Drogon's fiery gaze, which compelled him to lower his head and submit as Daenerys secured the shackles around his wrists. Frightened, Rhaegal took to the skies at the sight of his brother's submission. The two dragons were obedient as hatchlings, but as they grew, they often defied Daenerys, occasionally showing their teeth in rebellion. After a few lessons from Drogon, they ceased to challenge Daenerys' authority, yet today, under pressure, Viserion reverted to his wild instincts. Seeing Viserion comply and enter the cage, Daenerys affectionately stroked Drogon's head and planted a kiss on his scaled face. Without Drogon, she knew that mastering the dragons, let alone riding them, would be an arduous task. Ignoring Viserion's roars from within the cage, Daenerys assigned several Dothraki warriors to guard the cargo ship and set off south with Yora, Barristan, and others. In the expansive grounds south of the city, not only 8,000 trained Unsullied gathered, but also nearly 1,000 untrained and young children awaiting their fate. Among the spectators seated in opulent robes were various lords and their families who had come to witness the magnificent dragons. For Dothraki carried the large wooden cage alongside Daenerys to the viewing platform where the lords were assembled. The 8,000 Unsullied were not solely Krasny's property. He merely possessed a significant number among them. Captivated by the swaying cage, the lords watched as Daenerys commanded its openings, her expression impassive as she grasped the iron chain and led out an irate Viserion, who appeared ready to unleash his fury. Stepping from the cage, Viserion glanced around and attempted to take flight, but the chains restrained him, and he flapped his wings vigorously. Despite Daenerys' firm grip on the chain, she struggled to contain him. Just as she seemed on the verge of losing control, Drogon emitted a youthful roar from Daenerys' shoulder, immediately calming Viserion, who could only flutter his wings gently to maintain his balance. The sight of Drogon's commanding presence, which quelled the larger dragon, astonished the lords and their families. While Krasny's expression shifted between uncertainty and realization, had he made a grave mistake in his choice? Should he have selected the smaller dragon that perched upon the shoulders of the woman from Westeros? How could the smaller one prove more formidable than the larger? Was it a matter of lineage? Was the smaller one truly the son of the Dragon King? Krasny's, let us conclude this transaction. Daenerys interrupted Krasny's thoughts, and he understood that it was too late to turn back. With a scowl, he descended from the platform, handing Daenerys the short whip while taking hold of the chains. Deal, Daenerys stated, securing the whip. Deal, Missandei translated. Krasny's has agreed. She reiterated. As the chains transferred into Krasny's possession, Viserion began to struggle anew, fighting more fiercely than he had against Daenerys. Krasny's now understood the effort Daenerys had expended, bending low to pull Viserion as the dragon dragged him toward the center of the field. Daenerys remained resolute, ignoring Viserion's frantic struggles and desperate roars, her expression unwavering as she raised the whip and strode forward. Chapter 19. An impromptu journey. Though she had her own plans, Viserion must have believed that his mother had abandoned him. Yet, in pursuit of liberating the over 8,000 Unsullied from Krasny's, she had to make such sacrifices. Reaching the ranks of the Unsullied, Daenerys raised the whip high and commanded in Valyrian, "Advance." With a resounding thud, the Unsullied proceeded. "Stop. Unsullied, slay the guards, the whip wielders, and the lords, leave only the women and children beneath the age of 13. Upon hearing Daenerys' orders, Yora and the Dothraki unsheathed their weapons and charged at the guards. "You speak Valyrian." Krasny's, preoccupied with subduing Viserion, finally registered Daenerys' command amidst the chaos. "I am Daenerys Targaryen, mother of dragons, born of the storm and the grasslands. Hailing from the ancient Targaryen lineage, Valyrian is my mother tongue," Daenerys proclaimed with pride. Krasny's realized he had fallen into Daenerys' carefully laid trap. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, Daenerys uttered an ancient word he could not comprehend, dragon fire. Viserion unleashed a torrent of fiery breath, engulfing Krasni's, who screamed in agony as the melted chains fell from his grasp, collapsing into a heap of charred remains. Drogon soared from Daenerys' shoulder, utilizing his flames and claws to dispatch the circling guards and lords. The open ground was left with only the Unsullied and their defiant resistance. While the lords had long fled in terror, in less than a quarter of an hour, the resistance was quashed, and the Dothraki took charge of the battlefield, collecting valuables. Daenerys approached Viserion, who lay beside the melted chains and opened his shackles, gently embracing his neck to soothe him. Once again, Daenerys found herself in a state of exhilaration, reveling in the thrill of the flames. Drogon, her faithful dragon, joyfully nestled beside her, while Rhaegal, unwilling to associate with the younglings, soared into the skies to observe the ranks of the Unsullied. Over 8,000 Unsullied, adorned with spiked helmets and wielding shields and spears, stood in perfect formation. A formidable sight with nearly 100 phalanxes meticulously arranged across the open ground. Daenerys commanded Yora to lead the Dothraki warriors and Unsullied in plundering the estate of Krasni's, liberating the enslaved. She strictly forbade the Dothraki from senseless killings, the violation of women, and mandated that a portion of the spoils be distributed to the freed slaves while the remainder would serve to sustain the Unsullied. The Unsullied were divided into small patrols to traverse Astapor, hunting remnants of oppressive forces and maintaining order. As night fell, Daenerys conferred with Yora and Varys regarding their next course of action. Both Yora and Varys shared a unified perspective, advocating for Daenerys to establish a foothold in Pentos, seeking means to acquire sufficient ships to cross the narrow sea and engage in the contest for the Iron Throne. However, having witnessed the harrowing plight of the slaves, Daenerys resolved to journey to Yunkai and liberate the captives there. Unable to sway her, Yora and Varys conceded. Amidst their deliberations, Drogon, feeling somewhat at a loose end as a dragon, decided to embark on a distant journey to Westeros. Having the rare opportunity to exist in this world as a dragon, he deemed it a waste not to explore. With his current flying speed, a trip to Westeros would not take long. From the conversations between Daenerys and Yora, he learned that Pentos lay over 1,500 kilometers northwest of Astapor, with Dragonstone situated directly across the narrow sea. He recalled the existence of a grand and detailed map of Westeros on Dragonstone, which would aid him in navigating the realm. That night, Drogon stealthily pilfered a flint and hay bundle from Missandei, as well as some gold and silver coins from the plundered wealth of Krasni's, stowing them in a sturdy backpack. As dawn broke, he commenced his unplanned adventure. In the morning, after Daenerys had completed her morning rituals and conferred with Yora, she noticed Drogon's absence. She sent Missandei to locate him, but upon discovering his absence and the missing flint and hay bundle, Daenerys surmised that Drogon had ventured out again and decided to disregard his absence. At that moment, Drogon was already soaring above the free cities, drawing near to Pentos. During his flight, he had made a brief detour to fill his belly in the neighboring grasslands, leaving behind a few coins for the Dothraki. Although they did not use currency, engaging in bartering, they still had trade with cities like Pentos, where a few coins could procure goods. As he flew, Drogon occasionally descended to glean information, ensuring his landing spots remained concealed. At his juvenile speed, those who glimpsed him would merely dismiss it as an illusion. Now was not the time to reveal himself beyond the Slaver's Bay. Given the commotion he had caused in Qarth and Astapor, Varys, known as the Spider, must have already been aware of the existence of 3 dragons and their formidable capabilities. The absence of a threat from King S Landing led Drogon to suspect that Varys had either concealed information about the dragons or obscured its details. It was also possible that the Lannisters had learned of the dragons but were preoccupied, allowing Daenerys to expand her influence. Both scenarios were plausible. Varys, ever the opportunist, would undoubtedly have seen Daenerys as a prospective queen from the moment she had dragons. Tyrion, the imp, had slain his father and sought refuge with Daenerys, indicating he had long harbored such intentions. Although Varys was aware of the dragons, it did not mean that the people of Pentos were likewise informed. His brazen appearance could attract unnecessary trouble, especially if the Lannisters dispatched a force to eliminate the dragons, given that Rhaegal and Viserion had yet to mature. After seeking refuge in a dockside cabin for a while, Drogon learned that he was in Tyrosh, one of the free cities, a mere 200 kilometers from Pentos. After a swift 20-minute flight, he arrived in Pentos, choosing not to rush his departure. It was here that Daenerys had wed Khal Drogo, becoming the Khaleesi of the Dothraki. He intended to savor the local delicacies before crossing the narrow sea. Pentos, with a population density comparable to Qarth, thrived as a bustling port city. Its strategic location facilitated close trade with Westeros and provided direct land routes to the Dothraki Sea. The inhabitants of Pentos were known for their braided beards dyed in various colors, reminiscent of a certain wildling chieftain he had encountered. In search of sustenance, he ventured into the grandest and most opulent courtyard. Following the enticing aromas, he discovered the kitchen, which was well stocked with an array of provisions for lunch, including roasted duck, exquisite cakes, pastries, honey dates, and an assortment of unfamiliar fruits. Unable to transform into his adult form and obliged to savor each morsel, Drogon found himself indulging in a feast, transforming the future dragon into an omnivorous creature. An hour later, having crossed the narrow sea and flying northward along the coast, he anticipated the whereabouts of Dragonstone. However, as he progressed, he noticed the shoreline gradually submerged beneath the rising tide, expanding the sea's expanse, yet Dragonstone remained elusive. Unsure of his bearings, he continued on his original course for 20 more minutes until a vast island appeared on the horizon, filling him with delight. He accelerated towards it. Upon closer inspection, however, he realized that while the island was sizable, it lacked significant structures, let alone a castle. This was not Dragonstone, and he was uncertain of its identity. Ascending higher, he scanned the sea for any other islands but found none, compelling him to continue forward. 10 minutes later, with nothing in sight, he recognized that he had veered off course. He altered his trajectory, heading eastward into the deep sea. Should he fail to locate Dragonstone, he would have no choice but to circle the surrounding waters. After another 5 minutes of flight, he finally spotted a distant small island with a towering castle, along with faint glimpses of ships on the water. This had to be it, and Drogon felt a surge of excitement. Stannis, the Duke of Dragonstone, was likely hiding there after the defeat at King's Landing, nursing his wounds. As he drew nearer, he could discern that the castle was architecturally designed to resemble a soaring dragon, with its high walls arranged like folded wings, and a narrow stone pathway leading from the beach directly to the castle. Surrounding the castle were approximately 30 battered ships of varying sizes. As he hovered above Dragonstone, Drogon refrained from descending immediately. He was unsure of the location of the long table map, only remembering that it was situated in a high room with an extending terrace. The cover of night would be ideal for locating the map, but it was still only around 10 in the morning, far too long to wait. Stannis' personal priestess, the Red Woman Melisandre, may also have accompanied him to Dragonstone. She was known for her dark sorcery, having birthed the shadow assassin that killed Renly, and for resurrecting Jon Snow. Drogon was wary of her and her enigmatic powers, preferring to avoid any encounter. Carefully observing Dragonstone from the sky, Drogon identified several prominent structures but could not ascertain their precise characteristics. He resolved to investigate them one by one. Selecting a building, he dove downwards at great speed, only slowing as he approached the castle, landing on a small terrace of an independent building. As he settled there, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of baked goods. Realizing he had chosen incorrectly, Drogon cursed himself inwardly. Listening intently, he discerned the bustle within. The kitchen was abuzz with activity as several servants hurriedly prepared large quantities of food. Departing from the kitchen, he swiftly made his way to another target, only to find it unsuitable once again. Flapping its wings, it soared towards a structure reminiscent of a bell tower. Just as it glided past a small window, it felt an inexplicable sensation, as if a pair of eyes had glimpsed it through the glass. Moving cautiously to the window's edge, it listened intently, but silence enveloped the air. Tentatively, it extended its head to inspect further. As it did so, a pair of striking blue eyes approached the window, and before it could react, the owner of those eyes let out a startled gasp. Ah! A shrill scream startled Zhuge, nearly causing him to tumble from the ledge. A little girl stood at the window, her gaze fixed upon him in astonishment. The book she held slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Her cherubic lips parted in surprise. However, the left side of her face was marred by a layer of grayish, scaly skin. Princess Shireen. Zhuge immediately recognized her name. A kind-hearted girl who adored reading, cruelly sacrificed by her father, Stannis, to the Lord of Light. His gaze fell upon the book that lay on the ground, The Conquest of Westeros by Aegon the Conqueror. What struck Zhuge most about Shireen was the image of her teaching the Onion Knight to read and the haunting memory of her pleading with her father in the flames. He could only lament her unfortunate fate, having encountered such a monstrous father. Her dim and dreary room spoke volumes of her everyday life. Noticing that Zhuge had not fled, Shireen boldly opened the small window, finally getting a full view of him, his intricate, glossy black scales and wings partially unfurled like a crimson cloak, with a brown satchel slung around his neck, larger than his body. "Are you a dragon?" Shireen asked timidly. Zhuge hesitated, but nodded in affirmation. "Can you understand me?" Upon seeing his nod, Shireen exclaimed in delight. "Were you born from an egg? What brings you here? Your satchel is enormous, isn't it heavy?" Zhuge realized he could only listen and not respond. Shireen continued to chatter. "You resemble Balerion the Black Dread. He was the largest and longest living dragon in history, as I've read." After showing him the book's cover, she flipped through its illustrations. When she mentioned the satchel, Zhuge remembered the few dates he had stored within it as a snack. He reached in with his small claw and retrieved the remaining 3 dates, offering them to Shireen. "Is this for me?" Shireen asked in surprise, gazing at the glistening red dates. When Zhuge nodded, she cautiously took one and placed it in her mouth, delighting in its sweetness with her eyes closed. savoring what felt like the most delicious food she had ever tasted. Observing her adorable expression and the grim confines of her dim room, Zhugang surmised that her parents likely never provided her with anything good to eat. As a fellow princess, her life was not so different from Daenerys Targaryen's. Looking at her small face, Zhugang recalled how Yora's grayscale had been cured by Samwell. He believed Shireen's affliction could also be healed. However, Samwell was likely still at the wall, hiding from the White Walkers. And it would be uncertain when he could reach Old Town. Before that, ensuring she was not burned alive by Stannis was paramount. To save Shireen, he would have to rely on the Onion Knight, the smuggler who provided Stannis with onions and pickled fish to stave off hunger. If he was not currently imprisoned, he was certainly not far from it, yet he had survived longer than Stannis, outlasting him. Shireen, having tasted one date, licked her lips and gazed at the remaining ones in Zhuagang's claw but did not reach for more. Zhuagang extended his claw forward, and after a moment of hesitation, she carefully took another. What else do you have in your bag? It's so big. Isn't it heavy? Shireen inquired curiously as she munched on the date. She was not merely interested in other edibles, but rather puzzled as to why such a small dragon would carry a satchel larger than itself. Zhugang tilted his neck, removed the satchel, and placed it on the windowsill, inviting her to explore it, satisfying her curiosity. Chapter 21. Eavesdropping. Shireen knew it was impolite to rummage through someone else's belongings, but her curiosity got the better of her. With Zhuagang's permission, she opened the satchel and first discovered a bundle of hay, followed by a grayish flint. And at the bottom, a small pile of coins. You can start fires? Shireen asked in astonishment, holding up the flint. Zhuagang nodded. Strange. I've never seen these coins before. Can you even spend money? Zhuagang mimicked the action of putting something in his mouth with his wing. To buy food? Shireen's eyes widened in wonder. With so many coins, you could buy a lot of delicious food. By the way, I'm Shireen Baratheon. What is your name? Shireen suddenly remembered to introduce herself. Regrettably, she added wistfully, but you can't speak. Seeing her place the flint back into the satchel, Zhugang donned it around his neck and began to move towards the window, indicating he was about to depart. Are you leaving? Shireen asked, her voice tinged with sadness. Zhugang waved his wings, and she blinked, pouting slightly. Can I touch you? After receiving a nod from Zhugang, Shireen delicately reached out to stroke the exquisite scales on his back, then gently touched his crimson wings, feeling satisfied. Zhugang glanced at Shireen, then flapped his wings and ascended into the air. Shireen stood on her tiptoes, stretching her little head out the window to catch another glimpse of him. To her surprise, Zhuagang did not fly away but instead directed himself towards a higher structure of the castle. Furrowing her brow in curiosity, she pondered what he might be up to. At a certain height, Zhuagang finally discerned that this bell tower possessed a spacious, transparent terrace. With a sense of delight, he concealed himself on a protruding stone ledge, listening for sounds, but there was only silence. Peering near the terrace, he discovered a large wooden table in the expansive room, adorned with various carvings, yet devoid of any occupants. He flew into the room, first glancing outside the door before returning to scrutinize the wooden map spread across the table, depicting mountains, rivers, and plains, with place names annotated and a scale along the edges. The table featured carvings of wolves, lions, deer, and dragons, representing the sigils of the great houses. And the entire map seemed more vivid than modern models. Zhuagang quickly located Dragonstone, then identified the nearby island he had previously seen as Driftmark. He sought out King's Landing, situated in the southwest of Dragonstone, directly adjacent to Blackwater Bay. After cross-referencing the grand cities and regions from his memory, he confirmed the information in his mind. As a dragon, Zhuagang not only inherited the ability to consume, but also possessed a wealth of knowledge in language and writing, along with a formidable intellect and remarkable memory. Within 10 minutes, he had nearly memorized the entire map. Just as he was about to analyze the scale for further reinforcement of his memory, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from outside the room. He hurriedly took flight, concealing himself on one side of the terrace. I thought I heard something just now. A woman draped in a scarlet robe entered the room, gazing at the recently still deer-shaped carving as she approached the terrace's edge. Who could be here? Merely seabirds, I assure you. A male voice replied nonchalantly. Still uneasy, the woman leaned over the terrace's edge, but upon finding nothing, she returned to the wooden table. Your Majesty, I must step out for a moment. I shall return to serve you once more, the alluring voice stated. What? Are you abandoning me to seek another master? The male voice questioned, tinged with anger and resentment. Could it be Stannis and the Red Woman, Melisandre? Zhuagang deduced from their conversation. You are the chosen one of the Lord of Light. How could I ever forsake you? Your power is insufficient to claim victory in this war. I am going out to seek ways to enhance my strength. And when I return, it will be the time for your resurgence. The territories marked on this map shall be yours. Stannis fixed his gaze upon the Red Priestess, scrutinizing the veracity of her words. The corners of her mouth curled slightly as she met his stare with an unsettling calmness. Defeated, Stannis lowered his head to kiss her smooth cheek, inhaling deeply as if to etch her scent into the recesses of his memory. After a moment of silence, the sound of conversation faded, leaving only the echoes of footsteps receding into the distance. Drogon understood that the Red Priestess would not abandon Stannis. Her excursion likely aimed at locating King Robert's illegitimate son, seeking to siphon his love's potency and blood to acquire the power of curses. Intending to employ leech magic to slay the three pretenders to the throne. A scene both alluring and sinister was about to unfold, one that Drogon would not witness. He had no intention of further consulting the map. He would become acquainted with the terrain simply by soaring over Westeros, memorizing it through first-hand observation. The map lay within his mind as he propelled himself from the castle, wings outstretched, heading towards King's Landing. Just as Drogon took flight, the Red Priestess rushed into the room, dashing onto the terrace, her eyes drawn to the vanishing figure of Drogon. What is happening? Stannis, following closely behind, furrowed his brow in confusion. I sensed it without a doubt. It has entered here, the Red Priestess replied, her expression grave. That was merely a seabird, Stannis dismissed, believing her caution excessive. It was no ordinary seabird. Its speed was remarkable, and I perceived a radiant red glow emanating from it, she clarified. Could it be a shapeshifter? Stannis pondered, having some knowledge of such beings. Perhaps. I require enlightenment, he acknowledged, aware that the Red Priestess was preparing for another fiery sacrifice. He instructed his guards to bring forth a dark servant to the plaza. One is insufficient. I sensed an extraordinary essence from that red glow. Bring 3 dark servants. The Red Priestess insisted, her eyes narrowing as she continued to seek the meaning behind that flash of red. Minutes later, at the plaza of Dragonstone Island, an open space near the beach bore witness to 3 battered soldiers bound to crosses, their feet surrounded by heaps of kindling. The Red Priestess stood solemnly before the 3 crosses, surveying them with a grave demeanor. Bowing her head, she silently chanted a few words, signaling the soldiers holding torches to ignite the kindling. Flames leapt up swiftly, engulfing the 3 men, whose anguished screams echoed across the beach. Met with sympathetic expressions from the surrounding soldiers, Stannis remained impassive, while the Red Priestess, deaf to the soldiers' wails, widened her eyes in fervent focus on the blazing inferno, reciting her prayers with increasing urgency. As her incantations quickened, no sign of anomaly appeared amidst the flames. Just as the Red Priestess began to despair over the failure of this sacrifice, a colossal, menacing black dragon's head erupted from the fire, roaring and lunging towards her. "Ah!" she cried out, staggering backward, a torrent of blood spilling from her mouth as she collapsed to the ground. Stannis rushed to her side, offering support. "It is a dragon. A black dragon," she exclaimed before losing consciousness. Simultaneously, Drogon, en route to King's Landing, sensed a presence observing him. Slowing his flight, he scanned his surroundings but discovered nothing amiss. "Strange," he muttered to himself before accelerating forward. Chapter 22. The secrets of Varys. King's Landing lay approximately 500 kilometers from Dragonstone Island, situated at the end of Blackwater Bay, also a port city. Crossing the bay, Drogon beheld a vast metropolis sprawling before him, the political, cultural, and power center of the 7 kingdoms, with a population nearing 100,000. The city was encircled by towering walls, featuring 7 gates for entry and exit. As Drogon approached, his attention was drawn to 2 imposing structures perched atop high hills. One was a castle constructed entirely of red bricks, complete with walls, battlements, and watchtowers, resembling a city within a city. The other featured 7 crystalline towers, one of which housed a colossal bell, while a grand statue dominated the central plaza. Drogon surmised that this might be the Great September, which would later be destroyed by the Queen of Thorns. Gazing down from the sky to take in the entirety of King's Landing, he descended to seek a suitable landing spot. Given the frequent presence of messenger ravens, his size would likely lead to mistaken identity as one of them, provided he maintained a safe distance. Nevertheless, his bulky satchel posed a challenge. He resolved to find a place to stow it temporarily. The Red Keep was evidently too secure for such a task, rendering any hiding spot unsafe. Despite the contents being of little value, his sustenance depended on it. As he honed in on a target, he suddenly spotted 2 figures exiting the Red Keep, one stout, the other slender, though their features remained indistinct. Upon leaving, they parted ways, one heading south, the other north. Drogon glided over the stout man, catching a glimpse of his appearance, a bald, round-faced individual clad in a pale yellow silk robe, ambling leisurely with his hands tucked in his sleeves. Recognizing the unmistakable bald head and leisurely gait, Drogon speculated that this could be Varys, the master of whisperers. Confirming his identity, Drogon followed him from above. Varys strolled leisurely, occasionally glancing around as if to discern if he were being followed, a habit perhaps born of his profession. Drogon anticipated that Varys would continue straight, yet was surprised when he veered into a small shop, likely selling silks and fabrics judging by the storefronts lining the street. Drogon descended to a rooftop across the way, keen to observe discreetly. After 10 minutes of waiting without sight of Varys emerging, impatience began to gnaw at Drogon. He questioned whether this could be a hideout where Varys was perusing intelligence. Suddenly, a rumor about Varys crossed his mind, one that suggested he was not only adept at thievery but also skilled in disguise. Could the plump woman who had just exited the shop be him in disguise? Deciding to pursue the direction the woman had taken, Drogon soon spotted her waddling down the street, occasionally stopping to examine trinkets or garments at stalls, frequently entering shops frequented by ordinary women or noble ladies. After following her aimlessly for over an hour, he began to doubt whether he had indeed followed the right target, feeling a pang of regret. His reason for tailing the woman was clear. In a world with underdeveloped transportation and scarce information, Daenerys required trustworthy allies, while Yora and Barristan could fight. They were hardly reliable in other matters, and Missandei was more akin to a secretary. Figures like Varys and Tyrion were sorely lacking. Varys would inevitably ally with Daenerys, possibly whisking Tyrion away in the process, but the timing of their allegiance remained uncertain. Having acquired Astapor, Daenerys targeted the 3 cities of Slavers Bay, once conquered. Management would pose significant challenges. Though Drogon lacked specific details, he sensed that many obstacles awaited, likely causing Daenerys considerable distress. His primary purpose in Westeros was to recruit capable individuals to expedite Daenerys' consolidation of power, yet he feared he might have lost track of Varys. If lost, so be it. They could not escape forever, he consoled himself, preparing to abandon the pursuit when he saw the stout woman turn into a narrow alley at the end of the street, her pace quickening as if her body had become lighter. Reluctant to give up, Drogon trailed her, and soon the woman arrived at a secluded courtyard. Glancing around before producing a key to unlock the gate, recognizing the familiar motions, Drogon felt a surge of hope. There was a chance. The woman entered the courtyard, and he stealthily crossed over the wall. The courtyard was modest and sparsely furnished, containing only 2 houses. The woman entered the one on the north side. Drogon flew to the recently opened window, hearing faint sounds and water splashes within. Cautiously peering inside, he saw the woman standing beneath another window, removing her makeup before a blurred copper mirror. As she peeled off her hair, revealing a bald head, she wiped her face with a cloth, dampening it as she did so. Indeed, it was Varys. He had not followed the wrong person, and joy filled Drogon's heart. At this moment, Varys remained blissfully unaware, continuing his routine of removing makeup and changing clothes, regaining his usual composure in under 10 minutes. He then approached the table, opened a drawer, and retrieved a hammer. Crouching down, he pried up the iron nails from the cellar cover, slightly tilting his head as he lifted the lid. "You must be starving. Today, I have brought you some brown broth. It has a delightful flavor, and I find myself reminiscing about its taste." After Varys spoke, he opened a cloth bag he had just returned with, extracting a brown earthenware pot. He took a long straw, roughly the thickness of a finger, from beside the cellar, inserting it inside, and placed a funnel atop it. "Aim carefully. Drink slowly so you don't choke," he advised, as he gently poured the broth, which emitted a strong, peculiar odor, into the funnel, his expression soft as if he were feeding a patient suffering from great pain. Listening to the muffled sounds emanating from the cellar, Tyrion felt a chill of apprehension. Could it be that the male which Varys had nurtured was inside? This was the very same which had tormented Varys and then discarded him, leaving him to fend for himself. He had managed to survive through begging and thievery. Eventually, he discovered that the letters and notes he pilfered held far greater value than gold, leading him to recruit clever children, teaching them to scale walls, infiltrate, read, and write, gradually forming a small intelligence network to collect and sell information. His wealth grew, and his reputation reached the ears of the mad King Aerys, who enlisted him as the Master of Whispers, tasked with uncovering any treacherous words or intentions aimed at him. As Varys' notoriety increased, he became a figure both feared and loathed by the lords and nobles of King's Landing. When his little birds spread across 4 continents, he effortlessly located the very witch who had once harmed him, keeping a watchful eye on his health. What a ruthless individual! Watching Varys patiently nurture the witch, Tyrion couldn't help but marvel. It was hard to fathom that a man like him would take it upon himself to serve the people. Could it be that great hatred gives rise to great love? While contemplating Varys' character from outside the window, Tyrion observed him meticulously finish feeding the witch, calmly sealing the cellar cover, securing the nails, placing the hammer back in the drawer, and sitting quietly by the window, lost in thought. Chapter 23. The Scapegoat. 5 minutes later, he opened another drawer, retrieving a stack of pale yellow parchment, a quill, and ink. He wrote quietly, filling 3 sheets before pausing to allow the ink to dry, carefully rolling them up and tucking them into his sleeve. He closed the window and stepped out of the room. Avoiding Varys' gaze, Tyrion noticed he had entered another room, its window facing the sun, making it easy to be seen, so he chose not to follow. Varys did not linger inside for long before emerging, surveying the courtyard before securing the gate and departing. Tyrion followed him at a distance, returning to the courtyard only when Varys had walked away, breaking the window of the room where the witch resided. He opened the drawer, retrieving paper and pen to write a letter to Varys, as a voiceless dragon could only communicate in this manner. Fortunately, the formidable legacy of his kind allowed him to comprehend various languages and written texts, though writing required practice. Occasionally, he would gut game, providing for himself, and his small claws had grown quite nimble. Reflecting on the common tongue, he began to practice the content he intended to write. The common tongue was composed of letters, akin to English, making it not too difficult to write. The soft texture of the parchment felt reminiscent of writing on damp rice paper. After ruining 2 sheets, Tyrion finally completed his crookedly penned letter. Just as he was about to stow the paper and pen in his bag, he suddenly remembered the lovely girl, Shireen, and took another sheet of parchment, writing a couple of lines. Instead of putting the remaining parchment in the drawer, he left a few sheets as backups, stowing the quill and inkpot in his bag, securing the broken window, and pursuing Varys. Not long after, he spotted the leisurely Varys and continued to follow him to a modest courtyard beneath the northern walls of King's Landing, where Varys opened the gate. Tyrion observed the courtyard, finding no one else, and took the opportunity to place his written note on the stone table before Varys could enter the house. Having placed the parchment, he concealed himself behind a large tree nearby, watching intently. Varys did not keep him waiting long. Within a quarter of an hour, 2 ravens flew out from the window, and he emerged shortly after, clutching 3 rolls of parchment, which bore remnants of wax seals. With his head bowed, he walked while reading the contents of the parchment. Just as he was about to enter another room, he caught a glimpse of the parchment on the stone table out of the corner of his eye. He furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the parchment. Varys did not rush forward, but instead looked cautiously around. Tyrion quickly hid his head behind the dense foliage. Finding nothing amiss, Varys approached the stone table and picked up the parchment. As he read the brief, disjointed lines, his heart raced with alarm. Since the inception of his little birds, stretching his reach across 4 continents, he had not felt such panic. It was akin to being stripped bare for all to see. Holding the thin parchment, he glanced around. His long-held confidence in his dominion over the continent shattered, his trust in his little birds wavering, coupled with a sliver of fear stemming from the sender of the message. The letter contained details about himself that he had never disclosed to anyone, even confiding only to Eddard Stark, a man of integrity and stubbornness. It was unlikely he would reveal such thoughts to anyone else, nor had he ever had the opportunity. Yet, these very thoughts were inscribed on the parchment, as if they were imprinted directly from his heart. While it was common knowledge in King's Landing that Daenerys possessed 3 dragons, he had only reported this to the new king, Joffrey, and had mentioned it to the imp, Tyrion, in vague terms. However, the information he provided was not detailed, merely a hazy outline, and the content was delayed. They were only vaguely aware that Daenerys had hatched 3 dragons, with no clarity on their size or appearance. According to records, dragons took years to mature after birth, and to be utilized in battle, they had to be tamed, gaining recognition as dragon riders. Thus, it was unlikely to provoke concern among the rulers of King's Landing. Even if they were worried, the distance to Daenerys and Qarth rendered them incapable of slaying dragons. The parchment not only accused him of concealing detailed information about the dragons, but it also insinuated his intent to seek a new master. With Daenerys being the one he intended to serve, his aspirations had only been shared in the dungeons with Eddard Stark, whose character would undoubtedly prevent him from divulging such thoughts to others. There had been no opportunity to disclose them. The letter even suggested that he intended to assist Tyrion in fleeing King's Landing, recommending that he pledge loyalty to Queen Daenerys. This notion was not one he had resolved. It was merely a future consideration. He had not entirely relinquished his ties to King's Landing, nor had he completed his assessment of Daenerys, who could only be regarded as his prospective queen. However, should he truly choose to pledge himself to Daenerys, given his regard for Tyrion, it was highly likely he would take him along to fulfill his grand ambitions. Yet, these thoughts had not fully formed in his mind. How could the other party possibly know? After the initial shock came anger. The first person who came to mind regarding the origin of this letter was Petyr Baelish, a truly insidious individual whose manipulative tactics surpassed even Varys' own. Only Littlefinger could fathom his innermost thoughts, no one else across the 4 continents could. The implication of Petyr composing this letter was unmistakable. He must have learned of Tyrion's plans to subtly spirit Sansa away from King's Landing, using this letter to threaten him. This despicable, shameless man. Varys had never considered himself a good person, despite his relentless efforts toward his grand ideals. The results had been minimal. Moreover, he had committed numerous wrongdoings, particularly after the roots of his ambitions had been severed in Pentos, which now filled him with shame upon reflection. Though he may not be a virtuous man, it does not hinder him from venerating the good and despising the wicked. Otherwise, during Eddard's imprisonment in the dungeon, he would not have endeavored to persuade him to acknowledge Joffrey's legitimacy as heir, in a bid to save his own life. Nor would he have confided his grand aspirations when Eddard inquired about his desires. His deepest disdain is reserved for Petyr Baelish, surpassing even that for the madwoman Cersei. Once he regained his composure, He began to contemplate strategies. If the contents of the letter were to reach Joffrey or Cersei, they would undoubtedly seek his demise. Coupled with his recent failures in intelligence gathering, Joffrey would certainly believe the letter's contents without question. At that point, his only recourse would be to pledge allegiance to Daenerys. But whether he could escape unscathed remained uncertain. The letter from Littlefinger was assuredly more than a mere threat. It undoubtedly harbored other schemes requiring his assistance. And this thought alone made his head throb. Should he abandon King's Landing entirely? Varys pondered. Yet, the time was not ripe for a journey to Slaver's Bay. The mother of dragons, Daenerys, had yet to fulfill her objective of slaying the good masters and acquiring the Unsullied. While she had liberated the Unsullied from slavery and freed the slaves of Astapor, these actions might merely be a fade to secure their loyalty. He resolved to wait and discern what Littlefinger sought from him, as well as Daenerys' attitude toward the 200,000 useless beds of Meereen. With plans in place, Varys took the sheepskin parchment in hand, entered his chamber, ignited the braziers, and cast the parchment, along with the message he had just conveyed, into the flames. Concealed in the trees, Drogon observed Varys' expression shift for a moment before settling into calmness, and he could not help but admire his composure. Though the thoughts in Varys' mind eluded him, nevertheless, this did not impede Drogon's next course of action. He flew to an unnoticed rooftop, unfurled the sheepskin, and continued to write about the imminent upheaval in King's Landing, the Queen Daenerys' unification of Slaver's Bay, and the resurgence of the White Walkers beyond the Wall. Following her conquest, Queen Daenerys would lack capable allies and local intelligence, as she did not possess individuals like Tyrion. If one is inclined to pledge allegiance, they should make a decision early. There is no need for a personal journey to Slaver's Bay, as there remains significant utility for you in King's Landing. You need only increase your little birds in Slaver's Bay to relay the information the Queen desires when the time calls for it. Should you consent, place a jar on the wall, akin to the one that nourished you earlier. Signed, the Mysterious One. Though lengthy, he managed to complete the writing and stow away the parchment and quill. Drogon swiftly returned to Varys' abode, depositing the sheepskin on the stone table before darting back to the great tree outside the wall. The stone table was directly aligned with the door, with no window in sight. Unless Drogon's timing proved unfortunate, and Varys opened the door just as he landed, nothing would be seen. To his surprise, just as he perched on the tree, the door swung open, and he inwardly exclaimed how fortunate he was. Unbeknownst to him, it was his rapid flight that alerted Varys to the sound. Ordinarily, such a noise would have gone unnoticed, but after the recent scare, Varys was more vigilant than usual. Upon opening the door, he glanced at the stone table and was met with yet another sheepskin. Varys felt as though he had seen a ghost. He had emerged to investigate the noise, not expecting to discover anything, and now he felt a twinge of paranoia. Yet he never anticipated finding another sheepskin in the same spot. If he were not utterly convinced that the previous parchment had met its fiery end, he would have suspected he had merely forgotten to remove it. Hastening to the stone table, as he read the content, his eyes widened in astonishment. He had misjudged the situation. This was not a missive from Littlefinger, but rather from someone aligned with Daenerys. How could this be? Furthermore, the Cinder was aware of his secret hideaway and his dealings with the Warlock, having tracked him without his knowledge. A chill coursed through Varys as he felt ensnared in an icy grip of disbelief. How could anyone other than Littlefinger perceive his intentions, even fathom his future plans? When had such a formidable individual come to dwell beside Daenerys? He was completely oblivious until now, only to discover he had mistaken the culprit for Littlefinger. He did not suspect that Littlefinger was merely putting on a show. The letter was explicit in its intent, urging him to pledge fealty to Daenerys and to facilitate Tyrion's departure. These were aspirations he harbored for the future, and Littlefinger would have no reason to orchestrate such a scheme, as it served no purpose. What upheaval was being referenced? Had Daenerys grown powerful enough to sway the fate of King's Landing? While it was not overly difficult to conquer Slaver's Bay with the aid of the Unsullied, effective governance would prove challenging. Relying solely on Daenerys and her current allies would be inadequate to manage the territory. Though Varys' little birds in Slaver's Bay may not rival those in Pentos, they possessed keen insight into the local dynamics, and dismantling the entrenched system of slavery that had persisted for so long would be no small feat. The area beyond the wall was Varys' blind spot. The White Walkers had vanished for a millennium. Would they return? Staring at the 3 pieces of information left in the letter, Varys was left in shock. If what was conveyed was indeed true, from where had the letter's author obtained such knowledge? In other locales, it might be excusable, but King's Landing was his domain. Even he, the master of whisperers, was unaware of the impending turmoil. How could a mysterious figure possess such insight? Or could it be the work of his own machinations? Varys' greatest confidence stemmed from his little birds, yet before this mysterious individual, he felt stripped of his most significant advantage, having been tracked to his secret haven without a clue. He suspected that his carefully crafted disguise was rendered futile before this unseen observer. He had believed that his unique talents would earn him a position of great responsibility alongside Daenerys. Yet he now found himself thoroughly demoralized. A slight consolation remained. The other party still required his services. After a brief moment of disorientation, Varys gradually regained his composure, gazing at the sheepskin in his hand. He recalled how the mysterious figure had silently placed the parchment upon the stone table. Approaching the courtyard walls, he examined them closely. The walls stood over 2 meters high, and an ordinary person would find it challenging to scale them, especially as he found no signs of climbing. Was it possible someone had flown in? A somewhat ludicrous notion crossed Varys's mind. A human could not possibly fly in, and a bird would struggle to precisely place the parchment on the table, especially in nearly the same location as before. Could it have been the work of a warg? In his youth, after hearing eerie sounds from the pyre of sacrifices, Varys had conducted extensive research into such strange powers. He understood that wargs could enter the consciousness of birds or beasts, perceiving what they see and hear, and that powerful wargs could even control animals for their own purposes. If that were the case, the individual who left the message may not have departed yet. He glanced around, focusing his gaze on a few large trees in the distance of the courtyard, for only there could a bird be concealed. Drogon had hidden behind a tree trunk long before Varys's gaze could land upon him, unbothered by the possibility of being discovered. After scanning the large trees without noticing anything amiss, Varys remained unconvinced. He picked up some gravel from the courtyard and threw it towards the trees, startling several perch birds into flight. Watching the departing birds, Drogon could only shrug in resignation. Those few birds held little significance. Prior to opening the door, he had only heard a faint whisper of wind, unable to ascertain its source. After pondering for some time, he could not arrive at a conclusion, and thus he abandoned the thought. He resolved to accept the mysterious figure's request. With their aid, Daenerys would be empowered, and if he did not acquiesce, it was likely that the future queen would no longer have any need for him. Retrieving a brown jar from within the house, he placed it against the wall by the gate. Avoiding the stone barrage, Drogon regarded the jar on the wall with satisfaction, nodding in approval. It seemed that demonstrating a bit of muscle had proven effective. He had not anticipated that his display would nearly undermine the formidable confidence Varys had cultivated for so long. Varys positioned the jar carefully, lingering in the courtyard for a moment before returning indoors. Zhuge soared to the rooftop, continuing to draft his next plan. Finding his inability to speak rather vexing, he silently complained to himself. Once completed, he placed the parchment back on the table. Not long after, Varys exited the chamber. Upon seeing the parchment again, he was not surprised and did not attempt to seek out a messenger. Chapter 25, The State of Westeros. After reading Zhuge written content, Varys returned to his quarters to compose a response. It took him 3 sheets of paper to articulate his thoughts fully. After placing the papers back on the stone table, he returned to the room, aligning with Zhuge's desire for convenient communication. Closing the door, Varys pressed his ear against the panel, listening intently, feeling a sudden urge to burst through the door and uncover the truth. However, the mysterious figure in the letter had clearly instructed him not to probe into their identity, both now and in the future. Receiving Varys's reply, Zhuge perched atop a tree to scrutinize the current situation in Westeros. The imp had been reassigned as Master of Coin after Tywin stripped him of the position of Hand of the King, tasked with arranging the expenses for Joffrey's wedding. Zhuge had long forgotten that Tyrion had once held the role of Master of Coin. Finding it somewhat amusing, he thought it quite a challenge for Tyrion, who was known for his extravagant spending, to now be responsible for raising funds. Zhuge could easily imagine the worry plaguing him. Ricard Karstark, seeking vengeance for his son, executed 2 captives aged around 14 or 15, the grandsons of Tywin's brother, Kevan. In a fit of rage, Robb Stark beheaded Ricard, angering the Karstark family and causing a significant loss of morale among his troops. The Karstarks were a branch of House Stark, having separated over a millennium ago to establish their own domain, remaining steadfast supporters of the Stark lineage. Now, due to Robb's actions against the Karstark patriarch for the sake of 2 Lannister children, they would no longer follow him. Upon returning to the north, the Karstarks took several families with them, resulting in Robb losing half his army as he sought to ally with House Frey of the twins. Zhuge felt helpless regarding the Starks' rigid sense of honor. Robb's alliance with House Frey brought him perilously close to the infamous Red Wedding, prompting Zhuge to contemplate whether he should intervene. Catelyn's father, the Duke of Riverrun, had passed, with her brother Edmure succeeding him. The mere sight of Edmure elicited laughter from Zhuge, as he vividly recalled how Edmure had failed to hit the boat carrying their father's body 3 times in a row, ultimately having his bow seized by his uncle, Blackfish, who lit the boat himself. In Zhuge's memory, Edmure was simply a buffoon. Upon reviewing news from Riverrun, the next report pertained to Winterfell. Winterfell had fallen into the hands of Ramsay Bolton, known as Reek, the most depraved character in the narrative, surpassing even the infamous Euron Greyjoy, who had mutilated the tongues of his crew. Without delving into the torturous methods Ramsay employed on Theon Greyjoy, it suffices to say that he forced Theon, who had been tormented and castrated, to shave his face as proof of his utter submission. While doing so, Ramsay cruelly taunted Theon, informing him that Robb Stark, whom he considered a brother, had been slain by his father, Roose, at the Red Wedding. Theon, tears streaming down his face and trembling lips, complied with trembling hands to complete the task. Roose could not help but admire his illegitimate son's methods, entrusting him with significant responsibilities and promising to grant him the Bolton name upon the completion of his tasks, thereby liberating him from the stigma of being a bastard. Ramsay's penchant for cruelty was evident. Varys had also learned that Peter Baelish intended to secretly whisk Sansa Stark away. Moreover, after Joffrey annulled his betrothal to Sansa, others began to take an interest in her. If Robb were to fall, Sansa would become the new ruler of the North. Whoever married her would effectively gain dominion over the entire region. At this juncture, only Theon was aware that Bran and Rickon were alive and had not perished in the flames as he had claimed. Observing Varys' analysis, Drogon couldn't help but admire the political acumen of the noble families, who had begun to strategize early on, and indeed, as anticipated, Sansa would ultimately rise to rule the North. Drogon had already been informed of other matters by Bolly Stan and now possessed a solid grasp of the world's unfolding events. After establishing a rendezvous point for future communications with Varys, Drogon took flight towards Tyrion's residence, eager to see the imp in King's Landing. Tyrion resided in the southern part of the city, not far from the Red Keep. However, Varys had informed him that Tyrion was likely not at home, as he was preoccupied with visiting various nobles to gather funds for Joffrey's wedding. True to form, Tywin had not assigned him any pleasant tasks. Upon arriving at Tyrion's abode and waiting for a while, without seeing anyone, Drogon decided to leave and flew directly to Dragonstone. At Dragonstone, the Red Woman, after expelling a mouthful of blood, gradually regained consciousness. Stannis had remained by her side, and upon seeing her awaken, he hurriedly inquired about her vision. "You claim to have seen a black dragon in the sky?" Stannis expressed skepticism. He had followed closely behind the Red Woman and had only glimpsed the shadow of a black bird. How could it possibly be a dragon? "It may not necessarily be a dragon," she replied. "The black dragon was a portent I witnessed in the flames, yet it is undoubtedly related to the dragon. This world has not seen a dragon in over a century." Stannis remained unconvinced. The Lord of Light would not provide a portent without reason, and I suffered significant backlash to discern this omen. Such an occurrence is unlikely. This portent must be significant. Is there not still a Targaryen girl alive? As long as any of their bloodline survives, the dragon may yet be reborn. Should she truly possess a dragon, it would pose a formidable obstacle to your unification of the Seven Kingdoms, perhaps even more challenging than Tywin. Upon uttering these words, the Red Woman began to struggle for breath. Her injuries were far more severe than merely spitting blood. They had struck at her very essence. This perplexed her greatly. Though her powers were not yet formidable, requiring her to draw strength from Stannis or through sacrifice to gain more, she had thought it would be entirely manageable to glimpse a portent in the flames, only to find herself subject to such intense backlash. Lying on the pillow, she brushed her hair back and noticed several silver strands among her once jet-black locks. She quickly checked her ruby necklace, which still glimmered with a faint red light, thankful that it remained unharmed. "Are you planning to leave Dragonstone again?" Stannis asked. "Perhaps it would be wise to rest for a few days before proceeding. We must not delay your Majesty's unifying endeavors." Stannis had always feared that the Red Woman would abandon him, unwilling to let her go. To his surprise, she intended to leave again once she healed, to which he could only nod in resignation. Upon arriving at Dragonstone, Drogon made his way directly to Shireen's chamber. As he landed on the windowsill, Shireen spotted him and hurriedly opened the window. "I thought you would never return," she said, her expression a blend of disappointment and joy. Drogon opened his satchel and produced some nuts he had gathered along the way, offering them to Shireen. This time, she accepted without hesitation, happily munching on the nuts. Drogon then produced a piece of parchment and handed it to Shireen. "Is this for me?" she asked. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she took the parchment from Drogon's hand. "The handwriting is quite poor," was Shireen's immediate impression upon seeing the script. But as she read the content, her astonishment grew. "Someone can truly cure grayscale?" she asked in disbelief. Seeing Drogon nod, Shireen's eyes widened further as she pressed. "Did you write these words?" After a moment of hesitation, Drogon nodded affirmatively. Chapter 26. The Onion Knight shocked Shireen was taken aback to discover that Drogon not only comprehended the common tongue but could also write. She recalled that the text she had read made no mention of dragons being able to write. They merely stated that dragons were exceptionally intelligent and could understand human speech. "I still do not know your name," Shireen said hurriedly, eager to learn more now that she knew Drogon could write. Since the secret was out, Drogon decided to reveal his identity, flying to Shireen's small desk, picking up her quill, dipping it into ink, and writing his name, Drogon, followed by a note instructing her not to disclose this information to anyone. "Surely, I will not speak of it to anyone," Shireen replied solemnly, nodding her head earnestly. She understood that not only could she not reveal Zhuogeng's name to others, but she also could not speak of having seen him. Although she was still young, she was aware of the tremendous impact that the rebirth of a dragon, which had been absent for over a century, could have and how many would covet him, especially given Zhuogeng's remarkable intelligence. As she observed the awkwardly scrawled letters written by Zhuogeng with his tiny claws, Shirlin found them far from unattractive. Just moments ago, she had mocked the handwriting on the paper, unaware it was composed by Zhuogeng himself. She knew well the challenges of teaching the Onion Knight to read. After much effort, she had only just managed to read through a book, yet here was Zhuogeng, a mere dragonet, already able to write. Could the gray scale truly be cured? Shirlin still struggled to believe it and inquired of Zhuogeng once more. Many had said she would not survive long in her childhood, and it was only after her father had sought the counsel of renowned physicians that her condition was managed. Yet the gray scales on her face remained eternally. Because of them, she had been confined to her room, with her mother permitting her little outside interaction. It can be cured, but not at this moment. Zhuogeng continued to write. Shirlin refrained from pressing further. As long as there was hope for a cure, she could afford to wait, even if it took a while longer. Sensing Shirlin's silence, Zhuogeng guessed her thoughts, but realized that while she could wait, her father could not. With this in mind, Zhuogeng resumed his writing. Where is the Onion Knight? Shirlin was surprised that Zhuogeng even knew of Sir Davos. With a heavy heart, she recounted how her father had labeled him a traitor and imprisoned him in the dungeon. You can visit him, can't you? Zhuogeng asked, switching to a fresh piece of parchment. The guards enjoy their drink. When they are on duty, I can slip into the dungeon. I will write him a letter for you to deliver, but you must promise not to look inside, Zhuogeng continued. I promise, Shirlin said hesitantly, her mind curious about the letter's important contents that she was not allowed to see. Unbeknownst to her, her father had transformed from the caring man who once sought out physicians for her gray scale into a duke consumed by ambition, trusting only the Red Priestess and intent on claiming the Iron Throne. If Shirlin were to learn that her beloved duke father wished to see her burned alive, it would break her heart, an unbearable truth for a girl of her tender age. Once Shirlin had given her assurance, Zhuogeng unfurled the parchment to compose his letter to the Onion Knight, only to realize he knew the name Onion Knight, but not his true name. Pausing, he inquired of Shirlin, who, understanding his desire for her not to see, turned away. Sir Davos, soon Stannis will burn Shirlin's uncle, and afterwards, he will burn Shirlin herself. If you do not wish for her to perish, find a way to get him off Dragonstone. When the time is right, I will contact you, and someone will come to aid Shirlin. You will not remain in the dungeon for long. Davos, not fearing punishment, had privately released Robert's bastard son, and given his affection for Shirlin, he would undoubtedly devise a plan to rescue her. Once finished, Zhuogeng rolled up the parchment and requested a thin string from Shirlin, asking her to help bind it securely. Are you leaving again? Shirlin asked as she watched Zhuogeng fly to the windowsill, her heart heavy. Having never had a friend since childhood, she had come to consider Zhuogeng as one. He offered her treats and promised to find someone to heal her face. Was that not the essence of friendship? Zhuogeng nodded, waving his crimson wings before propelling himself into the sky. As she watched him shrink into a mere speck in the distance, Shirlin felt a pang of sorrow, though not as profound as when he had first departed. Even without his promise of a return, she believed he would come back. Holding the letter in her hand, Shirlin realized that even if she were to read it, Zhuogeng would remain unaware, and its contents likely held significant relevance to her. Otherwise, he would not have forbidden her from looking. Resisting the urge to peek, she awaited the guard's shift to visit Davos in the dungeon. 5 minutes later, upon arriving at the dungeon, Shirlin found that the guard, as expected, was fast asleep. She approached the bars. Davos, with his hair and beard now graying and his facial burns still healing, walked over to her with a humble demeanor, eager to continue learning to read. Instead of presenting a book, Shirlin handed Davos a rolled parchment. Your Grace, what is this? He asked, perplexed as he accepted the parchment. Someone asked me to deliver it to you. I do not know what it contains, Shirlin told a small fib. And who would ask the princess to deliver a message to me? Davos questioned, puzzled as he untied the string and unfurled the parchment. Having been studying literacy with Shirlin for days, he could now slowly read books. While he could not decipher every word on the parchment, he grasped the general meaning. Your Grace, who sent you this letter? Davos inquired, his chest rising and falling as he spoke with a trembling voice. The contents were indeed shocking. The thought that Stannis might burn his own daughter was incomprehensible. Sir Davos, he instructed me not to disclose his matters to anyone, and I have given him my word. What does it say? Shirlin asked, hoping that Davos could share its contents without breaking the agreement. Seeing the astonishment on Davos's face only fueled Shirlin's curiosity about the letter. Davos could tell from her expression that she had not read the letter. It was not sealed with wax, and she could have opened it on her way to the dungeon, yet she had not. This indicated that Shirlin had genuinely promised the sender she would not look at the contents and trusted him completely. Though the letter contained some madness, News from the pirate captain suggested that soldiers opposing the Red Priestess were labeled as dark servants by Stannis, destined to be sacrificed to the Lord of Light when needed. Receiving revelations from Flames. After the defeat in King's Landing, Stannis had completely succumbed to the Red Priestess's influence, making it conceivable that he would indeed burn his own daughter. Having lost his son, Davos had come to regard Shirlene, the kind and lovely princess, as his own daughter. He could not allow her to be sacrificed by the Red Priestess. Do you believe the person who sent you the letter is trustworthy? Shirlene hesitated to reveal the Cinder's identity, prompting Davos to inquire indirectly. Of course, I trust him. He even said he would find someone to heal my face. Shirlene had absolute faith in Zhuagong, the dragon. Davos recognized that while Shirlene appeared innocent and charming, she was far from foolish. She could discern who truly cared for her and who did not. Chapter 27. The light of divinity he claims he can cure your ailment? Davos was well aware of the challenges in treating grayscale. Stannis had scoured half the continent to assemble numerous scholars to manage the condition. Yet the marks remained visible on his face. He could not fathom who else possessed the power to cure grayscale. Did he say when he would treat you? Davos pressed on. He said it couldn't be treated now and that I should wait a little longer. Shirlene was reluctant to disclose the Cinder's identity, leaving Davos uncertain whether they were deceiving him and Shirlene. The letter claimed Shirlene's uncle would be burned and that she would soon be freed from the dungeon. These events would soon be validated, revealing whether the Cinder genuinely sought to rescue Shirlene or harbored ulterior motives. Davos resolved to wait until the Cinder contacted him again before deciding whether to facilitate Shirlene's escape. Having left Dragonstone, Zhuagong soared directly towards the plains. In Westeros, he could only consume food in small bites, and he had not yet satisfied his hunger. He was nearly out of energy to fly. Gritting his teeth, he crossed the narrow sea and traversed the free trade city-states until he finally beheld the stunning Dothraki Sea. Delving into the plains, he overlooked a small khalasar that was too meager to fill his appetite and instead chose a larger khalasar of over 10,000 people. To his surprise, his arrival did not incite widespread panic. Driving away the Dothraki near the food seemed more laborious than usual. It appeared they had come to understand that he was a benevolent dragon, seeking only sustenance without causing harm, Zhuagong mused. Once he had dispersed the others, he ate while surveying the surrounding crowd. Their eyes reflected no fear. Rather, they regarded him with curiosity, occasionally pointing and whispering as they watched him feast. Since the visits of Drogon to the plains, his exploits of stealing meat have spread across the entirety of the Dothraki Sea. It is known that he not only seizes meat, but also partakes in mare's milk and consumes Dothraki blood pies. However, after each feast, he leaves behind coins. And according to Cow, these coins can be exchanged for several times the amount of meat outside the plains. They are no longer fearful of Drogon's presence. Rather, they eagerly anticipate his arrival, hoping to witness the marvel of a true dragon while also reaping substantial profits. In the midst of a bustling khalasar, Drogon, as customary, left behind 2 gold coins. A cursory glance over the crowd revealed several women kneeling in his direction, murmuring incantations whose meanings eluded him. Drogon was taken aback by the grand reception afforded to him simply for a handful of coins. Just as he prepared to take flight, he suddenly felt several pale yellow orbs coalescing in his mind. Sensing the yellow points and observing the kneeling women, a phrase crystallized in his thoughts: the power of faith. During his previous excursion to the plains, he had experienced a similar gathering of light points, yet he had not grasped its significance until now. He had previously studied the white points absorbed from the immortals and the pale yellow light that accumulated, discovering that the yellow points could nourish the white ones, albeit to a negligible degree, barely perceptible without careful observation. Witnessing the peculiar behavior of the Dothraki women kneeling before him illuminated the pathway to collecting yellow points and subtly unveiled the nature of what he absorbed from the immortals. After some contemplation, Drogon named this phenomenon the divine light. With the white light point, he could now absorb yellow light points, representing the power of faith. This power nourished the divine light, which in turn rejuvenated his physical form. Understanding this connection, Drogon realized he had discovered an alternative method to strengthen himself beyond mere consumption. It seemed prudent to bestow them with additional gold coins, he mused, while gazing at the kneeling women. Nodding towards the women, Drogon flapped his wings vigorously, ascending into the sky, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated across the heavens. He then exhaled a torrent of searing dragon fire into the vast expanse above. It was indeed necessary to display his formidable might, and for the sake of gathering the power of faith, he did not hesitate to exhibit his fiery prowess. The Dothraki, witnessing Drogon's display of power, were uncertain of what had provoked his wrath. They dared not flee, fearing he would pursue those who attempted to escape. The more astute among them recalled Drogon's earlier nod to the women kneeling before him, and thus began to mimic their actions, kneeling in reverence to avoid incurring the dragon's ire. In a matter of moments, a sea of kneeling figures formed, while those still standing quickly followed suit, including Cal, the leader of the Colosser. After finishing his roar, Drogon felt the intermittent surge of yellow points once more, as the number of kneeling individuals increased. So too did the power of faith. He was astonished that such a simple display of strength could yield such significant results. After circling the Colosser in the sky, he nodded in the direction of Cal before soaring away. The Dothraki and Cal, having received Drogon's acknowledgement through their kneeling, found their devotion deepening, resulting in Drogon accumulating a wealth of faith. 2 hours later, feeling waves of pale yellow light, Drogon returned to Astapor, contented. Observing the positions of the two dragons from the sky, he discerned the location of Daenerys' new abode. Finding a secluded spot to deposit his satchel, he took to the skies once more, heading towards the golden dragon, Viserion, to commence his daily training. While Viserion was joyfully soaring alongside Rhaego, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Upon turning his head, he saw a small black dot hurtling toward him at great speed. He barely had time to shift aside before being struck on the wing, the impact nearly sending him spiraling downwards. This collision was a result of Drogon moderating his force. Otherwise, at his current speed, he would have created a gaping hole upon impact, an outcome that neither could withstand. Drogon had aimed to crash into Viserion's side, but the latter's evasive maneuver had redirected the collision to his wing. Nevertheless, Drogon felt a surge of elation. His training had not been in vain, as he was now swift enough to be detected and respond accordingly. Having frequently engaged in surprise attacks and mock battles with Drogon, the two dragons had long since adapted to his training methods. Initially, they would flee when overwhelmed, but after several unsuccessful attempts to escape and enduring a few thorough beatings, they gradually learned to cooperate and put forth their utmost effort in battle. Retrieving his satchel, Drogon flew to Daenerys' shoulder, nuzzling her cheek with his small head. Has the mother of dragons changed her fragrance? He mused, detecting the faint scent wafting from her. Daenerys was taken aback by Drogon's keen sense of smell. She had only recently chosen a subtle fragrance from Illyrio, and he had already discerned it. As she took out a cloth to wipe the blood from his scales, she casually removed the large satchel around his neck, weighing it in her hands and finding it somewhat heavy. Curiosity piqued, she wondered why Jiki's firestone pouch contained such weight, which she had assumed was merely filled with firestones and hay. Intrigued by its contents, she reached for it to open. Those items cannot be seen by you, Drogon exclaimed, hastily flying atop the satchel, using his small claws to tightly seal its opening. Within the satchel were not only paper and ink, but also a letter of allegiance from Varys intended for Daenerys. Of course, she would see it, just not at this moment. Is there something in the satchel that I cannot see? Daenerys inquired, her curiosity heightened by Drogon's mental communication, pretending to have heard nothing. She attempted to brush aside his claws to continue her investigation. However, a gentle nudge proved ineffective. Even with greater force, Drogon's claws remained steadfast. Peering down at Drogon's small black claws, Daenerys was astonished by their surprising strength. Doubtful of his resilience, she summoned all her might to pry open his grip, her face reddening with exertion, yet Drogon's 4 claws remained immovable. Carly, what are you doing? Beside Daenerys. Missy noticed her unusual expression and realized she was fervently trying to pry open Drogon's claws, which left her utterly perplexed. Help me, Missy, Daenerys said, her voice tinged with frustration. Missy initially thought Daenerys was merely playing with Drogon, but soon grasped that she was genuinely attempting to pry open his tiny claws. Was she not afraid of breaking them? Drogon, intent on keeping the contents of his backpack hidden from his mother, was taken aback by her determination. He found it ironic that he was unable to open it himself and had to seek Missy's assistance. Thankfully, Yora was not around, or he might have been roped into the endeavor as well. As Missy was compelled to lend a hand, Drogon seized the backpack and soared into the sky. Daenerys, unwilling to let him escape so easily, grasped the straps of the backpack tightly. While Drogon could have forcefully taken the backpack from her, he feared that such an action might harm his mother. Caught in a moment of indecision, inspiration struck him. He quickly flew to Daenerys' side and gently scratched her ribs with his tiny claws. Daenerys, confused by his sudden approach, felt a tickle at her waist and nearly laughed, loosening her grip just enough for Drogon to snatch the backpack away. Fuming, Daenerys stomped her feet in frustration, feeling utterly powerless against Drogon, who now hovered above her. Missy, unable to suppress her laughter at Daenerys' predicament, quickly stifled it, her cheeks turning crimson. Missy, Daenerys exclaimed, noticing her struggle to contain her amusement. What else is in that backpack besides flint and hay? Struggling to maintain her composure, Missy swallowed hard before answering that those were the only items inside. What else could Drogon possibly be hiding? Daenerys felt a sense of injustice brewing within her, helpless to reclaim the backpack. In the sky, Drogon breathed a sigh of relief, realizing how troublesome women could be. Had he not thought quickly, recalling a method from his previous life to deal with a former girlfriend, the secrets within the backpack would have been revealed. Paper and ink were manageable. He could easily find a place to hide them, and even if lost, it would not matter. However, the letter needed to be dispatched promptly. He located a dilapidated, uninhabited house and concealed the paper, ink, and quill there, retrieving Varys' letter. Sealed with a wax emblem bearing the shape of a spider, he understood he could not deliver it directly to Daenerys but needed to find a messenger. That messenger soon presented himself. A man from the inn where Varys stayed emerged from a nearby room, seemingly heading toward the place where the Unsullied were stationed. Drogon calculated his route and placed the letter in the path the man would take before swiftly departing. Just as he flew away, the man turned the corner and spotted the scroll lying in the street. He glanced around suspiciously, found nothing amiss, and cautiously picked it up, recognizing the seal. He immediately understood who the letter was from. During his time as a member of the King's Guard, he had occasionally seen Varys' distinctive emblem, while others used family crests or titles. He had no family to claim, opting instead for the spider. Without breaking the seal, he scanned the surroundings, aware that this was no mere accident. Someone had deliberately placed it in his path. As he reached the edge of the street, he carefully removed the seal and opened the letter. "Your Majesty, I am Varys." Indeed, it was Varys' letter, the content revealing his intention to pledge allegiance to Queen Daenerys, which left him somewhat incredulous. After a quick review, he turned back and hastened to Daenerys' residence. After placing the letter on the ground, Drogon returned to Daenerys' chamber. Having just upset her, he was reluctant to face her again. But knowing he had handed the letter to the messenger, who would inevitably deliver it to Daenerys, he was curious to see her reaction to Varys' pledge. Upon seeing Drogon return so swiftly, still with the backpack, Daenerys shot him a glare but refrained from attempting to reclaim it. She was not foolish. Whatever he did not want her to see was undoubtedly hidden away. Any attempt to seize it would be futile. Drogon, feigning nonchalance, placed the backpack aside and casually inspected Daenerys' new quarters. Casting a glance at the backpack on the table, Daenerys turned her head away, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension, prompting Drogon to wish to depart without delay. Chapter 29, The Chase of Truth and Deception. Your Majesty, please take a look at this. He finally heard the melodious voice of the messenger, Barristan. Receiving the letter, Daenerys felt a mix of astonishment and skepticism. She was already aware of Varys' true identity. He had been the one relaying her whereabouts to the usurper, causing her and her brother Viserys to flee relentlessly. Now, Varys sought to pledge loyalty to her, a notion that seemed unfathomable and difficult to accept. "Sir Barristan, what is your opinion on this letter of allegiance? Varys has caused my brother and me much suffering. I find it hard to trust his loyalty. If he truly wished to serve, should he not come in person? Is he afraid I might kill him? If Varys wanted you dead, you would have perished countless times over." Drogon could not help but interject. Varys' web of influence spanned 4 continents. It would have been a simple task to eliminate the young Targaryen siblings. The only reason they had survived thus far was due to Varys' unique ability to pursue them relentlessly without ever striking the fatal blow or alerting the king. Recalling Drogon's words, Daenerys thought back to her earlier humiliation at his hands and found her feelings toward Varys quite negative. But why did Drogon speak so favorably of him? Reflecting on her life of escape since childhood, she realized they had always managed to stay one step ahead of their pursuers, a stroke of luck indeed. The only assassination attempt with poison had been thwarted by Yora. Could it be that, as Drogon suggested, Varys had never truly sought to harm them? "Your Majesty, although I have spent many years with Varys, my understanding of him is not particularly deep. He seems to possess a keen sense of timing, is quite cunning, and has a plethora of schemes. He has committed no great evils, but neither has he done anything particularly noble," Barristan replied thoughtfully. After listening to Barristan's account, Daenerys pondered Drogon's insight. If what he said were true, why would Varys seek to protect her and her brother? For what purpose? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she asked, "He has not come in person, yet he promises to provide us with essential intelligence in King's Landing and Slaver's Bay, as well as to seek allies at the right moment. Can we trust this? You are his intended queen. If you continue to treat the common folk as you have with the freed slaves, he will not betray you." Drogon recalled the underlying tensions that would shape the relationship between Varys and Daenerys. Delighted to have outsmarted Barristan, Daenerys feigned an inquiry, her true intention being to gauge Drogon's response. "I believe we cannot place our full trust in him." Barristan hesitated before carefully responding. He was unaware that Daenerys had already obtained the answer she sought, while Drogon remained oblivious to the subtle maneuvering at play. "Sir Barristan, please fetch a banner. I will have Drogon inform Varys that I accept his loyalty," Daenerys commanded. Despite her lingering reluctance to accept the allegiance of one who had once hunted her, she resolved to heed Drogon's counsel. "I have no desire to engage in such a tedious task." Drogon protested vehemently at Daenerys' request to fulfill the agreement with Varys. "Your Majesty, I believe we should reconsider, given Varys' usual conduct. I will be cautious," Daenerys replied, her tone resolute and unwavering, leaving Barristan no choice but to turn and retrieve the banner. A few moments later, Barristan returned, bearing a large black flag emblazoned with a crimson 3-headed dragon, the sigil of House Targaryen. "Drogon, take this banner and fly a circuit over Astapor. Despite knowing that Drogon was reluctant, Daenerys still sought to exact some form of revenge on him. Drogon turned his head and snorted, indicating his unwillingness. Daenerys reiterated her request, but Drogon continued to ignore her, prompting her to grit her teeth and declare, "Then let Viserion go." Drogon exited the chamber and soared into the sky, pulling Viserion down and gesturing and roaring to teach him how to grasp the great banner with his claws while flying. This was the secret signal he had agreed upon with Varys. If Daenerys accepted his allegiance, the dragon would circle Astapor with the Targaryen banner, and he would understand the message. Observing Drogon instructing Viserion like a human, Barristan was taken aback. As a member of the Kingsguard under the Mad King Aerys, he was well-versed in Targaryen history and had considerable knowledge of dragons. However, he had never heard of a dragon that could shrink after maturing. Nor had he witnessed a creature as intelligent as Drogon. This further solidified his conviction that Daenerys was destined to be the future ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, the true Queen of Dragons. Viserion understood Drogon's intention and excitedly tugged at the banner with his claws, lifting it skyward. The surrounding soldiers and residents, having seen Viserion land, curiously looked up as he ascended with the grand banner. Viserion didn't fly too high, and the banner flapped in the wind, while the three fire-breathing dragons danced as if alive. Residents, hearing the news, emerged from their homes to gaze at the sky, with devoted slaves even kneeling in reverence to the dragons and the banner. Daenerys was extraordinarily pleased upon receiving reports of this display, not expecting such an effect from a mere signal. As Viserion showcased the banner, Daenerys summoned Yora and the others to a temporary council chamber. They too witnessed the dragon waving the banner in the sky, surprised and uncertain whether it was merely a display or held deeper significance. In the council chamber, Barristan stood to Daenerys' left as her sworn protector, while Missandei stood to her right. Yora and the Blood Rider, Dario Naharis, positioned themselves at a slight distance from Daenerys. Among the familiar faces, Drogon spotted a newcomer with a resolute expression, dark skin, and a lean physique. He surmised this must be Grey Worm, the leader chosen by the Unsullied. After liberating the Unsullied, Daenerys learned his name and allowed him to choose another. But he insisted that the name Grey Worm brought him to Daenerys and represented luck, thus he was unwilling to change it. Curious about Drogon perched on Daenerys' shoulder, Grey Worm was seeing him up close for the first time. Compared to the other two dragons, Drogon appeared nearly the same size as a newborn dragon. However, having witnessed Drogon's fierce prowess against Rhaegal, he harbored no underestimation of him. A master of combat, Grey Worm understood how terrifying it was for such a diminutive figure to possess the strength of a dragon. Initially transfixed, he found himself observing Drogon for a while longer. "You all must have seen the banner in the sky. It is, in fact, a signal sent to Varys, the spider of King S Landing." Indicating my acceptance of his allegiance, Daenerys announced as everyone gathered. Chapter 30, The Objective, The Wall. Upon hearing Daenerys' words, Yora was the most visibly shocked, staring at her in disbelief before hesitantly voicing his opposition. "Your Grace, Varys is not to be trusted. He has long been responsible for gathering intelligence about you and reporting to King S Landing. He must be behind any assassination attempts against you." After speaking, Yora turned his gaze to Barristan, noticing his calm demeanor and suspecting he was already aware of this news while he had just learned of it. Feeling left out of such significant matters, he reminisced about the young girl who had always listened to him since their days on the plains. "I am aware of this matter." He was likely compelled to act as he did. Daenerys recalled Drogon's words and explained. The others, unfamiliar with Varys, showed little reaction to his allegiance. However, Yora remained resolute in his opposition, recalling Varys' cunning nature and treacherous schemes. "Your Grace, Varys is insidious and untrustworthy," he insisted. Yora's steadfastness surprised Daenerys, causing her to furrow her brow, not out of concern for Drogon's foresight but due to an unsettling thought. After escaping from the House of the Undying, Daenerys had mentioned her 3 betrayals, and Yora's unusual expression at that time had not escaped her notice. Could there be a connection between Yora and Varys, the Master of Whispers? Feeling Daenerys' gaze upon him, Yora suddenly felt a pang of anxiety, suppressing the words he was about to utter. "Sir Yora, while I have accepted his fealty, I will not place my complete trust in him," Daenerys reaffirmed, quelling her doubts. After her declaration, Yora fell silent, refraining from further opposition. The Unsullied army, originally scheduled to depart today, postponed their departure due to Drogon's absence. With nightfall approaching, Daenerys announced they would set out for Yunkai the following morning. 6 ships, along with over 20 provided by the benevolent masters of Astapor, totaled 30 vessels temporarily anchored there. With over 8,000 Unsullied, food logistics posed a significant challenge. Daenerys' followers were all skilled warriors, with only Missandei having learned about military logistics under the masters. But she alone could not manage the task, and had to sift through untrained Unsullied and Astapor residents for non-combat roles. At that moment, Daenerys felt acutely aware of her manpower shortage. Her forces were barely fewer than 10,000, lacking even a stable city to govern, making it challenging to find suitable personnel. Astapor had merely appointed a scholar, a physician, and a priest to form a temporary council to manage the city, reflecting on the future of the Seven Kingdoms. The prospect of administration appeared even more daunting. The march of over 8,000 troops stretched for several kilometers, resembling a sinuous dragon from above. Drogon had accompanied the troop for 2 days, feasting on the grasslands that had become his grand buffet. On the 3rd day, unable to contain himself, he once again soared to Westeros, intending to visit the Wall. Packing a bag, he gathered paper and ink, bringing along a few dates and a honey-roasted duck for little Shireen, filling his backpack to the brim. After more than 3 hours, he arrived at Dragonstone and aimed directly for Shireen's window, landing gracefully on the sill. Peering inside, he found her absent and decided to wait a while. If she didn't return soon, he would come back after visiting the Wall. After 10 minutes, just as he was about to leave, the door swung open, and Shireen entered, holding 2 books. Upon closing the door, she instinctively glanced at the window, where a small shadow was cast inside. Blinking in disbelief, Shireen rushed to the window and opened it, finding Drogon perched there with his bulging backpack, appearing rather comical. "Drogon, I missed you so much," Shireen exclaimed excitedly, reaching out to embrace him. Without waiting for her to lift him, Drogon flew into the room, landing on the table and setting down his bag, unveiling the honey-roasted duck wrapped in oiled paper. "How delightful," Shireen exclaimed, her mouth watering at the sight of the golden duck. With Dragonstone's scarce resources and Stannis' recent defeat leaving them without funds even for ship repairs, she had not enjoyed a decent meal in ages. Observing her eager expression, Drogon guessed her usual meals were likely meager, never anticipating that just one roasted duck could tempt a princess like Shireen so. He hastily unwrapped the duck, urging her to eat quickly. Shireen, unhesitatingly, tore off a leg and handed it to Drogon, who, of course, had no need for meat and shook his head in refusal. However, he knew that if he didn't eat, Shireen wouldn't eat either, so he tore off a small piece from the duck's belly and savored it. A solitary figure and a dragon swiftly consumed half of the roasted duck, most of which found its way into Shirleen's petite belly, while Zhuge merely nibbled at a token portion. The other half was not intended for her own indulgence, rather, it was reserved for Davos in the dungeon. Observing Shirleen meticulously wrapping the remaining half of the duck, Zhuge inferred that it was meant for the Onion Knight. He extracted some dates from his bag and placed them on the table, preparing to depart. His destination was the Wall, and he had a considerable journey ahead, with a detour to King's Landing first. "Zhuge, where do you reside? Can't you stay a little longer?" Shirleen implored, visibly reluctant to see him go. Zhuge pointed his wing towards the southeast. "You live in the Free Cities?" Shirleen conjectured, recalling from her book that Dragonstone's southeast likely corresponded to the Free Cities. Upon seeing Zhuge shake his head, she continued, "Is it farther than the Free Cities? Perhaps it's the Dothraki Sea, or the lands of Always Winter." Zhuge was taken aback by her knowledge of the lands of Always Winter, realizing he had underestimated her. When her next guess was still incorrect, Shirleen furrowed her adorable brows and mused aloud. "Besides the island, there seems to be a Slaver's Bay, and beyond that is the Red Waste." "Is it Slaver's Bay?" Zhuge grinned, revealing a row of tiny teeth, and nodded in affirmation. "I actually guessed it right," Shirleen exclaimed, nearly jumping with joy. "But how did you manage to come from so far? You're so small. It must have taken you days to fly. And isn't it true that dragons grow quickly? It's been 3 days since I've seen you, yet you seem unchanged. Are you not eating well?" Recalling the roasted duck, Shirleen worried that she had inadvertently consumed Zhuge's portion. Glancing at the duck wrapped in oiled paper, she contemplated suggesting that Davos forego his share to allow Zhuge to grow faster. Zhuge was surprised by the loquacity of the little girl. He was eager to leave and had no intention of engaging in a lengthy dialogue with paper and pen. Instead, he gestured with his wings, indicating that he could indeed grow larger. However, Shirleen did not comprehend his meaning. Just as she was about to inquire further, Zhuge had already flown to the windowsill, prompting her to realize he must have pressing matters to attend to. Otherwise, he would have communicated with her as he had done previously. "Zhuge, remember to visit me often," she called out, not pressing him any further, her fingers lingering on his neck in a reluctant farewell. Zhuge understood that Shirleen had only the Onion Knight as a friend here, unable to roam freely outside, and was thus left to the company of books. He wondered if the Onion Knight had been released yet, and felt an urgency to rescue Shirleen, lest she become too lonely in her solitude. After bidding farewell to Shirleen, Zhuge soared towards King's Landing to see if Varys had left him a message. After flying for nearly an hour, he arrived at their agreed-upon rendezvous point, a dilapidated street in the flea bottom of King's Landing, rife with sewage. Ensuring no one was around, he extracted a movable red brick from the wall, revealing a scroll of parchment within. He ascended to the rooftop and unfurled the parchment for a meticulous review. As the wedding of Joffrey approached, Tyrion and Sansa were set to be wed. While Tywin schemed to thwart the alliance between the Reach and the North by marrying Cersei off to the elder brother of the Rose of Highgarden, Loras, Prince Oberyn Martell had come to King's Landing, and his intentions were likely nefarious. Zhuge held a favorable view of Oberyn, seeing him as a roguish yet loyal figure, who, despite sowing his wild oats across the continent, cared for each of his illegitimate offspring. Unfortunately, his carelessness led to his demise at the hands of the Mountain, indirectly causing Tyrion's troubles and benefiting Cersei. After digesting the information, Zhuge sat atop the roof, contemplating the current situation in King's Landing. 2 pivotal blood weddings were imminent. And while he had little concern for the fate of the monstrous Joffrey, he could not bear to see Catelyn Stark and her children meet a grim end. After a moment's reflection, he began to write. Walder Frey had secretly reached an agreement with Tywin to massacre the Stark family and the noble houses of the North and Riverlands during Edmure's wedding. With Roose poised to switch allegiances, Shae was in imminent danger, but she must not be allowed to leave Tyrion. The cost of forcing her betrayal would be steep. He added a cautionary note about not letting Oberyn get too close to the Mountain, lest carelessness lead to his death. Varys had fervently urged Eddard Stark to acknowledge Joffrey as the legitimate heir to preserve his life, and although Eddard ultimately lost his head, Varys had done all he could. He had also attempted to rescue Sansa from King's Landing, only to be outmaneuvered by Petyr Baelish. Hearing of the impending slaughter of the Stark family, he knew he could not remain idle. Zhuge had no intention of informing anyone about Joffrey's forthcoming Red Wedding, as he would welcome the boy's demise. He also refrained from revealing to Varys that Sansa would be taken by Baelish. After Joffrey's death, she would be in even greater peril without Tyrion's protection. Having penned the information he needed to convey to Varys, Zhuge tucked the scroll into the crevice of the red brick and awaited the unfolding changes in King's Landing. Departing the city, he then flew towards the Wall, mentally aligning his flight with the map of Westeros in his mind. He crossed the famed Trident River, gazing down upon the formidable Eyrie, and observed the twins, where Robb Stark had once secured passage through marriage. He soared over the neck, glided past the countless graves of the first men, and hovered above Winterfell. At that moment, Winterfell was a shadow of its former self. The vibrant life and bustle had vanished. The largest castle in the north lay in ruins, charred and unrecognizable, save for its sturdy walls and some larger structures still standing. A dozen workers toiled diligently to restore it. Zhuge was aware that Theon was currently enduring the torturous whims of Ramsay, but he had no intention of intervening. That was a fate he deserved, despite only having burned Winterfell and not truly harmed Bran or Rickon. As he prepared to accelerate northward, he suddenly spotted a cluster of figures lurking at the edge of the woods not far from Winterfell, appearing far from ordinary. Were they plotting against Winterfell? With the north left vulnerable, the Stark forces had likely not returned. Who would dare attack Winterfell, now occupied by Ramsay? Zhuge flew a short distance away into the forest, stealthily approaching the small group. They were all clad in dark gray garments, each armed with at least one weapon, most resting in the underbrush. While only a few stood guard, Zhuge perched atop a tree to hear their conversation clearly. What's the use of rescuing that useless one? We went so far for nothing. 2 guards murmured at the edge of the group. I heard the lord of the island is unwilling to save his worthless son. It was Yara who decided to come. And look at us, just a handful of us. Yara? Upon hearing their discussion, Zhuge scrutinized the group and indeed spotted a robust woman with slick-back hair, whose appearance could easily be mistaken for a man. It then dawned on Zhuge that Ramsay had been tasked by his father Roose to drive the Ironborn back to the Iron Islands, prompting him to send a threatening letter to Balon Greyjoy, accompanied by Theon's presence in a box. If Balon did not withdraw the Ironborn raiding the north, Theon would be delivered to him piece by piece. Balon had never held Theon in high regard, intending to hand the Iron Islands over to his daughter Yara, and would not expend effort to negotiate for him. Moreover, now that Theon had been mutilated, rendering him incapable of fathering heirs, he was even less likely to comply with Ramsay's demands. Yara, unable to bear the thought of her brother suffering further at Ramsay's hands, had taken it upon herself to rescue Theon. Little did she anticipate that when she stormed into the dog pit to retrieve Theon from his cage, she would be met with a Theon who had been psychologically tortured into a shell of his former self, refusing her assistance and nearly costing her everything. From their demeanor, it seemed they had only just arrived, and as night fell, they would likely infiltrate Winterfell. After a failed rescue attempt, the Ironborn who had been sent back to the Iron Islands would soon welcome their new lord, the second most deranged individual in this world, Euron Greyjoy, Captain of the Silence. Thinking of him sent a shiver down Zhuge's spine. It was said that he was at odds with his brother Balon, who had declared that as long as he lived on the Iron Islands, Euron would not be allowed to return. Yoluan publicly claimed to have traversed the entire world, even venturing into the smoldering volcanoes and rocky remnants of Valyria, from whence he purportedly acquired the dragon horn, an artifact capable of controlling dragons. Jagging remained skeptical of the horn's authenticity and its purported powers over dragons. However, upon encountering the Ironborn Yara, he felt no hesitation in causing some trouble for Yoluan. He delved deeper into the jungle, alighting in a clearing, and retrieved paper, ink, and wax from his backpack. On this journey, He had not only replenished his supply of parchment and ink, but had also brought along some wax. With a deft claw, he pressed the seal into the wax. And once it had dried, he silently soared back above the group, targeting a slumbering Ironborn. Releasing his grip, he let the scroll fall. The sleeping, bearded Ironborn was struck by the scroll, jolting him awake. He turned his head to see the message lying on the ground. "Someone's come," he exclaimed in a hushed tone. Dozens of others, hearing his call, quickly rose to their feet, scanning their surroundings with wary eyes. The bearded man, seeing Yara approaching with her entourage, handed her the scroll. "Where did this come from?" Yara inquired as she accepted the scroll. "I have no idea. It seemed to have landed on my head," the bearded man replied uncertainly. Chapter 32. Fateful Encounter. Yara glanced at the 4 sentinels tasked with guarding, who exchanged looks of innocence, fully aware they had seen nothing. She understood they were oblivious to the scroll's arrival. Holding the scroll in her hands, she examined it closely. It appeared no different from an ordinary missive, sealed with only 2 impressions. As she crushed the wax and unfolded the parchment, her brow furrowed slightly at the first line. But her eyes widened in disbelief at the subsequent lines. The message claimed that even if she were to encounter Theon, he would not accompany her. And it ominously foretold the return of her long-lost uncle Yoluin to the Iron Islands, intent on killing her father Balan and seizing control of the islands. The possibility of her uncle Yoluin returning was not entirely implausible. Despite her father's insistence that Yoluin remain away, she doubted her uncle would heed her father's commands. However, the first claim struck her as absurd. She could only imagine the torment Theon must be enduring. Surely, he would hope for her to rescue him. How could he not wish to join her? She glanced at her Ironborn companions, all of whom regarded the parchment in her hands with curiosity, wondering what secrets it contained. Especially given that it had been conveyed silently even with sentinels on watch. Noticing no unusual reactions on their faces, Yara maintained her vigilance. The ability to deliver the scroll without a sound rather than utilizing arrows made her question their loyalty. Her greatest fear was the presence of a traitor among them. One who might betray them at a crucial moment, endangering not only their mission to rescue Theon, but also their very lives. However, the situation had escalated to such a degree that retreating to the Iron Islands with so many people was no longer an option. She could only proceed with caution. From a distance, Zhagging observed Yara receiving the scroll and continued his flight northward. He harbored little doubt that once Yara reported to her father, Balan would be prepared for Yoluin's machinations. Neither brother was one to underestimate. Even if Balan could not best Yoluin, inflicting significant damage would render the scroll's delivery worthwhile. As the temperature plummeted over the next hour, the biting cold greeted him, revealing patches of unmelted snow in the shadowed mountains. Zhagging knew he was nearing the wall, and flew for less than 10 more minutes. Gradually discerning the looming presence of a vast ice-blue edifice amid the fierce wind and snow, a sight that imparted the formidable pressure of the wall. The wall towered approximately 200 meters high, its expanse seemingly endless, stretching from the sea in the east to the mountains in the west. According to the map he had studied at Dragonstone, the wall extended nearly 500 kilometers in total length. Its base was comprised of massive stones, while the wall itself was constructed from an amalgamation of boulders and ice blocks, reinforced with magical enchantments. At its foot lay a small fortress, known as the Black Castle, where the Night's Watch primarily resided, with others dispersed between Eastwatch by the Sea and the Shadow Tower on the western flank. Aside from these 3 locations, few other fortifications housed the Night's Watch. The entire structure bore no grand entrance, only an underground tunnel connecting it to the outside world, lined with iron gates meant to deter intruders. In dire circumstances, the Night's Watch would shatter these barriers and block the tunnel with boulders, isolating any approaching threats, be they wights or wildlings. Within the Black Castle, a wide lift ascended directly to the top of the wall, controlled by an immense winch for transporting personnel and goods. In stark contrast to thousands of years ago, when the whites last invaded, the ranks of the Night's Watch had dwindled significantly. They were no longer a proud brotherhood, but rather a gathering of thieves, scoundrels, and various criminals. From afar, Zhagging cast a glance at the Black Castle before veering away. The area surrounding it was hardly suitable for observation. He gently descended upon the wall, which spanned about 15 meters in width, its surface cluttered with boulders, logs, and debris, interspersed with ballistae that appeared to be in disrepair. Standing atop the wall, Zhagging felt himself dwarfed even further, the biting winds and frigid air washing over him, invigorating his senses. Beyond the wall lay a vast expanse of white, with only the distant sight of a snow-laden wilderness and forests visible through the raging storm. Zhagging found it difficult to fathom how wildlings had survived in such harsh conditions for millennia, ultimately being forced to cross the wall to escape the White Army. He surmised that Jon Snow was likely not at the Black Castle during this time, upon learning of his father Eddard's execution and his sister's entrapment in King's Landing, as well as his brother Robb's rising rebellion in the south. He had likely fled and joined the Rangers to scout the movements of the wildlings and whites beyond the wall. Arriving above the Black Castle, Zhagging observed the surroundings for a while. The inclement weather discouraged outdoor activity, with only the sentinels huddled in corners to evade the storm. After a brief watch from the castle, he stealthily ventured outside, yet saw no sign of John or the portly Samuel Tarley. He was left with no choice but to abandon his search. John was likely frolicking in the snow or a cave with a wildling, and Zhaogang had no intention of waiting in the cold for him. Having departed the Black Castle, he flew for less than 20 minutes as the weather began to warm. Zhaogang resolved to procure some game to sate his hunger and restore his strength. After all, he still had at least 3 hours of flight ahead to reach the plains, and he could not afford to do so on an empty stomach. The north, vast and sparsely populated, served as a paradise for wildlife. And having grown accustomed to the rich lamb and hardy horses of the plains, indulging in some wild game would be a delightful change. After flying for 2 minutes through a copse, Zhaogang spotted a robust stag leisurely grazing on the grass. The moment the deer noticed Zhaogang, it regarded him with curiosity, only to be swiftly dispatched as he swooped down, clawing its throat. Lifting the creature, which was 10 times his size, he effortlessly carried it to a nearby stream, skinned it, and eviscerated it, using his claws to segment the crimson flesh into portions laid upon a stone. Gathering sticks of various sizes to serve as firewood, he set up a roasting spit. Sitting down, he retrieved flint and dried grass from his backpack, firmly grasping the flint in his claw, striking it to ignite the grass, and cautiously placing it among the kindling. As the smoke began to dissipate, the dry wood ignited into a vivid yellow flame. Zhaogang then skewered the deer meat onto the sticks, placing them over the fire, and took to the air to evenly sprinkle spices, salt, and minced scallions, rotating the spit. In no time, the marbled meat began to sizzle, dripping fat onto the flames with a satisfying hiss. As the meat turned a delectable golden brown, Zhaogang speared another piece, setting aside the first, and began to eat while continuing to roast. Not bad, he mused to himself, acknowledging that while it did not rival the culinary skills of Daenerys, it certainly surpassed those of the Dothraki by a significant margin. The tenderness and flavor of the venison made up for his modest grilling prowess. As he savored the roasted meat, his pace of consumption gradually quickened, and soon half of the robust stag had vanished. Suddenly, as he chewed, Zhaogang felt a presence and turned to see several figures approaching from the hillside, men, women, and even a child. Zhuagang's gaze was swiftly captivated by a towering, robust man at the forefront, who appeared to stand at least 2.5 meters tall. Clad in tattered garments, his formidable physique dragged behind him a wooden board, as wide as his own frame, upon which lay another person. Chapter 33, A Shocking Conspiracy. Adair. Bran? Upon recognizing the somewhat familiar scene and Adair's imposing build, Zhuagang quickly confirmed their identities. He had not anticipated encountering them here. The vastness of the north rendered such a chance exceedingly slim. When Zhuagang first spotted them, their attention was drawn to the flickering flames of a fire pit, only later noticing Zhuagang beside it, clutching a substantial piece of deer meat. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The somewhat simple-minded Adair halted in his tracks upon seeing Zhuagang with the deer meat, while Bran, lying on the wooden board, noticed Adair's sudden pause and, observing the peculiar expressions of the wild woman and the Georgian siblings, exerted effort to prop himself up and turn to look ahead. Upon seeing the conspicuous fire and, subsequently, Zhuagang, Bran's striking blue eyes widened in astonishment. They had journeyed north, hesitant to approach densely populated areas, fearful of being discovered and met with ill intent or reported to the seeker, seen. They had not expected to encounter Zhuagang just after cresting a hill. Upon seeing Zhuagang, the 2 Arctic wolves emitted low, uneasy growls. What is that? The youngest, Rookin, curiously inquired while attempting to soothe the agitated pup. That is a dragon, a true dragon, the wild woman Osha exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Zhuagang. A dragon? Rookin's mouth fell open, his eyes instantly widening. Haven tea dragons been extinct for over a century? How can they possibly reappear? Bran, still lying on the board, inquired with curiosity. Do you recall the fiery comet from some time ago? That was a portent of the dragon's return, Osha replied with excitement, having suspected that the comet could not have been caused by mere mortals. Geogen and his sister remained silent, intrigued by Zhuagang, who had momentarily paused before continuing to devour the roasted meat. Is he cooking meat for himself? Rookin wondered, glancing around in confusion. Dragons are exceedingly intelligent creatures. Roasting meat poses no challenge for them, Osha stated, her admiration for dragons evident, as if she possessed considerable knowledge on the matter. Is he sprinkling seasoning on it? Rookin gasped again, watching Zhuagang as he hovered above the roasted meat, scattering something downwards. Even Osha found herself at a loss for words. A dragon capable of roasting meat was already remarkable, but one that added seasoning was beyond her imagination. Rookin swallowed hard, unable to resist the urge, followed by the sound of 2 more swallows echoing from somewhere nearby. Throughout their journey, though Osha occasionally pilfered food to sustain them or managed to procure game, they had only roasted hastily, fearful of being discovered due to their fire, resulting in several instances of foodborne illness. They had never enjoyed such leisurely barbecues as Zhuegang's, complete with seasoning. After completing the final piece of roasted meat, Zhuegang extinguished the fire pit and, instead of continuing to eat, flapped his wings and soared before Bran and the others. Observing Bran, who lay weakly on the board with his chestnut hair and delicate features, Zhuegang struggled to reconcile this image with that of the future ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, the protector of the realm. Upon seeing Bran, Zhuegang was reminded of the visions he had encountered in the Hall of Immortality. In retrospect, he realized that only Bran, as the sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms, possessed the capability to wield such a multitude of crossbows and the power of Valyrian steel. He vividly recalled how that net could barely withstand the dragoness flame, which was capable of melting gold and iron. Though these were merely omens and not necessarily prophetic, the implications were unmistakable. Despite his doubts regarding Bran, Zhuegang remained perplexed. As the last dragon in the world, alongside Jon, the last Targaryen bloodline, Bran ought to be nurturing Zhuegang rather than plotting his demise. Reflecting on Bran's future self, he was far removed from the innocent figure before him, embracing his long-lost brother Jon and sister Arya with a calm demeanor. Recounting to his sister Sansa the traumatic events involving the Littlefinger, even praising her bridal gown from that fateful night. Zhuegang's impression of Bran was that he was increasingly detached from humanity, leaving him uncertain whether it was wise or unwise for such a being to ascend as king of the Seven Kingdoms. He recalled the Blood Dragon's wild dance, Viceroy transforming into an ice dragon, and Rhaego's blood mingling with the sea, alongside memories of his own demise at the hands of crossbow bolts. The Red Priestess's curse upon the false king, the Immortals draining the life force, and Bran's chilling indifference. All these events began to interweave in his mind. The cataclysmic downfall of Valyria, the frenzied nature of the Targaryen family, the massacre of dragons during the Blood Dragon's dance, the deaths of Viceroy and Rhaego, Jon's betrayal of Daenerys, culminating in his own tragic demise and the extinction of dragons, an astonishing conspiracy began to unfurl within Zhuegang's heart. After the Red Priestess used leeches to curse the false kings, 3 pretenders met their demise, and Onion Knight Davos suspected their deaths were linked to the curse, while Stannis firmly believed otherwise. No one could prove whether the deaths of those 3 pretenders were merely a product of the Lightbringer's manipulation of human subconsciousness. Thus, did the series of events ultimately lead to the extinction of the Targaryen family and the eradication of dragons, orchestrated by the gods through an unseen hand? The old gods, the new gods, the Lord of Light, the Immortals, and the Green Seers all seemed to utilize their followers to propagate their doctrines and expand their influence, absorbing the power of belief. Among the various deities, the most formidable were undoubtedly the Lord of Light, whom the Red Priestess served, and the old gods represented by the Green Seer. After Stannis' defeat, the Red Priestess shifted her allegiance to Daenerys. Had the Red Priestess survived until the end, with Daenerys still alive, the Seven Kingdoms would likely have become a realm of the Lord of Light's followers in due time. Zhuegang believed that once Bran ascended to the throne of the Seven Kingdoms, it would not be long before the north and all corners of Westeros would be permeated by the influence of the old gods. The deities did not manifest themselves in flesh, relying instead on their followers to amplify their impact, while dragons were treated as mere entities. During the Targaryen reign, many common folk revered dragons, some even kneeling before dragons or the Targaryen sigil. Could it be that the very existence of dragons obstructed the growth of the gods' followers, leading to the gradual extinction of dragons? Even the Targaryens, who could hatch dragons, became increasingly sparse until their eventual demise. The more Zhuegang pondered, the more alarmed he became, solidifying his resolve. Looking at Bran, he could not help but contemplate extinguishing this future Green Seer within the wall, severing the lineage of Green Seers henceforth. Do you wish to kill me? A sudden voice pierced Zhuegang's reverie, jolting him from his thoughts. Hearing Bran's words, the Geogen siblings and Rooken immediately grew vigilant, with the 2 Arctic wolves growling more deeply. Even the wild woman Osha cast a surprised glance at Zhuegang, bewildered as to why a dragon capable of roasting meat would want to kill Bran. Truly a future Green Seer, so perceptive, Zhuegang thought, feeling admiration as he regained his composure. He had abandoned the idea of killing Bran. After all, the present Bran was entirely unaware, and to slay him would be unjust. Furthermore, times had changed. He was no longer the Zhuegang of old, nor would Daenerys be the same as she once was. Feeling lighter in spirit, Zhuegang observed the 2 Arctic wolves, showing their teeth at him, despite not yet fully grown, already larger than any dog he had encountered. He flapped his wings and flew towards one of the wolves, moving so swiftly that it took everyone by surprise. Summer. Bran managed to shout just in time as Zhuegang soared past Summer, ascending into the sky and gliding southward. Such soft fur, Zhuegang thought, as he rubbed his small black claws against the wolf's surprisingly gentle coat. Do not worry, he merely patted Summer's head, Osha reassured Bran, who was anxiously watching Summer, as she pointed out the remnants of black pepper atop Summer's head. Only then did Bran completely relax, though he was already drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just emerged from the depths of hell. Chapter 34. Astonishment. The image of Drogo's penetrating gaze lingered vividly in his mind, as though he could see straight through him. Bran had never experienced such a sensation before. Not even during moments of transgression had he encountered such a look from his father. The weight of that gaze was compounded by the overwhelming presence of the dragon before him, instilling in him a sense of insignificance akin to standing before a colossal beast. Yet, how could this be? He was but a mere child. Bran, why did that little dragon attempt to kill you? As Drogo soared into the distance, Jojen relaxed. I do not know, but I am certain he intended to kill me just moments ago. I cannot fathom why he suddenly changed his mind. Bran recalled the harrowing experience. Still shaken. If he truly wished to harm us, we would have had no chance to resist, not even the two ice wolves. The wild woman Osha gazed in the direction Drogo had flown, affirming her thoughts. Having witnessed Drogo's ascent into the sky, none among them voiced dissent. Is that roasted meat meant for us? Riken asked eagerly, eyeing the venison on the spit as the tense conversation concluded. Upon receiving Bran's nod, Riken hurried over, tearing off 2 pieces, one for Bran and one for himself. As the meat touched their tongues, they were astounded to discover the culinary prowess of the little dragon. It was far more delectable than any roast they had savored in Winterfell, though Osha was not particularly greedy. She would not pass up the opportunity to taste dragon-cooked meat and stepped forward to seize a piece for herself. Not long after Drogo departed the north, a band of wildlings approached the wall, among them a striking brown-haired woman, Jon Snow, who had shed the black attire of the Night's Watch. They were led by a man with a golden beard, clad in thick leather, ready to scale the wall. In King's Landing, at the end of a filthy street in the slums, a burly man with disheveled hair limped into view. Through his matted locks, a deep scar stretched across his forehead, bisecting his face. He trudged through the muck, appearing weary, leaning against a low wall to inspect his limp before casually glancing around. With one hand, he carefully removed a loose red brick from the wall, concealed a rolled parchment within his sleeve, and replaced the brick before finally limping out of the alley. Disguised as the limping brute was Varys. After retrieving the letter, he changed his guise once more before returning home to unfold the parchment. He did not find the anticipated upheaval in King's Landing as Drogo had indicated, yet he was still taken aback. The most astonishing revelation was the impending red wedding orchestrated by Walder Frey. Despite the letter being penned by the mysterious figure, Varys could hardly believe its authenticity. Had House Frey lost their senses? How dare they brazenly trample upon the sacred tradition of hospitality that had endured for millennia in Westeros? Committing murder against the nobility of the North and the Riverlands during a wedding feast? Situated between the North and the Riverlands, while House Frey was not weak, they were far from capable of simultaneously opposing the nobility of both regions. Varys was well aware of the Frey's rise to power, which was built upon tolls collected from travelers. Their actions were looked down upon by many noble houses, and despite their considerable wealth, they had long struggled to penetrate the circles of the highborn, a goal that had consumed generations of Frey lords. Walder had long sought an alliance with House Tully of Riverrun, yet Catelyn's father, the Tully patriarch, had refused, citing his lack of intention to arrange a marriage for Edmure. Consequently, Edmure remained unmarried until the age of 25. Just when an opportunity arose to unite with the young wolf Robb broke the betrothal, marrying another woman, which was a bitter pill for the image-conscious Walder to swallow. Coupled with the promises of gain from Tywin, they might be driven to desperate measures. The mysterious figure had only informed Varys of Walder's schemes without detailing the means to act. Was he to deliver the message to Robb himself? Varys pondered Drogo's intention. Due to Joffrey's tyrannical rule, Varys had been unable to save Ned Stark. Now, with a chance to rescue his wife and children, he was most willing to act. The second matter in the letter concerned Tyrion and his mistress Shae. Since Tyrion's betrothal to Sansa, Varys had contemplated sending Shae to Pentos. Knowing that with Cersei and Tywin present, her exposure could lead to her demise, and her revelation would also impact Tyrion. Though Tyrion had not held the hand of the king for long, Varys recognized his potential, believing that the realm needed such a chancellor. In recent days, he had intended to send Shae some gold and jewels, allowing her to live as a lady in Pentos. Only for the mysterious figure to advise against her departure from King's Landing, even suggesting she might betray him. Varys believed that, given Shae's deep affection for Tyrion, even if Tyrion's engagement to Sansa caused her to feel neglected, she would not betray him. Reading the hearts of men was Peter Baelish's forte, particularly when it came to a woman in love, yet it was not Varys' strong suit. A sudden thought struck Varys. His intention had merely been to discreetly send Shae away without informing Tyrion. However, Shae would likely assume it was Tyrion's directive. Having served as the handmaiden to Tyrion's fiancée Sansa, she already felt constrained. If she discovered Tyrion intended to send her away, would she not be driven by love to hate him and betray him? It was highly probable, Varys concluded after much contemplation, feeling that this was more taxing than training his little birds. Though he had come to understand that Shae might betray Tyrion, He remained puzzled as to the serious repercussions of a whore's treachery. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from abandoning his plan to send her away. The third matter pertained to Prince Oberyn of Dorne. Oberyn had long harbored a grudge over the death of his sister Elia, seeking vengeance against the mountain who had slain her and the child she bore, as well as harboring indirect hatred towards Tywin for ordering the mountain's actions. His arrival in King's Landing could very well lead to trouble for the mountain, and Varys could not discern why the mysterious figure was concerned for Oberyn's fate. Did he wish to win over Dorne through Oberyn? Varys speculated that the letter's warning against getting too close to the mountain implied that Oberyn should refrain from seeking revenge. Until he clarified this matter, he resolved to dispatch more little birds to gather intelligence on Oberyn. The parchment had not mentioned the upheaval in King's Landing that Varys yearned to uncover, leaving him restless. He had dispatched his little birds to investigate, yet uncovered no signs of any significant events, leading him to doubt the accuracy of the mysterious figure's plans. He could not accept that, knowing a potential upheaval loomed. He, the master of whisperers, could find nothing. At a lavish residence, a stout middle-aged man, barely 5 feet tall, emerged. His scruffy beard and wild golden hair framed a deep scar that ran from his left forehead to his right jaw, effectively splitting his face in two. Following closely was a lean swordsman with slicked-back hair, slung with a long sword. Chapter 35. Tyrion, it seems they do not hold much regard for you. Former hand of the king, the lean swordsman jested, addressing the scarred man. I am not merely a former hand. I also saved their lives. They forget my good deeds. And you, former commander of the city watch, do not intend to assist me? You certainly profited handsomely during your tenure, my good Ser Boros. The imp, Tyrion, placed particular emphasis on Boros's title. Do you still not know me? Money is for spending, it cannot be retained, Boros replied, fiddling with a wooden trinket hanging from his belt, a luxury he had purchased after being appointed a knight, a favored adornment among the nobility. Tyrion had no genuine intention of soliciting funds from Boros. Extracting coins from this mercenary, who only recognized the value of gold, was more challenging than obtaining favors from a common whore. Pouring himself a glass of red wine, Tyrion took a sip and settled into a chair, contemplating whom to approach next for money. He had held out during the defense of King's Landing until the final moment, just before his father Tywin's reinforcements arrived, nearly being cleaved in two in the process. To his dismay, he awoke to find himself abandoned in a dim, damp chamber to recuperate. The father not only failed to commend his achievements, but also dismissed him from the position of prime minister. In a fit of anger, he demanded the inheritance rights to Casterly Rock, but Tywin not only denied him but also humiliated him, referring to him as the shame of House Lannister, claiming that if it weren't for the inability to prove Tyrion was not his blood, he would have fed him to the wolves. From a young age, Tyrion understood that he could never match his brother Jaime's imposing stature or martial prowess. His sister Cersei, beautiful and alluring, was a key asset in the strategic marriages among noble families. As a dwarf, he could only immerse himself in books and expand his knowledge, hoping that one day he could showcase his talents and prove himself worthy, no longer a disgrace to House Lannister. Fortune finally smiled upon him. During his tenure as prime minister, he diligently managed King's Landing, bringing order amidst Stannis' frenzied siege. He stood atop the walls, directing and inspiring the troops, ultimately suffering grave injuries and losing consciousness. Yet, all his efforts went unrecognized by his father Tywin, who dismissed his accomplishments as inconsequential. Serving as prime minister provided him a platform to apply his lifelong learning and allowed him a taste of power. Although his father appointed him as the master of coin with the intention of undermining him, he did not refuse. He aimed to excel in this role, hoping to re-establish his presence in the center of power in King's Landing. However, after days of exhausting efforts, invoking the Lannister name and leveraging his former position, he raised not a single copper coin and faced considerable ridicule. While seated, drinking in despair, Varys entered calmly, hands tucked into his sleeves. Why are you sulking here before your imminent marriage, my lord? Upon Varys' arrival, Podrick discreetly excused himself. What am I but a pitiful wretch, begging for alms? Tyrion slurred, swirling his cup. I wonder how the preparations for the royal wedding are faring? Varys continued. Not a copper has been secured. My nephew, upon witnessing his meager wedding, will surely hate me more. Tyrion replied, smacking his lips, seemingly indifferent. The reach is historically bountiful. I doubt the Queen of Thorns wishes for her granddaughter's wedding to be overly modest, Varys reminded him. The Queen of Thorns. Tyrion straightened up, his greenish-black eyes twinkling with realization. How could he have forgotten her? Thank you for the reminder, Lord Varys, he exclaimed, suddenly filled with hope. I am no lord, Varys replied languidly. Despite holding a position in the small council as the masterful spymaster, he bore no title. Tyrion fell silent, lowering his gaze as he contemplated how to persuade the astute and formidable Queen of Thorns. What do you intend to do about Shae? Varys broached the subject. At the mention of Shae, Tyrion's brow furrowed deeply. I believe you should find a way to send her out of King's Landing, She is in grave danger here. If my father or sister discovers her, she could very well be hanged. Although Tyrion was loath to part with Shay, he had to consider her safety. What if she refuses to leave? Varys asked. Taken aback by Varys's query, Tyrion sighed in resignation. I don't know what to do. Varys had hoped to hear Tyrion's plans, only to find they shared a similar sentiment. According to the mysterious informant, their methods were unfeasible. Varys understood that Shay's presence not only endangered her, but would also implicate Tyrion. Thus, he could only keep watch over her surroundings and act swiftly if any danger arose. Do you remember the Daenerys I mentioned some time ago? Varys shifted the topic. Tyrion was puzzled as to why Varys would bring up the young Targaryen girl so far from home. After a moment's thought, he replied casually. You mentioned she hatched 3 dragons. Indeed, my little bird has just returned with news. Those 3 dragons breathe fire, incinerating over 50 of the Qartheen knights who invaded their estate, compelling the Qartheen royalty and nobles to allow them to leave unscathed. Her dragons can breathe fire now? And they killed so many? Tyrion exclaimed, astonished yet skeptical. I recall you saying they had only just hatched. The dragons were indeed recently hatched, and I did not anticipate their rapid growth. But it is the truth, Varys affirmed. Aegon I conquered through the might of 3 dragons, forging the Iron Throne with dragon fire and 1,000 swords, enabling House Targaryen to rule the 7 kingdoms for nearly 3 centuries. Tyrion recalled that the dragons had become formidable only after maturing, while incinerating 50 knights was not comparable to a large battlefield. The prospect of dragons influencing the outcome of even a minor skirmish was beyond Tyrion's imagination. Have you informed my father of this? Tyrion pondered aloud. I have only just received the news and have yet to relay it to your lord father. What do you believe Daenerys' power will be with dragons? One cannot seize the Iron Throne solely with dragons, Tyrion dismissed. I have also heard she possesses over 8,000 trained Unsullied, having liberated the slaves of Astapor, one of the slavers' base cities, and is preparing to march on Ukai to free the slaves there. What are Unsullied? Despite his extensive reading, Tyrion had limited knowledge of distant lands. Varys glanced down, raising an eyebrow at the pitiable souls below, akin to himself. Are they formidable? Tyrion grasped Varys's implication. No less than the King's Landing garrison, and in certain respects, even superior, Varys candidly replied. Chapter 36. The siege approaches. Tyrion recognized that he lacked experience in military matters, having only commanded twice, once with the Hill clans and once during the defense of King's Landing. What is your purpose in telling me this? Tyrion, astute and sharp-witted, inquired. Rather than languishing in frustration, have you considered other avenues? Varys observed, his gaze pointedly fixed upon Tyrion. Tyrion's breath caught. He stared at Varys incredulously, unable to fathom that the spymaster of King's Landing would dare to speak such words to a Lannister. His nephew was the ruler of the 7 kingdoms, his sister the Queen Regent, and his father Tywin held sway over the realm, yet Varys urged him to betray them. Although the Targaryen girl posed no immediate threat to King's Landing, she would undoubtedly grow powerful and become a future menace. It seems you are quite content with the position of Master of Coin and eager to assist your good nephew, Varys remarked, unperturbed by Tyrion's glare. As Varys departed, Tyrion reflected upon his current predicament, memories of Joffrey's misdeeds flooding his mind, leaving him momentarily speechless. I preemptively wish you joy in your marriage, my lord, Varys declared before exiting. Observing Varys's broad back, Tyrion found his earlier excitement about negotiating with the Queen of Thorns dampened, his thoughts tormented by the matters of Shay and Varys's recent comments as he took another sip from his cup, in pursuit of the task assigned by the mysterious informant. Varys had sought out Tyrion but had not secured the definitive answer he desired. Now was not the time to send Tyrion to Slaver's Bay, and he had to devise another plan. Meanwhile, Drogon indulged in a hearty meal on the plains during his flight back from the north, simultaneously gathering a surge of divine power. The divine light gradually intensified, enhancing his physical strength, albeit at a sluggish pace. Far from the rapid growth he experienced upon first receiving the divine light. By the time he returned to Daenerys, the army was nearing Ukai, and Yora and Barristan could not dissuade Daenerys from her intention to capture the city, instead beginning to strategize the assault on Yunkai. 3 hours later, as dusk fell, the army reached a 0.5 kilometers from the city, and Daenerys ordered the pitching of tents for the night. She rode alongside her 4 companions, including Yora, to a hillside near the city of Ukai, observing the situation from a distance. The entire city was built atop a small mountain, with a circular wall encircling its base, densely populated with houses of varying sizes. At its highest point stood 2 immense pyramids, serving as residences for the slave masters, who referred to themselves as the benevolent, in stark contrast to the good masters of Astapor. At that moment, the walls of Ukai were lined with patrolling soldiers, and shadows of armed figures could be seen moving within. A ring of tents surrounded the outer wall, indicating a considerable number of people. It seemed they were aware of our impending arrival. Having discerned the general situation in Yunkai, Yora spoke. Can we ascertain the strength of their forces inside? It's too far to tell, and the walls are too high. My preliminary estimate is around 3,000 inside, with about 2,000 outside, replied Baristan. Though a member of the Kingsguard, he had led troops in battle and possessed commendable experience in warfare. What are those outside the walls? Danny asked. They're likely mercenaries. I'm not certain which company, but I will investigate shortly, Yura responded. After gauging their respective numbers and combat capabilities, Danny inquired. What are our chances if we engage them? We would undoubtedly emerge victorious, but the cost would be significant. And further assaults on the city would result in even greater losses, Baristan replied, recalling the Unsullied's training methods and combat proficiency, which were indeed formidable. While he could hold his own against one, facing three simultaneously would be a daunting challenge. The Unsullied commander, Grey Worm, was particularly formidable. Baristan, though confident in his youth, found himself uncertain of the outcome against him now. Yura, convey a message to the benevolent, demanding their surrender. If they refuse, we shall breach the city, and none shall escape. The mercenaries will be summoned to negotiate, acting as the benevolence enforcers. But should we conquer Yunkai, they will receive not a single coin, Danny declared, determined not to lose too many Unsullied in the assault, as they represented her capital in her campaign into Westeros. Upon returning to the main camp, Yura and the others did not retreat to their tents, but instead deliberated on further details. Once their discussions concluded, they returned to their respective quarters. Danny remained close to Drogon, her dragon, who had a soft nest prepared for him by Missandei at the tent's corner. Let it be a nest. Drogon seemed to express no objection, for a bed would have been wasted on him. After the others departed, Danny did not immediately sleep. Instead, she lay on her side, stroking her dragon while contemplating her thoughts. As she caressed him more frequently, Drogon began to understand why the cats he had once known enjoyed rubbing against him and lying beside him. Being stroked was indeed a delightful experience. Sometimes, he became so comfortable that he inadvertently fell asleep, only to awaken the next day beside his mother, the Dragon Queen. In the morning, Yura relayed news of the negotiations into Yunkai. By afternoon, the city's gates swung open, and a grand litter emerged, carried by 8 men, followed by 4 others bearing 2 large chests. Aware of the benevolent's impending arrival, Danny had already ordered the construction of a temporary meeting area inside the litter. The benevolent Razdal glanced at the neatly arranged Unsullied, aware of their combat prowess and weighing the disparity in strength between Yunkai and them. A sudden roar from above interrupted his thoughts. High in the sky, Regal and Viserion circled overhead, remembering the tales of dragonfire consuming the good masters of Astapor. Razdal's expression shifted slightly. Clearly, the rumors of dragons were true. Upon descending from the litter and seeing Drogon perched on Danny's shoulder, Razdal instinctively took a half-step back, puzzled by the dragon's diminutive size compared to the 2 soaring above. Yet, he did not dare underestimate it. Who knew whether this small dragon might unleash fire upon him? The one before you is Daenerys Targaryen, the mother of dragons, Stormborn, and the unburnt, Missandei introduced her. I come for negotiations, and to demonstrate my sincerity. I bring you generous gifts, Razdal declared, clapping his hands. For slaves lowered the 2 bronze chests to the ground. Razdal opened them to reveal one filled with gleaming gold coins, and the other brimming with radiant diamonds and jewels. As he beheld the lavish treasures, Drogon's eyes sparkled with delight, for he had never encountered such a spectacle in either of his lives. Dismissing his initial doubts, Razdal saw no hint of greed in Danny's eyes, yet he noticed an unmistakable glimmer of ambition in the little dragon's gaze. If you are willing to depart Yunkai, we can offer you gifts that rival these, he suggested, attempting to sway her with the allure of further riches. This queen, who had seized 8,000 Unsullied through barbaric means, likely had never laid eyes on such a fortune, Razdal thought dismissively. Casting a casual glance at the bronze chests, Danny revealed no semblance of greed. She commanded over 8,000 elite warriors. With them, gold and jewels would eventually flow to her in abundance. Contemplating the frail slaves who had trembled while lifting the chests, Danny's fleeting sympathy for the benevolent vanished entirely. Considering these gifts, I will spare your lives, provided you release your enslaved individuals. Otherwise, when I take you Kai, redeeming your lives will not be so simple, she warned. Outraged, Razdal retorted. You seized Astapor through deceit and barbarism. Yunkai boasts towering, fortified walls, valiant warriors, and powerful allies. If you believe that 3 untrained dragons can conquer Yunkai, beware. We shall slay your dragons. Hiss. Drogon roared in response, sparks flying dangerously close to Razdal's ornate robe, nearly igniting it. You promised to ensure my safety, Razdal exclaimed, frantically patting out the flames on his garment. I did, but should you provoke my dragon, I cannot be held accountable, Danny replied with a calm smile. Take the chests. We depart. Razdal commanded his slaves, realizing further negotiation was futile. Witnessing Drogon's near incineration of the benevolent, the frail slaves hesitated near the chests, their hands outstretched, only to be met with a fierce roar from Drogon. He was not one to be trifled with, especially when threats were made against him. seeing Drogon's intimidating demeanor. Razdal refrained from further words. After all, two larger dragons circled above. Should his shouting attract their attention, it would spell his doom. In a fit of anger, he flung his sleeve and climbed back into the litter, leaving without a backward glance. Once the slave master departed, Drogon perched atop the chest containing the gold, snatching a handful of coins and delighting in the sound of them cascading through his claws. Most of the coins were newly minted and glimmered brilliantly. Though he had pilfered much gold and silver in Astapor and the Zafra estate, nothing compared to the brilliance of these bronze-chested treasures. Noticing the gleam of gold in Drogon's fiery eyes, Dany instructed Miss Sandy-Eye to fetch a small pouch, filling it with coins specifically for him. While the pouch contained far less than the chests, Drogon relished the opportunity to scoop up a few more handfuls before satisfied. Ser Yura, have you identified which mercenary company surrounds the walls? Dany inquired, eager to clarify her negotiating counterpart before the time for discussions approached. They're the Second Sons, numbering approximately 2,000, with a long-standing history and formidable combat capability. Some knights and nobles have joined this company for the sake of honing their skills, he informed her. After listening to Yora's report, Daenerys could not help but feel a twinge of concern. Although the Unsullied were formidable warriors, their numbers would surely dwindle following a confrontation with the mercenary company, and they would soon face the challenge of besieging a city. She found it difficult to imagine how many Unsullied would remain. An hour later, the Second Son's mercenary company arrived as promised, consisting of 3 individuals. The leader was tall, with a grotesque scar marring the left side of his face. Yora introduced the trio, and the central figure was revealed to be Merrill, the commander of the Second Sons. To Merrill's right stood a shorter man named Pranda, while to his left was a handsome fellow with a bushy beard, known as Dario. Is this one of Daenerys' consorts? He does possess some charm, but with me around, he should not entertain such notions, thought Yora as he observed Dario. The term consort perplexed Daenerys, as she could not fathom its implications, especially since Yora seemed to possess knowledge of the connection between her and Dario. She glanced at Dario, noting his masculine appeal. Yet she felt no particular interest in him. As Daenerys directed her gaze towards him, Dario flashed a self-assured smile and nodded. You are the mother of dragons? Merrill said, slightly surprised, casting a glance at Yora as he stepped forward. He was about to approach Daenerys when Varys interjected to block his path. Can you still wield your sword? Old man? Merrill taunted, eyeing Varys' white hair with derision. Killing you would pose no challenge, Varys replied with a nonchalant smile. Humph, Merrill said, moving aside. I thought you looked familiar. A whore I had once wore a similar blue garment, though she was devoid of anything beneath it. He gestured as if to lift Daenerys' skirt. Yora felt an urge to unleash his fury. Had it not been for the Second Son's invitation, he would have incinerated them on the spot. Varys, who was tasked with protecting Daenerys, swiftly drew half of his longsword. I am not a lord unfamiliar with blood. I can see that this little dragon is quite formidable. Merrill merely tilted his head in response to Yora's threat. Do you not desire my second sons? Kneel before me, and I shall grant you my allegiance, Merrill declared, taking a seat and surveying those around him. Suddenly, Merrill felt a sharp pain in his neck as a shadow darted past him, blood gushing forth. In the parlor, Dario and Pranda finally reacted, drawing their curved knives and swords, astonished at Yora, who remained poised on Daenerys' shoulder. They realized that it was indeed the small dragon that had slashed Merrill's throat, the speed of which had left them bewildered. Yora had executed the move in one seamless motion, leaving Merrill's throat intact, but delivering a vicious cut. Merrill pressed his hand to the bleeding wound, his eyes wide with fear, as he understood that Yora could easily end his life. Why are your words suddenly so restrained? Yora asked calmly, contemplating his earlier choice of target, wishing he had inflicted more pain on Merrill. Daenerys, feeling a surge of pride, gently stroked Yora's back, having learned that he disliked having his head patted after a few attempts. Chapter 38. Varys' little bird observing Merrill's relentless bleeding, Daenerys showed no inclination to summon aid. After being provoked time and again, she had long wished for Yora and the others to capture Merrill. However, she understood the implications of such actions. Burning innocent lords in Astapor had been an unfortunate necessity. Should she repeat such behavior, her credibility would be irrevocably damaged, and she would be viewed as a reckless queen. Faced with Yora's composed gaze, Dario and Pranda, despite having drawn their weapons, dared not move. They were acutely aware that raising their arms could lead to dire consequences for Merrill. Merrill, having lost his earlier bravado, tore a strip from his garment to staunch the flow of blood. Commander Merrill, how much does the Lord of the Vale pay you? I could offer you double. Daenerys proposed, her smile unwavering as she regarded the blood-soaked man. I cough. What are you? Merrill started, but the pain in his throat rendered him incoherent, prompting him to gesture toward Pranda. The Second Sons had maintained their reputation for years, and without it, they would have dissolved long ago. You cannot offer more than what the Lord of the Vale can provide, Pranda countered. I can bestow upon you lands and titles that he cannot. And when we launch our assault on the Vale, do you truly believe you will have another chance to claim your reward? Daenerys surveyed the three commanders of the Second Sons. Mother of Dragons, with only 8,000 unsullied, you cannot hope to become the queen of Westeros. Dario interjected politely. You are correct. My little dragon is growing, and my army will swell. It is not too late for you to join me, Daenerys replied. After her declaration, Dario remained silent, merely nodding at Meryl. Do not. Meryl attempted to speak again, but the pain silenced him, forcing Pranda to respond on his behalf. We possess cavalry and infantry, each seasoned from countless battles. We are not easily subdued. You should be aware of the might of my 8,000 unsullied. Do you truly believe 2,000 could stand against them? Or have you prepared to take the Lord's gold and flee should you fail? Meryl, stung by the insult, was about to retort but hesitated upon seeing Yora, muttering, We shall meet on the battlefield. Once the three departed, Daenerys furrowed her brow, contemplating her next steps. The negotiations with the Lord of the Vale and the Second Sons had faltered, leaving her with no choice but to consider a direct assault, a prospect she found disheartening. At that moment, an unsullied soldier entered, presenting Grey Worm with a rolled message. After a brief exchange, Grey Worm handed the letter to Varys, explaining that while patrolling the camp's perimeter, they had spotted a young boy attempting to approach the tents. Upon their pursuit, the boy fled, leaving behind the message on the ground. Varys inspected the letter, noting that it was not sealed with wax but only tied with a simple string. Finding no further issues, he handed it to Daenerys. Upon opening the letter, Daenerys' expression shifted between joy and concern as she passed it to Yora and the others. It was written in Valyrian script, which Grey Worm could also read. It is Varys' little bird, Varys remarked upon seeing the agreed-upon sigil on the letter. Given the heavy guards on the walls and the presence of the Second Sons outside, how did that boy manage to get here? Yora inquired, voicing his thoughts. The boy did not arrive from the direction of the Vale but from some point outside the city, Grey Worm explained, having gleaned this information from Missandei. His command of the common tongue is still somewhat lacking. Understanding Grey Worm's words, the group realized that the boy might have slipped out of the Vale before its defenses were fully established or found another means of escape. The contents of the letter had already been shared among them. It mentioned a small door within the walls of the Vale, intended for those needing to enter or exit after the main gates were closed at night, though it too was now heavily guarded. While the small door provided a potential entry point, the increased number of guards posed a significant challenge. The number of individuals permitted through the small door is limited. We can only send in our most capable fighters, Yora concluded. After hearing the strategies discussed, Daenerys could only respond with resignation. Once we have dealt with the Second Sons, we shall enter through the small door. Any difficulty is preferable to the losses we would incur in a siege. Though conflict with the Second Sons was unavoidable, the prospect of minimizing the toll of a siege was a small consolation. A few individuals conspired and resolved to launch an assault on the Second Sons tomorrow night. After finalizing the specific details, they returned to their tent. Daenerys prepared exquisite pastries and delectable dishes for herself, including a small bowl of beet soup, a platter of plums, and 2 bottles of red wine. Drogon, having dined sufficiently on the plains, only took a few plums as a snack, though Daenerys seldom indulged in wine. The imminent battle prompted her to sip a little red wine for solace. Red wine, however, was hardly suitable for hearty meat consumption. Drogon preferred mare's milk and a certain fiery liquor that had a spicy kick, which, upon entering his belly, made him feel the temperature of his dragon fire rise considerably. It was rare for the mother of dragons to drink red wine, and Drogon naturally accompanied her with a few cups. Yet, before Daenerys could finish her first cup, he had already consumed 2. Accustomed to feasting heartily and drinking liberally on the plains, he found it difficult to sip delicately. A bottle could be drained in mere moments. Concerned about the upcoming battle, Daenerys found herself drinking a bit more than usual. Her tolerance was limited, and after half a bottle, she felt slightly tipsy. Leaning her head against Drogon as she lay on the bed, in her hazy state, she recalled her mother, whom she had never seen, her brother Rhaegar, whom she had never met, and her brother Viserys, who would often climb into her bed to tell her tales of the 7 kingdoms. She even felt a twinge of nostalgia for her father Aerys, the so-called Mad King. Contemplating them, she suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness. The once mighty House Targaryen, once spread across 4 continents, now had only her. In that moment, she felt like the little girl who longed to return home but did not know where home was. Though hailed as the Mother of Dragons and the Queen of the 7 Kingdoms, she sought to reclaim the Iron Throne in the 7 Kingdoms, believing that perhaps then she would truly have a home. But could she return to Westeros and genuinely claim the Iron Throne? Despite her continuous self-encouragement and her commitment to reclaiming the Iron Throne, she hesitated at the thought of the precarious situation with the Second Sons, fearing failure and the potential loss of her unsullied due to an attack on them, which could render her unable to pursue Westeros. She even regretted not heeding Yora's advice to abandon the Second Sons. Hiss. You still have me. Drogon seemed to sense Daenerys' solitude and, drawing a connection to his own feelings, nudged her hand. Hearing Drogon's unspoken words and feeling his unusually warm body, Daenerys wiped her eyes, feeling a renewed sense of strength. She was no longer alone. She had Drogon, Rhaego, Viserion, Yora, Barristan, and Missandei, Grey Worm, and Little Tyrion. The Second Sons were merely her first official battle, and she still had to conquer Meereen, liberate the slaves of Slaver's Bay, and confront King's Landing and the lords of the Seven Kingdoms. If she could be daunted by a mere Second Sons, how could she muster the courage to claim the Iron Throne? Daenerys felt herself transforming back into the queen that Yora and the others revered. "Thank you, Drogon," she sincerely expressed, embracing him. Without Drogon, she would have lost her greatest support in Qarth, and what would have become of Barristan, the Unsullied, or the Iron Throne? Observing Daenerys regain her confidence, Drogon silently vowed not to let history repeat itself. He would eliminate all obstacles and assist the Mother of Dragons in ascending to the Iron Throne. Chapter 39, The Lover Recollecting Her Thoughts. Daenerys rose from the bed to freshen up and prepare for an early rest. Suddenly, she heard two muffled thuds outside the tent, followed by the entrance being pushed open, revealing an Unsullied wearing a spiked helmet. "Who are you?" Daenerys demanded loudly, knowing that Grey Worm and the Unsullied would not intrude upon her tent without announcement. "Your Majesty, it is I, Daario." The newcomer removed his helmet, revealing a charming smile. But his expression faltered upon noticing Drogon perched upon Daenerys' shoulder. He had anticipated that Daenerys would have handmaidens in her tent, but he was surprised to find the dragon there instead of the other two. Having witnessed Drogon's swift and precise execution of a man, and having survived several battles in the fighting pits of Meereen, Daario felt no confidence facing Drogon. "Captain Daario, might I inquire as to your purpose for being here at night?" Knowing that Daario had infiltrated without permission, Daenerys remained unafraid. Having seen Drogon's intimidation of the three members of the Second Sons earlier, she felt no fear at the presence of Daario. Observing that Drogon showed no signs of aggression at his intrusion, Daario gradually regained his composure. "Your Majesty, I originally came to assassinate you, as was the intention of the Second Sons' leader, Merrow, and his lieutenant, Prindle. However, I do not agree with their decision. It seems you have devised a better plan," Daenerys remarked, scrutinizing Daario. "Indeed, I have decided to bring them to meet you in person." Daenerys furrowed her brow in confusion, unsure of his meaning. With a clatter, Daario removed a cloth bag from his shoulder and emptied its contents onto the ground, revealing two severed heads, one bearing a long scar across its face, belonging to Merrow, and the other to Prindle. Daenerys was taken aback by Daario's ruthless method of aligning himself with her, which reminded her of the past with Xaro, causing her to frown slightly. Drogon, however, was unfazed. He understood that Daario was intent on Daenerys as a queen. "What is it you seek?" Daenerys inquired, wishing to distance herself from any uncontrollable danger. "Your grace and beauty have captivated me." Daario's eyes sparkled. "The last person to express such sentiments towards me has already met his end," Daenerys replied, fixing her gaze upon Daario. "Then he certainly lacked my sincerity." Daario continued to smile, unfazed. Daenerys did not doubt Daario's words. She saw in his eyes what she had not seen in Xaro's substance. Yet the matter was too grave for her to easily accept someone who had just killed her leaders. Moreover, she would not acquiesce to his demands. She was no longer the mother of dragons with only her young dragons as her allies. Her dragons could incinerate soldiers many times their size. She commanded the Kingsguard and led an army of nearly 10,000 elite soldiers. She would not sacrifice herself for a few ships. "I cannot agree to your request," Daenerys resolutely declined. "Your decision is premature, for you do not yet know me." Daario appeared unperturbed by Daenerys' response. Daenerys was not easily swayed by his fervent gaze and eloquent words. "You easily killed the leaders of your own group. How can I trust that you will not one day turn on me? I did not join the Second Sons to serve the arrogant Merrow or the inept Prindle. I joined to hone my skills. My only offerings to you are sincerity and devotion, which do not allow me to act otherwise." What a romantic! Drogon couldn't help but scoff at Daario's overly sentimental words. "Proclaim your oath of loyalty," Daenerys, slightly exasperated, demanded of Daario. Drawing his arak from his waist, Daario knelt on one knee, placing the blade upon his knee. "The Second Son shall belong to you, my queen. My sword, my heart, and my life are all yours." Drogon interjected, "I accept your allegiance," Daenerys stated solemnly. Her acceptance of Daario was primarily due to Drogon's awareness of him and his lack of opposition to her accepting his loyalty. Although Daenerys remained unaware of what a paramour entailed, she believed Daario would not pose a threat to her. Otherwise, Drogon would have certainly objected. "Your Majesty, I propose we seize you tonight," Daario suggested as he rose. "Why tonight?" Daenerys inquired, not suspecting any ulterior motives from Daario. "The news of my killing Merrow and Prindle has not yet spread. The Yunkish masters are unaware. If they learn of it, their defenses will become even more formidable. I am aware of a small gate that provides entry into the city. At that time, I would merely need to bring 2 or 3 individuals inside to unlock the main gate, allowing the army to enter Yuan-Kai. A small gate. Is it unguarded? Daenerys asked, feigning ignorance. It is guarded, but the number of sentries is quite limited. A few skilled fighters could easily handle them. Upon hearing Dario's words, Daenerys furrowed her brow. For Varys' little birds had not conveyed such information. Could he truly be so eager to ensnare her in a trap? Daenerys found herself in a quandary, glancing at Drogon, who displayed no reaction. Should she trust him or Varys? The dilemma weighed heavily on her, and after a moment's hesitation, she declared that she would make a decision after convening with Yora and the others. Of course, Dario replied. In the council chamber, summoned at such a late hour, Barristan and Yora exchanged puzzled glances, nearly drawing their swords upon seeing Dario present. Daenerys explained Dario's arrival, which eased their tension, before unveiling his plan. After hearing it, Yora and the others regarded Dario with skepticism, and he sensed the growing unease. When did you last visit that small gate? Yora inquired. I have not been there. Some members of the Second Son's mercenary group enter through the small gate at night for amusement. After hearing this, Yora looked at the others. Are you suggesting we send our best fighters in there for a trap? Barristan interjected. The only individuals Daenerys could count on as elite were her commanders. If this were the case, she would be left with no one to rely on. Are you familiar with that small gate? Dario likely grasped the reason for their dubious glances, including Daenerys' initial reaction to the plan. The group fell silent, casting their gazes upon Daenerys, awaiting her decision. The small gate was already heavily guarded by numerous soldiers. Sending in a few would be tantamount to suicide. Daenerys fixed her gaze on Dario, eager to hear his justification. Dario's complexion shifted slightly. He had just vowed loyalty to Daenerys and was now proposing to lead her commanders into a trap, which could hardly inspire trust. After a moment's hesitation, he suggested that perhaps the small gate had only recently been fortified after the mercenaries departed. Chapter 40. Infiltration. He could only surmise the timing behind his ignorance of the small gate's enhanced defenses. He understood that the mercenaries had no reason to deceive him. Yet this explanation lacked credibility. Others remained silent, and Daenerys ultimately resolved. Yora, Grey Worm, and Dario. You shall select 100 unsullied and skilled mercenaries to launch a direct assault on the small gate. Upon entering, swiftly open the main gate. I shall await your signal outside the city. It would be quite challenging for 100 individuals to enter through the small gate. 30 may be the upper limit. Dario quietly remarked. After his statement, no one responded. He understood he had no authority to speak, directing his gaze toward Daenerys, hoping she would place her faith in him. Your Majesty, selecting 100 unsullied should suffice. There is no need to choose mercenaries, Barristan suggested, as Yora and Grey Worm exchanged surprised glances with Daenerys, uncertain as to why she placed such trust in Dario, who too looked astonished at her confidence. Yora and the others recognized that although Daenerys was not well versed in the ways of war, she surely understood that if Dario feigned loyalty, sending mercenaries in would only leave her men vulnerable from both sides. Daenerys was acutely aware of Barristan's reasoning, and she recognized Dario's point. Their original plan involved defeating the Second Sons before sending someone to stealthily reinforce the assault on the small gate. The mercenary group was not lacking in skilled fighters. Selecting from both teams would undoubtedly yield better results than relying solely on the unsullied. The reason for sending so many was to minimize losses, particularly for Yora and Grey Worm, whom she could not afford to see severely injured. I shall go. Bringing 3 individuals will suffice. Drogon, unaware of Daenerys' rationale for trusting Dario so deeply, knew she was in a difficult position. Upon finishing his thought, he departed from her shoulder, flying to Yora and Grey Worm's side. Seeing Drogon's movement brought joy to Dario and the others. They had witnessed Drogon's prowess firsthand. Knowing he was capable of far more than merely slitting throats, he could breathe fire, making him worth the strength of 2 or 3 skilled fighters. Yet, as Drogon prepared to leave, Daenerys felt not joy but concern. According to the intelligence from Varys' little birds, there were at least 100 guards at the small gate. No matter how formidable Drogon was, amidst such chaos, evading all attacks would prove exceedingly difficult. Should anything happen to him, the dreadful consequences would be unbearable. Grey Worm. Select 4 unsullied. Dario, choose 3 mercenaries, and together with Yora, infiltrate through the small gate tonight. Daenerys felt uneasy about sending only 3 individuals. She could not afford to lose Drogon, nor could she bear the thought of risking Yora and the others. Hearing Daenerys' insistence on sending so many, Drogon swiftly returned to her side, extending his right claw to show her, retracting 2 of his fingers to indicate he wished to go with only 3. The council chamber fell silent, astonished by Drogon's gesture, before realizing he understood Daenerys' words and wished to express his preference for only 3 to infiltrate through the small gate. Daenerys nearly laughed at Drogon's antics, stepping forward to clasp his small black claw. 3 is far too few. I fear for your safety. 3 or 10 makes little difference to me. Having more individuals only complicates matters, Drogon replied, aware of Daenerys' concerns. However, Dario's insistence on 3 must have stemmed from a valid reason. For him, the difference between a few and many was negligible, and a larger group would only risk exposure. After some contemplation, Drogon extended another finger, adding 1 more to the count. Daenerys smiled and released his small black claw. Grey Worm, select 2 more unsullied. And along with Yura and Dario, you shall form a group of 5 to accompany Drogon. Once the personnel were determined, Grey Worm's chosen individuals arrived. And Dario proceeded to outline a simplified map of Yuan-Kai, indicating the location of the small gate and the main gate they intended to open. They established a signal, preparing to breach the main gate upon receiving the designated cue. With everything settled, Dario led the 4 individuals and the dragon towards the western side of the city, where the small gate awaited them, clearly visible with 4 guards stationed nearby. The 5 concealed themselves in the shadows. Dario had agreed upon a bird's call as the signal, intending to handle the guards inside the gate once he entered, while the other 4 would eliminate the exterior guards before swiftly following him inside. Drogon, hovering at a low altitude, paid little heed to their discussions. Despite his capability to enter and eliminate all adversaries while opening the gate, he refrained from such actions. Knowing it would only render Daenerys' followers increasingly inept, he could only assist from the sidelines. With his current defensive capabilities, it would take a concerted effort to harm him. Furthermore, his remarkable speed ensured he would not foolishly await incoming blades. Once their deliberations concluded, Dario confidently strode toward the small gate, and the guards, noticing him from a distance, immediately became alert. As they recognized his garb and the conspicuous curved blade, they relaxed their vigilance. Although Dario had never entered Yuan-Kai through the small gate, the guards frequently interacted with the mercenaries, possessing some knowledge of their commander. Upon Dario declaring his identity, the guards permitted him passage. Drogon had already taken to the skies, following Dario through the city walls. Though the darkness affected his vision, it was not to the extent of human limitations. He could discern the number of stationed soldiers from above, besides the 10 or so soldiers within the gate. The alleys leading from the small gate into the city were filled with soldiers, totaling approximately 150. Faced with such a formidable force, Drogon couldn't help but reflect on the significance of intelligence. Had it not been for Varys' little birds, if Daenerys had recklessly sent Yura and 3 others in, they would not only have failed to open the city gates, but survival itself would have been a challenge. Upon entering, Dario surveyed the interior briefly before mimicking the call of a bird. The sudden sound of his avian mimicry puzzled the 10 guards, who were still processing the situation when Dario swiftly drew his curved dagger, dispatching the 2 guards stationed beside the door. Only then did the remaining 8 guards realize they had been deceived and lunged at Dario with their spears. Unfazed by their approach, Dario retreated while observing his surroundings. He edged back to the door, hearing the sounds of battle outside. Seizing the opportunity, he stepped forward and slashed 1 guard across the abdomen. As the others hesitated in fear, he deftly unlatched the door, allowing Yura and the others to rush in. As they burst through, the guards in the narrow alley, alerted by the commotion, brandished their long knives and shields, pressing into the confined space. Dario felt a surge of apprehension as he witnessed the increasing number of guards. Had it not been for the information provided to him by Daenerys, his reckless decision to enter with only 2 companions would have surely led to his demise. He cast a glance at the pitch-black sky, realizing their fate hinged on the Queen's dragon. No matter how confident he was not arrogant enough to face an enemy that outnumbered him by dozens. The 5 of them gradually formed a circle, backs pressed together, defending themselves while waiting for an opportunity to strike. The guards closed in, probing their defenses, and the 5 began to falter under the mounting pressure. Injuries were sustained, and their stamina waned rapidly. Chapter 41. The Might of Dragons. Recognizing the opportune moment, Drogon swooped down upon an injured Unsullied, his wingtip brushing against a guard who was attacking. Blood gushed forth as the guard collapsed, clutching his throat, lifeless after a brief convulsion. After dispatching 1, Drogon flew towards the guards surrounding Yura, his claw rending the throat of 1 guard, severing the carotid artery, resulting in a far greater outpouring of blood than the previous victim. With 2 guards slain, the remaining combatants began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Drogon's speed was astonishing, and under the cover of night, they could barely discern the shadow that flitted past before their comrade fell, clutching his neck. As the battle with Yura and the others continued, they had to remain wary of the unknown shadow that could strike at any moment. With the tide of battle shifting, Yura and his companions gradually regained their footing, reforming their defensive formation. Drogon refrained from indiscriminate slaughter or setting fires. He only intervened when one of them faltered or faced imminent danger. This was a rare opportunity for training, and his habitual dragon-taming skills seamlessly transitioned into aiding his human allies. As Drogon periodically swooped in to rescue them from peril, the 5 fought with renewed vigor, and within 10 minutes, they had vanquished foes that vastly outnumbered them. They raced along the designated route toward the main gate, while Drogon flew overhead, surveying the terrain and the guards. Clearly, word of the breach at the small gate had reached the main entrance, and reinforcements were making their way over. Knowing that Yura and his companions were greatly fatigued, Drogon ascended to a rooftop and transformed into his full-sized form, his 15-meter wingspan casting a shadow over the entire street. Both Yura's group and the guards looked up in terror, confronted by the immense silhouette looming above them, as if a demon had descended. Dario, catching sight of the crimson wings illuminated by the moonlight, realized that the creature was indeed a dragon. Upon inquiring with Yura, he learned that it was Drogon. He had not anticipated Drogon's ability to change size, and the sight of his full form was far more fearsome, dwarfing the other two dragons that often soared in the sky. The guards of Yukai had never encountered such a colossal dragon, and their advance was instantly halted. A resonant roar echoed through the night, reverberating across Yukai, causing every guard to look towards the source of the sound in fright. The slave masters and the nobles, awakened by the commotion, hastily emerged from their chambers, scrambling towards the city walls. They had not anticipated that Daenerys would launch her assault without waiting for a response, nor that a dragon would be part of the siege. Observing the guards still in shock, Drogon unleashed a torrent of black and red fire, incinerating dozens of them in an instant. The remaining guards, utterly terrified, lost their resolve as the shadow loomed over them and the flames approached, abandoning their weapons in a panicked retreat, leaving the city gate unguarded. Seeing the guards flee, Drogon did not pursue with further flames but instead flew low along the city wall. His massive shadow enveloped the walls of Yukai, his claws grazing above the guards, who no longer dared to remain atop the walls, hastily fleeing to find shelter below. From a distance, two weaker roars echoed, belonging to Regal and Viserion, who, upon hearing Drogon's roar, abandoned their positions among Daenerys' forces and followed Drogon, spiraling rapidly above the city walls. The morale of the Yukai guards crumbled, and not a single one dared to raise a spear. Without needing Dario's signal, Daenerys understood that the moment to assault the city had arrived, commanding the Unsullied and the mercenaries to charge towards the gates. With no guards to obstruct them, Yura and the others swiftly opened the gates, welcoming the army into the city. Daenerys instructed a portion of the Unsullied to capture the nobles, while others were tasked with eliminating any remaining resistance in Yukai. Upon encountering slaves, they severed the collars around their necks, restoring their freedom, and strictly prohibited the mercenaries from pillaging or committing violence. The majority of the nobles' personal guards were slaves, and as the Unsullied liberated the other slaves, coupled with the intimidation of the dragon overhead, the guards, who were also slaves, surrendered en masse. The siege concluded in under half an hour, with nearly all the nobles captured and the slaves freed. Once the army entered the city, Yura and the others led them to seize the nobles' estate, calming the panicked slaves and restoring order to Yukai. After ensuring the situation was stabilized, Yura and Grey Worm returned to the council chamber, their bodies weary and marked with wounds, with one Unsullied, known as Little Sparrow, bearing the most severe injuries, needing Grey Worm's support to walk. Missandei, document their military achievements meticulously. I intend to reward them handsomely, and when we return to the Seven Kingdoms, I shall grant them titles and lands. Daenerys solemnly vowed as she gazed at the bloodied quintet. We seek no rewards, only to remain by your side, your grace. Grey Worm stepped forward to declare, you shall indeed remain by my side, and rewards are rightfully yours. You are not slaves, contributions deserve recognition. You are my officers, the leaders of the Unsullied. Henceforth, do not refer to yourselves as small folk, but as my comrades, Daenerys replied, meeting Grey Worm's gaze. Yes, your grace, Grey Worm responded, stepping back into his original position. What is your name? How grave are your injuries? Daenerys inquired, approaching the most wounded, Little Sparrow. Your grace, I am Little Sparrow. It is but a minor injury. I shall recover in a few days, he replied, looking even younger than Grey Worm by 2 or 3 years. Turning to Missandei, Daenerys instructed, find the best healer in Yukai to tend to my heroes. No pain shall be left behind. I wish to see them on the battlefield again. Observing the excitement in the five, Drogon couldn't help but admire Daenerys' deft leadership, a trait perhaps inherited. After a long night, as dawn approached, Daenerys finally found rest, sleeping for less than 2 hours before Irri entered the tent to awaken her, informing her that the liberated slaves of Yukai wished to meet her. Quickly preparing herself, Daenerys and Missandei made their way to Yunkai Square, where a large crowd of men, women, the elderly, and children had gathered. Their skin was nearly all dark and emaciated, marked only by the white ring around their necks where collars had once rested. On the platform were Barristan, Yura, Dario, and others, already awaiting her arrival. As Daenerys approached, accompanied by Drogon, the crowd erupted in excitement, drawing closer to the platform to connect with her. Upon reaching the platform, Missandei stepped forward, proclaiming, behold the mother of dragons. Daenerys Targaryen, the Stormborn, breaker of chains, who has conquered Yukai, captured your oppressors, and commanded the removal of your collars. After Missandei concluded her speech, Daenerys proclaimed, now that you are free, you may go wherever your heart's desire. I shall distribute the wealth of the benevolent lord as compensation for the years of servitude you endured. You are free." Yet, to her astonishment, none of the former slaves moved to leave. Instead, they gazed intently at Daenerys, prompting a sense of perplexity within her, mirrored by the curiosity of those on the dais. "Missa!" a gaunt young man suddenly exclaimed. "Missa!" echoed another voice, and soon a chorus of "Missa!" rose like a tidal wave, sweeping across the entirety of the Yukai square. "What are they chanting?" Daenerys inquired, her eyes gleaming with intrigue as she turned to Missandei. "It is the Giscari tongue, meaning mother," Missandei responded joyfully, observing the fervent crowd. Following her words, both Barristan and Yora displayed faint smiles. Although they had initially dissuaded Daenerys from attacking Yunkai for the sake of 200,000 worthless slaves, witnessing the liberated slaves now filled them with a profound sense of satisfaction. Hearing a title that had once caused her pain, Daenerys now felt a peculiar sensation. She descended from the platform, and the excited crowd began to move closer towards her, their advance halted only by the spears of the Unsullied. Recognizing the potential for danger, Daenerys promptly commanded the Unsullied to lower their weapons. As Daenerys approached the throng, Barristan and the others exchanged concerned glances. Yet their worries dissipated upon seeing Drogon perched upon her shoulder. They had witnessed Drogon's formidable prowess during the siege the previous night, which had spared Yora and others from grievous injury or death, and incinerated the gate guards with his fiery breath. They believed that the dragon alone could have secured the city gate without their assistance. As Daenerys drew nearer, the people of Yukai reached out their hands, yearning to touch the one who had granted them their freedom. Missa, the once crowded gathering, instinctively parted to create a path for her. Observing their gaunt faces and eager eyes, Daenerys felt a wave of shame wash over her, recalling her fleeting thoughts of regret regarding the liberation of the Yukai slaves. As she walked along the path created by the Yukai, the crowd that had wished to touch her grew hesitant, noticing the flicker of fear in their eyes. Daenerys realized that they were intimidated by Drogon. Despite his juvenile size, the memory of the terrifying dragon from the previous night lingered. "He will not harm you. There is no need for fear," Daenerys reassured the surrounding crowd in Valyrian. Upon hearing her words and witnessing Drogon's gentle demeanor, some brave souls cautiously approached Daenerys, tentatively reaching out to touch her arm and shoulder, though none dared to come close to Drogon. Inspired by the fervent atmosphere, Daenerys extended her hand, initiating contact with the nearby Yukai. The chant of Missa intensified, and two robust Yukai men hoisted Daenerys onto their shoulders, carrying her toward the center of the square. As she beheld the fervent eyes and reverent gazes of the Yukai people, an unprecedented joyful smile blossomed upon Daenerys' face. In the distance, Rhaegal and Viserion seemed to sense the jubilant atmosphere, circling above the square and vocalizing their mighty roars. In the hall of the council at Riverrun, Robb Stark frowned as he held a sand table model. "We cannot go. Walder must harbor resentment over the broken betrothal, leading him to conspire with the Lannisters against us." His mother, Catelyn, advised earnestly. That letter must be a provocation from Tywin, intended to thwart the alliance between the North and Riverrun. Annulment of the betrothal would be unwise, especially since Uncle Edmure has already agreed to marry his daughter. "This is also what Walder has long desired," Robb replied, furrowing his brow. "Robb, you do not understand Walder and his family. When I sought him out, he was still bitter that your grandfather did not attend any of his 3 weddings. Do you know why your Uncle Edmure has remained unbetrothed until now?" Catelyn's eyes bore into Robb's. "Is it because of Walder?" Robb hesitated to ask. Catelyn nodded, continuing. "When your uncle was 12, Walder sought to marry his daughter to him, but your grandfather refused, not wishing to ally with House Frey, under the pretense of preventing your uncle from marrying too young. However, Walder was undeterred and proposed the union again 2 years later, only to be rebuffed once more. Consequently, your grandfather has delayed your uncle's marriage, fearing Walder's resentment might destabilize the Riverlands." After contemplating his mother's words, Robb lowered his gaze and said, "If Uncle agrees to marry his daughter, then he is getting what he desires. Moreover, I do not perceive Walder as a particularly vindictive lord." Noticing Catelyn's intent to speak again, he continued, "Your grandfather has consistently resisted the Frey alliance. Upon learning that I would marry his daughter, he immediately dispatched nearly all the soldiers of Riverrun to assist me, leaving fewer than 500 to defend the castle. Besides, Riverrun is situated between the North and the Riverlands. If he dares to violate guest right and conspire against the nobles of both regions at the weddings, how could he maintain his standing? Furthermore, my scouts reported nothing unusual about Roose. That letter must surely be Tywin's machination." Robb feared he might not convince his mother, and added, "You must acknowledge that this is simply impossible. I have lost my husband and will not allow you to take such risks," Catelyn insisted resolutely. "You captured Tyrion to avenge Bran, which led to Father's death, and now my sisters are trapped in King's Landing. You freed Jaime in an attempt to save my sister, but that resulted in the loss of half my forces. Now you wish to prevent the alliance between the North and Riverrun for my safety? Do you wish to further restrict my freedom?" As Catelyn remained steadfast, Rob could no longer suppress the words that had long festered within him. Listening to her son, Caitlin's expression dulled, realizing the depth of Rob's resentment towards her, all stemming from her own actions, leaving her feeling hollow. Rob's heart softened at the sight of his mother's despondence. "I'm sorry, mother," he murmured before turning to leave the room. "Rob, I beg you, do not go," Caitlin pleaded, grasping his arm in desperation. Rob, his face devoid of emotion, gently extricated himself from her grasp and continued toward the exit. "Rob, if you must go, promise me you will wear soft armor, conceal a dagger, and bring more guards, with 1,000 soldiers stationed outside Riverrun. Otherwise, I shall not allow you to go, even if it costs me my life," Caitlin shouted after him. Seeing the determination etched on his mother's face, Rob lowered his gaze and pondered before replying, "I promise you." After Rob departed, Caitlin remained uneasy and sought out her uncle, Blackfish Brendan, to discuss strategies for confronting the potential Red Wedding. Blackfish had already perused the enigmatic letter, and upon reading it, he was equally astonished, struggling to believe that Walder would resort to utilizing his nephew Edmure's wedding as a pretext to murder nobles from both regions. Yet, if he were indeed to carry out such a deed, the ensuing consequences would be unfathomable. He was aware of Caitlin's attempts to persuade Rob, and his own inclination was that even if they were to attend the wedding, they must remain vigilant, even if nothing transpired afterward. Being pursued by Walder would be preferable to the alternative of complete annihilation. Caitlin feared that Rob might disregard her counsel, and she wished for Blackfish to keep a watchful eye on him, ensuring that this information did not reach Roos. Although Rob harbored doubts about Walder's intentions, he recognized the necessity of precaution and conferred with his trusted commanders on how to address the potential threat of assassination. The twins spanned the Green Fork River, comprising 2 castles connected by a bridge, serving as the essential passage from the north to the south. The Fry family had amassed considerable wealth by charging tolls for crossing the bridge, earning the disdain of other nobles who excluded them from their ranks. Yet they remained undeterred in their pursuits. Despite being merely a lord, Walder's clan was vast. He himself had 7 wives, each more fertile than the last, and the rest of his kin were not far behind, thus earning the Fry family the moniker of a clan capable of birthing an army. On the day of Edmure's wedding, as they approached the twins, Caitlin's heart raced. She cast a glance at Rob, signaling him to remain cautious. The guards of the twins were commanded by Walder's son, Domeric, who, upon seeing Rob arrive with 1,000 soldiers, questioned the necessity of such a show of force at a wedding, insinuating that this was the North's sincerity. Rob felt a twinge of embarrassment at Domeric's inquiry. Yet under his mother's urgent insistence, he felt compelled to comply. He had prepared an excuse about Tywin's army roaming nearby, fearing that they might seize the opportunity to strike while he attended the wedding. Domeric, with a mocking tone, allowed Rob and the other nobles to enter, while the 1,000 soldiers were relegated to waiting outside until the conclusion of the festivities. Suppressing his embarrassment with a wry smile, Rob was ushered into the twins, surrounded by his guards. Domeric, witnessing the unusually large number of guards accompanying Rob, could not help but curse under his breath. Upon entering the banquet hall, they found it adorned with candelabras and sumptuous dishes, while musicians played enchanting melodies, and Walder sat at the head of the table to welcome them. Observing the number of guards and nobles that Rob brought, Walder discreetly furrowed his brow. As Caitlin entered the hall, she scrutinized the layout and the Fry family, finding no immediate cause for alarm. Once seated, Rob rose to apologize for breaching the marriage agreement, prompting Walder to call for the bride, requesting to see who would take his daughter as place as Rob's new bride. Indeed, she was beautiful, with a splendid figure, though obscured by her attire. Yet he believed that beneath her garments lay exquisite curves. It was no wonder that such a marvelous body would entice Robb Stark to forsake his vows. Walder squinted in appreciation of Talisa, making her uneasy as she nervously glanced at Robb, who could only gesture for her to endure. After Walder's remarks, he disregarded Talisa and continued, stating that their Duke Edmure must be growing impatient, and she would soon be unveiled to him. Descending from his seat, he approached the entrance of the hall, leading his daughter to Edmure. Upon witnessing the beauty of Walder's other daughters, Edmure's confidence in his bride's appearance waned, leaving him with a pained expression. As Walder brought his daughter before the head table, he glanced at Edmure and lifted the veil from her face, revealing a striking beauty with large eyes. Edmure, who had been looking down, slowly lifted his gaze upon seeing his bride's visage, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Walder possessed such a stunning daughter. Had he known, he would have readily accepted the union rather than vehemently oppose it. With the wedding vows exchanged, the feast commenced in earnest, with Robb's party and the Freys seated across from one another, exchanging toasts and reveling in the jovial atmosphere, devoid of any hint of irregularity. "I shall step outside for a moment," Blackfish declared, having downed a couple of drinks before excusing himself. As he passed by Roose, he inadvertently stumbled over a chair, only to be caught by Roose's outstretched hand. Blackfish nodded in acknowledgement, casting an intentional glance at Caitlin, before continuing on his way. Once Blackfish exited the grand hall, Caitlin seized her cup and took a hearty gulp of red wine, suppressing her mounting anxiety. Outside, the banquet tables were already being served. And Blackfish, after observing the surroundings, moved forward and ducked behind a haystack, ensuring no one was watching before producing a flint to ignite the dry hay. He then hurried back. "Uncle." Just as Blackfish emerged from the haystack, he heard a low voice call out. He paused, listening intently, but hearing nothing further. He assumed he had misheard and hastened back to the wedding hall, concealed behind a cart. Arya was about to call out to Blackfish again when a group of Fry soldiers approached from the distance. Unaware of the connection between the flaming hay and her uncle, she fell silent. Having witnessed her father Eddard's execution, Arya had been propelled into a desperate situation when she attempted to confront Joffrey, only to be forcibly removed by the Night's Watch, which ultimately saved her life. Through her tumultuous journey, she learned of her uncle Edmure's wedding and that her mother and brother had also come to attend, spurring her to seek them out. As Blackfish reached the entrance of the hall, he heard shouts from outside urging to extinguish the flames. The hall was in a cacophony, rendering it impossible for anyone inside to hear the commotion outside. He grabbed a wine cup and a bottle from a nearby table and staggered upstairs. Shortly after he ascended, a robust nobleman, seemingly unfazed, left his seat and glanced towards the stairs, noting that no one was paying attention before he too ascended. Upon reaching the second floor, Blackfish gently pushed open several doors, all of which were locked. Suddenly, he forcefully flung open one door, entering a small, dark room where a startled gasp echoed. Blackfish drew his dagger, lunging towards the sound, the blade piercing flesh. He withdrew it swiftly, stabbing twice more before turning to strike another shadow nearby. Hearing the screams of his companions, the others in the room began to react, but it was too late. The sharp dagger had already slashed one man's throat. The remaining individual, witnessing the brutal fate of his comrades, fled towards the door, but was met with Blackfish's dagger plunging into his back just as he reached the threshold. Exiting the room, Blackfish spotted the burly nobleman who had just ascended, slipping into another chamber. Just as he was about to follow, the hall doors swung open, and a Fry soldier rushed in, shouting that there was a fire outside. Blackfish hastily ran to the ensemble of musicians, seizing a large drum and hurling it into the center of the hall. The sudden disruption rendered the hall silent, though the stillness lasted scarcely a moment before the northern lords and their guards unsheathed hidden daggers, targeting their dining companions at the Fry table. As several were swiftly struck, the Freys, albeit tardily, retaliated by drawing their weapons. Chapter 44. Miscalculation. From a small, dark room on the second floor, the door burst open as three figures emerged, raising crossbows aimed at Robb, who stood at the front of the hall. Robb's guards had already begun escorting him out as the drum fell, but they were preoccupied with the Freys and failed to notice the threat from above. Thud. One crossbow bolt missed Robb, instead striking Talisa in the back as he led her away. No, Talisa. Realizing something was amiss with Talisa's grip, Robb turned to see she had been hit. He attempted to lower her to the ground. "Your Grace, we must leave. The Freys will surely charge in," one of the guards insisted urgently. Aware that now was not the time to assess her injury, Robb could only move with his guard, dragging Talisa towards safety. The crossbowman on the second floor managed to fire only a single bolt before Blackfish and another noble swiftly dealt with them, but chaos had already erupted in the hall. As the Blackfish hurled the great drum to the ground, Caitlyn's guard plunged a dagger into Roos's back. Unfortunately, he sidestepped just in time, evading a fatal blow. The two were now locked in a fierce struggle, brandishing their daggers. At that moment, Caitlyn caught sight of the crossbow bolt that had struck Talisa and was about to rush to her aid when a horrific scream pierced the air. Her guard had been stabbed in the eye by Roos and was now writhing in agony. Fueled by rage towards the traitorous northern lord, Caitlyn seized a carving knife from the table and thrust it viciously into Roos's back. However, the blade penetrated only a quarter of the way before being thwarted by his armor. Feeling the sting in his back, Roos turned to confront Caitlyn, who raised her dagger once more to strike. Just as he was about to retaliate with a dagger of his own, he felt a sharp pain in his throat, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Clutching his neck, he gasped for breath in vain. As he turned his head with great difficulty, he met the cold gaze of the Blackfish and, with a final gasp, succumbed to his fate. With Roos slain, Caitlyn rejoined Robb and the Blackfish. Surveying the lifeless Talisa and the dazed Robb, felt a deep sense of helplessness as he hoisted Talisa and urged Robb to flee. Walder had never anticipated that his meticulously crafted plan would unravel to this extent. Witnessing Robb on the brink of escape, he commanded his guards to pursue them. If Robb were not eliminated today, the Fry family would face imminent destruction. He was acutely aware that Tywin, that cunning old fox, would not fulfill his promises if he failed to eliminate Robb. Just as Robb and his companions were about to break through the door, a contingent of soldiers emerged from outside, leaving them besieged. The guards could only form a protective barrier around Robb and Caitlyn. Slowly regaining his senses, Rob caressed Talisa's cold cheek, took the longsword offered by a guard, and cried out as he charged forward. His wife and children had perished due to his negligence, and he loathed himself for ignoring his mother's desperate pleas, focusing solely on reclaiming his lost honor. Now, all he desired was to vanquish every foe that stood before him. Despite their valiant efforts, the enemy numbers swelled, and even Caitlin joined the fray. As she beheld the encroaching adversaries, despair seeped into her heart. She never imagined that she and Rob would find their final resting place here. The sound of galloping hooves echoed from afar, causing both sides to momentarily cease their conflict and draw back. "It's our people," Rob exclaimed, spotting a rider among them. 100 cavalrymen soon charged in, their swords slicing through the encircling Fry soldiers, pulling Rob and the surviving nobles onto their steeds and racing toward the city gates. Along the way, they faced relentless attacks from Fry soldiers, but the perimeter guards held them at bay. The northern forces held fast at the city gates, gradually withdrawing only after Rob and his companions had escaped from the treacherous confines of the twins. Once outside, the cavalry surged toward the riverlands, leaving the infantry behind. The initial guards escorting Rob out of the twins suffered heavy losses. A day later, the cavalry fortuitously encountered patrolling soldiers from Riverrun and managed to switch mounts. Returning to safety, the northern nobles were taken aback to see Rob and his companions return, bloodied from a wedding that had turned into a nightmare. Upon learning the details, they were astonished that Walder had dared to commit such treachery during a wedding. Back in Riverrun, Rob immediately ordered the capture of all of Roos's men, only to discover that over 300 of them had slipped away hours prior, leaving him to realize that Roos had meticulously planned his men's escape. Of the nobles who attended the wedding, only a handful returned. Rob commanded his forces to consolidate within Riverrun, fortifying their defenses. The city, surrounded by water on 3 sides, was formidable and difficult to besiege. Even a combined assault from the twins and Tywin would face significant challenges. Once the defense arrangements were complete, Rob held Talisa's cold corpse tightly, consumed by regret. By the banks of the Green Fork, the Hound and Arya rode together, slowly advancing. Arya gazed toward the direction of the twins, tears welling in her eyes. Last night, she had intended to infiltrate the wedding hall to find her mother and brother, but was struck unconscious before she could enter, waking up later on horseback. Would her mother and brother escape? Wiping her tears, she turned to the Hound and asked. The Hound, a seasoned warrior and brother to the Mountain, had scars that marred his face, a reminder of his brutal past. He analyzed the situation with a stoic expression. "But I thought I saw my uncle secretly igniting the haystacks. He must have known something." Arya protested, recalling her uncle the Blackfish. The Hound considered her words and replied that even if they sensed something amiss, it would likely be too late. Arya understood the truth in his words but struggled to accept it, her gaze fixed on the twins. A day later, Varys received word from Riverrun, sighing with relief upon learning that Rob and Caitlin had returned. In the Red Keep, Tywin smashed a wine cup against the ground in a fit of rage. It had been long since he had felt such fury. The meticulously planned Red Wedding had gone awry, and he understood why the Freys had never ascended to true nobility. They were only fit to collect tolls. The plan had been thoroughly disrupted, wasting Tyrion's opportunity for an advantageous marriage, forcing him to reassess the political landscape of the Seven Kingdoms. In Dragonstone's council chamber, Stannis could not fathom that Rob had survived. It seemed impossible for anyone to escape such a deadly predicament. The Red Woman, witnessing Stannis' disbelief, questioned the reliability of the Lord of Light. Stannis, troubled by doubts about the deity, recalled the innocent visage of Shireen as a child. Chapter 45, The Benevolence of the Mysterious One in Tyrion's Residence. 3 days had passed since the wedding when he rose from his chair, only to receive news of the Red Wedding. Initially, upon hearing that Walder had initiated the Red Wedding, Tyrion's first thought was that his brother-in-law Robb and his nominal mother-in-law were doomed. However, upon learning that they had miraculously returned to Riverrun, he found it almost unbelievable, unable to comprehend how Walder could have allowed their escape amidst such tight planning. Approaching Sansa, who was lost in thought by the window, Tyrion shared the news. Upon hearing it, Sansa's reaction mirrored his own. Shock turned to joy at the realization that her mother and brother had escaped. 3 days later, in Yunkai, order began to restore itself after days of chaos. Daenerys accepted the counsel of Yora and others to establish her rule in Yunkai before liberating the last city of Slaver's Bay, Meereen. Drogon, aside from training the 2 dragons, seemed to be living a life of leisure, transforming from a dragon into something resembling a pig. Yunkai appeared stable, with Rhaegal and Viserion showing marked improvements after their grueling training, making them less vulnerable to the Night King's spear and difficult to harm from surprise attacks. Zhuge planned to make another journey to Westeros to assess the situation there. As a dragon, he was deeply concerned. 3 hours later, upon arriving at his first stop, Dragonstone, Zhuge flew to Shireen's window ledge and found her waiting. However, she did not greet him with the same excitement as before. "Zhuge, you finally came. Davos said to tell you as soon as you arrived," Shireen said eagerly. The urgency in Davos's request suggested something significant had transpired. Zhuoging took out some food from his pack and offered it to Shireen, then pulled out paper and pen to inquire whether Davos had already been released from the dungeons. Shireen was taken aback that Zhuoging knew of Davos's impending release, and she proceeded to relay Davos's message to him. Davos hoped that Zhuoging would arrange for someone to escort Shireen to a secluded location on Stone Dragon Island. Why are you sending me away? Is it because my father burned my uncle to death? After conveying Davos's instructions, Shireen asked Zhuoging, pouting. Her keen intellect led her to deduce the reason for her departure from Dragonstone, and Zhuoging felt a wave of sorrow for her. Anyone would struggle to accept that their once-loving father might be capable of such cruelty. He gently squeezed Shireen's small hand in a gesture of comfort. And although tears brimmed in her eyes, she held them back. Zhuoging was uncertain about the extent of his arrival's impact on this world. With Shireen's uncle burned alive, would Stannis be swayed to sacrifice his daughter as well? He was reluctant to take that risk. Wait for me. Leaving those two words with Shireen, Zhuoging bid her farewell and flew towards King's Landing. An hour later, he returned to the flea-ridden slums of King's Landing and retrieved a letter left by Varys. The contents were as follows. Tyrion was to marry Sansa, and Joffrey's wedding was scheduled for the following day. Robb would indeed attend the Red Wedding. And alongside Catelyn and several other nobles, they managed to escape to Riverrun. Other news remained largely unchanged. Imagining Tyrion's life with Sansa, Zhuoging chuckled at the thought of them spending his days in a single room, unable to resist the temptation of the alluring Sansa. Robb had attended the Red Wedding and managed to escape. It seemed Varys had delivered the news to them, yet they still leaped into the fire. Zhuoging was at a loss for words. Rather than leave a message for Varys, Zhuoging decided to seek him out directly. Arriving at Varys's residence in the northern part of the city, he observed the courtyard from a tree for a while, noting the absence of any comings and goings. He flew to the roof to compose a letter for Varys before returning to the tree to wait in silence. After waiting for over 20 minutes, he finally saw Varys ambling toward him from a distant alley. He swooped down and placed the letter on a stone table. Upon opening the courtyard gate, Varys instinctively glanced at the stone table, and just as he was about to turn away, he spotted the familiar parchment. He couldn't help but glance towards the tall trees outside the courtyard, and then at a distant building, suspecting that there were eyes watching him from those locations. After scanning for any anomalies and finding none, he returned his attention to the parchment. The writing seemed more elegant than before, but the signature still read the mysterious one. The message was straightforward. It requested that he send someone to Dragonstone to escort a young girl of notable lineage, the daughter of the late King Robert and Duke Stannis. Varys furrowed his brow upon reading the first part of the letter. He had heard of the girl, who suffered from grayscale in her youth, though she had been cured, leaving her with a dreadful scar on her face. He could not fathom why the Queen's mysterious advisor would seek to smuggle her out of Dragonstone. Was there a plot against Stannis at play? As he continued reading, he discovered that the reason for the girl's extraction was to save her. Stannis, heeding the counsel of the Red Priestess Melisandre, had burned Shireen's uncle and might very well do the same to her. A surge of anger welled up within Varys as he finished the letter. He had never anticipated that the resolute Stannis could be so ensnared by the Red Priestess that he would consider sacrificing his own daughter. Having been persecuted by sorcerers in his childhood, Varys harbored a deep aversion to the arcane and an extreme disdain for capricious magic. After Tyrion was grievously wounded while guarding King's Landing, Varys had visited him, partly due to Tyrion's capabilities as a hand of the king, and partly to express gratitude for thwarting Stannis' army, which had been beguiled by the Red Priestess. Upon learning of Stannis' intent to sacrifice his own daughter, Varys felt compelled to act. Even without the mysterious advisor's request, he would have sought a way to rescue Shireen. The rationale behind the advisor's efforts to smuggle Shireen out brought him a measure of satisfaction. Although he had agreed to align with the mysterious advisor in support of Daenerys, it was not a decision made lightly. Varys was both intrigued and wary of the advisor's cunning. When the advisor had informed him of the Red Wedding plan by Walder Frey for the Stark family, he had said nothing more, leaving Varys uncertain of the advisor's true intentions. After pondering the mysterious one's motives and finding no clarity, he decided to send a letter to Robb to help them avert disaster. Now it seemed that the mysterious advisor understood that Varys would not idly watch as Catelyn and her children faced death and had orchestrated their rescue through him. Regardless of the advisor's motives for saving Robb, Varys had come to realize the purpose behind the rescue of Shireen, and he would not question the advisor's intentions to use her for some scheme. After all, if Stannis intended to sacrifice his own daughter, how could Daenerys possibly leverage Shireen against him? Chapter 46. Humiliation surrounded by deceit and treachery. Varys felt a growing apprehension towards the advisor's machinations. However, in the act of rescuing Shireen, he sensed a flicker of goodwill within the advisor, leading him to develop a semblance of respect. With such a person at Daenerys' side, the Seven Kingdoms were one step closer to Varys' aspirations. Zhuge had not anticipated that his concerns about Varys misunderstanding his motives for rescuing Shireen would yield an unexpected affirmation from Varys. Standing before the stone table, Varys contemplated a plan for Shireen's safety, returned to his chamber to draft his strategy, and then placed it back on the stone table before retreating indoors. Upon seeing Varys enter his room, Zhuge descended from the tree, seized the parchment, and flew to the roof to examine Varys's plan. He couldn't help but frown at it, particularly at the suggestion of sending Shireen to Pentos. Varys intended to contact a cargo ship after securing Shireen, disguising her in a wooden crate as cargo. Once they reached Pentos, someone would escort her to a safe location. Zhuge envisioned Shireen's sorrow as she departed Dragonstone, confined within a dark and lonely box while crossing the narrow sea to an entirely unfamiliar place. Such an ordeal was far too burdensome for a 10-year-old girl. Varys recognized that this plan was indeed harsh for Shireen, but it was the safest option, given her unique status that could easily expose her. Zhuge rejected Varys' plan, insisting that he only ensure Shireen's escape from Dragonstone. After considering the matter, Zhuge pinned a response to Varys and placed it back on the table. Estimating that enough time had passed, Varys pushed open the door and stepped outside, discovering the message left for him. He was convinced that the mysterious advisor was undoubtedly a shapeshifter, adeptly maneuvering a clever little bird, as their communication was far too fluid for mere chance. After reading the contents of the note, Varys hesitated for a moment before writing his reply. Upon receiving Varys' response, Zhuge returned to Dragonstone to inform Shireen of the designated time and place for her escape. Knowing that she would soon depart from Dragonstone, Shireen felt an immense sorrow in her heart. This was the place where she had grown up, yet she understood the necessity of her departure. A few days prior, her father had visited her, and she sensed that he was no longer the father she once knew. After composing a letter to Shireen, Jon Snow did not hasten to leave. Tomorrow was the day of the little monster Joffrey's wedding, and he intended to witness this moment of bloody history personally. Observing Jon as he retrieved a bounty of delectable treats from his pack to share with her, seeming in no rush to depart, Shireen tentatively inquired, "Aren't you eager to leave today?" Jon nodded, indicating that he would leave the following morning. With the knowledge that Jon would not depart until tomorrow, Shireen's gloom dissipated. And as they ate, she inquired where he would take her. Upon hearing that she would journey to Pentos, Shireen quickly recalled the books she had read about the place, envisioning her future life there. "Will you come to see me once I am in Pentos?" Jon nodded affirmatively. "Is Pentos the largest city in the free trade city-states?" He nodded once more. Shireen, her curiosity piqued, incessantly questioned Jon about various aspects of Pentos and shared amusing anecdotes about other cities within the free trade city-states. As she chattered on, Jon felt a twinge of regret for having stayed. Had he known it would be like this, he might have preferred to spend the night perched on a tree branch. Nevertheless, he genuinely admired Shireen's vast knowledge at such a tender age. She possessed an impressive understanding of the world. After consuming a bag full of treats, Shireen seemed to tire of conversation. She and Jon sat on the bed for a while longer before she fell into a deep slumber, and Jon soon followed suit beside her. At the break of dawn, Jon awoke to find Shireen curled up like a small kitten in peaceful slumber. Not wanting to disturb her, he quietly opened the window and took flight. En route to King's Landing, he caught several large fish in Blackwater Bay to satisfy his hunger before continuing his journey. Upon arriving at King's Landing, he circled the area and spotted a shaded manor by the sea adorned with colorful flags and lanterns. He landed in a grand tree to observe closely. The manor was filled with long tables and chairs, the ground covered in luxurious carpets, as servants bustled between guests, placing fruits and delicacies upon the tables. Jon's gaze quickly settled on a long table where men and women dressed in splendid attire exuded an air of sophistication. At the head of the table sat a youthful and handsome man crowned with gold. To his right was a stately blonde woman in her 30s, her eyes sparkling with charm. To his left sat a man with a mix of golden and silver hair, his visage betraying no signs of age, sitting upright with poise. Jon swiftly deduced their identities. The golden-crowned youth must be Joffrey, with Cersei and Tywin by his side. Moving along the table, he finally spotted Tyrion, whose lower half was obscured by the table. He was the only dwarf in the Seven Kingdoms capable of sitting at such a table. With his tousled blonde hair and a faint red scar crossing his face, a remnant of the Battle of Blackwater, Tyrion sat beside a tall girl with striking chestnut hair cascading down her shoulders, her porcelain skin and somber expression starkly contrasting the festive atmosphere. The guests were eagerly presenting gifts to Joffrey. The father of the Little Rose gifted his son-in-law a golden cup, a symbol of his royal status, while Tywin, the hand of the king, bestowed upon Joffrey a newly forged Valyrian steel sword. Tyrion presented him with a book, symbolizing a hope for him to become a wise ruler in the future. As Tyrion delivered his congratulatory speech, Joffrey's lips twitched but remained silent, the uncle and nephew appearing amicable. Once the gifts were presented, the wedding feast commenced, featuring 5 dwarfs clad in colorful garb performing a comedic play about the War of the Five Kings. Among the guests, Tyrion's expression was the most pained. While others displayed a range of reactions, some laughed heartily, some frowned in disapproval, while others glanced at Tyrion for his response, astonished by Joffrey's behavior. Those aware of their uncle-nephew relationship were taken aback by Joffrey's public humiliation of Tyrion during the wedding, while those unaware were equally shocked. Joffrey laughed uproariously, while the little Rose felt increasingly uncomfortable. Since learning of Joffrey's monstrous reputation from Sansa, she had been on guard, never anticipating that he would prove to be even more twisted than she had imagined. Witnessing Tyrion's public humiliation, Varys furrowed his brow, contemplating how best to persuade him to leave King's Landing. Cersei, observing her son's wild laughter, occasionally joined in, all the while glancing at Tyrion's sullen expression, savoring her delight. Tywin, however, maintained a stoic demeanor as he watched his grandson disgrace the Lannister name. After the dwarf's performance concluded, Joffrey was not yet satisfied. Seizing his golden cup and demanding Tyrion kneel to toast him, the banquet hall fell silent. Some wore serious expressions, while others appeared eager for the spectacle. Cersei had never imagined that her son would unleash upon her brother the very humiliation she had long desired, and this brought her immense satisfaction. Behold, our magnificent cake. Just as the standoff between uncle and nephew reached a stalemate, the little Rose aptly intervened, prompting Joffrey to redirect his focus as several servants wheeled in a colossal cake. As the cake was cut, the little Rose fed Joffrey the first bite. Suddenly, he called out to Tyrion and Sansa, "My dear uncle, do you intend to watch me choke?" Tyrion had no choice but to approach and fill Joffrey's cup with red wine. After taking a few sips, Joffrey opened his mouth again to summon Tyrion for more wine, but instead, he began to cough violently. Tyrion was the first to sense something amiss and instructed a nearby servant to fetch a physician. Others gradually noticed the commotion, realizing that Joffrey was not merely coughing. He seemed to be choking, struggling for breath. The little Rose, holding the cake, was at a loss, knowing that Joffrey's distress stemmed from a cause other than choking. Varys, who had been observing the scene with a grim expression, now recognized the gravity of the situation. Could this be the upheaval that the mysterious figure had foretold? He never imagined that such a calamity would result in the murder of the King of the Seven Kingdoms. Cersei rushed from the guest platform, embracing Joffrey as he gasped for air, her cries echoing through the hall. Tyrion silently moved to retrieve Joffrey's fallen cup, filled with the wine he had poured. It was him. He has murdered the king. Guards, seize him. Cersei, clutching her son, whose eyes bulged and face had turned a sickly hue, glared at Tyrion with venomous rage. As Varys watched Tyrion being apprehended, his breath quickened. Could this all be the work of the mysterious figure? Poisoning Joffrey, framing Tyrion, forcing him to ally with Queen Daenerys? The more Varys contemplated, the more he felt a sense of dread, increasingly wary of the mysterious figure's machinations. He immediately suspected that the mastermind behind this plot was indeed the mysterious figure. Despite his investigations into the upheaval in King's Landing yielding no leads, he understood that only the planner could possess the foresight to keep such a scheme secret. Varys meticulously scanned the guests, searching for the one who executed this plan, convinced that Tyrion would not poison Joffrey. At that moment, he noticed a portly servant approaching Sansa, taking her by the arm and leading her away. Sansa seemed to recognize the servant and hesitated briefly before fleeing her seat amidst the chaos. Watching her being taken away, Varys refrained from intervening. He was uncertain of the servant's intentions, and obstructing them at this critical juncture could cast Sansa as a target, provoking Cersei's wrath and potentially marking her as an accomplice in Joffrey's demise. As his gaze swept the room, he spotted Shae, frozen in shock as she observed Tyrion's capture. Now was the moment to act. He rose slowly from his seat. Jon too had witnessed the three fools being led away, with Robb still alive. The three fools could not ascend as rulers of the North. Jon could not fathom why Petyr Baelish would want to take them. This greatest instigator in the Seven Kingdoms was likely up to yet another scheme. The wedding banquet descended into chaos. Tyrion was taken away, the doctor hurriedly examined Joffrey, and the guests rushed to leave, fearing the repercussions of the king's demise. After the commotion, Drogon stealthily slipped into the kitchen and pantry, securing 2 large bags of provisions before departing from King's Landing to Dragonstone, leaving the aftermath of the king's murder to Varys. Upon exiting the banquet, Varys discreetly sought out Shae. Bereft of Tyrion's protection and her guise as Sansa's maid, Shae found herself with nowhere to hide. Cersei, having learned of Shae's identity through other handmaidens, was now eager to capture her, though still hesitant due to Tyrion's connection. Shae's precarious situation was evident. Once Cersei fully processed Joffrey's death, she would undoubtedly turn her attention to Shae. Despite Varys attempting to elucidate the dangers, Shae remained unwilling to flee, insisting on waiting for Tyrion's safety before departing, knowing that once she left, their paths would never cross again. With no other option, Varys deceitfully lured Shae into a secluded alley and, taking advantage of her unguarded moment, rendered her unconscious. Having grown up amidst the turmoil of the streets of Lys, Varys was far from defenseless. He summoned 2 of his hidden subordinates and stealthily took Shae away, a move he had long planned. After ensuring Shay's safety, Varys proceeded to verify the readiness of the men tasked with assisting Shireen, as this too was a matter of utmost importance. At Blackwater Bay, Sansa accompanied the portly squire in a small boat to a remote shore. Shortly after their arrival, a vessel emerged from the mist, drawing near. Just as the squire was about to help Sansa aboard the other ship, a sword suddenly lunged from the fog, piercing his chest. Sansa turned in shock, her eyes meeting the elongated face and narrow gaze of Peter Baelish, who sported a small mustache. "Why did you kill Ser Dantos?" Sansa inquired, her expression darkening. The portly squire was none other than the inebriated knight Ser Dantos, whom Sansa had saved from Joffrey's wrath, and who had been granted the title of fool. "For your safety, I had no choice," Peter replied, raising an eyebrow. "We could have taken him with us." Sansa struggled to comprehend Peter's actions, unwilling to accept that her savior had been slain without forewarning. A smirk crept onto Peter's lips as he asked, "Do you understand what we have done? We have committed regicide. If word gets out, Cersei will hunt us down to the furthest corners of Westeros." Sansa's eyes widened in disbelief. "We killed Joffrey? You are reckless." Peter raised his hand towards Sansa's delicate neck, and she instinctively recoiled, only to realize he sought to remove the crystal necklace from her. This necklace had been gifted to her by Ser Dantos just days prior. Although she had been reluctant to accept it, he insisted it was a family heirloom, a token of gratitude that she must wear. As she observed the necklace in Peter's grasp, Sansa noticed with alarm that one of the crystal pendants was missing. Peter pinched the vacant spot, stating that with a slight press, the poison concealed within would flow into the golden chalice. With that, he casually tossed the necklace on Ser Dantos's lifeless body. Watching Peter's actions, Sansa's heart raced. She had unwittingly become the instigator of the king's murder. She recalled who had touched her neck during the wedding, the kind yet aged face of the queen materializing in her mind. No wonder she had invited Sansa for a visit and inquired about Joffrey. Sansa had never anticipated that the queen would resort to such audacious measures to prevent her granddaughter from marrying that monstrous boy. "Why did you kill Joffrey?" Sansa still struggled to grasp Peter's motives. "Was it not for you?" he replied, his gaze intense. Sansa, feeling uneasy under his fervent stare, asked, "Where are we headed now?" "To the Eyrie, to your aunt," Peter responded. Noticing Sansa's withdrawal, he exhibited remarkable patience, knowing how to navigate a woman's heart. "Why not go to Riverrun?" "My mother and brother are there," Sansa questioned, astonished. Having finally escaped King's Landing, she had hoped to return to her family, only to learn that Peter intended to take her to the Eyrie. Although her Aunt Lisa resided there, Sansa had only seen her once in her childhood. In contrast, Riverrun, while not her true home, was where her mother and brother resided. "Riverrun is besieged by Tywin and the armies of the twins. Do you believe we could gain entry?" Upon hearing Peter's words, Sansa ceased to argue. She recognized that aligning herself with him would yield a more favorable outcome. The Eyrie offered a reprieve from the trepidation and constant vigilance of King's Landing, where she could await her mother's return or formulate a plan to return to Winterfell. In King's Landing, she had been compelled by Joffrey to witness her father's head mounted on a pike, nearly stripped of her clothing before a crowd, and faced the threat of being assaulted by a mob. Now, she had been forcibly betrothed to the imp Tyrion Lannister. No longer was she the naive girl dreaming of a prince on a white horse. She yearned solely for the comfort of her family. Finally free from the hellish confines of King's Landing, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Even if others mistakenly believed her to be the assassin of Joffrey, she would never return to a place that had haunted her with nightmares. She pondered the fate of her nominal husband Tyrion, hoping that, as a Lannister, Cersei would not condemn him to death. As she gazed back at the receding silhouette of King's Landing, her thoughts turned inward. At Dragonstone, Shireen's earlier disappointment at not seeing Drogon was dispelled as she beheld the 2 large bags of food. "Where did you get such bountiful provisions? You possess remarkable strength," she marveled as she began to unpack the bags, discovering an array of unfamiliar pastries and fruits. After securing the door, she conversed with Drogon while eating. And once she finished, Drogon retrieved paper and wrote a few lines, instructing Shireen to relay a message to Ser Davos. He was to escort her to a designated location before dawn, where a ship would be waiting. Knowing that her time on Dragonstone was drawing to a close, Shireen felt a twinge of sadness. After chatting with Drogon a bit longer, she sought out Davos. And before long, the day passed swiftly. At the break of dawn, Davos arrived as promised, knocking on Shireen's door. Her belongings were already packed. And with a lingering glance at her small room and the hiding Drogon beneath her bed, she stepped outside with Davos. Once they left, Drogon emerged from his hiding spot, opened a small window, and flew towards their agreed-upon destination. Davos, quietly maneuvering past the guards, led Shireen to the back of Dragonstone, where the waters were too shallow for large vessels to dock. As they reached the shore, a small boat approached from a distance, suggesting its occupant had been waiting for some time. The boatman was a robust man with a simple demeanor and dark skin, clearly accustomed to life on the sea. He nodded at Davos, who carefully helped Shireen aboard. The small boat set off westward, and Shireen, her face taut with apprehension, waved goodbye to Dragonstone. As the island receded into the distance, Shireen gazed skyward, spotting a small dark figure trailing closely behind their vessel. Grateful for Drogon's company, she reassured herself. After boarding, she thanked the boatman and inquired about his origins, but upon realizing his taciturn nature, she withdrew into her book, reading slowly. 3 hours later, an island loomed on the horizon, about the size of Dragonstone. This was their destination, the island of Driftmark. After passing the island dock, the small boat anchored at a secluded and desolate beach. A burly man assisted Shirlin in disembarking her luggage, casting a puzzled glance at the barren, rocky surroundings. Unsure why the overseer instructed him to leave a little girl in such a place. After setting her down, he departed immediately, although he felt a twinge of concern. He complied with the order. As the man turned to leave, Shirlin expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you and gazed expectantly at the sky. Noticing Shirleen's lack of fear at being left alone on the desolate shore, the burly man observed her delight, which piqued his curiosity. He spotted a seabird circling above. Recalling that the bird had been following their boat the entire journey, while the little girl often glanced at it when she was not reading. Burying his doubts, he bid farewell to Shirlin and rowed away towards the opposite side of the island. Once the small boat had vanished from sight, Zhuogung descended to the ground. How long until the large ship arrives? This place is truly desolate, Shirlin remarked as she surveyed her surroundings, admitting to herself that being left alone here was somewhat frightening. Zhuogung did not respond, but merely waved his wings at her. Are you telling me to keep my distance? Shirlin, accustomed to Zhuogung's gestures, recognized that he was not bidding her farewell. She took a step back, only to see Zhuogung wave his wings again, prompting her to retreat a few more steps. Once he deemed the distance sufficient, Zhuogung expended a bit of magical energy to initiate his transformation. With a whoosh, Shirlin was momentarily blinded, and when her vision cleared, she found herself face to face with a colossal creature, causing her to stumble back a few steps in fright. Her mouth agape and eyes widened. She blinked to confirm what she was seeing. A dragon, as large as the boat they had just departed, was staring at her with fiery eyes. Zhuogung, is that really you? The sudden transformation from a small creature to a massive dragon left Shirlin in disbelief. When Zhuogung nodded, she excitedly inquired, I've never read about dragons being able to shrink in size. How did you manage that? Previously, Shirlin had worried that Zhuogung's slow growth indicated some illness, as she had read that some dragons matured at an exceedingly slow pace, with heads no larger than apples when fully grown. Little did she know that Zhuogung not only was healthy but could also alter his size, which brought her immense joy. Zhuogung lay down, spreading his wings to form a staircase, glancing at Shirlin. Can I really ride you? Shirlin asked in astonishment upon seeing Zhuogung's gesture. She adored reading tales of the conqueror Yang and admired illustrations of riders battling on dragons. She had often fantasized about her own dragon-riding adventures but never imagined that such a day would indeed come. Excitedly, she grabbed her bundle and cautiously stepped onto Zhuogung's crimson wings, wobbling as she made her way to his back, unsure of where to sit. Chapter 49. The capriciousness of human hearts. Zhuogung looked at Shirlin, urging her to open her bundle, then bit into a cotton jacket to offer her. Obediently, Shirlin donned the thick garment, wrapping herself snugly, leaving only her small face visible. No wonder Zhuogung had insisted she dress warmly last night. He intended to take her flying, she thought joyfully. Once Shirlin was securely seated, Zhuogung propelled himself off the ground with a powerful leap, his wings thrusting him into the air without the need for a running start. Shirlin's anxious face turned pale as she clutched tightly to Zhuogung's neck. Lying flat on his back, daring not to move until they soared high into the sky and glided smoothly. From their aerial vantage point, Shirlin gazed down at the vast ocean and up at the cerulean sky, feeling as though she had transformed into a small bird, soaring freely. This was the life she had always yearned for. The burly man rowing away in the small boat felt uneasy about leaving Shirlin behind and glanced back at the desolate beach. Although he did not see the small figure, he did catch sight of the enormous shape soaring in the sky, nearly causing him to lose his balance and fall into the sea. What is that? How can it be so gigantic? The sight reminded him of the legends surrounding dragons, and he finally understood why the overseer had left a little girl on the beach. There was indeed a dragon to take her away, he pondered, his mind slowly grasping the situation. Zhuogung had refrained from taking Shirlin from Dragonstone Island to avoid being seen by the Red Priestess or others, thus arranging for Varys to send someone to transport Shirlin to the remote Chowdu Island for their flight. With Shirlin on his back, Zhuogung flew at a measured pace, taking 2 hours to reach the skies above Pantos, where he sought a spot far from the dock to land, awaiting Varys' arrangements for someone to receive Shirlin. Upon dismounting, Shirlin felt a lingering sense of exhilaration. She had thoroughly enjoyed the sensation of flying through the sky. Although the remote coastline was sparsely populated, there were still those who glimpsed Zhuogung. He was indifferent to their gazes, with Daenerys' power solidifying. The nobles of the Seven Kingdoms were preoccupied with their internal strife and would be unlikely to venture thousands of miles to trouble him. Even if someone were foolish enough to do so, he would not be concerned. After Zhuge had transformed back into his smaller form, he and Shirlin shared a meal. Soon enough, a small boat arrived to escort them from Pantos. After confirming the identity of the crew, Shirlin boarded the vessel while Zhuge continued to hover above. Upon reaching the shore, Shirlin was taken to a small courtyard where a maid attended to her. Once Shirlin was comfortably settled, Zhuge felt reassured enough to leave. Soaring back to the depths of Yunkai, this was the longest he had been away, and he felt famished. So he indulged in a hearty meal upon his return to Yunkai. Not seeing Daenerys at her residence, Zhuge proceeded to the council chamber. As expected, Daenerys was there. And upon entering, he sensed a subtle tension in the atmosphere. Having not seen Zhuge for 2 days, Daenerys' previously furrowed brow quickly relaxed, and she extended her hand, beckoning him to come closer. Zhuge obliged, landing in her palm, where Daenerys gently stroked his back and affectionately rubbed her cheek against his small head before placing him on her shoulder. Standing on Daenerys' shoulder, Zhuge listened intently as he began to comprehend the situation. Varys' little birds had delivered new tidings, and Astapor, a butcher named Cleon, was rallying the citizens to attempt to overthrow the 3-person council left by Daenerys, enslaving the families of the benevolent masters, castrating their sons, and training new Unsullied. Beyond Astapor, Yunkai was also in turmoil. Although the wise masters had been captured, their subordinates were disseminating rumors, claiming that Daenerys intended to unify Essos, the Bay of Slavers, the Bay of Tears, and all the surrounding islands of the Long Summer, abolishing slavery and executing all slave masters. They had already contacted the leaders of new and old guys to unite against Daenerys. Zhuge had anticipated trouble in Astapor but did not expect it to arise so swiftly. A city that had maintained slavery for over 1,000 years could hardly retain its grip on power by merely eliminating a few slave masters and appointing 3 unarmed council members. Yet, there was little to be done. The only trustworthy individuals in Daenerys' ranks were Yora and Barristan, and neither could remain in Astapor. The newly acquired Unsullied could not be stationed there either. Daenerys had liberated the Unsullied and all slaves in Astapor, capturing the wise masters in Yunkai and freeing an additional 200,000 slaves. Her next aim was to attack Meereen, naturally causing alarm among the other city leaders, who began seeking remedies. Slaves were the source of wealth for the masters, the foundation of their power and lavish lifestyles. Daenerys sought to cut off their financial resources while imprisoning or executing them. It was only natural that they would resist fiercely. Daenerys and her council deliberated, deciding to postpone their plans for Meereen and address the butcher's incitement to rebellion in Astapor first. Instructing Varys' little birds to closely monitor the movements in Yunkai and other cities, reporting back to Daenerys at all times. Daenerys would remain in Yunkai, while Yora and Grey Worm led 3,000 Unsullied to Astapor to quash the butcher's rebellion. After capturing Yunkai, they acquired over 30 large ships, more than sufficient to transport the 3,000 Unsullied by sea to Astapor. With plans tentatively set, Daenerys leaned back in her chair, gently massaging her temples as she contemplated how to govern Astapor after quelling the rebellion. The pure-hearted must retain a portion for stability, yet also appoint a trusted subordinate adept in governance, drawing lessons from past mistakes. Daenerys began to reflect on her decisions made in Astapor. Beyond mercy, one requires blood and fire. A ruler solely guided by compassion is not a competent sovereign. Observing the weariness etched upon the mother of dragons, Drogon could not help but voice his thoughts. Upon hearing Drogon's unspoken words, Daenerys immediately straightened her posture, suppressing the urge to glance at him. He was right. Perhaps she had indeed been too lenient. She had never anticipated that a butcher, once a slave, would turn to enslave the children of his benevolent master, gaining the approval of the majority of Astapor's inhabitants. It seemed that Drogon truly was the reincarnation of the Black Dread, Balerion, having lived for over 2 centuries and served multiple Targaryen monarchs. Otherwise, how could one explain his profound understanding of the art of ruling? Legends spoke of dragons inheriting memories, and this appeared to be true. Seize the butcher Cleon and the other conspirators at once. I shall personally pronounce their death sentences. All others involved in the rebellion shall be imprisoned. If there are too many, we shall record their names and await their punishment. Originally, Daenerys intended to solely condemn the butcher Cleon, dismissing the other residents he had incited from accountability. However, upon hearing Drogon's thoughts, she promptly altered her course. After Daenerys spoke, Barristan and Yora exchanged knowing glances, both recognizing the relief in each other's eyes. Drogon had not anticipated Daenerys' sudden change of heart, yet the deterrent effect was evidently more profound. Missandei, who do you believe should manage Astapor on my behalf following the quelling of the rebellion? Daenerys inquired, a glint of cunning flashing in her bright eyes. Yora and the others turned their gazes towards Missandei, the only one among them possessing some knowledge of governance, while the rest could merely wield swords. Missandei lowered her head in contemplation, glancing at the others in the council chamber before hesitantly replying, "Your Majesty. It seems you lack individuals with such talents." At that moment, Drogon was also pondering how to address this dilemma. The clever imp Tyrion was the ideal choice for Hand of the King, yet it was inconceivable for him to manage a city. Even if Varys returned, he had his own duties. If the Mother of Dragons could establish a school akin to a citadel, nurturing talents across various fields for her own use, would she need to worry about finding someone to manage Astapor, Slaver's Bay, or even the Seven Kingdoms? Drogon suddenly conceived of the idea of a citadel. The citadel could be viewed as a variant of a school, training physicians, scholars, and teachers to serve the king and the prominent nobles, functioning as a neutral organization. The Grand Maester and royal advisor, Pycelle, Master Aemon of the Night's Watch, and Maester Luwin of Winterfell all hailed from the citadel. Categorized by their depth of knowledge into Grand Maesters, doctors, bachelors, assistants, and apprentices. However, the curriculum of the citadel was somewhat limited. A school could cultivate talents in various fields, including administrative personnel to manage affairs, prospective financial ministers to generate revenue for Daenerys, as well as agricultural experts vital to the populace's welfare. As Drogon envisioned the embryonic form of the school, he became increasingly convinced of its merit, yet wondered how to convey this to Daenerys. Should he continue to write letters? "I have heard of a citadel in Westeros that teaches physicians, history, and other subjects. Could we not also establish a citadel to nurture individuals capable of handling affairs and managing logistics?" Daenerys hesitated before speaking. "What a remarkable coincidence. It seems I am not merely a magical creature bound to the Mother of Dragons," Drogon mused, astonished that he and Daenerys had nearly simultaneously conceived of the citadel. Upon hearing Daenerys' proposal, Missandei and Yora, along with the others, turned their gazes toward her, their eyes bright with anticipation, approval, and admiration. The citadel belonged to House Hightower, primarily training physicians, scholars, and teachers to serve various noble houses and factions without favoring any particular side, thus maintaining a stance of neutrality. Barristan, concerned that Missandei and Grey Worm might be unaware of the citadel, took it upon himself to explain, "Should your Majesty establish a citadel? In addition to training physicians and scholars, we could also teach management and languages, imparting any skills we deem necessary." Missandei, upon hearing the vision for the citadel, immediately recognized its potential for additional purposes. "The scholars vow to marry neither nor bear children, nor seek rewards. You could require those who join the citadel to swear loyalty to you, serving only you," Yora suggested. Grey Worm and Dario refrained from offering suggestions. Yet their silence did not detract from their endorsement of Daenerys' proposal regarding the citadel. Particularly for Dario, the admiration and affection in his gaze were unmistakable. "All are wise individuals," Drogon reflected as he observed the council members strategizing earnestly. Their intellect rivaled that of modern thinkers. They were astute, merely in need of some guidance. Requiring an oath seems unnecessary. Such a condition would limit the number of individuals entering the citadel, hindering its influence in this world. The Mother of Dragons aims to unify the Seven Kingdoms. Would she truly fear those who enter the citadel turning against her? Upon hearing Yora's suggestion, Drogon felt an internal resistance, yet recognized that Yora's words reflected the limitations of this world. Who could genuinely cultivate talent for others without ulterior motives? House Hightower likely harbored its own ambitions, seeking to maintain its neutrality amidst conflicts. Feeling the fervent admiration of her subordinates, Daenerys' cheeks flushed slightly. After all, these were Drogon's suggestions that she had now appropriated. She found herself in dire need of talent and had to risk being discovered by Drogon for voicing his thoughts. After listening to the various proposals put forth, Daenerys resolved to adopt them all, only to hear Drogon's silent dissent against Yora's suggestion. Having liberated the slaves of Astapor and Yunkai, her thoughts were naturally unconventional, leading her to consider that if she were to follow Drogon's advice without imposing oaths on those entering the citadel, it would not only be the Slaver's Bay populace seeking admission. Individuals from the surrounding regions, including the Painful Bay, the lands of Long Summer, and even Westeros itself, might come seeking knowledge. Should the citadel prove successful, seekers of knowledge from other continents would surely be drawn to it, and its name would echo throughout the world. The founder of the citadel would gain renown, and as Daenerys envisioned this scenario, her excitement caused her complexion to flush. Regaining her composure, she boldly declared, "I have liberated the slaves of Astapor and Yunkai, and I intend to free those in Meereen as well. I will cross the narrow sea to seize the Iron Throne. Do I truly need to fear that they might rise against me after their education? As long as they wish to learn and meet the citadel's criteria, they may join without needing to swear any oaths." Upon hearing that entry to the citadel would not require any constraints, Yora was about to voice his opposition. But as he caught sight of Barristan's approving gaze and the eager expressions of Missandei, Grey Worm, and others, he found himself unable to speak. In their eyes, he perceived the birth of a new queen, a ruler unlike any seen across the four continents. After Daenerys finished speaking, Drogon truly viewed her in a new light. Could it be that the mother of dragons was indeed a genuine dragon goddess? How could she possibly be the same person who once burned King's Landing in rage? The former scriptwriters had clearly misrepresented her character. Yet, Daenerys felt restless at this moment, evading Drogon's gaze as she turned to Missandei, saying, "We shall discuss the establishment of the citadel in detail later. Yora and Grey Worm, you must lead the army to Astapor immediately and quell the rebellion." "Yes, Your Majesty." Yora and Grey Worm bowed in response, their address to Daenerys more resolute than ever. Upon returning to her quarters, Daenerys eagerly engaged Missandei in discussions regarding the establishment of the citadel. The first matter at hand was the name, since a citadel already existed in Westeros. They could not use that title. Drogon had previously mentioned a school, which was also unsuitable. Ultimately, they settled on the name Academy. As for the location, Daenerys naturally wished to establish the Academy in Westeros, but such aspirations were evidently unattainable in the near future. Taking inspiration from Drogon's thoughts, she concluded that the Academy need not be singular. They could establish branches in the future. She intended to wait for Astapor to stabilize and for Meereen to be conquered before determining the location of the Academy. For the time being, she planned to establish a temporary site in Yukai to cultivate talented individuals. The subjects offered by the Academy were tentatively set to include governance, languages, medicine, and history, with additional subjects to be gradually introduced later. The basic requirement for admission was literacy. The Academy was not a literacy program and could not teach from the most fundamental level unless the illiterate possessed exceptional talents, in which case exceptions might be made. Regardless of whether the applicants were male or female, young or old, noble or commoner, as long as they possessed a certain level of knowledge and displayed no malevolent behavior, they could enter the Academy. Tuition fees would be self-funded, although those in dire poverty could have their fees waived depending on their circumstances. The most pressing need was for talented individuals, and Daenerys planned to openly recruit various talents, hiring knowledgeable individuals as teachers or admitting them as students based on their expertise. Most knowledge in Westeros was concentrated in the Citadel, and most books were found there, with only the nobility possessing a small collection of texts. Shireen, born into a royal household, certainly had access to books, a need easily met by Stannis, while children from ordinary families, even if literate, had little opportunity to read. Furthermore, books in this world were bound in parchment, which not only held intrinsic value due to the knowledge contained within, but was also expensive in itself. As Daenerys set about establishing the Academy, she planned to invest heavily in acquiring a variety of books to enrich the library in preparation for the Academy's future. Chapter 51. Recruitment as Queen and the highest authority of the Academy. Daenerys appointed Missandei as the head of the language department and a governance teacher, while other subject heads would be appointed after the recruitment process concluded. With the plan established, Daenerys felt a sense of satisfaction, yet Drogon sensed something amiss, retreating to reflect. Throughout the planning process, Daenerys had played a pivotal role, offering many novel suggestions, ideas that had also crossed his mind. Being a native of this world, it was natural to conceive a couple of innovative ideas for establishing an academy, but if too many modern elements were present, it would be quite abnormal. However, Daenerys had proposed numerous such ideas. As he quietly recalled the details of the planning under the night sky, Drogon realized something terrifying. It seemed Daenerys could sense his thoughts. This realization sent a chill down his spine. His greatest fear was that she might discover his identity as a time traveler. Reflecting on their interactions, he felt she had not noticed anything unusual. Even if she were adept at pretense, he doubted she could maintain her facade if she were to learn his true identity. Could he be overthinking it? Was Daenerys truly so gifted that she could read minds? Drogon was unsure. Otherwise, he would have inevitably exposed his identity long ago. After calming himself in the high skies, he began to practice emptying his mind, striving to attain a state of mental tranquility. Yet, the more he attempted to practice, the more his thoughts wandered, consumed by the fear of Daenerys discovering his identity and the secrets he held. After several hours of practice, he only managed to dispel his distractions reluctantly in the early hours of the morning, finding a moment of stillness while sitting on a tree trunk until dawn. Daenerys found Drogon's sudden absence at night somewhat peculiar but did not dwell on it, as it was not the first time he had been away from his room at night. After drafting the Academy plan overnight, Daenerys issued 2 announcements in Yukai the following day under her royal authority. The first stated that anyone who believed they possessed special talents could register at the Yunkai Square for employment by the Queen or to enter the soon-to-be-established Academy for further study. Special talents included various fields, ranging from urban and national governance to metallurgy, forging, and agricultural expertise. The second announcement declared that the Queen would invest heavily in collecting all types of books, and any compiled text could be sold, with prices set according to their content. These announcements quickly spread throughout the streets and alleys of Yukai, though most people remained cautious, uncertain of the first announcement's implications. It was only when a bold individual approached the registration desk to share their skills, registering their name and address before leaving happily, that more people began to flock to the square. In contrast to the increasingly lively talent registration area, the book collection point remained rather desolate, with hardly anyone attending. Observing the bustling square, Drogon began to understand the underlying reason for the lack of books. As a city built on slavery, Yunkai's slaves had no need for education. Their masters were preoccupied with training them and indulging in a life of excess, leaving little time for reading. The true centers of learning were found only in Westeros. Some subjects were likely even absent from Westeros, such as those taught at the Citadel, where the focus was primarily on medicine, history, and the sigils and mottos of noble houses, knowledge beneficial to the ruling class or vital for survival. Other types of books were exceedingly scarce. It was not merely a lack of construction, manufacturing, or farming texts. Systematic language learning resources were likely non-existent as well. Contemplating this, Drogon could not help but wonder, why not write books myself? Such an endeavor would have a far greater impact on this world, that would truly establish an academy. Caught up in the lively registration scene, Daenerys was momentarily taken aback. Her ears perked as she listened to Drogon's thoughts, her eyes darting with surprise. Write my own books? She mused, shaken by the notion. Observing the desolation of the book collection point, she felt a pang of urgency. Lacking familiarity with the Citadel, she later sought counsel from Barristan and Yora, learning that it was the repository of knowledge in Westeros, containing the majority of books on the continent. She also understood that the variety of books at the Citadel was limited, if Drogon's suggestion to author her own works were realized. The future Academy's library would undoubtedly surpass that of the Citadel in both quantity and quality, leaving a more profound impact on the continent. Even if Daenerys herself could not write, she recognized the allure of authorship for those learned and talented individuals. As she watched Daenerys' expressive eyes flicker with thought, Drogon steadied his emotions, maintaining a calm demeanor as he continued to observe the bustling square. The expansive Yukai Square was now filled with people, in addition to those registering. Many had come simply to witness the commotion. While Yunkai primarily trained bed slaves, its masters still required other slaves to serve them, including those with talents. The two announcements, having circulated widely, had reached the docks by midday, drawing workers and merchants to the square to see the excitement. Observing the enthusiastic residents of Yukai, Daenerys was pleasantly surprised to discover a wealth of talent within the city. After several hours of registration, the records included not only skilled craftsmen adept at constructing homes and farmers proficient in rice cultivation, but also healers and teachers with a certain level of knowledge. One teacher, an elderly man, stood out in her memory. He was responsible for teaching the noble children literacy, writing, and basic arithmetic. Beyond them, a few anxious musicians and artists approached to inquire about registration, and Missandei, upon receiving Daenerys' consent, included them in the records. The registration forms captured not only the names, addresses, backgrounds, and specialties of the applicants, but also noted their intentions for future arrangements. Nearby, a man expressed his desire to sell a collection of books, though he insisted on joining the academy first. The maid, Illy, approached Daenerys and informed her of his request. Joining the academy? Daenerys felt a flicker of interest and made her way to the book collection point. A man in tattered clothing, leaning on a cane, stood at the table, awaiting her arrival. Upon hearing her footsteps, he turned to reveal a weary face, with disheveled gray hair and a haggard expression, likely in his 50s. Seeing Daenerys, his once dull eyes brightened, and with great effort, he bent slightly and knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "Your Majesty." Daenerys gazed in astonishment at the middle-aged man laboring to kneel before her, perplexed as to why he, with his mobility issues, would perform such an elaborate gesture. "You are Darren Rail?" Sir Barristan suddenly stepped forward from beside Daenerys, scrutinizing the man prostrated at their feet. "Sir Barristan, it has been far too long." The middle-aged man replied with a faint smile, acknowledging Barristan. Chapter 52. A true pitfall. As Daenerys observed the confusion on her face, Barristan introduced, "Your Majesty. This is Count Darren Rail, who served alongside your brother, Prince Rhaegar, and fought with me at the Trident." Upon realizing that he was an old loyalist of her brother Rhaegar, Daenerys hastened to assist Darren, inquiring, "Count Darren, how is it that you find yourself in this forsaken land?" Despite being a count, Darren's appearance resembled that of a vagabond. Casting a glance at the equally perplexed Barristan, Darren offered a wry smile, explaining, "I sustained grave injuries during the Battle of the Trident, and in the chaos, I fell into the Green Fork. Upon awakening, I learned of Prince Rhaegar's demise. Reluctant to pledge fealty to Robert, and fearing for my family's safety, I have wandered in foreign lands ever since." Barristan was well aware of Robert's deep-seated hatred for Rhaegar, who had wronged his betrothed, Lyanna Stark. While he had granted Barristan amnesty as a member of King Aerys' Kingsguard, it was unlikely he would show leniency towards Darren, a prominent supporter of Rhaegar. Thus, Darren's exile was indeed a desperate choice. "Count Darren, The Academy is in dire need of erudite individuals like yourself. Please keep these books with you. There is no need to donate them to the Academy. Daenerys remarked joyfully upon learning of Darren's connection to her brother. Though Darren appeared destitute, his books were meticulously cared for, reflecting his profound affection for them. Your Majesty, I willingly donate these books to the Academy, as a small contribution. Please, accept them, Darren insisted, having observed the scarcity of books at the acquisition point. He had already perused his collection multiple times and was eager to offer them during the Academy's inception. Accepting Darren's offer, Daenerys instructed Eiley to pack the books carefully to prevent damage. I thought you had perished, but it seems you have traveled abroad, Barristan expressed. Genuinely pleased to see his old friend. Aware that they had much to discuss, Daenerys suggested Barristan accompany Darren for the time being, assuring him that she could manage without concern. As Daenerys walked, contemplating how to accommodate Darren, she resolved to seek Barristan's insight, knowing he understood him well. With the addition of her brother's former ally, Daenerys felt an enhanced confidence in the Academy's establishment. The registration process continued until dusk, with Missandei and Eiley later compiling the lists of registered individuals. Reflecting on the collected books, Daenerys recalled Drogon's thoughts from earlier in the day and addressed Missandei. Missandei, you speak numerous languages. Could you not compose a language learning book for the Academy's future instruction? The notion of authoring a language book had never crossed the weary Missandei's mind. Gifted with a linguistic talent since childhood, she had served as a translator for various lords. Her knowledge of languages stemmed from oral communication, and she had only gradually learned to read through books. Some obscure languages had no written form to her knowledge, and she had never heard of dedicated language learning texts. The prospect of creating such a book thrilled her, envisioning the satisfaction it would bring to future students. Your Majesty, I would be honored to write a language learning book to teach others. Missandei exclaimed with bright eyes, her excitement palpable. Drogon, observing her enthusiasm, attempted to maintain composure but could no longer restrain himself. With a powerful flap of his wings, he took to the skies, leaving Daenerys momentarily bewildered by his abrupt departure. She noted that he had muttered something akin to indeed before soaring away, the meaning of which eluded her. As Daenerys pondered the matter, she focused once more on the eager Missandei and their plans for the language book. Mother of Dragons, you truly know what resides in my heart. I have only just realized how ensnared I have been. No wonder I have not received any substantial benefits as a transmigrator. It appears I am merely a supporting character, while the Mother of Dragons is the true protagonist. Drogon, feeling a mix of annoyance and dismay, sighed deeply, recognizing the absurdity of his predicament. After enduring the trials of the game, he felt a sense of despair, questioning how he could remain near Daenerys when even a beloved son could not share his innermost thoughts with his mother, especially since Daenerys was not even his mother. Following a period of frustration, he gradually calmed, reflecting on his interactions with Daenerys. He recalled her peculiar decisions, realizing that while she might discern certain thoughts, she was unaware of many others. It seemed that not all thoughts were accessible to her, suggesting some limitations on her ability to perceive his inner musings. After much contemplation, Drogon resolved to test Daenerys, seeking to uncover the nature of these limitations on her insight into his thoughts. This experiment, however, had to remain a secret, otherwise, how could he continue to interact with her? The night passed without sleep, as Drogon practiced meditation from his perch. The following day, the registration and acquisition of books resumed, though the number of onlookers and applicants had significantly dwindled. After careful consideration, Daenerys decided to conduct face-to-face evaluations of the applicants from the previous day, essentially interviews, to assess their qualifications for admission into the Academy and to determine their suitability for teaching or administrative roles. Of course, the interviews could only provide a rough assessment. Certain subjects, such as agriculture, construction, and music, could not be accurately evaluated, as the interviewers lacked expertise in those areas and could only observe without comprehending the intricacies. Darren had already arranged accommodations the previous night, and when Daenerys inquired about his level of knowledge, Barristan suggested he could serve as an instructor. With the army soon to mobilize towards Myr, Darren could remain at Dragonstone, overseeing a contingent of troops and assisting Daenerys in managing the settlement. Darren was also included among the interview panel, joined by Daenerys, Missandei, Yora, and Barristan, all of whom had been conscripted into the role. While they were skilled in combat, their extensive experiences would allow them to assess the applicants' general capabilities, even if they lacked specialization in some areas. Neither of them had anticipated a day spent evaluating others, and they found the experience to be quite novel. The others shared a similar sentiment. None had ever encountered such an experience. Chapter 53. The interview. Having meditated through the night, Drogon arrived at the time of the interviews, appearing somewhat dazed as he perched on Daenerys' shoulder, grappling with his thoughts. Unaware of Drogon's previous night's escapade, Daenerys noticed his seemingly troubled demeanor and gently stroked his back in a gesture of comfort. Humph. Drogon could not help but grumble internally, attempting to suppress his thoughts and focus on the present moment. Daenerys, sensing a flicker of discontent within Drogon, noticed he had ceased speaking. She found it peculiar to whom he was directing his ire, and her gaze drifted towards the half-closed eyes of Drogon before settling on the impending interviews. The first to step forward was a gaunt elder whom Daenerys had previously observed, a tutor to the Lord's children. What subjects do you specialize in? What knowledge do you possess? Please share what you taught in the Lord's household, began Missandei, who was presiding over the interview. The diminutive figure, tasked with instructing the children in Valyrian and Giscari, teaching them literacy, writing, arithmetic, and rudimentary history, appeared somewhat anxious. Could you summarize the content you typically teach, including your methods of calculation? This was an area where Demon excelled, and he would conduct the evaluation. As the tutor recounted his experiences, Demon listened intently, taking notes. Once the elder had finished, he nodded to Missandei, signaling for the next candidate. Having heard the tutor's account, Drogon concluded that the man possessed merely a third-grade education, with arithmetic skills akin to that of a second grader. As he formed this judgment, he cautiously glanced at Daenerys, only to find her expression unchanged as she watched the tutor depart. Unaware, Drogon deduced that Daenerys was oblivious to his prior thoughts. Just as this notion crossed his mind, he noticed her eyes shift slightly towards her shoulder. Confused, he pondered why she seemed to react now when she had been unresponsive before. He suppressed his curiosity and resolved to continue observing. Next came a healer, whose expertise extended only to treating colds and fevers and performing basic bandaging. He was, in Drogon's estimation, akin to a clinic doctor. As he appraised the healer, he remained vigilant for any changes in Daenerys' demeanor, attempting to discern the patterns of her scrutiny. After the healer departed, a man in his 40s, clad in a linen tunic and possessing long, lustrous black hair, entered, carrying a wooden board and a long bag. While the others were taken aback by his appearance and the items he bore, Drogon instantly recognized him as an artist. After introducing himself, he commenced demonstrating his painting skills. From his bag, he produced goose quills of varying sizes and several ink pots, unfurling a large piece of parchment which he secured to the board with clamps and string. The parchment appeared to be custom-made, devoid of any visible seams. Once prepared, the artist, Hunterly, positioned the board on his lap, steadied it with his left hand, and raised his gaze to Daenerys, ready to begin. Realizing Hunterly intended to paint her, Daenerys straightened her posture, adjusted her attire, and glanced at Missandei for reassurance. Upon receiving a nod, she smiled, awaiting the artist's brush. No longer needing a copper mirror to admire myself, Drogon couldn't help but internally scoff, recalling how Daenerys spent over half an hour each day primping before a blurred copper reflection. Me. Daenerys' eyes widened, her smile vanishing instantly. Noticing Missandei's astonished expression, she clenched her teeth and forced a semblance of a smile. Recognizing the intensity of her reaction, Drogon felt a twinge of vindication. After several minutes, impatience began to surface among the spectators as Hunterly had yet to complete the portrait, but they dared not show any signs of it. Having never experienced being a model before, Daenerys' expression grew increasingly unnatural, fretting that her presence might delay the interview. Nevertheless, Hunterly remained composed, methodically switching quills and refining the details of the portrait. After an additional 20 minutes, the portrait was finally finished, and Daenerys exhaled a sigh of relief. Placing his brush atop the ink pot, Hunterly stood to reveal Daenerys' likeness. "Wow!" exclaimed Missandei, while Yora and the others, though not audibly expressing their astonishment, gaped at the painting. Daenerys felt as though she had never seen herself so clearly. The figure in the portrait donned a pale blue garment, with silver hair braided and cascading down her back, 2 strands framing her face. Her exquisite features radiated nobility, with a smile that hinted at authority. Could this truly be her? Daenerys reached up to touch her cheek. What words had Drogon used to describe her? Ah, yes, queenly demeanor. Could this be what he meant? The thought made her blush. Observing her fellow interviewers, all wore expressions of awe, unmistakably genuine. Masterful craftsmanship. Drogon marveled at the portrait, acknowledging that while he was no expert in painting, he believed Hunterly's skill was commendable, certainly professional by any standard, even in his previous life. He was astonished to witness such artistry in a place like Yunkai. "Your Majesty, consider this portrait a gift from me. I implore you to accept it," Hunterly said, pleased with the group's reaction as he presented the painting to Daenerys. "I fear such a precious gift is far too extravagant," she gently declined, intending to purchase the portrait. "Without your Majesty's regal essence, I could not have produced such a work. It rightfully belongs to you," Hunterly praised her. Realizing the artist was unwilling to accept payment, Daenerys refrained from insisting further. She could not bear the thought of her portrait being lost to the world, and after expressing her gratitude, she instructed Missandei to take the painting. Missandei, somewhat unfamiliar with art, acknowledged Hunterly's talent but sought the opinions of the other officials. "I believe Hunterly's artistic skill is on par with the continent's finest," offered Barristan, a former Kingsguard who had witnessed numerous masterpieces in King's Landing. Yora and Demon nodded in agreement. As members of the nobility, They concurred with Barristan's assessment. Missandei recorded the interview's conclusions and once more thanked Hunterly before allowing him to leave and preparing for the next round of interviews. The subsequent candidates represented a diverse array of talents: farmers, various craftsmen, blacksmiths, and musicians. However, those proficient in governance, history, and languages remained scarce. As the day of interviews concluded, Drogon had discerned the patterns of Daenerys' scrutiny, arriving at a tentative conclusion. He could only blame his past solitude for fostering a habit of self-talk, which persisted despite his arrival in this world. What Daenerys perceived was likely just his inner monologue. As a dragon, he lacked human speech, making it difficult to distinguish when he was contemplating versus when he was vocalizing his thoughts. After several tests, he began to understand the nuances. With this understanding, Drogon felt less anxious about Daenerys discovering secrets he wished to keep hidden. As long as he endeavored to suppress his tendency for self-dialogue, she would be unable to glean anything from him. Yet, the task was easier said than done. Over the past 2 nights, he had attempted to meditate on a tree branch, surrounded by darkness beneath the bright moonlit sky. In solitude, he had no words. But in crowded places or when faced with certain matters, he could not resist the urge to comment or express his opinions. Ah, this cursed habit, Drogon lamented internally, feeling a sense of helplessness as he struggled to restrain that inner voice. Chapter 54. Everyone wants to kill Joffrey after the Academy's establishment. It was impossible to offer every course. The purpose of this registration, aside from preparing for the Academy's founding, was to assess and categorize talent for future needs. Following the evaluations and interviews, applicants were classified and their abilities assessed. The subjects tentatively planned for introduction included governance, medicine, languages, and scholarship. In the future, courses on construction, music, and painting might also be offered. Governance encompassed a broad range of topics, including city management, military logistics, and national administration, with further subdivisions to be detailed later. Scholars would possess a wealth of knowledge, covering basic history, geography, noble relations, family crests, and more, thereby qualifying them to teach others. Missandei, in addition to her dedication to the establishment of the Academy, has also taken the time to compose language learning books. The first of these focuses on the most widely spoken language of the continent, the Common Tongue, which is predominantly used in Westeros. The Unsullied primarily speak Valyrian, including Grey Worm, who only began learning the Common Tongue after coming under Daenerys' command, alongside Yora. Their method of learning was limited to oral instruction. If Missandei were to publish a comprehensive language guide, the learning process would not only become more accessible but would also enable them to acquire literacy. This knowledge is essential for Grey Worm, who, as one of Daenerys' highest-ranking officers, must be proficient in both speaking and writing the Common Tongues, as well as mastering basic arithmetic. Understanding the geography and history of Westeros and the surrounding regions of Slavers Bay is imperative. Without this knowledge, he would struggle to comprehend military strategies in the future. With such a language book, not only Grey Worm could benefit, but other Unsullied officers would also have the opportunity to learn. Observing Missandei engrossed in her writing, Daelon felt a surge of inspiration. Yet he was keenly aware that he could not usurp her accomplishments. After thoroughly understanding the fundamental structure of the Academy, he foresaw its future influence. There would be no need for oaths. Regardless of status or gender, anyone with talent could gain entry. Daelon could easily envision the Academy's potential scale. Now, with Queen Daenerys encouraging the writing of books, not only would it attract more talented individuals, but the Academy's influence would also be significantly enhanced. Joining the Academy at such an early stage, Daelon was determined to contribute, pondering how he might begin his own writing endeavors. As preparations for the Academy continued, Daenerys received news from Astapor. The rebel leader Cleon the Butcher and other ringleaders had been captured and were en route back. However, Yora and his companions arrived too late. By the time they reached Astapor, Cleon had already instigated a rebellion, castrating the boys from noble houses to create new Unsullied. Fortunately, they arrived just in time to rescue 3 members of the temporary council who were on the verge of execution. Daenerys had not anticipated that the children she spared would become the new Unsullied. Following Daenerys' orders, Yora and Grey Worm quelled the rebellion, leaving 1,000 Unsullied to maintain order while the rest returned to Yunkai. A day later, Yora and his companions returned, bringing with them Cleon the Butcher and a dozen other rebel leaders. Cleon, tall and dark-skinned, had once been a slave but did not appear to have suffered greatly. When brought to the execution ground, Cleon and the other leaders attempted to defend themselves, but Daenerys instructed Missandei to announce their various charges of rebellion, which included the overthrow of Daenerys' temporary council, the castration of noble boys, and their ambitions to rule as kings of Astapor, disregarding Daenerys' rightful claim. Daenerys would not permit her liberated slaves to be shackled again, nor would she allow Astapor to serve as a pawn for others, by publicly executing them in Yunkai. She aimed to send a stern warning to the local lords and any potential conspirators from Old Guys and beyond. Those who sought to lay claim to her city would meet the same fate as Cleon and his cohorts. As the heads rolled, the crowd stirred. They had not expected Queen Daenerys to act so ruthlessly against those she had once rescued. They began to realize that she was not merely the benevolent Missandei they had imagined. Daenerys left 1,000 Unsullied in Yunkai and appointed Daelon as its temporary overseer before leading the remaining 6,000 Unsullied and 2,000 mercenaries to Meereen. Drogon, having resolved his own uncertainties, could no longer remain idle and took flight from Yunkai. Understanding that Shireen would be quite out of place in this foreign land, he first visited her in Pentos before proceeding to King's Landing. The situation in King's Landing had not changed much since his last visit. Tyrion was to be tried for the murder of the king, while the Stark mother and her children clung to Riverrun. News of the Red Wedding orchestrated by Walder Frey spread through the north and the Riverlands, and the betrayal of House Stark by the northern vassal Roose was also revealed, prompting a coalition of northern lords to march on Winterfell to capture the infamous Ramsay Bolton, only to find he had already fled the city. Varys' letters mentioned a development that Drogon had anticipated. The Night's Watch, led by Maester Aemon, had sent word to King's Landing and the major noble houses, confirming that they had detected the movement of White Walkers heading towards the wall. The Night's Watch had fulfilled their duty, but Cersei, Tywin, and other nobles were skeptical of the White Walker threat, preoccupied as they were with their internal conflicts. They underestimated the danger, believing that the 1,000-year-old wall would suffice as a barrier. Drogon, however, took the White Walkers very seriously. He was determined not to allow Viserion to become an ice dragon that could destroy the wall. Yet, Drogon did not believe that merely having the wall would ensure peace for Westeros. He was acutely aware of the terrifying might of the Night King's army, and a mere 1,000 members of the Night's Watch would be insufficient to stop him. Varys suspected that Joffrey's death was connected to a mysterious figure. After extensive investigation, he discovered only the corpse of the jester, Dantos, realizing that the overweight servant who had taken Sansa from the feast was indeed Dantos. This led him to believe that Joffrey's death might be linked to Dantos, as he would not have been silenced had he not assisted in Sansa's escape. However, this was all he could uncover, and he felt compelled to subtly inquire about the true mastermind behind the king's death. Drogon had no intention of concealing the identity of the true orchestrator behind Joffrey's assassination from Varys. He hoped that Varys would effectively manage this information. After leaving a note for Varys, he swiftly returned to Daenerys. His speed markedly improved since his first journey to King's Landing. Now, traveling to King's Landing felt as effortless as visiting a neighbor. In the dungeons of King's Landing, Tyrion, clad in prison garb and disheveled, sat in a corner contemplating the circumstances surrounding Joffrey's death. Many had motives to kill Joffrey, and he could only methodically eliminate suspects. His sister Cersei was the least likely, despite Joffrey's brutal execution of Ned Stark, as she would never harm her own son. His father Tywin, however, was more ambiguous. For the sake of family interests, he might not hesitate to orchestrate the murder of his own grandson, especially considering that Tommen, the heir, was far more obedient than Joffrey. Chapter 55. A brotherly discussion. He then considered other families that might have been involved in the plot against Joffrey. Prince Oberyn of Dorne had long harbored animosity towards the Lannisters and was an expert in poisons, making him a likely suspect. The Queen of Thorne, Marjorie's grandmother, might also have wished to prevent her granddaughter from marrying Joffrey, favoring Tommen instead. As for himself, though he despised his nephew and had slapped him on several occasions, he had never contemplated murder. While he was deep in thought, the cell door suddenly swung open, and the tall, handsome Jaime entered, wearing a Valyrian steel sword at his side. That sword had been forged from the Stark family's ice, melted down at great effort. With Tywin seeking out the only smith capable of crafting Valyrian steel, he had divided ice, bestowing the larger blade upon Jaime and the smaller upon King Joffrey. Tywin had always lamented the absence of a Valyrian sword in their family, and after killing Ned Stark and seizing ice, he finally achieved his long-desired goal. Cersei and father planned to put you on trial for the murder of the king, Jaime stated, observing Tyrion's unkempt hair and unshaven face. They know I would never kill Joffrey, Tyrion exclaimed, glaring at Jaime with anger in his mismatched eyes. I told them so, but they refused to listen, Jaime replied, resigned. Upon hearing Jaime's words, Tyrion seethed with rage, realizing they had long sought his demise and that they would not let this opportunity slip by. He recalled a recent conversation with his father, Tywin, who had spoken to him about rewards. How foolish he had been to think he could re-enter the political center of King's Landing as the master of coin, scrounging for gold for Joffrey's wedding, only to find himself imprisoned in a dungeon. Sansa departed from King's Landing, her whereabouts unknown. Jaime revealed shocking news that left Tyrion reeling. Sansa is gone? Tyrion felt a chill run through him. With Joffrey's recent death, Sansa's disappearance was inextricably linked to it. As his husband, and the one who had poisoned Joffrey, it was nearly impossible for him to shake off suspicion. I will ask father to spare you. You need not worry too much, Jaime said, noticing Tyrion's despondent expression. Tyrion held little hope for Jaime's words. If their father could be so easily persuaded, he would not be Tywin Lannister. Tywin would relish the opportunity to rid himself of the family's disgrace. Tyrion could already envision the scene of his trial. And then there was Shae, imprisoned. He worried for her safety even more than for Sansa. Without him, Cersei would surely turn against her. He wondered whether Varys had managed to persuade her to leave. Seeing Tyrion lost in thought, Jaime patted his shoulder, urging him to await news before leaving the dungeon. That very day, Varys arrived at the Flea Bottom. On his way, he received a message from the Little Birds, revealing that Queen Daenerys intended to establish an academy. Unlike the Citadel, joining this institution required no oaths. Any eligible individual, regardless of nobility or age, could enroll. He was astounded by Daenerys, the once timid Targaryen princess, displaying such audacity. From her, he glimpsed the hope of realizing his ideals, invigorating his weary body. Yet, the only disappointment in the message was the absence of any news regarding the mysterious figure. Daenerys was still surrounded by Jorah Mormont and a few others, with only Daario increasing in number. Upon carefully reviewing the note from Drogo, he was taken aback to discover that the masterminds behind Joffrey's poisoning were none other than the Queen of Thorns, Olenna, and Petyr Baelish. He recalled having cautioned Olenna about Petyr's treachery during their conversation. He never anticipated she would collaborate with him. Holding the letter, he fell into contemplation. Olenna's motive for wanting Joffrey dead was simple. She did not wish for her granddaughter to wed that volatile product of incest. After Joffrey's demise, the youthful Tommen would marry the lovely Margaery, who was universally acknowledged to be far superior to Joffrey in both kingship and as a husband. As for Petyr Baelish's reasons for conspiring to murder Joffrey, Varys was reluctant to speculate, yet he felt compelled to. Baelish, the greatest schemer in the Seven Kingdoms, was someone Varys preferred to avoid. Since Eddard Stark's arrival in King's Landing, Varys had been discreetly monitoring Baelish's every move. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had significantly contributed to the chaos in the realm, just as others were unaware of Varys's true intentions. Varys, too, remained oblivious to Baelish's underlying motives. Many conspiracies in King's Landing bore Baelish's fingerprints. His vendetta against House Stark for failing to win Catelyn's affections had incited him to instigate turmoil across the Seven Kingdoms. Now, he was conspiring with Olenna to assassinate Joffrey. What could possibly be his endgame? Varys had seen Baelish gazing intently at the Iron Throne on several occasions. Could it be that he coveted it? Yet, how could that be possible? Despite his position as Master of Coin, his true identity and background were not significantly more powerful than Varys's. He merely possessed a crucial piece of the puzzle. Even amidst the chaos of the Seven Kingdoms, where nobles were waging brutal battles, it was unlikely that Baelish could sit upon the Iron Throne. The ruler of the Seven Kingdoms has traditionally been determined by the strength of their fist. And those who held power were always ancient noble houses that had endured for millennia. Even if Baelish commanded an army, the great lords would never bow to a lord from a mere island. Just as Varys aspired to establish a peaceful realm where its people could thrive, he never envisioned himself seated upon the Iron Throne. He understood that was unattainable, which fueled his quest for a wise sovereign who could realize his ideals. Regardless of Baelish's motives for plotting Joffrey's murder, the information was a significant bargaining chip that Varys intended to utilize to its fullest. With the Riverlands under siege, Baelish would never take Sansa to Riverrun. It was far more likely he had taken her to the Eyrie. What, then, was his purpose in abducting Sansa? Varys furrowed his brow in deep thought. The journey to Meereen from Astapor was only halfway to their destination, yet the time spent on the road was substantial. The path was primarily mountainous, forcing the vast army to march in 3 columns. Though the 30 ships from Astapor had arrived in Meereen after quelling the rebellion, they, combined with the 20 ships from Meereen, still could not meet the army's needs. Each vessel, aside from the crew, could carry only 100 soldiers. As Drogo rejoined the ranks, they traversed narrow mountain paths, the line of troops stretching 5 or 6 kilometers. In the middle of the army, the supply wagons moved sluggishly, with some trebuchets requiring a dozen men to maneuver. At that moment, Daenerys had dismounted and was walking slowly. When Drogo returned to her side, she felt a surge of strength amidst her fatigue. She realized she was becoming increasingly reliant on him. With Drogo nearby, she felt not only safer but also more confident and spirited. After resting briefly on the mountain path, just as they were about to continue, Rakaro approached Daenerys with a grim expression, reporting that there seemed to be an issue ahead. The Dothraki warriors, natural scouts by birthright, had allowed the Queen's sworn guards to assume a dual role, leading her small khalasar. A khalasar was akin to a tribal confederation, while a khal was the leader of smaller groups within it. As Rakaro led the way over a small hill, Daenerys and Drogo beheld the sight of a young girl crucified by the roadside. The girl was not nailed in the shape of a cross, but rather fashioned as a grotesque signpost, her right hand nailed to her chest. Despite Drogo having witnessed such horrors before, seeing it firsthand evoked a profound sense of revulsion. From the expression on the girl's face and the state of her bloodied body, it was clear she had not been affixed there posthumously. The brutal sight left Daenerys and Missandei covering their mouths in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that anyone could treat a child in such a manner. Every half-mile revealed another such girl serving as a grim marker, potentially stretching all the way to Meereen. Though the Dothraki were known for their brutality and disregard for life, they would never inflict such cruelty upon a child, especially when dozens of these markers lay ahead. Your Grace, I shall have someone remove the girl from the post beforehand, so you need not witness such discomfort, Yura suggested. Observing Daenerys's pained expression, do not remove her yet. Allow me to see each of their faces before you do, Daenerys replied, her voice dark. I fear I may forget their suffering if I do not. Gazing at the tortured visage of the girl, her face twisted in agony, Daenerys's expression hardened. Her eyes filled with murderous intent. They all deserve death. As a soul hailing from a modern world, Drogo's heart brimmed with rage. He wondered if he might not be able to resist incinerating the slavers in Meereen before finishing the grim markers. As they drew closer to Meereen, the expressions of Daenerys and her companions grew increasingly grim. They had already encountered 100 such markers, yet Meereen remained out of reach. Despite her vow to view all the markers, Daenerys struggled to endure the sight of the last 100. A fire burned within her chest, seeking an outlet. Drogon could no longer bear the sight before him and flew to the grassland, waiting until the time was right to rejoin the army. At this moment, they were less than 2 kilometers from the city of Malin. The city was constructed atop a massive hill, where one could easily spot the towering pyramids within, the tallest reaching an impressive height of 200 meters, topped with a colossal statue of a harpy. The slave masters of the 3 cities of Slave Bay considered themselves the offspring of harpies and took great pleasure in erecting pyramids, perhaps as a means to flaunt their exalted status. After inspecting all 113 road markers, Daenerys' expression darkened like murky waters as she commanded her army to form a square formation beneath the gates of Malin. The gates were lined with the richly adorned self-proclaimed great lords of Malin, while the walls were teeming with slaves who had already learned of Daenerys' approach and gathered to witness her assembly. The contrast between the opulent lords atop the gate, laughing and gesturing, and the tragic fate of the little girl depicted on the road markers was stark. Just as the troops completed their formation, the gates of Malin creaked open, revealing a knight clad in armor, mounted on a red horse and wielding a lance. His appearance puzzled Daenerys' entourage. Upon reaching the gate, the knight dismounted and, amidst a flurry of words likely in Giscari, performed a crude act that elicited laughter from the lords above. He mocks the unsullied and dares to challenge us, translated Missandei. Daenerys narrowed her eyes slightly, preparing to ask her followers who would volunteer for battle when Daario stepped forward, declaring, My queen, allow me to fight for you. Before he could finish, Yura and Grey Worm also emerged from the ranks, eager to join the fray. Daenerys pondered briefly before nodding at Daario and instructing, Bring forth Daario's horse. I do not require a horse, Daario confidently replied, shaking his head. Daenerys cast a worried glance his way, but refrained from calling for another volunteer. As Daario stepped out of the formation, the knight flicked the reins of his steed, charging towards him. With the knight swiftly approaching, Daario stood weaponless, causing Daenerys, Yura, and the others to tense with unease. It was not until the red horse was within 20 meters that Daario calmly drew his arak, holding it aloft in readiness. In the blink of an eye, the distance closed, and the knight thrust his lance towards Daario. With precise timing, Daario sidestepped the attack effortlessly, his right hand sweeping in a motion that severed the horse's foreleg. The red horse let out a pained cry and collapsed, sending dust into the air, and the knight fell alongside it. As he approached the knight, who was attempting to rise, Daario swung his arak, sending a head flying skyward. He sheathed his weapon and took a few steps forward, dropping his trousers towards the gate. Daario's swift and decisive actions drew gasps from the lords above. What a show-off, Zhuge thought to himself. Daenerys, already accustomed to Zhuge's remarks, smiled and nodded appreciatively at Daario, who bowed elegantly in return. Once Daario returned to the ranks, Daenerys surveyed the lords and slaves before proclaiming, I am Daenerys Targaryen, mother of dragons, born of the storm. I have recently liberated the slaves of Astapor and Yunkai, breaking their chains, and now I have come to Malin to sever yours and restore your freedom. Along my journey, I encountered the 113 markers crafted by child slaves. Among them, there must be your children or sisters. When I liberate Malin, it will be the moment when the great lords become mere markers. Upon finishing her declaration, Daenerys gestured, and a dozen trebuchets were rolled to the front lines. The lords, taken aback by her immediate assault, scrambled to their feet in a chaotic rush. As they jostled, a whistling sound soared overhead, crashing into the open ground within the city walls, splintering a wooden barrel and spilling an array of broken and varied-colored slave collars. Both the lords and the slaves were momentarily stunned by the sight of collars scattered across the ground. As the slaves bent to retrieve the fallen pieces, the lords realized that Daenerys was not merely attacking the city, but waging a battle for their hearts. Quickly recovering, The lords began to shout at the slaves to retreat into their chambers, fearing further exposure. However, the collars continued to rain down, striking roofs, walls, and trees, leaving the lords and their free men unable to collect them all. Having cast the collars into mail-in, Daenerys awaited the slaves' response and ordered a camp to be set up outside the city for her army to rest. That night, while discussing strategies with her followers in the tent, Daenerys received a message from Varys' little birds. This time, the messenger boy did not depart but insisted on staying to guide them. Learning that the sewer outlet could provide entry into mail-in, Daenerys commanded Grey Worm to lead a dozen men disguised as slaves at dawn, following the boy to locate the sewer exit. After assessing the situation, Grey Worm and his men, armed with several short blades, accompanied the boy to a spot approximately 500 meters from the northern city walls. Here, dense overgrowth concealed a trench hidden beneath towering reeds, leading to the base of the wall, where the sewer entrance was securely barred by iron grates. Utilizing a prepared crowbar, the group pried open the iron grates embedded in the wall and slipped inside. Inside the sewer, the wastewater barely reached their calves, and guided by the boy, they swiftly found the exit. The boy then led them to an abandoned stable nearby, where dozens of slaves had gathered. A young slave was softly encouraging others, recounting tales he had heard at the docks about the mother of dragons, Daenerys, who had burned the benevolent master in Astapor and liberated the Unsullied, winning their loyalty. He spoke of her feats in Ukai, capturing all the masters and freeing every slave, declaring, "You must have seen the two great dragons flying in the sky, and the little one perched upon her shoulder. The lords cannot withstand their fiery wrath." Grey Worm observed the young slave from a distance, refraining from advancing as he wished to gauge their sentiments. "In my youth, I participated in 2 slave uprisings, both of which ended in failure. This leg is a testament to the second rebellion when a lord shattered it. I do not wish to lose the other," remarked an elderly slave, his hair flecked with gray. "I recall that uprising. He was fortunate. Many faced brutal punishments. The lords despise our revolts," added a middle-aged slave in agreement. Seeing the moment ripe, Grey Worm stepped into the crowd and declared, "The mother of dragons, Daenerys, has come to liberate you. If you do not dare to rise, you will forever remain in chains." The arrival of Grey Worm and his companions, unfamiliar faces to the slaves, heightened their wariness. "Who are you?" questioned the young slave who had earlier rallied the others. "If you were on the wall during the day, you should have seen us," Grey Worm replied. Surveying the assembly, the young slave's eyes glimmered with excitement. "You are Unsullied?" Upon receiving confirmation from Grey Worm, another young slave hesitated before voicing, "The lords strictly forbid us from touching weapons. We possess only hoes. How can we fight against the lords and their men?" Grey Worm remained silent, nodding to his men, who then dropped their cloth bags, revealing finely crafted short swords. Upon witnessing the gleaming blades, the slaves in the stable stirred with anticipation. "Seize your weapons, slay the lords, and open the gates to welcome our liberator, Daenerys." Grey Worm brandished his short sword, a low cheer rising amongst them. "Kill the lords! Kill the lords!" With the sight of the curved blade in Grey Worm's grip, the slaves felt a surge of adrenaline, stepping forward to grasp the short swords. Their faces contorted with fierce determination, awaiting Grey Worm's command to emerge and eliminate the lords. "You are divided into 8 small teams, with those following me gathering from the alleyway towards the city gate. Upon encountering the Great Lord and his subordinates, strike them down without mercy, leaving no survivors. The others will accompany me to open the city gates and welcome the queen into the city." Grey Worm has assigned his men, leading over 20 individuals to charge out from the stables first. Each team, guided by an unsullied officer, will disperse to create chaos, while Grey Worm stealthily approaches the city gate to observe the guard's situation. Within 10 minutes, the sounds of battle and cries emerge from the houses surrounding the city gate. The officer on guard hears the commotion and orders his men to investigate. Before the scouts can return, more fighting erupts elsewhere, causing the officer's instincts to stir. Recalling the collars projected into Meereen during the day, he quickly deduces the unfolding events. He summons several subordinates to inform all great lords and withdraws a dozen guards to assess the riot situation, preventing them from rushing to seize the city gate. Grey Worm, hidden in the shadows, observes that many guards have departed, aware that reinforcements will soon arrive. Seizing the opportunity amidst the guards' disarray, he charges forth with a group of Unsullied and slaves, brandishing their blades. The guard officer, preoccupied with the possibility of an attack on the gate, is caught off guard as more than 20 individuals emerge from an alley, their sharp daggers glinting ominously in the moonlight. These are not ordinary slaves. As the thought crosses his mind, a dagger strikes before him. He raises his weapon to defend but immediately senses the formidable prowess of his assailants. In a race against time, Grey Worm engages in a deadly struggle, sustaining a cut on his arm, yet he retaliates swiftly, killing the guard officer and advancing towards the others. Faced with such relentless opponents, the already fearful guards, witnessing their officer's demise, lose their resolve and flee. Weapons still in hand, Grey Worm swiftly reaches the base of the city gate, dispatching 2 guards with 3 precise strikes, removing the bolt, and joining forces with his companions to open the grand entrance. Daenerys has been waiting at a distance. Upon hearing the gate's movement, she commands her army to charge forth, with the Unsullied shields deflecting the arrows raining down from the walls. At this moment, Regal and Viserion soar above the battlements, unleashing torrents of dragon fire that engulf the guards on the walls, who scream and scatter in panic, some leaping from the towering heights in search of escape. After releasing 2 blasts of dragon fire, the dragons utilize their massive jaws, sharp claws, and tails to assault the guards atop the walls. They have now grown to the size of ponies. Ordinary weapons struggle to harm them, and their countless encounters with Drogo have endowed them with extensive combat experience and enhanced resilience. Amidst the chaos, they deftly evade spears hurled from unknown sources. And after this siege, only a few feathers have been ruffled, demonstrating the effectiveness of their training. During this assault, Drogo refrains from direct involvement, opting instead to observe the dragon's performance and adjust his future training methods accordingly. As the army floods through the city gates, the majority of the liberated slaves rally to assist the Unsullied or mercenaries in searching for the hiding Great Lords and freeing those imprisoned in the dungeons. Chapter 58. Willing slaves. The Great Lords could never have anticipated that Daenerys' army would breach the city gates so swiftly, leaving them with no means of escape, nearly all captured. Orders were given to remove the collars from all slaves within the city, and that very day, Daenerys issued a proclamation urging the slaves to expose the atrocities committed by their Great Lords. She vowed to select the most heinous of 113 Great Lords to be crucified within Meereen as retribution for the girl depicted on the roadside sign. Those with lesser offenses were imprisoned, awaiting trial. Initially, the liberated Meereenese slaves hesitated to denounce the crimes of their lords, until a courageous individual stepped forward to recount their mistreatment and the murder of former companions. Gradually, more began to come forth. By the end of the morning, a list was compiled of those to be crucified, gathered along the narrow streets of Meereen, escorted and executed by the Unsullied. They were affixed to wooden frames in the shape of signs, every 20 meters along the path to the Grand Pyramid, filled with the anguished cries of the Great Lords. Witnessing their pitiful state, Drogo felt a sense of satisfaction, devoid of any sympathy. Surely, they had not considered their own fate when they crucified the young girl. The day after Daenerys took control of Meereen, she commanded the demolition of the colossal statue representing the city's center of power, replacing it with the banner of the 3-headed dragon. 3 days later, order began to return to Meereen. Apart from the Great Lords on the crucifixes, Daenerys had also imprisoned over 60 others guilty of severe transgressions. In the council chamber, several individuals convened to report and discuss significant matters concerning the 3 regions of the Slave Bay. In Astapor, 1,000 Unsullied were stationed, providing some reassurance, although they could only intimidate the local slaves and benevolent masters, as the city remained chaotic. Although the freed slaves lacked the ambitions of ButcherClan, they gradually began to harbor other thoughts. In Yunkai, Daenerys had Darren and 1,000 Unsullied suppress the local power while also managing affairs. Freed slaves, having received settlement funds from Daenerys, were acquiring their own homes. However, according to intelligence from Varys, the local masters were still secretly communicating with leaders from New Guise and elsewhere, attempting to reclaim Yunkai. Aside from stability issues, the 3 regions of the Slave Bay faced a significant food crisis. Previously, these cities thrived on slavery, their economies reliant on the trade of human lives, with masters profiting and then sustaining their slaves for further exploitation. Now, they were all free individuals, many lacking skills. After exhausting the settlement funds provided by Daenerys, they found themselves without a means of livelihood. Even those with skills struggled to find employment. What infuriated Daenerys most was that nobles and merchants from Karth and the lands of Ashai had arrived in Meereen seeking to purchase slaves, with many Meereenese expressing a desire to sell themselves. After Daenerys intervened, they bore resentment, as if she had obstructed their path to a better life. Observing this, Drogo recalled a scene from the Shawshank Redemption, where an elderly black man, having spent decades in prison, struggled to adapt to life outside and contemplated returning to prison to spend his remaining days. The Meereenese slaves had been conditioned from a young age by their masters, some deeply ingrained in their servility, knowing only to please their owners. Moreover, as Dario mentioned, slaves with skills who were purchased often lived comfortably, enjoying adequate housing and food. As not all masters were cruel, Drogo was uncertain how Daenerys would sustain hundreds of thousands of mouths. Relying solely on the wealth seized from slave owners was evidently insufficient. He found himself missing the clever Tyrion, wishing these troubles could be left for him to resolve. After Yora reported on the general situation in the 3 regions, Dario recounted his recent endeavors. "My queen, I have seized 52 large ships from the Great Lords. Why did you take their ships?" Daenerys frowned slightly. The Great Lords were already terrified, and the second son seizing their vessels would likely leave them too intimidated to resist. "I know you have a fondness for large ships. So I took the liberty of acting, Dario replied nonchalantly. Daenerys withheld her judgment. She had almost married the Carthian noble Zero for the sake of a few ships. Seriora, how many large ships do we possess in total? Upon learning that she had regained 52 vessels, Daenerys felt a flicker of excitement. Your Majesty, when combined. We have a total of 106 ships. Daenerys' eyes brightened. Does this mean I could cross the narrow sea to attack King's Landing? Unfortunately, not yet. While the ships could transport all the Unsullied and the Second Sons, even if you took the Unsullied stationed in Astapor and Yunkai and abandoned Meereen, you would still lack sufficient forces to assault King's Landing. The soldiers there, experienced from battles against the North and Stannis, are numerous. Your army would be inadequate. The brilliance in Daenerys' eyes momentarily faded. 10,000 was still too few, and she had no intention of relinquishing Slavers Bay. If she abandoned this place, what would she be, if not a false liberator, a pretender to the title of Breaker of Chains? Who would still believe her fervent promises? She resolved to embrace her role as the Queen of Slavers Bay, to govern it well before contemplating an assault on King's Landing. At that moment, an Unsullied entered with news that a noble from Myr wished to meet Daenerys. Having already expressed all that needed to be said, Daenerys declared the meeting concluded and instructed the Unsullied to bring the noble in. Your Majesty, I am Caithar Drazerol, from the ancient Drazer family. I come seeking the release of my father, so he may return to the Temple of the Blessed. A young noble with slightly curly hair and a short beard stepped forward. Is your father imprisoned? Daenerys inquired. He was nailed to the wooden frame by you. And due to his old age and weakness, he has perished, Caithar replied, bitterness evident on his face. Listening to Caithar's resentful words, Daenerys' expression darkened. I seek vengeance for the innocent girl who became a marker. He cannot be released yet. My father did not consent to the nailing of those girls. He had no power over it, Caithar defended. Those nailed upon the frame bear no unjust grievances. Drogon scoffed at his words. The atrocities revealed by the slaves were irrefutable. Their crimes were clearly documented, leaving no room for defense. Even if his father disapproved, he had committed numerous other offenses. Daenerys concurred wholeheartedly with Drogon, for she would not wrongfully accuse any noble nailed to the frame. Can you allow me to fulfill a son's wish and spare him from the torment of being pecked by crows? Caithar, sensing Daenerys' unwillingness to release his father, knelt and pleaded again. Are you aware that he endures the crows' pecking? Have you considered the fate of those little girls? Daenerys asked, her face grave. Caithar fell silent, left with no words, only able to remain prostrate before her. Chapter 59, Judgment Your Majesty. Barristan signaled with his eyes from the side. Daenerys grasped Barristan's intent. The noble had already been punished, and he wished her to display a measure of mercy. After a moment of contemplation, she added, I permit you to take his body for burial. You may leave. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Upon hearing Daenerys' acquiescence, Caithar hurriedly stood and bowed in gratitude before exiting the council chamber. Drogon perched upon Daenerys' shoulder as they returned to their quarters, silently counting the days. It was nearly time for Tyrion to face judgment. He wondered if, bereft of Shae's betrayal in a fit of rage, Tyrion would still find himself at the mercy of a duel that would determine his fate. In King's Landing, Tyrion emerged from the dungeons, shackled, into a hall filled with nobles. The chief judge, his father Tywin, sat upon the Iron Throne, flanked by the deputy judges, Mace Tyrell, the father of the Highgarden Rose, and Oberyn Martell. Tywin announced the commencement of the trial, and the first witness to take the stand was the newly appointed Kingsguard, Meryn, who had been fiercely loyal to Joffrey. During my service to King Joffrey, I witnessed Tyrion abuse his majesty on multiple occasions, once while King Robert was in Winterfell, and once here in King's Landing. Joffrey, being his uncle, refrained from punishing him, yet in the end, Tyrion conspired to murder the king, Meryn recounted with indignation, detailing how Tyrion had struck Joffrey. What do you have to say in your defense regarding Sir Meryn's testimony? Tywin inquired from his lofty perch. My actions were born of familial affection. My dear sister failed to educate him properly, and I merely took it upon myself to correct him. I believe my esteemed father, Duke Tywin, has engaged in similar actions, else Joffrey would not have become the beloved king he was. Tyrion glanced at Cersei, who averted her gaze. Knowing his son's sharp tongue, Tywin chose not to respond. Next, Cersei took the stand, asserting that Tyrion had never cared for Joffrey, and his actions were purely out of malice, not love or discipline. Tyrion remained silent in the face of his sister's accusations. Lord Tyrion is quite sympathetic towards the late hand of the king, and he holds great affection for Lady Sansa, Varys added, seemingly fanning the flames against Tyrion. Tyrion glared at Varys, perplexed as to why he would utter such damaging remarks. Varys merely raised an eyebrow, saying nothing. Do you not recall that I defended King's Landing from Stannis' ravages? Tyrion retorted, unwilling to relent. Of course I remember. But that does not prevent me from speaking the truth, Varys replied. Tyrion despised the truth, and the witnesses' testimonies were all painfully accurate, the evidence damning. Joffrey had betrayed and executed Ned Stark, and yet Tyrion had shown him sympathy, even marrying Sansa, who had opposed Joffrey. Tyrion realized that they were all testifying at the behest of Cersei and Tywin, who sought to condemn him. As he pondered this, Maester Pycelle, trembling, approached the witness stand. The heavy Maester's chain weighing upon him. Drogon would undoubtedly scoff at this sight, for Pycelle showed no signs of old age in bed. Pycelle shakily produced a paper from his robe and stammered, "Upon examination, I discovered that King Joffrey died of poisoning, a highly rare toxin known as the Strangler." Hearing the name of the poison, Oberyn leaned forward, furrowing his brow, clearly familiar with it. Noticing Oberyn's reaction, Cersei inquired, "What do you mean by that?" "I am indeed skilled in the use of poison. Do you think I poisoned Joffrey?" Oberyn replied nonchalantly, leaning back in his chair. "I certainly do not suspect you." "Merely curious to hear your thoughts on the poison," Cersei retorted casually. "I do not possess extensive knowledge of the toxin. Let us continue to hear the Maester's analysis." Oberyn stated, clearly reluctant to elaborate. As Oberyn spoke, the focus shifted back to Pycelle. "The Strangler is composed of several highly toxic substances. Upon investigation, I found that various herbs and potions had been stolen from the apothecary. Sir Meryn discovered the body of Joffrey's jester, Dantos, in a secluded area of the docks. Along with this, Pycelle revealed a crystal necklace once worn by Sansa. This was the necklace given to Sansa by Tyrion's wife, and after Joffrey's death. It was discovered that Dantos had disguised himself as a servant to take Sansa away." Pycelle continued, "I found traces of the Strangler within the shattered remnants of the necklace." The courtroom erupted in murmurs, as whispers spread regarding Sansa, who had nearly been stripped of her clothing by Joffrey in this very hall, now implicated as the one who poisoned him. Tyrion stared blankly at the pale blue necklace in Pycelle's hands. Recalling the moment he had asked Sansa who had gifted her the necklace, she had openly stated it was a token from Dantos in gratitude for saving her life, and had asked her to wear it. Tyrion had never imagined the poison could be concealed within the necklace. Although he still doubted Sansa's role as the mastermind behind Joffrey's demise, believing her merely an accomplice or a pawn, it now solidified the fact of his own complicity as her husband. "You thought that being a Lannister would spare you, but my son cannot die in vain. As the king of the Seven Kingdoms, you have committed murder, not just of your nephew, but of the sovereign of the realm. This is a capital offense, and no one can absolve you," Cersei declared, casting a resentful glance at Tyrion before turning to her father, Tywin. Tywin regarded his daughter with a knowing look, yet remained silent. Jaime, hearing his sister Cersei's words, felt a surge of anxiety. Before the trial, he realized that persuading Cersei to abandon her pursuit of Tyrion's death sentence was futile, so he turned to their father, Tywin. Tywin showed some leniency towards Tyrion, but only on the condition that Jaime must relinquish his position as a Kingsguard, inherit the title of Duke of Casterly Rock, and marry a noblewoman to continue the Lannister lineage. Tywin agreed to spare the little monster provided Tyrion confessed to the murder of Joffrey and requested clemency, after which Tywin would decree Tyrion's exile to the Wall as a Night's Watchman, thus allowing him to live. When Jaime relayed this deal to Tyrion, Tyrion remained noncommittal, expressing skepticism about their father's willingness to keep his word, especially with Cersei, who loathed him deeply, standing nearby. She despised him for being born, which she blamed for their mother's death, and for his lifelong attempts to torment her, even adding ingredients to her soup. She hated him for opposing her from a young age, for striking her son, and for plotting his murder. Chapter 60, The God's Judgment. The method Jaime proposed mirrored the one used against Ned Stark, and Tyrion was unwilling to tread the same path to death. Cersei's earlier remarks effectively closed off Tywin's avenue of mercy. One could only imagine how Tywin felt about having lost an uncontrollable grandson and gained a rebellious daughter. Confronted with Cersei's resentful gaze and witnessing Jaime's helplessness alongside their father's cold, lifeless stare, Tyrion understood that his chances of survival today were bleak. "Do you admit to your crimes?" Tywin demanded. Tyrion cast his gaze across the elevated platform where the judges, including Cersei and other nobles, sat, as well as the new King Tommen, who was furtively observing the proceedings from the second-floor gallery. The boy, who had once clamored for stories of the Seven Kingdoms from Tyrion and laughed heartily at his antics, now quickly averted his gaze, as if trying to distance himself. The nobles below began to chant, "Kill the regicide. Behead him," looking upon those whom he had once saved, now eager to see him dead. Tyrion's long-standing resentment towards his father and sister, coupled with his furious indignation towards the ungrateful nobles, erupted. "I am guilty," he declared, "guilty of being born a Lannister, guilty of being a dwarf, guilty of saving you ungrateful wretches. But I do not confess to murdering Joffrey. Indeed, I wish I had killed that twisted little monster. I not only want to kill him, but I also wish to slay all of you. To do so, I would willingly descend into the depths of the Seven Hells." Tyrion's voice rose, filled with fervor. "Kill him! Kill him!" The nobles, stirred by Tyrion's venomous words, rose in unison, shouting. Observing the hypocritical fervor of the crowd, Tyrion scoffed and fixed his gaze on his father, declaring, I demand a trial by combat. At this proclamation, the hall fell silent. Trial by combat was a long-standing method of resolution in Westeros. When a defendant could not mount an effective defense, they could request a trial by combat to absolve themselves of guilt, either fighting themselves or appointing a champion. Although judges could dismiss such requests, it was rare for them to do so. Trial by combat was regarded as the judgment of the gods. If a judge rejected a defendant's request, the public would perceive the verdict as unjust and tainted by falsehood. Tywin, taken aback by Tyrion's choice for survival, glanced at the assembled nobles, then nodded. As the presiding judge, I grant your request. Initially, Cersei attempted to rise and object, but after a moment's contemplation, she settled back into her seat. Her expression one of amusement. Varys did not anticipate the trial taking this turn. He had planned to spirit Tyrion away before his execution but was surprised by Tyrion's demand for trial by combat. Observing the room, Jaime furrowed his brow with concern, while Cersei, poised to protest, unexpectedly calmed down. Some nobles lowered their gazes in thought, while others remained indifferent, waiting to spectate. Upon seeing Prince Oberyn Martell deep in contemplation, Varys felt a chill run down his spine, suddenly wondering if the mysterious figure's words about Oberyn were coming to fruition. If so, then this enigmatic individual not only possessed vast knowledge but perhaps even foresight, capable of predicting Tyrion's request for trial by combat. Would Oberyn, who harbored a grudge against the Lannisters, step in to fight for Tyrion? He had instructed his little birds in King's Landing to keep an eye on Oberyn's movements, ready to inform him if he sought trouble with the Mountain. However, Varys had noticed that Oberyn frequently visited brothels with his paramour, having previously encountered Tyrion when he served as Hand of the King. Tywin, too, had sought him out for some matter. Aside from that, Varys had seen no signs of Oberyn seeking conflict with the Mountain, so he temporarily set aside the mysterious individual's letter regarding Oberyn. Varys had not anticipated that their meeting would occur within the confines of trial by combat. It seemed imperative to relay the mysterious figure's information to Oberyn promptly, he resolved. He glanced at Oberyn, who was now rising from his seat, and followed suit, leaving his own. In the dungeon, upon seeing Jaime's grim expression as he entered, Tyrion felt a sense of foreboding. Will Podrick not fight for me? He asked urgently. Podrick had fought in his stead during a previous trial by combat at the Eyrie, defeating a knight from the Vale and saving Tyrion from Catelyn Stark's wrath. Tyrion's choice of trial by combat hinged primarily on Podrick, whose combat skills he trusted to save him once more. Cersei has promised Podrick a noblewoman who will inherit a fine castle. He will not fight for you again, came the reply. Tyrion's countenance fell instantly. With Podrick elevated to knighthood and granted a castle, how could he risk himself for Tyrion? If Podrick won't come, then I shall fight myself. Cersei and father would surely relish the spectacle of the Mountain tearing a dwarf apart, Tyrion proclaimed with a bitter laugh. I will find a way to rescue you, Jaime insisted, unwilling to abandon his brother. How? Storm the heavily guarded gates and rush to the docks. I am certain Cersei has already dispatched someone to watch you. The moment you make a move, she will have you captured too, Tyrion scoffed, holding little hope for Jaime's plan. I cannot stand by and watch you die, Jaime replied, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Who made me a dwarf born into the Lannister family? Tyrion lamented, equally pained. Take care, Jaime said, unwilling to witness Tyrion's impending demise while feeling powerless. Tyrion extended his left hand, and Jaime paused, grasping Tyrion's small hand tightly before placing his iron right hand atop it, then turned and left the cell. After Jaime departed, Tyrion sat amid the hay, staring vacantly out the narrow window of his cell. He could hardly believe he had fallen to such depths. Memories of his previous glory as Hand of the King flooded back, recalling the time he stood atop the walls of King's Landing, rallying the soldiers with their cries of "Long live the half-man." He remembered the near-fatal moment when he almost split in two, realizing his impending doom. Now, all those who once stood beside him were departing. Podrick had betrayed him for coin, Sansa was gone, and he wondered if she worried for her scapegoat of a husband. Had Shae safely returned to Pentos? From Varys' remarks during the trial, he held little hope. Only Jaime seemed to care about his fate. Yet now even he appeared to have given up on him. Outside the dungeon, darkness had fully descended, with only a few noble houses casting faint, flickering candlelight. A tall, slender figure moved through the filth-ridden alleyway, holding a torch aloft. Lord Oberyn, I have been waiting for you, came a voice as Oberyn rounded the corner, confronted by a broad figure whose torch illuminated a gleaming bald head. Chapter 61. The Unexpected Encounter. Varys. Oberyn never anticipated encountering Varys here. Is the Lord truly fighting on behalf of Tyrion? Varys, evading the torchlight, inquired nonchalantly. Oberyn scrutinized Varys intently and retorted without reservation. Is Cersei that harlot to oversee my affairs as well? I am not a pawn sent by the Queen. I am merely here to convey a warning to someone. What warning? Oberyn, disregarding the earlier part of Varys' statement, asked in a low voice. Do not venture too close to the Mountain. Beware of being caught off guard. Varys relayed Drogon's words to Oberyn. Initially, Oberyn presumed that Varys had come to deter him from confronting Tyrion, but he was surprised to learn that Varys was there to caution him about the mountain. Who sent you? Does Tyrion already know of my return? Or is it Jaime? Oberyn pondered who else might concern themselves with Tyrion's fate enough to send a warning. It is neither Tyrion nor Jaime, but another party altogether. Varys's response took Oberyn aback. From his observations during the trial, it appeared that no one aside from Jaime cared for Tyrion's well-being, including Varys himself. Although Varys had not provided any testimony that could condemn Tyrion, his words were nonetheless detrimental to Tyrion's case. Thank you for your concern. I shall be cautious. Not wishing to press for details about the mysterious cinder, Oberyn did not insist further. With the message delivered, Varys refrained from elaborating, turning to gradually vanish into the alleyway's depths. Watching Varys depart, Oberyn fell into contemplation. He was acutely aware of the mountain, not solely because he was to face him, but because the mountain had killed his sister and cast her child from the walls. He had always shared a close bond with his sister, Elia, often trailing closely behind her. He would never forget the agony of learning of Robert's conquest of King's Landing and receiving the news of his sister's death. He not only loathed the mountain, but also harbored intense hatred for Tywin, who had commanded the mountain. Bound by familial obligations, he had been unable to exact revenge. But now that an opportunity had presented itself, he could not let it slip away. What surprised him was that Varys and his enigmatic patron had anticipated his intentions and arrived early, offering him a timely warning. Oberyn understood the mountain's ferocity. He was not only immensely powerful, but also swift, making him a formidable adversary. Nevertheless, this did not deter Oberyn's resolve for vengeance. Tyrion had envisioned that Podrick would come to bid him farewell, and he had expected his sister Cersei to mock his current helplessness as he awaited death. However, he had not anticipated the arrival of Prince Oberyn Martell of Dorne. Gazing at Tyrion, Oberyn recalled their first meeting when Tyrion was but a newborn. Before arriving in King's Landing with his sister, he had heard tales of the monstrous offspring of House Lannister, only to be disappointed upon meeting Tyrion, who, aside from a slightly larger head, appeared entirely normal. It was later revealed that he had ceased to grow after the age of 10. When Oberyn disclosed his purpose for visiting, Tyrion was even more astonished than when they first met. Upon welcoming Oberyn into King's Landing, the prince had made no effort to conceal his disdain for the Lannisters. It would have been more fitting for him to witness the three Lannisters engage in mutual destruction. Yet now he found himself aiding Tyrion against the Mountain, the most formidable fighter in King's Landing. Oberyn was acutely aware of the conflicts involving the Lannisters and the Mountain. He could only attribute his assistance to a greater desire to slay the Mountain than to avenge his grievances against House Lannister. Perhaps he could not retaliate against his father Tywin, but could at least settle for killing the Mountain. Regardless, this news was a tremendous boon for Tyrion. Dorne's unmatched spear skills, coupled with Prince Oberyn's prowess, significantly increased Tyrion's chances of survival. After bidding farewell to Oberyn, Tyrion felt a glimmer of hope and gradually drifted into slumber amidst the weeds. The following day, at a seaside tournament, Oberyn donned light armor and shared drinks with his mistress, Illyria. In the distance, Tyrion watched with growing concern. It was already the third cup Oberyn had consumed, and he feared that excessive drinking might impair his performance in the tournament. In the grandstand sat Tywin, flanked by Cersei and another judge, the Duke of Highgarden, Mace. Jaime stood below, observing as Oberyn prepared to enter the arena. When the moment was right, Oberyn downed his final cup of wine, embraced Illyria in a kiss, and took the spear handed to him by his men as he descended into the tournament grounds. The Mountain, clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive sword, entered the arena. Tywin announced the commencement of the match, and the two adversaries quickly engaged in combat. Oberyn, agile and skillful, wielded his spear with precision, while the Mountain, immensely strong, matched him in speed. They exchanged blows for several rounds, neither gaining a significant advantage. Oberyn, aware of the Mountain's strength, opted not to confront him directly. Instead, he circled around, waiting for an opportunity to strike. With time, the Mountain sustained minor injuries from Oberyn's relentless attacks. Growing frustrated from his inability to land a hit, the Mountain unleashed a furious roar and swung his heavy sword, forcing Oberyn to retreat. Watching the duel, the little imp Tyrion felt a twinge of anxiety. They were akin to two grasshoppers on the same boat. If Oberyn were to perish, Tyrion would not survive either. As the Mountain rampaged, Oberyn found himself in dire straits. Rolling and retreating to evade the relentless strikes, his spear severed in two. However, Oberyn did not appear daunted. He dodged the assaults and seized a new spear from his men, continuing the fight. The Mountain, having expended considerable energy in his assault, became vulnerable as Oberyn wielded his new spear, launching a series of relentless strikes. The Mountain, caught off guard, sustained a wound to his arm, nearly causing his sword to fall. Seizing the moment, Oberyn swiftly circled behind him and thrust his spear into the back of the Mountain's calf, rendering him unable to stand. Gradually, Oberyn gained the upper hand, circling the Mountain while demanding, "Do you remember Elia Martell? The poor woman you killed, and whose child you cast to his death from the walls. Speak. Who commanded you to commit such atrocities? Reveal it, and I will grant you a swift death. Oberyn, filled with fervor, glared at Tywin while interrogating the mountain. Speak. Who ordered you to do this? Was it him? Oberyn pointed his spear menacingly at Tywin in the stance. I command you to speak. When the mountain remained silent, half prostrate on the ground, Oberyn leaped and plunged a spear into the creature's chest, yanking it out forcefully, sending a spray of blood into the air. Witnessing this, Jaime could not suppress his delight. The mountain was doomed. Yet Tyrion remained tense, fixated on the mountain's body, uneased until he was assured of the mountain's demise. Speak his name. Who instructed you to kill my sister? To cast her child to his death? Tywin, repeatedly threatened by the spear, grew increasingly grim, his eyes glinting with malice. Cersei cast a venomous glance at Tyrion, then turned to Oberyn, who was roaring with rage in the arena, gritting her teeth in fury. Chapter 62, Rebirth. Speak. Was it him? You would not even spare a babe from your appetite. What are you truly afraid of? Are you fearful of the return of the true dragon seeking vengeance upon you? Your retribution is imminent. And you should not delude yourselves into thinking Dorne will once again aim its crossbows at the great dragon. Oberyn angrily pointed at Tywin, unleashing years of pent-up fury. Varys observed the mountain lying on the ground, still alive, more concerned than Tyrion. He now truly grasped the meaning behind the mysterious letter. Varys wished to warn Oberyn to exercise caution, but the prince was too consumed by rage to notice him, and his anxiousness was futile. Suddenly, as Oberyn approached the mountain, the brute struck his shin, causing him to stumble to the ground. The mountain then grasped Oberyn's clothing, attempting to lift him. In that moment of unexpected vulnerability, Oberyn recalled Varys's warning, quickly drawing a dagger from his thigh and fiercely thrusting it towards the mountain's face. The mountain, having just begun to rise, felt the sharp pain before he could react. His eyes struck deeply, freezing his half-raised arm in place. Feeling the immense power of the mountain and the excruciating pain from his grasp, Oberyn Martell could no longer afford to torment his opponent. He plunged his dagger repeatedly until the mountain finally relinquished his hold, at which point he ceased his frenzied strikes. As he sensed the mountain's complete stillness beside him, Oberyn rose from the ground, gazing upon the mountain's face, now marred by deep gashes, a visage that was undoubtedly lifeless. Having survived a near-fatal encounter, Oberyn instinctively loosened the front of his light armor, discovering a chunk of flesh the size of his palm that had been ripped away, a testament to the mountain's formidable strength. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, he knew he would have met the same fate as his sister, Elia, and would have been unable to seek vengeance. He cast a glance at Varys, who stood nearby with other nobles. Had it not been for Varys's timely reminder, he would not have had 2 daggers at his side and would not have been able to react swiftly enough to strike the mountain. As Oberyn looked at the dead mountain, Tyrion approached, intending to express his gratitude. Before he could take 2 steps, someone rushed past him and embraced Oberyn tightly. The earlier scene had terrified Ellaria. She had feared witnessing Oberyn's brutal demise. She understood that no one who faced the mountain ever fared well. The mountain relished in the torment of his foes, and Ellaria had not anticipated that Oberyn could turn the tide in such dire circumstances. Seeing Oberyn's narrow escape, Jaime smiled and walked over to Tyrion, patting him on the shoulder. Humph! Casting a fierce glare at the motionless mountain, Cersei shot a look of disdain at Tyrion and Oberyn before sweeping away from the arena. Tywin slowly rose from his seat to declare Oberyn the victor and Tyrion exonerated, then cast a cold glance at Oberyn, who was with his mistress, before departing the scene. The noble houses were taken aback by the mountain's defeat, casting wary glances at Tyrion as they hastily exited, unaware that Tyrion had a chance at redemption. As the crowd thinned, Tyrion approached Oberyn to formally express his thanks. You saw how close I came to being killed, Oberyn remarked, glancing at the long trail of blood left behind by the mountain's removal, still shaken by the near miss. Given the mountain's penchant for sadistic slaughter, he could hardly fathom the gruesome fate that awaited him had he fallen. Ellaria, having just separated from Oberyn, noticed the expression on his face and rushed back to embrace him, kissing his cheek in a gesture of comfort. At that moment, Tyrion stepped forward solemnly, stating, I will remember this day as favor. He then bowed deeply. You ought to be grateful to Varys, not me. I owe him my thanks as well, Oberyn replied, not wishing to take undue credit, despite having saved Tyrion. Varys? Tyrion was surprised to discover Varys's involvement. The same man who had expressed his closeness to House Stark at the trial. Ellaria, nestled against Oberyn, looked at him in astonishment. She had never heard him mention Varys's assistance. On my way to the dungeons, Varys intercepted me and advised me to stay clear of the mountain during the duel, or I would surely perish due to negligence. Oberyn recounted, still relieved. Is that why you had 2 daggers concealed at your sides? Ellaria inquired. Recalling Oberyn's unusual preparation that morning, I am acutely aware of the consequences of being in close quarters with the mountain. Thus, I had to take extra precautions. I never anticipated I would actually need them. Had I reacted even a moment later, those stains on the ground would have been my blood, not the mountains, Oberyn noted, casting a wary glance at the still fresh bloodstains. But how could Varys have foreseen your encounter with the mountain? Tyrion questioned, puzzled. I, too, am baffled by his foresight. Even I did not consider the possibility, despite his prior warning. However, he did mention that he was merely conveying a warning to me, and that the knowledge of my potential demise did not originate from him, Oberyn explained. Tyrion fell into contemplation, uncertain about who could have anticipated his decision to engage in the trial by combat, a choice he had made on a whim. Furthermore, it was uncanny that someone had foreseen the possibility of Oberyn's carelessness leading to his death. Could it be her? Tyrion suddenly recalled Varys' suggestion that he abandon King's Landing to serve Daenerys Targaryen. Last night, Varys had also stated that he was passing on a warning for others. If he had urged Tyrion to pledge allegiance to the Mother of Dragons, he must be working for her in secret. It must be her, Tyrion concluded with certainty. Do you know who commissioned Varys? Oberyn inquired, noticing Tyrion's peculiar expression. I can only speculate. I cannot be certain until I ask him directly, Tyrion replied candidly, feeling no need to conceal the truth from Oberyn regarding this matter. Once you find out, do not forget to inform me. Oberyn insisted, keenly aware that he must thank the one who had warned him. Very well, I shall inform you, Tyrion promised. After bidding farewell to Oberyn, Tyrion returned to his residence. Finding the expansive courtyard desolate, Sansa had fled King's Landing, Shireen was nowhere to be found, and the servants had long since departed, leaving him utterly alone. Pouring himself a glass of red wine from the cabinet, he savored a sip, astonished that he could once again relish the taste of wine. After finishing 2 glasses, he refrained from indulging further. There would be ample opportunities to enjoy wine later, but he had matters to attend to. Stepping outside, he circled through the nearby alleys, ensuring he was not being followed before making his way directly to the eastern residential district. Traversing 2 filthy streets, he halted before a small courtyard adorned with several large trees. Knocking twice in a rhythmic pattern, he soon heard the sound of a door creaking open, revealing Varys' bald head peering out. Chapter 63. The clever little dragon. It seemed Varys had anticipated Tyrion's arrival. After allowing him entry, he peered down the street in both directions before gently closing the door. You are as cautious as ever. Is it due to your precious secrets? Tyrion teased as Varys secured the door. It is merely a habit of our profession. I wonder what brings you to my humble abode, my lord? Varys inquired, his brow slightly furrowed in curiosity. You should know better than I, Tyrion replied, dismissing Varys' pretense. Varys' frown deepened, as if lost in thought. Do you recall your testimony during the trial? Tyrion's voice took on a threatening tone. My words would not change anything, would they? If I remain silent, your father and sister will not easily let me off the hook. Having heard Oberyn's words, Tyrion had long since ceased to harbor resentment towards Varys. His earlier question was merely a remnant of lingering feelings from the trial. Where's Shireen? He asked directly. Have I not congratulated you on regaining your freedom? Varys did not answer Tyrion's inquiry, but instead offered a slight bow. It seems you have already sent her away, Tyrion intuited, releasing a sigh. Such a deep bond between you and your lady is truly enviable, Varys remarked. I intend to find her, Tyrion declared resolutely. Do you truly plan to spend your life with her? Varys questioned, scrutinizing Tyrion's eyes. I will take Shireen to serve Daenerys Targaryen. She shouldn't mind, should she? Tyrion gazed eastward. I doubt the Mother of Dragons would object to an additional handmaiden, Varys shrugged. I will not allow her to serve as a handmaiden. Tyrion quickly countered. Then you must take good care of her. Tyrion remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. The one who warned Prince Oberyn must be the Mother of Dragons, right? Tyrion posed a question of concern. Not quite, Varys replied, shaking his head. Not quite. Tyrion was taken aback by his miscalculation. Observing Tyrion's bewildered expression, Varys clarified. It should not be her. Should not be her? Tyrion grew increasingly confused, as it seemed even Varys was uncertain about who had conveyed the warning. You might find this hard to believe, but I have never met Daenerys Targaryen, Varys admitted. Tyrion found this hard to accept and asked, how can you pledge loyalty to her? He believed such an important matter warranted a face-to-face allegiance. A subordinate of the queen approached me, conveying certain intelligence and urging my allegiance to Daenerys, subsequently planning to send me to the Slaver's Bay. Who was this subordinate? Only one individual was permitted to communicate with Varys, the ever-cunning master of whispers in King's Landing. And Tyrion felt this was insufficiently formal unless the subordinate possessed a distinctive identity and gravitas. I remain unaware of their identity, and Varys shares my perplexity. Tyrion found himself at a loss for words, sensing the unsettling notion that Varys had been ensnared, not even knowing who commanded his loyalty to the Mother of Dragons, yet willingly undertaking service for her. Varys, aware of Tyrion's unspoken thoughts, recalled the dread he felt upon first encountering the cryptic contents of the mysterious parchment. Still finding it hard to fathom, he seemed to possess knowledge of all matters concerning me, encompassing events yet to unfold and actions I might take without having contemplated them. Varys mused. Listening to Varys' account, Both he, the subject of the discussion, and Tyrion felt a profound chill, pondering the implications of knowing even the unconsidered. What a terrifying ability it must be. Is he a green seer? Tyrion ventured, his erudition and interest in the arcane evident. To my knowledge, green seers can only glimpse vague futures. It is impossible for them to foresee even the careless death of Oberyn. Varys's understanding of the mystic arts surpassed that of Tyrion. He recalled Oberyn's admission that even after receiving warnings, he was uncertain he would inadvertently approach the mountain and meet his demise. Tyrion was at a loss for words once more. Varys was also aware of the Red Wedding involving the Stark mother and her children, hinting at my potential to save them, and he was well informed about the orchestrators behind Joffrey's Purple Wedding. Varys did not conceal this and continued. As they would be working together in the future, these matters would inevitably be divulged to Tyrion. I mused on the lethal trap devised by my father and Walder Frey. Realizing that the letter was sent by you, who was the mastermind behind the Purple Wedding? Compared to the Red Wedding, Tyrion was far more concerned about the architect behind the Purple Wedding, which nearly led to his own demise. It was a conspiracy involving Peter Baelish and the Queen of Thorns. Peter Baelish? He had once speculated about the Queen of Thorns, but was astonished to find Peter Baelish's shadow lurking within, questioning why he would wish to eliminate Joffrey. Tyrion was utterly baffled. The astonishing deeds of Peter Baelish are numerous, you are simply unaware of them. Including your wrongful capture by Catelyn Stark and the death of Lord Arryn at the Eyrie, both of which are intertwined with him. Varys stated, his words laden with gravity. Tyrion never anticipated that the mastermind behind his near-tragic trial at the Eyrie was indeed the very same Peter Baelish who ran a brothel. As Varys had asserted, his actions were indeed unfathomable. What could his true intentions be? Tyrion posed a question previously directed at Varys. I too cannot decipher it. Perhaps only the mysterious one holds the answers. The mysterious one? As the inquiry passed his lips, Tyrion recalled that the enigmatic figure Varys referenced must be Daenerys' secretive aide. He claims to be a mysterious individual. Despite knowing that Tyrion had surmised this, Varys replied, do you not know who the mysterious one is? Even among the little birds in Slaver's Bay? Varys felt a tinge of frustration from the lack of information regarding the mysterious individual. However, I am aware that this figure should possess the ability to command dragons. It is also possible that the Queen has directed the dragons to assist the mysterious one. Varys recollected the sighting on Dragonstone. Dragons? Tyrion questioned, recalling that the 3 young dragons had only recently hatched. Indeed, they are dragons. They are said to be as large as legendary mammoths, with wingspans approaching 20 meters. Moreover, they possess the extraordinary capability to alter their size between adult and juvenile forms. What? Tyrion felt an overwhelming shock unlike any he had experienced throughout his life. Dragons capable of changing size were a phenomenon he had never encountered in literature. And how could they transform from large to small and vice versa? I do not know why they can change size, but it is indeed the case. However, only the dragon named Drogon can do so. The other 2 cannot change size and are merely the size of small ponies. Varys could not elucidate the inexplicable. Just as he finished speaking, a thought struck him. He had long suspected that the mysterious individual might be a skin changer, capable of directing clever little birds to deliver messages. Could it be that the creature delivering messages has always been that dragon capable of changing its size? Chapter 64. Handling affairs of state. The more Varys pondered, the more plausible it seemed, yet new questions arose in his mind. A skin changer's control over animals implies complete mastery. The more powerful the creature, the more challenging it is for a skin changer to exert control. To command a dragon, a skin changer would require formidable abilities. Moreover, even if the mysterious one could control dragons, how could Daenerys possibly consent to such control? Varys found himself increasingly confounded, ultimately deciding to caution Tyrion. I know you are curious about the identity of the mysterious one, but he has warned me not to seek him out or inquire about him. So do not openly question the Queen or others about the mysterious one upon your arrival at Slaver's Bay. That feeling is truly dreadful. Tyrion rolled his eyes. Varys understood Tyrion's sentiments, having experienced similar feelings in the past, and still grappling with them. Accompanying you to Slaver's Bay will be not only Shay, but also a young girl. Who is to accompany us? Tyrion felt himself past the point of surprise. You should be familiar with her. She is Shireen Baratheon, the daughter of Stannis. Varys continued to drop bombshells upon Tyrion. That little girl who suffered from grayscale in her youth? Tyrion could not restrain himself from exclaiming. Does the Queen Daenerys not fear the wrath of Stannis' army for abducting his daughter? Stannis now heeds the commands of the Red Priestess, having already burned Shireen's uncle. He may yet burn Shireen herself. The mysterious one arranged for the Onion Knight to secretly extract Shireen and instructed me to take her to Dragonstone, where Shireen would ride a dragon across the narrow sea to Pentos, and I would settle her in a small courtyard beside Shay, Varys explained to Tyrion. Tyrion was astonished to learn that Stannis had become so madly obsessed with the Iron Throne that he would even burn his own daughter. Shireen crossing the narrow sea on a dragon? Aren't the dragons the mounts of Queen Daenerys? Would she allow Shireen to ride? Tyrion voiced his doubts. Dragons are an exceedingly proud race and do not permit just anyone to ride them. Even the dragon riders must undergo extensive training before they can mount a dragon. Hence, I declare that the mysterious one can command dragons or that the queen has instructed them to carry Shireen, Varys elucidated. Is the mysterious one rescuing Shireen solely out of kindness, with no ulterior motives? Tyrion wished to glean further insight into this enigmatic figure surrounding Daenerys. What other motives could there be to threaten Stannis into relinquishing the Iron Throne? Varys retorted with a question. Tyrion had some understanding of Stannis. Not only was he deeply enchanted by the Red Priestess, but even without that enchantment, no one could use his daughter as leverage to persuade him to abandon the Iron Throne. The mysterious one, willing to risk trouble to rescue an unrelated little girl, seemed not entirely devoid of compassion, and Tyrion found himself harboring a measure of respect for this mysterious figure. Where is Sansa gone? It took Tyrion a while to recall his lawful wife. She was taken by Peter. She should be heading to the Eyrie, if Robb is not dead. Why would Peter take Sansa? Tyrion knew that many had once coveted Sansa, but that was under the assumption that Robb might be dead, including himself, who married Sansa because of his father's plot to kill Robb. After the Red Wedding, however, any attempts to harm Robb would be significantly more difficult. Taking Sansa seemed to serve little purpose. You will have to ask Peter himself. I do not know what he intends to do, Varys admitted, still perplexed by Peter's motives. Is there a way to rescue her? Although marrying Sansa was never Tyrion's intention, he could not bring himself to harm her. Now, as he prepares to flee with Shae, his marital bond with Sansa has become a mere formality. He also feels reluctant to let her remain in the company of an elderly man. I will find a way. Varys is aware that Sansa's association with Peter will not be advantageous for her. When can I depart for Pentos? After facing a harrowing trial, Tyrion has grown disillusioned and has no desire to linger in King's Landing, especially with a sister who harbors a deep-seated desire to kill him and a father, Tywin, who wishes for his permanent disappearance. If you wish to leave, you should be able to do so by tomorrow night. Tyrion contemplated. Nothing in King's Landing holds any allure for him. He nodded and agreed to leave the following night. Tyrion gleaned more information from Varys regarding the Slavers' Bay, discovering that Dario Naharis has already pledged allegiance to the Mother of Dragons, becoming one of her Queen's Guard. Daenerys has now conquered 3 cities in Slavers' Bay, commanding an army of 10,000 and a fleet of hundreds of ships. Upon learning that Daenerys intends to establish a school, Tyrion was once again profoundly astonished. He had not anticipated that the young Targaryen girl possessed such ambition. There would be no need for any oath of fealty. Anyone meeting the school's entrance criteria would be welcome, which utterly subverts the traditional understanding of the world, coupled with the encouragement to author books as a well-read scholar. Tyrion recognizes the allure this initiative holds for those rich in knowledge and expertise. He can foresee that the future academy will undoubtedly surpass the Citadel, evolving into the most influential institution of learning across the 4 continents, and he feels an eagerness to visit Slavers' Bay. In Meereen, within the grandest of pyramids, Daenerys is engaged in governance. Since she is resolved to remain temporarily to administer Slavers' Bay, she must learn these intricacies. In the vast hall, Daenerys sits upon her throne, flanked by her Queen's Guard, while Drogon dozes on her shoulder. The elder before her is the 30-something matter she has addressed. Esteemed Mother of Dragons, I am Puka, once in service to the great Lord Targaryen. The man, in his 60s, introduced himself. Do you speak the common tongue? Daenerys inquired, surprised at the elder's introduction. I was a teacher, instructing the children of the great lord in reading and writing. Since your arrival, I have departed their household and now find myself without purpose. I beseech you to allow me to return to the Lord and teach the children once more. The elder bowed his head after speaking. Do you wish to return to the Lord's servitude? Daenerys asked in astonishment, for despite having encountered individuals wishing to align with slave traders, she was still taken aback by this man's willingness. The Lord does not enslave or mistreat me. My sustenance and shelter are adequate. I hope you grant my request. The elder knelt, his resolve unwavering. If you wish to go, then go. Just ensure you receive compensation, Drogon muttered, half asleep. Though he lacked knowledge of statecraft, as a modern individual, he had absorbed many insights that could resolve various matters effectively. This was not the first time he had indirectly guided the Mother of Dragons, and she had learned quickly, albeit with some hesitation, selectively adopting his advice while pretending not to hear others, unaware that she had fallen into his trap numerous times. Drogon took delight in Daenerys' small maneuvers. The management of trivial matters mattered little in the grand scheme. Chapter 65. Unbreakable Hatred. Upon hearing Drogon's thoughts, Daenerys pondered before replying. You may return to the Lord, but he must offer appropriate compensation for your contributions. Providing merely for your food and shelter is insufficient to repay the knowledge you impart. To prevent the Lord from re-enslaving you, I require you both to sign an agreement outlining the content of your teachings and your monthly remuneration. If I discover that you have not signed the agreement or that compensation is not rendered as stipulated, you shall no longer teach those children. I also have good news. I will soon establish an academy in Mireen. As long as you meet the knowledge requirements, you may study more profound subjects, and if your knowledge is sufficient, you could even teach others. May I also enter the academy? Puka asked, his excitement palpable. Absolutely. We require knowledgeable educators like yourself who enjoy teaching children. Once Mireen stabilizes, Daenerys discussed with her advisors the establishment of the academy, which will be located east of the largest pyramid where she resides, in a smaller pyramid. Astapor and Yukai will have branch academies, albeit on a much smaller scale than Mireen's. After Puka left, a boy around 13, dressed in light yellow noble attire, entered. Clearly a child of the Lord's household. Do you have something to say to Her Majesty? Missandei inquired, standing beside Daenerys. Your Grace, my name is Malata, and I request you to execute the slave who murdered my father and mother, the boy said, glancing nervously at Daenerys on the dais. Upon hearing the boy's account of the slave's misdeeds, Daenerys remained largely unperturbed and asked, Where is that slave now? Only one has been imprisoned by you. The other two have faced no punishment, Malata responded, seeking a definitive answer from her. This was not the first time Daenerys had heard of a lord's complaint against a slave. On the night she took Mireen, most slaves stepped forward to respond. Besides those who aided Grey Worm in capturing the gate, many, as the boy described, banded together to attack the lords who had once enslaved them. Slaves had endured exploitation, oppression, and even abuse at the hands of their lords. When given the opportunity for revenge, it was understandable that their pent-up fury erupted with terrifying intensity. It would not be an exaggeration to say they resorted to any means necessary. Although the Unsullied halted those extreme retaliatory actions upon entering the city, they were powerless to address the events that had transpired. After the siege, the Unsullied symbolically apprehended only those slaves responsible for excessive killings and brutality. While most others faced no repercussions, Daenerys had gained experience in handling such matters and inquired, Do you know the names of those 3 slaves? I only know that my family's slave is called Alice. The other 2 would certainly know, Malata replied, a hint of hatred in his eyes. I shall have Alice interrogated and ensure he receives his due punishment, Daenerys declared, nodding to Missandei. Just as Missandei was about to speak, Malata interjected loudly. You won't kill them, will you? That will be determined through a trial, Daenerys answered patiently. They killed my father and mother. They deserve to die? Malata's agitation grew as he did not receive the answer he desired. Daenerys, unfazed by the boy's emotions, asked, Have you not ever abused or executed a slave? They are all lowborn. How could they treat my mother in such a manner? Malata exclaimed, stepping forward, only to be restrained by the Unsullied, still struggling. Take him away. Daenerys commanded, understanding that further discussion would be futile. She had no effective solution for the millennia-old enmity between lords and slaves. Missandei, accustomed to this, announced the next petitioner. The next individual to approach had previously met with Daenerys on multiple occasions. It was Xizdaara, who sought permission to recover the body of his father. Nailed to a wooden frame. Your Grace, I have come to request that you reopen the arena. Mireen has no more slaves without an arena. Mireen will cease to be Mireen and will be forgotten. Xizdaara knelt as he entered the hall. Upon hearing Xizdaara's request, Daenerys' expression darkened. The Mireen arena is infamous for its entertainment derived from slaves slaughtering one another for the pleasure of the lords. I cannot allow it to reopen. She may permit the slaves to continue serving the great lord, thereby earning their recompense, yet she shall never allow the arena, a symbol of enslavement, to reopen. Your Majesty, the arena is not solely occupied by slaves. Free men also enter to showcase their valor, hone their will, and earn substantial rewards. This has been a hallmark of Mireen for millennia, and the arena can also generate significant income to bolster the military. Xizdaara, undeterred by Daenerys' refusal, persisted in his pursuit. As Daenerys contemplated Xizdaara's words, she noticed Daario seemed eager to speak, prompting her to nod in his direction. Your Majesty, prior to joining the Second Sons, I too entered the Mireen arena. It is indeed as he stated. It is not merely a place for slaves, as many mercenaries have honed their skills there. Daario remarked before stepping back. One willingly strikes while another willingly bears the blows. If there is profit to be made, why not? In truth, Yura found great enjoyment in watching the arena duels. The thought of that frenzied atmosphere ignited his blood. Daenerys' greatest concern was that the great lord would once again derive amusement from the blood of slaves, if all participants were to be there of their own volition. Reopening the arena could indeed be feasible, especially as she required funds to sustain the Unsullied and the Second Sons. In that case, I can agree to the reopening of the arena, provided all participants are entirely voluntary and not coerced. Otherwise, I shall close it once more. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xizdaara departed joyfully, having achieved his objective. Ever since he had nailed 113 great lords, Xizdaara had gradually become the spokesperson for the great lords of Mireen, frequently making requests on behalf of Daenerys. After Zizdara's departure, Daenerys met with a dozen others, most of whom presented trivial matters that left Yora profoundly speechless. Surely, minor issues could be delegated to someone else, or a lord could be appointed. The queen should not be burdened with such matters. Observing Daenerys handle various trivialities for 2 consecutive days, Yora thought deliberately to himself. The 3 cities of Slavers Bay differ greatly from Westeros, where the 7 kingdoms operate independently. Most lands are granted to lords and nobles, and the king need only manage King's Landing and the major houses. How unlike Daenerys, who, with no one to assist her, must tackle everything personally. At this rate, she would exhaust herself long before launching an attack on King's Landing. It is temporarily impractical to grant the Slavers Bay cities to anyone, so appointing a lord to oversee them is a reasonable solution. Chapter 66. A child will suffice. Hearing Yora's thoughts, Daenerys felt equally helpless. Yet she had no choice but to proceed as she was nearing her limits and planned to address only the most pressing matters the following day. Concerning Yora's suggestion to establish a lord, Daenerys found it indeed actionable. While she did not need one for Meereen at present, Astapor and Yunkai required someone to take charge. Yunkai had Darren, but Astapor still lacked a suitable candidate for lordship. The next day, Meereen issued 2 announcements, similar to those of Yunkai. One called for the registration of knowledgeable and skilled individuals, while the other offered high prices for the acquisition of books and preparation for establishing an academy. Mere hours after the announcements were released, the response was livelier than in Yunkai, with a greater collection of books. By the end of the day, both the quantity and quality of talents far surpassed those from Yunkai, owing to the unique nature of Meereen's slaves. Astapor mainly trained and sullied. While Yunkai's slaves were primarily bed slaves, Meereen had fewer slaves, yet those it cultivated were relatively more advanced talents, such as teachers, translators, advisors, and healers. Moreover, with a grand arena, nobles and merchants from as far as Karth and Ashai flocked to Meereen seeking excitement. This affluent clientele spurred Meereen's development, flourishing the city while attracting more talented individuals. Upon hearing of Daenerys' plans to establish an academy, many rushed to sign up, eager to showcase their abilities. Witnessing the abundance of high-caliber talent, Daenerys' confidence in founding the academy grew. While Missandei compiled language texts, Yora and Daenerys frequently attended. Yora imparted numerous book-writing techniques to Missandei, despite knowing fewer languages than she. Yet, given his understanding of language teaching from his previous life, he found no difficulty in guiding her. Missandei, having never engaged in the crafting of texts before, had intended to seek Daenerys' feedback on her work. Never expecting Daenerys to possess such extensive knowledge, revealing many techniques she had never encountered. Having believed her own linguistic talent unmatched, Missandei now recognized that Daenerys' linguistic aptitude was equally formidable. Noticing Missandei's admiring gaze, Daenerys felt a twinge of embarrassment, as most of her suggestions had been discreetly relayed to Missandei during Yora's absence. Fearing discovery, unaware that Yora had long known her secret of eavesdropping. While conveying linguistic techniques, Daenerys marveled at Yora's remarkable legacy, realizing he could even pass down language skills. Following Daenerys' recommendations, Missandei's writing speed significantly increased, and she believed that studying languages through her texts would not only lower the difficulty but also enhance effectiveness. After spending a few days in Meereen, Yora surmised that the verdict regarding Tyrion's trial should soon be forthcoming. With nothing pressing in Meereen, he resolved to check on the matter. In King's Landing, the Royal Council meeting had just concluded, leaving only Tywin and Cersei in the chamber. Once Tommen weds, you shall marry Loras and head to Highgarden, quickly conceive his child. Tywin instructed Cersei. What of my child? He is still young. I cannot leave him. Cersei protested. Tywin gazed at Cersei, bewildered that she would renege on an agreement made well before Tyrion's betrothal. In King's Landing, I am present. You need not worry for him, Tywin said, suppressing his anger. My daughter has been cast into the hands of those savages in Dorne, while my son is bewitched by some Highgarden harlot. And you expect me to go to Highgarden like a sow to bear children? I will not leave King's Landing. I want to be with my son. Cersei retorted defiantly. You only care for your son. Do you not think of the family? Tywin shouted at her. You concern yourself only with the family. You have never considered us, treating us as mere pawns to barter with. This time, I will not be manipulated by you, Cersei declared resolutely. Approaching Cersei, Tywin looked her in the eyes and asserted, whether I control you is not your decision, and whether you marry Loras is not for you to determine. You once forced me to marry Robert and urged me to bear his child quickly. Now you demand I bear Loras's child. Do you wish to see the same outcome as before? What are you implying? Tywin glanced sideways before returning his gaze. You know precisely what I mean, Cersei replied bitterly. Tywin slightly narrowed his eyes and commanded, marry Loras on schedule. Do not make me repeat myself. Perhaps in your mind, as long as there is a child. It matters not whose child it is. Am I wrong? Cersei disregarded Tywin's warning, continuing on her own. Tywin stared at his daughter, furrowing his brow in silence. In any case, I will not abandon my son, Cersei stated firmly, turning to leave. Do you think I am unaware of your desires? As long as I am here in King's Landing, you shall not dictate the fate of the Seven Kingdoms, Tywin shouted as Cersei moved to exit. Hearing her father's words, Cersei paused, turned, and glared at him, biting her lip before storming out of the council chamber. Your Majesty, Cersei. With her head lowered as she walked, suddenly heard a familiar voice call out. Lifting her gaze, she saw the Maester Qyburn, who had been fitting Jaime with a prosthetic hand. Nodding in acknowledgement, she was about to move on when she abruptly halted and turned back to Qyburn. After exchanging greetings, Qyburn noticed something was amiss in Cersei's expression and was about to depart when he realized she was fixated on him, uncertain of her intent. Qyburn had been expelled from the Citadel for conducting human experiments in his alchemical studies, and Cersei had taken him in upon recognizing his true talents. As Cobain followed Cersei, he was perplexed by her sudden call. Upon arriving in King's Landing, he learned from Varys' message that the trial by combat against Tyrion had concluded, resulting in the death of the Mountain and Oberyn's near demise. Reflecting on the Mountain's demise, Cobain speculated about his brother the Hound's reaction, pondering how he might feel as though he had lost his life's purpose. The obsession that drove him to confront the Mountain during Daenerys' fiery assault on King's Landing suddenly seemed to lack its foundation, leaving one to wonder how he would cope. Learning from Varys that Tyrion had departed for Pentos the previous night and would arrive that very day, Cobain resolved to set forth immediately to await Tyrion there. Over an hour later, he landed in a courtyard in Pentos, noticing an open window and soaring inside. Upon seeing him, Shireen hastily set aside her book and approached the window, allowing Cobain to perch on her hand. When will I be able to visit Slavers Bay? It is quite dull here alone, she inquired, stroking Cobain's glossy scales. Since arriving, Cobain had urged her to remain indoors as much as possible. Despite the governor's guards outside and the presence of escorts on the streets, he still felt uneasy about her safety, should anyone recognize Shireen in his absence. It would be too late to intervene. Chapter 67. Companions understanding her precarious situation, Shireen complied with Cobain's advice and refrained from venturing outside, spending her days quietly reading or conversing with her maid. When Cobain smiled at her question, revealing his small, sharp teeth, he fluttered to the desk and wrote that they would depart the following day. Really? Tomorrow? Shireen exclaimed, her happiness almost too much to comprehend. Seeing her joy, Cobain nodded. Although she had grown accustomed to solitude, it did not mean she did not yearn for companionship. Will you accompany me to Slavers Bay? She asked again, curious about why he had not simply taken her there directly, but she refrained from voicing her thoughts, assuming Cobain had his reasons. Cobain nodded. He would certainly escort Shireen to Slavers Bay, as he could not bear to let her travel with Tyrion unguarded. He recalled that in the previous tale, Tyrion and Varys had encountered Yura, who recognized Tyrion's identity, leading to a perilous situation where Tyrion was nearly captured by slavers. There will be 2 others traveling with you, and you shall meet them tomorrow, Cobain wrote next, understanding that there would be additional companions. Shireen began to grasp Cobain's reluctance to fly her directly to Slavers Bay. Perhaps those 2 individuals held particular significance. Spending the day with Shireen, Cobain later feasted on the plains and returned with a bounty of Dothraki horse meat and blood pies. Given the proximity of Pentos to the Dothraki Sea, he could make the journey in about an hour. Surprised by how quickly he returned with such a feast, Shireen, having already indulged earlier, decided to save the food for their travels the next day. On the following morning, 2 carriages arrived at Shireen's courtyard, accompanied by 5 guards. Struggling with her small bundle and books, Shireen climbed aboard. The day before, Cobain had left a message for Governor Illyrio, using the agreed-upon code with Varys to prepare the carriages and guards for their journey. Once inside, the carriage did not immediately depart. After a moment, Shireen heard the courtyard gate open, and someone emerged. Cautiously lifting the carriage's curtain, she glimpsed a tall man and a shorter woman. The woman was strikingly beautiful, while the man bore the features of a dwarf, marked by a diagonal scar across his face. The dwarf glanced in Shireen's direction, catching sight of her peeking out, and offered her a smile. She quickly withdrew, recognizing him as Tyrion Lannister. To her astonishment, Cobain had arranged for him to accompany her to Slavers Bay. However, given that Tyrion's nephew was king, his sister was the queen regent, and his father was the hand of the king, how could he possibly be traveling with her? Shireen was acutely aware of the Lannisters, her father's adversaries, and felt a swell of apprehension. As Cobain soared above, he marveled at the beauty of Shay. Understanding why Tyrion was so captivated by her, she was indeed more alluring than even Maya. Once Tyrion boarded, the carriages began to roll out of the city. After 20 minutes, they exited Pentos, and Cobain flew into Shireen's carriage. The guards outside merely glimpsed a shadow entering and quickly knocked on the door to inquire, dismissing the event as a fleeting hallucination after confirming Shireen was unharmed. After traveling a short distance, they halted in an isolated area. Tyrion was the first to disembark, followed by a beaming Shay. Having been transported to Pindos under Varys' orders, Shay had feared she would never see Tyrion again after witnessing his capture and Cersei's venomous glare. Uncertain whether King Joffrey had truly met his end at Tyrion's hands, Shay realized the danger Tyrion faced from Cersei, who would likely seek to end his life. It was then that she understood why Tyrion had insisted she remain in King's Landing. Her existence would pose a grave threat if discovered by his sister. Previously believing Tyrion wished to abandon her for the noble Sansa, she grasped the true peril of their sibling rivalry, which had escalated to murderous intent. To her surprise, just as she was feeling despondent, Tyrion had appeared before her, and in that moment, she felt like the happiest woman in the realm. Upon learning of Tyrion's plans to venture to the distant Slavers' Bay, Shay did not object, as long as it meant escaping King's Landing and being with Tyrion. She was willing to go anywhere. Curiously, she noted that someone residing in the adjacent courtyard would also accompany them, and it seemed Tyrion had known all along. When she inquired about the identity of this companion, Tyrion remained vague, merely mentioning that it was a woman. Surprised, she realized that he was not referring to someone with whom he shared a romantic connection, further piquing her curiosity. As the carriage came to a stop, Shireen peered out the window and, accompanied by Cobain, stepped outside. The moment Cobain emerged, Tyrion, Shay, the driver, and the guards all beheld him. The guards, astonished, struggled to calm the restless horses, which were startled by Cobain's sudden appearance. Both Tyrion and Shay gaped at the small dragon, whose crimson wings fluttered gracefully in the air. Tyrion, having been briefed by Varys about Cobain, displayed less astonishment than Shay, who had never encountered a true dragon and was unaware that one which had vanished for over a century had resurfaced. Despite Cobain's diminutive size, she felt an inexplicable sense of dread emanating from him. Noticing Tyrion's gaze upon him, Cobain flashed a toothy grin, acknowledging him. This marked the first encounter between Tyrion and Cobain, although Cobain had previously glimpsed Tyrion during Joffrey's wedding. Greetings. I am Shireen Baratheon, and this is Cobain, Shireen introduced. Stepping forward, at the sound of Shireen's introduction, Tyrion finally withdrew his gaze from Cobain. Shay, captivated by Cobain hovering above, had scarcely noticed the young girl until she heard the introduction. Upon realizing Shireen bore the same surname as the current king, she was struck by the implications. She looked at Tyrion in astonishment, eager to inquire about Shireen's identity. Hello, Shireen. I am Tyrion Lannister, and this is Shay, he introduced, before whispering to Shay that Shireen was the niece of King Robert and the daughter of Duke Stannis. Although Stannis proclaimed himself the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, Tyrion did not acknowledge this, for Tommen remained the nominal king, and Tyrion was soon to serve Queen Daenerys. Let us converse as we walk to my carriage. After mingling beneath the carriage for a while, Tyrion extended an invitation to Shireen. She was eager to engage further with the former hand of the king. Just a moment, Shireen exclaimed, swiftly entering the carriage to gather a sizable bag of delicacies that Drogon had brought the previous night. The two carriages provided by Governor Illyrio of Pentos were grand and comfortable, allowing the three of them and one dragon to sit without feeling cramped. The interior was lavishly decorated, complete with a wine cabinet and small tables, infused with a delicate fragrance. Tyrion retrieved a bottle of red wine in glasses, pouring a glass for Shireen, who hesitated before accepting it, never having tasted red wine before. He poured another glass for himself and Shay, and just as he was about to set the bottle down, he noticed Drogon, seated beside Shireen, fixating on the wine bottle. Would you like a glass as well? Tyrion inquired tentatively. Shay, hearing his question, turned her curious gaze toward Drogon, doubting a dragon would partake in wine. Although Drogon seldom consumed wine, being a small demon's companion naturally called for a drink, so he nodded in agreement. Shay was astonished that the dragon not only understood the question but actually desired the wine, her lips parting in surprise as she wondered how Drogon would drink without hands. Would Shireen have to feed him? Shireen had previously witnessed Drogon consuming mare's milk and a more potent firewater, both of which she had tried. She disliked the strong taste of mare's milk and had nearly choked on the firewater. Tyrion was aware that dragons were intelligent enough to comprehend simple human speech. Yet a dragon drinking red wine was exceedingly rare in the Targaryen family history. I am delighted we can share this journey. Tyrion raised his glass. Drogon gracefully lifted the wine glass with his wing, soaring into the air to clink glasses with the three of them. Shay had never imagined she would clink glasses with a dragon. In her excitement, she nearly spilled the wine, and Tyrion was not much better off, almost choking on his drink. Drogon tipped his head back and downed half a glass of red wine in one gulp, then glanced at Tyrion's remaining wine. In his homeland, it was customary to finish one's drink in a single gulp, despite this being their second meeting and their first drinking together. Drogon had long harbored a desire for the small demon, and half a glass simply would not suffice. Seeing Drogon finish his wine, Tyrion hesitated, puzzled as to why the dragon was staring at his glass. Was he expecting Tyrion to finish his wine as well? Tyrion speculated, but he thought wine was meant to be sipped. Though he found it difficult to voice his thoughts, he saw that Drogon was still fixated on his glass. So he hastily emptied the remainder of his wine. Once Tyrion finished, Drogon passed his empty glass to Tyrion, signaling him to pour more wine. Shay watched in amazement. Surprised by Drogon's drinking abilities, he had downed half a glass in one go and was requesting Tyrion to refill it. Shireen suppressed a smile, amused by the astonished expressions of Tyrion and Shay, and only remembered the food she had brought once Tyrion began pouring more wine. She opened her bag, unwrapped the oil paper, and revealed roasted lamb chops, honey-glazed duck, and smoked horse meat, knowing that Drogon preferred to eat meat while drinking mare's milk. Tyrion was taken aback to find Shireen's bag filled with food. He was unaccustomed to eating meat while drinking wine, yet out of courtesy, he tore off a piece of duck to taste and urged Shay to present their prepared food and fruits alongside the meat. After enjoying a couple of bites of the chewy smoked horse meat, Drogon raised his glass again to toast with the group. Then downed half a glass of red wine once more. Noticing Drogon finish his wine again, Tyrion hesitated but then took 2 big gulps, emptying his glass. Seeing that Drogon still desired more, Tyrion refilled the wine. Shireen observed the camaraderie between Tyrion and Drogon and refrained from interrupting. Scanning the carriage, she spotted a book resting on a nearby shelf. Her eyes lighting up, she had read all the books at home, and the one on Tyrion's shelf was unfamiliar to her. "Excuse me, my lord Tyrion, may I take a look at that book?" Tyrion, slightly worried about whether he might become intoxicated, glanced at the shelf and replied that she certainly could, and that he also had other books she could borrow if she wished. Seeing the sparkle in Shireen's eyes, Tyrion realized that she shared his passion for reading. "Really? That would be splendid." Shireen exclaimed joyfully upon hearing that there were more books available. "I also have books. I will bring them to you when I return." After flipping through a couple of pages, Shireen remembered to share her own books with Tyrion. Tyrion smiled and inquired, "Have you known Drogon for a long time?" Shireen glanced at Drogon, contemplating her response. "Not too long, perhaps a little over a month." "What sorts of books do you usually read?" Tyrion continued to ask. "Many. The Conquest of Westeros by Aegon the Conqueror, The Seven Gods Record, and Travelogues of Essos. I have read them all," Shireen replied, furrowing her delicate brows in thought. Upon hearing the diverse range of books Shireen had read, Tyrion's gaze drifted to her face, partially obscured by gray scales, prompting him to reflect on his own past. "Can you comprehend this book?" he asked, eyeing the tome titled The Essentials of Governance in Shireen's hands. "I understand some of it. I previously read the autobiography of Varys, which contained many details about the affairs he managed during his time as Hand of the King." Tyrion was surprised by Shireen's wide-ranging interests, particularly that she had read such an obscure book as the autobiography of Varys. Reflecting on his own circumstances since the age of 10, he acknowledged that Shireen indeed had ample time to indulge in literature. Noticing the engaging conversation between Tyrion and Shireen, Drogon recognized his purpose had been fulfilled and took the opportunity to clink glasses with Tyrion once more. After downing another glass, Drogon observed that the table was nearly cleared of food, raising his wing to signal Tyrion to refrain from pouring more wine. Seeing Drogon's gesture, Tyrion exhaled in relief, realizing that if they continued drinking half glasses, he would inevitably become inebriated. Drogon had long lost interest in wine, having finished the food. He flung open the right curtain and soared out, heading to the carriage where Shireen sat, gathering the remaining food, mare's milk, and a jar of firewater. As Tyrion pondered Drogon's sudden departure, he watched in surprise as the dragon returned, pulling open the carriage door and entering with a small paw carrying a bag several times his own size. In the astonished gazes of the others, Drogon placed the bag on the table, revealing a bounty of food, a wine pouch, and a jar. Tyrion caught a whiff of the firewater from the jar. Although he favored red wine and seldom let go of his cup at home, he had tasted strong spirits. Yet he was certain he had never consumed the potent liquor contained in the jar, its intensity evident even through the lid. Observing Drogon skillfully arranging the food and wine, Tyrion's heart quickened. Once everything was set, Drogon used his left wing to grab a piece of horse meat and nudged the wine pouch with his right wing, clearly indicating that Tyrion should pour more wine. Recognizing the pouch contained mare's milk, Tyrion rinsed his wine glass with water and filled it halfway with the milk. Noticing that Tyrion only poured half a glass of mare's milk, Drogon found it somewhat troublesome and pointed at the cup with his wing. Upon glancing at the wine cup indicated by Drogon, Tyrion found himself momentarily perplexed by the dragon's intent. Drogon was urging him to fill it to the brim. Shireen, standing nearby, reminded him that Drogon typically consumed several large gulps at once. A half-filled cup would hardly suffice. Although mare's milk was brewed from horse's milk, it could still lead to intoxication if consumed in excess, especially since Tyrion had already downed several glasses of red wine. After a brief hesitation, he filled the cup completely. Observing Tyrion's somewhat awkward demeanor, Drogon did not perceive fear of inebriation, but rather a struggle with the unfamiliar taste of mare's milk. He wished to convey a casual "I have finished mine," feel free to enjoy, yet the words eluded him, prompting him to merely gesture with his wing at the cup's midpoint. Shireen, noticing Tyrion and Sansa's surprised expressions as they watched Drogon's series of anthropomorphic gestures, couldn't help but ask, what does he mean? Recalling her own experiences with Drogon, Shireen smiled and explained, Drogon means he has finished his drink. You only need to drink half. Tyrion was taken aback by Drogon's perceptiveness, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. He realized that consuming 2 more cups of mare's milk would not lead to intoxication, and he would never allow his pride to be diminished by a mere fear of drunkenness. Despite the pronounced odor of the mare's milk, he was capable of enduring it. After all, he had previously consumed far worse brews during his time with Jon at the Wall. With resolve, he raised his cup, clinked it against Drogon's, and downed its contents without flinching. At that moment, Drogon realized he had misjudged the situation. Tyrion's expression had shifted for reasons unrelated to alcohol. After finishing the mare's milk, Tyrion took a substantial bite of horse meat. Noticing that Tyrion had hardly eaten, Drogon pointed with his wing at the meat in the pouch, encouraging him to indulge further. This time, Tyrion understood and picked up a piece of horse meat, savoring each bite. The contrasting flavors of the sour mare's milk and the rich, fatty smoked horse meat created an unexpectedly delightful experience for him, and he found himself relishing the robust enjoyment of hearty food and drink. He poured a small amount of mare's milk into a cup and offered it to Sansa, wishing for her to partake as well. However, repulsed by the pungent odor, she gently pushed the cup away, opting instead for a small piece of horse meat to nibble on. Seeing Sansa's reluctance, Tyrion did not press the matter further. He filled both cups once more, raised his glass to Drogon, and drank deeply before returning to the meat. Observing Tyrion gradually becoming more at ease, Drogon felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the true essence of drinking, sharing the experience with another rather than indulging alone. After finishing a pouch of mare's milk, Drogon began to feel a slight buzz, while Tyrion was already showing the signs of mild inebriation. Tossing aside the empty wine pouch, Tyrion boldly reached for the firewater. Noticing Tyrion's squinted eyes, Sansa realized he was nearing his limit and might soon succumb to drunkenness, yet she knew this was not the moment to intervene. If she were to stop him, he would surely protest. She glanced at Drogon, who was still leisurely consuming chunks of meat, seemingly unaffected by the alcohol. Tyrion opened the bottle of firewater, and a potent aroma wafted forth, causing him to tilt his head in surprise, even in his hazy state. Shireen recoiled a half-meter back, wary of the intoxicating fumes, while Sansa quickly shifted away from Tyrion. Although slightly dazed, Tyrion recognized that the contents of the bottle were not ordinary spirits, causing him to pause momentarily in his pouring. Drogon, aware of the potency of the firewater, knew that even the bravest Dothraki would hesitate to consume a full cup at once. Only a dragon, steeped in flames, could confidently swallow such fiery liquor. Soaring into the air, Drogon halted Tyrion's hand mid-pour, gesturing with his wing to indicate that only a small amount should be poured into the cup. Tyrion felt a surge of indignation at the perceived slight. Filling the cup halfway was one thing, but merely a bottom's worth? Resolute, he poured a full cup, deciding that he would indulge to the fullest. Observing Tyrion fill his cup entirely, Drogon grinned, knowing that this was Tyrion's own choice, and he would not be held accountable later. After consuming a few bites of meat, Drogon clinked his cup against Tyrion's, tilted his head back, and downed the entire cup of firewater in several swift gulps. With a burp, Drogon released a plume of smoke and flames, startling Sansa. Tyrion's bleary eyes widened in concern. Surely, this firewater was not meant for mere mortals. Would it scorch his throat? Yet, the cup was already filled, and with a steely resolve, he raised it to his lips. The moment the liquor touched his mouth, the intense aroma took his breath away. Swallowing hard, he closed his eyes and took a generous gulp. Coughing violently, he expelled most of the remaining liquid onto Sansa. Grasping his throat, he leaned over her lap, sputtering and gasping, his face flushed and his neck swelling. Water! Water! He croaked, and Sansa, disregarding her drenched attire, hastily retrieved a water jug and poured him a cup. After gulping down several mouthfuls, Tyrion felt some relief in his throat, yet his stomach still felt ablaze, causing him to gasp for air as he sought to cool the fire within. Witnessing Tyrion's predicament, Drogon could barely contain his amusement, chuckling at the outcome of his bravado. Shireen, torn between laughter and restraint, turned away, her cheeks flushed as she pretended to read. After sipping more water from Sansa's offering, Tyrion gradually regained his composure, exclaiming, "What manner of drink is this? Surely, it was brewed specifically for you by the Queen." Despite knowing that Drogon could not respond, Tyrion could not resist posing the question. At Tyrion's inquiry, Drogon erupted into laughter. "This firewater is brewed by the Dothraki, for only the most valiant of Dothraki can consume it," Shireen interjected, recalling how she had coughed incessantly after tasting it herself. Upon hearing the mention of the bravest Dothraki, Tyrion was reminded of Sansa's frequent declaration, "My warrior." Determined to finish the drink, he resolved to sip it slowly until it was gone. With newfound determination, Tyrion took a few bites of meat and raised his cup once more. Drogon, surprised by Tyrion's continued willingness to drink, exchanged glances with him before clinking their cups and downing another full glass. Seeing Drogon finish yet another cup, Tyrion felt a tremor of apprehension. However, this time, he did not overexert himself and only took a small sip, quickly following it with several gulps of water and another piece of meat. Shireen, astonished by Tyrion's persistence, was unaware that her response had only spurred him on to finish the remaining firewater in his glass. The small bottle of firewater could yield 4 or 5 cups. Drogon consumed 1 cup at a time, while Tyrion sipped cautiously. By the time Drogon finished the entire bottle, Tyrion had managed to finish the last half cup. His face was now flushed, his gaze unfocused, and after downing the final sip, he slumped onto the table as if he had achieved a monumental task. Shireen and Sansa exchanged glances, then turned their attention to Drogon, whose scales glimmered with a faint red hue, his eyes ablaze with an otherworldly brightness. Shireen realized that Drogon was far from inebriated, and with Tyrion now incapacitated, she awkwardly bid farewell to Sansa, taking the book from the bedside as she departed. Drogon, displaying the demeanor of a carefree dragon, exited the carriage alongside Shireen, who returned to her own vehicle. At that moment, the 2 carriages had distanced themselves from Pintos and were heading southeast along the road. Drogon, you actually managed to intoxicate the imp, Shireen exclaimed excitedly upon entering the carriage. Finding amusement in Tyrion's drunken state, Drogon merely shrugged, unbothered by the feat of getting Tyrion drunk, for he was, after all, a dragon. Having consumed a fair amount of wine earlier, he refrained from indulging in the meat, aware that others would be deprived of it should he overindulge. Now, there was a need to venture into the grasslands to replenish his provisions, lest his growth and development be adversely affected. Both he and Shielan had exhausted their supplies, necessitating a trip to gather more. After bidding farewell to Shielan, Zhaoging meticulously surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no hidden dangers lurked before soaring towards the grasslands. At present, nearly every Dothraki was familiar with Zhaoging, the Black Dragon, all hoping their Khalasar might attract his attention. Upon entering the grasslands, he wasted no time, swiftly completing his task. After devouring his fill, he left behind gold coins as payment, and by the time he reached the last Khalasar, he was both eating and packing. An hour later, the guards of the caravan noticed Zhaoging returning shortly after his departure, carrying a bag nearly the size of a warhorse. They found it difficult to fathom how such a diminutive dragon could effortlessly transport something so vastly larger than itself through the air. Once out of sight of the caravan, Zhaoging transformed back into his juvenile form, thus they were unaware of his adult visage. He halted the caravan and its guards, setting down the large bag and instructing Shielan to summon Shay to distribute the food, some to be stored in the wagon, the remainder shared among the guards and the drivers. The sight of the open bag elicited envy from the drivers and guards, who had only brought dry rations and water, expecting to savor a proper meal only in bustling areas. They were astonished that Zhaoging returned with such an abundance of delectable provisions after just an hour. The food left by Shielan and the others was meager. Zhaoging had eaten his fill, reserving merely a few fruits as snacks, with over half of the contents of the bag designated for the 7 guards and drivers. They were unprepared for the fact that Zhaoging had brought food for them as well, which not only included various delicacies but also mare's milk liquor. After a brief respite for the caravan to recover, and once the guards had sufficiently feasted, they continued on their journey. The next morning, Tyrion groggily opened his eyes, surveying the lavishly adorned carriage. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled that he was indeed in the wagon, recollecting how he had been inebriated by a small dragon. Upon noticing Tyrion had awakened, Shay hastily poured him a glass of water. "Where are we?" Tyrion inquired, suppressing a headache. "I'm not certain of our location," Shay replied. "But the guards mentioned a small town ahead where we can rest for the night. Did you know you have been asleep for a full day and night?" She was astonished by Tyrion's profound inebriation. How could I sleep for so long? Tyrion was equally taken aback by his own capacity for slumber. He drew back the curtain to peer outside, where morning light flooded the wagon, causing him to squint. After stepping outside to relieve himself and wash his face, he found himself momentarily dazed, unsure of what to do next. Although aware that a mysterious individual had invited him to assist Queen Daenerys in Slaver's Bay, he remained uncertain about how she would regard him, a Lannister. In the council chamber of the Red Keep, all the ministers had gathered, save for the most crucial figure, Hand of the King Tywin, who had yet to arrive, leaving the others to wait impatiently. Half an hour passed with no sign of Tywin, and restlessness began to spread among them. "The Hand must be exhausted, which is why he is late," remarked the master of ships, Mice. Upon his words, silence enveloped the room. No one felt inclined to respond to the master of ships, a man of dubious reputation. Cersei cast him a disdainful glance before turning away. The Grand Maester Pycelle nervously counted the heavy chain around his neck, while Varys remained stoic, his hands tucked within his sleeves. Cersei shifted in her seat, displaying evident impatience. Suddenly, the chamber doors swung open with force, and everyone assumed it was Prime Minister Tywin, turning their attention towards the entrance, only to be met by the stern visage of Ser Marintrant. He leaned towards Cersei and whispered a few words in her ear. "What?" Cersei exclaimed, immediately rising from her chair and striding towards the exit. The others, alarmed by her intense reaction, followed her out. Cersei headed directly for the Hands Tower, encountering Jaime hurriedly making his way towards her. After 5 minutes of brisk walking, they arrived at the Hands Tower, where the entrance was lined with guards. Cersei and Jaime rushed to Tywin's chamber, finding 2 guards stationed by the door, while a maid trembled at the threshold, wiping away tears. "Father!" Cersei cried out, rushing towards Tywin, who lay in bed clad in gray nightclothes. The sight of his ashen face, reminiscent of the lifeless body of Joffrey, sent a shiver down Jaime's spine. "Dead by strangulation," Pycelle confirmed upon reaching the bedside, affirming Jaime's dreadful suspicion. "Quickly, fetch Tyrion," Cersei shouted at the guards stationed outside the door. Chapter 71. The parricide. Jaime's expression darkened as he beheld his father's lifeless body, and he clenched his teeth as he stepped outside. Pycelle leaned over the corpse, scrutinizing it for signs of foul play, while Mace stared at Tywin's body in shock, his lips quivering. Varys cast a glance at the corpse, noting its resemblance to Joffrey's, before observing Cersei weeping at the bedside. His expression remained inscrutable as he exited Tywin's chamber. Moments later, the gold cloaks responsible for apprehending Tyrion reported that his home was deserted, with valuable possessions having been removed. Alongside Tyrion, the cupbearer had also vanished, and Pycelle confirmed that remnants of poison were found in the cup Tywin had used. "Tyrion, you have caused the death of our mother, my child. And now you have slain our father. I will see you captured and torn to pieces," Cersei vowed, her teeth clenched in fury as she received the report. "Seal all docks and thoroughfares. Search the entire city for Tyrion." Cersei commanded the gold cloaks beside her. News of Tywin's demise swiftly spread throughout King's Landing, accompanied by the alarming revelation of Tyrion's patricide, sending shockwaves of fear through the noble houses. After resting for a night in the small town, 2 carriages set forth at dawn, continuing their journey southeast along the expansive river. Following his bout of intoxication, Tyrion noticed that Jouging had refrained from seeking him out for further drinking. Typically, his excursions to the grasslands involved only occasional sips of mare's milk liquor, with little inclination towards stronger spirits. Fearing that Jouging might again ply him with drink, Tyrion avoided even wine, opting instead to read alongside Shielan during the day, engaging in discussions about their readings, and enjoying a new life with Shae in the evenings, entirely unaware that he had now become both a regicide and a parricide, a fugitive sought by the authorities of King's Landing. Jouging had assumed full responsibility for their provisions, leading the guards and drivers to expect a perilous escort, only to be pleasantly surprised by the presence of a true dragon and the sumptuous meals they enjoyed, wishing that their journey might be prolonged. Observing Shielan and Tyrion diligently studying matters of governance within the carriage, Jouging pondered whether, in due course, the Mother of Dragons might choose to appoint another female advisor alongside Missandei. Suddenly, while explaining a concept to Shielan, Tyrion felt the carriage jolt more violently than usual. Not the typical bumps of travel. The water in the cup on the table rippled furiously. Jouging sensed something amiss and lifted the curtain to fly outside, with Tyrion following suit and exiting the carriage. Outside, chaos reigned among the guards as their steeds became restless, and the sounds of neighing horses and shouts of men mingled in the distance, suggesting a throng of no fewer than several hundred. Hearing the commotion, the expressions of the 5 guards turned grim. They had initially believed this escort to be fortunate, only to find themselves confronted by the last group they wished to encounter. As Tyrion observed the rising dust in the distance, his expression shifted, urgently instructing Shae and Shielan to return to the carriage. The mounted party quickly approached, encircling the wagon without launching an immediate attack. From their ranks emerged a figure, his braids glistening, with sun-kissed skin and keen almond-shaped eyes, robust and devoid of any excess flesh, seemingly intent on discovering who occupied the lavishly adorned carriages they had surrounded. Jouging had long discerned the identity of the cavalry. He soared from the cart, observing the Dothraki Khalasar that had ventured out to pillage. The leader of the guards, Alvin, was taken aback by the audacity of the Dothraki, who had crossed the wide river to raid this side. Upon seeing the Dothraki call, he approached with reluctance, hoping that after offering a ransom, this band of Dothraki would spare them. As Alvin was about to speak, he noticed that the Khal who stepped forward was not looking at him, but rather gazing slightly upward behind him. Turning around, he discovered that the small black dragon, which had been with the little girl in the same cart, was now gracefully hovering above the wagon, fluttering its wings. The other Dothraki warriors had also spotted Jouging flying in midair, just as Alvin was about to utter a word. Another figure emerged from the Dothraki cavalry, approaching the first Khal and whispering a few words while glancing at Jouging. Alvin, possessing a rudimentary understanding of the Dothraki tongue, vaguely caught that the man, a blood rider, mentioned something about a dragon god and offspring. A dragon god? Alvin glanced at Zhuang, pondering that although the small dragon exhibited great strength, it was far from being the dragon god the Bloodrider spoke of. The Khal Rogo discerned something extraordinary about Zhuang as well. It bore a striking resemblance to the black dragon often seen in the Dothraki Sea, trading gold for roasted meat. Albeit much smaller, akin to a newly hatched dragon. He and his Bloodriders speculated whether this little dragon might be the offspring of the black dragon venerated by their people. Regardless of any connection to the dragon god, Rogo had no intention of attacking these two carts, for inciting the wrath of the dragon god was a consequence their Khalasar could ill afford. Rogo took a few steps back and spoke a couple of sentences to his men. A dozen or so Dothraki warriors dismounted, unstrapping their bags and wine skins from their horses, and approached within 3 meters of Zhuang, laying their offerings on the ground. Alvin and the other guards watched in astonishment as, before they could present their ransom, the Dothraki instead offered food and mare's milk to the little black dragon. Tyrion, though aware that Zhuang could grow larger, remained concerned about the sheer number of the cavalry, fearing that even if Zhuang did enlarge, he could not protect them all. To his surprise, the Dothraki not only refrained from attacking the carts but instead provided them with sustenance and drink. Shireen and Shay, curious after hearing no commotion from the cart, peered out through the fabric curtain, witnessing the Dothraki presenting their offerings. Upon seeing the cavalry, Shireen speculated they might be the Dothraki from the grasslands several dozen kilometers across the river. She was not afraid at all, knowing Zhuang frequently traveled to the plains to purchase roasted meat. Observing the heap of food and drink accumulating on the ground, Zhuang was quite pleased with Rogo's conduct and nodded at Shireen, who was peering out curiously. Understanding his intent, Shireen rushed back into the cart to retrieve Zhuang's backpack. Seeing Zhuang extend 3 clawed fingers, she boldly approached Rogo, producing 3 golden coins from within and offering them to him. Rogo recognized the backpack as familiar, and only with a reminder from the nearby Bloodrider did he realize it might be the dragon god's pack. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a small bell hanging from the bag, identical to one on his own braid, an honorific mark indicating Rogo's victories over formidable foes. Unbeknownst to Rogo, this bell had been sewn onto the bag by Ji Qi as a record of Zhuang's triumph over the immortals. Chapter 72, The Wind of the Grasslands. As Rogo saw Shireen approaching, he hastily dismounted and respectfully bowed his head as he accepted the gleaming coins. He was uncertain why the dragon god's bag was in Zhuang's possession, but he was nearly certain that even if Zhuang was not the offspring of the dragon god, he maintained a profound connection with him. The two dragons not only bore a striking resemblance but also shared the same backpack, and after receiving food, they had generously rewarded them. With the gold in hand, Rogo mounted his horse and waved to the cavalry. The hundreds of warriors swiftly dispersed, gathering around him before gradually moving away. Thus, an encounter fraught with tension dissipated without incident, and both the guards and the drivers breathed a sigh of relief. Their gazes toward Zhuang transformed with newfound respect. Not only had he provided them with food and drink, but he had indirectly salvaged their lives. Although they were unaware of the Dothraki's motivations for offering sustenance to Zhuang, they recognized that he was more than merely a powerful creature. For such strength would not have compelled the unruly Dothraki call to abandon their raid and instead present their offerings. Shireen wondered if the food and drink Zhuang had previously brought came from the Dothraki Sea. Noticing Zhuang cast a glance at her, she quickly took the coin pouch and dashed outside. Tyrion speculated that Zhuang must have frequently purchased goods from the Dothraki. Shireen nodded eagerly, smiling as she explained that whenever Zhuang was hungry, he would venture to the Dothraki Sea and often returned with delicious treats for her. Tyrion surmised that Zhuang must have visited the Dothraki Sea only after he had grown larger. Otherwise, the Dothraki call would have recognized him immediately rather than hesitating before offering food. He knew that the 3 coins were more than sufficient to purchase many times the quantity of food laid out before them. Captain Alvin, you seem to understand Dothraki. What did they say just now? Tyrion inquired. I understand only a little. They seem to mention a dragon god and offspring, Alvin replied, somewhat embarrassed. Tyrion was taken aback to learn that Zhuang was revered as a dragon god by the Dothraki, suggesting that his relationship with the grasslands extended far beyond mere transactions for food. It was likely that even Zhuang himself was unaware of the true reason for his veneration as a dragon god. Stemming from his rescue of the defeated Dothraki mother and son, he was quite intolerant of the Dothraki's behavior towards women of the defeated, and whenever he could, he would intervene to disperse such actions. Should they remain obstinate, Zhuang would even offer the Dothraki men a free bungee jump. After saving several individuals, more Dothraki women began to pay homage to him, and the name of the dragon god gradually spread. Over time, victorious Khalas began to adhere to the will of the dragon god, forbidding their men from abusing the women of the defeated, capturing only men and children for enslavement. This shift altered the prevailing customs across the grasslands. With the departure of the Dothraki, the guards began collecting the food from the ground under Tyrion's direction, temporarily setting it aside. Following a harrowing yet uneventful encounter, everyone felt more assured about the journey ahead. At the wall's black castle, John, pierced by several arrows, was carefully assisted down from his horse by his Night's Watch brothers. Upon seeing his long-missing friend return, the rotund Samuel felt relieved only after confirming John's safety. While Maester Eamon treated John's wounds, Sam stood by, assisting him. He had become somewhat of Eamon's apprentice, having learned not only healing arts but also receiving guidance on various scholarly matters, as Eamon nurtured him as a potential successor. Despite Sam's corpulent frame rendering him inept in combat, he exhibited remarkable talent in knowledge acquisition and healing, prompting Eamon to abandon another candidate for succession in favor of him. John, battered and weary, had struggled back to the Black Castle, and only upon seeing Sam did he finally succumb to unconsciousness. After his wounds were tended to, he gradually regained consciousness. Together, they ventured beyond the wall, with John having infiltrated the wildlings as a member of the Night's Watch, ultimately joining their ranks as a spy. Upon gathering sufficient intelligence regarding the imminent assault by the wildlings on the wall, he resolutely parted ways with the wildling woman, Ygritte, and returned to the Black Castle to deliver the urgent news. Meanwhile, Sam, serving as the aide to Commander Mormont, entered the wall to meet with Castor of Castle Black, the man who had married his daughter and, upon fathering a son, offered him to the White Walkers, while raising his daughter. Sam shared with John the experiences of the past 2 months, but John soon prepared to rise and report critical information to the Night's Watch commander. Realizing John was about to seek out Commander Mormont, Sam felt compelled to reveal the tragic news of Mormont's assassination by a traitor, from which he and Gilly had narrowly escaped. Commander Mormont is dead? John could scarcely believe his ears. The man who had been both stern and caring, like a bear, was gone. Who are the traitors? John asked, gritting his teeth. Although he had not been by Mormont's side when the betrayal occurred, it did not hinder his resolve for vengeance. Sam, aware of John's sentiments towards Mormont, slowly enumerated the names of the 12 traitors. Who was in charge of the Night's Watch now? John had little time to mourn Mormont. He was eager to inform the current leaders of the Night's Watch about manhwaedit's plans. Ser Alliser Thorne is acting as commander, Sam informed John, delivering more bad news. Alliser? John could already sense the unfortunate reception awaiting him upon meeting Alliser, who had disapproved of John since he joined the Night's Watch, often opposing him. You might also encounter someone you would rather avoid, Sam remarked, observing John's troubled expression. Who? Janos Slynt. John was unfamiliar with the name. Sam explained. You do not know him, but he knows you. He betrayed your father during his tenure as Hand and sided with Queen Cersei. When Tyrion Lannister became Hand, he dismissed Janos from his position as commander of the City Watch and sent him to the Night's Watch. Upon hearing Tyrion's name, John recalled Tyrion's self-deprecating yet comforting words. All the world's dwarfs are illegitimate children of their fathers. Tyrion, having taken up the role of Hand, did not trust Janos, who had betrayed the previous Hand, and appointed the mercenary, Boros, instead, as the commander of the City Watch, the most trusted aide to the Hand. Tyrion would certainly not employ someone connected to his sister, Cersei, out of respect for Eddard Stark and in pursuit of vengeance. Tyrion had sent Janos to the Night's Watch for his betrayal of the former Hand. Chapter 73. Anomaly. Joining the Night's Watch was akin to bidding farewell to the past. John could not avenge his father, Eddard. However, Janos enjoyed a close relationship with Alliser and was now one of the leaders of the Night's Watch. The thought of these two judging him for his unauthorized alliance with the wildlings caused John considerable distress. Suppressing his unease, John donned his attire and entered a hall where Maester Eamon, Alliser, and Janos awaited him at a long table. My lord John, do you admit to killing the disarmed Colin and pledging allegiance to the wildlings, declaring Manhwaedit as your king? Alliser inquired with his characteristic sarcasm upon John's arrival. I did kill Colin, but it was at his request, as he lay grievously injured. Only by killing him would Mance believe in my genuine loyalty to the wildlings. John defended himself. Who can attest that Colin instructed you to kill him? Janos interjected. John hesitated, replying, no one can prove it. It was only the two of us. Very well. Then why did you not remain with Mance, but instead secretly traverse the wall to return to the Black Castle? Alliser glanced at the attentive Maester Eamon, eager to hear John's further defense. Regardless of whether you believe me now, Manhwaedit has united all the wildling tribes beyond the wall and is preparing to assault this place. Moreover, the wildlings' second-in-command, Tormund, and the free folk are likely already within the wall, having possibly met with Mance to coordinate their attack. The wildling army Mance has gathered numbers over 100,000. With our meager forces, we cannot withstand their assault. Should they breach the wall, they will plunder the surrounding lands like locusts, and the northern armies will be unable to halt their advance. Upon hearing John's report, the three at the table were taken aback. Although Alliser had long held a grudge against John, he found himself inclined to trust the words of this illegitimate son of Lord Eddard. This lad is profoundly influenced by Eddard. From the moment he joined the Night's Watch, he has been full of righteousness, looking down upon our motley crew. The ingrained animosity within Alistair made him reluctant to let John off easily, prompting him to ask again, "How can you be certain that Mance would trust you entirely? Allowing you, a former member of the Night's Watch, to learn such vital information? Because I killed the disarmed Colin, revealing the Night's Watch's knowledge of Castor's secret. Yet they did nothing, and I even slept with the wildling woman," John replied through gritted teeth. The image of Castor offering a newborn to the White Walkers flashing in his mind. Upon hearing John's words, Maester Eamon, who had been slightly leaning forward to listen, suddenly turned to look at Alistair, while Janos also glanced toward Alistair, seeking confirmation of John's claims. Alistair's expression darkened, and he averted his gaze, shifting the topic. "You claim to have violated the Night's Watch oath against marriage? If this constitutes a breach of oaths, then the Night's Watch has long ceased to exist," Eamon retorted, no longer looking at Alistair, but focusing forward. Alistair, anxious, refrained from responding, while Janos, deeply concerned about the information regarding the White Walkers, pressed. "Is it true that they cannot be killed? How many are there?" "They can be slain by dragonglass daggers or Valyrian steel weapons. Their exact numbers are uncertain. Possibly in the thousands, as they can reanimate corpses, increasing their ranks continually. We do not know how many they possess now," John hesitated, casting a glance at the man who had betrayed his father. Janos, having heard rumors of the White Walkers upon arriving at the wall, initially believed them to be fabrications spun by the Night's Watch to promote their valor. Gradually, he came to understand that they were not mere tales to frighten disobedient children. The White Walkers indeed existed. He had intended to wield his former authority as commander of the City Watch among the Night's Watch. But he never anticipated facing a siege by the wildlings so soon, let alone the looming threat of the more terrifying White Walker army. Now, thoughts of fleeing the wall began to surface in his mind. Yet he understood that the noble families would have the right to apprehend any fleeing members of the Night's Watch. The timing for such an escape was not yet ripe. "Maester Eamon, how do you propose we deal with John?" Alistair inquired of the elder beside him. Now does not seem the time to address John as fate, but rather to devise strategies for resisting the wildlings and confronting the White Walkers, for these are the true responsibilities of the Night's Watch, Eamon articulated, albeit hesitantly. And no one opposed the words of the venerable elder of House Targaryen. "John may move freely," Eamon declared, summoning Sam to feed the ravens and prepare paper and ink, as he intended to once again send word to the noble houses, requesting aid. 5 days later, the Grand Pyramid of Meereen loomed in the distance. The guards and drivers, filled with joy yet tinged with reluctance, recognized that their week of safe escort was drawing to a close. These days would remain etched in their memories for a lifetime. Emerging from the carriage, Shireen gazed at the towering pyramid ahead with wide, excited eyes, astonished that a small city in Slaver's Bay could boast such a magnificent structure. Tyrion and Shay also exited the carriage, observing the city built upon the great hill, which would soon become their new home. As they approached the gates of Meereen, the carriage suddenly halted. The guards informed Tyrion that the gates were closed and entry was forbidden. Hearing this, Tyrion furrowed his brow, incredulous that the gates would be closed in broad daylight. It seemed somewhat unusual. Dwigging, who was idly watching Sherlyn read, was taken aback upon hearing the report. Previously, the gates of the city of Meereen had never been closed during the day. Before Tyrion could step out of the carriage, Dwigging had already lifted the curtain and soared into the air, glancing at the gates, which were indeed shut, with numerous residents and merchants of Meereen waiting outside to enter. Regardless of the commotion within the city, Dwigging could not remain outside. He ascended above the gatehouse and hissed at the Unsullied manning the city walls. The Unsullied had just witnessed Dwigging emerging from a carriage outside the city, and the officer on duty, seeing Dwigging hovering above the city tower without entering, immediately grasped his intent and commanded the soldiers to open the gates. The Queen's decree was to keep the gates closed unless in extraordinary circumstances, yet with Dwigging present. Even if the gates were opened to allow carriages inside, the Queen would never hold him accountable. As the gates swung open, the residents surrounding the city did not rush in. They had seen Dwigging alongside the two carriages, and, knowing it was Dwigging who had summoned the opening of the gates, they dared not compete for entry. Once Dwigging entered with the carriages, the residents and merchants followed slowly, and the guards promptly closed the gates once more. Chapter 74. The Fool Varys. Upon entering the city, Dwigging began to comprehend the reason behind the daytime closure of the gates. Chaos reigned within. The once orderly streets were now scenes of tumultuous combat, with lavishly dressed masters and their freedmen clashing fiercely with former slaves. The two factions grappled and kicked at one another, hurling stones from the ground, fortunate that no weapons were present, or blood would have flowed freely. Tyrion and Sherlyn, along with their companion, stared in shock at the melee before them, having observed the tranquil city of Meereen from afar. They had expected to find a serene and stable environment, only to be confronted with this chaotic scene. The carriage could not proceed smoothly, and Dwigging, sensing the underlying cause of the uprising, flew ahead of the carriage and emitted a loud roar towards the writhing crowd. At the sound of his roar, the entangled masses paused and looked up, witnessing the smoke and sparks emitted by Zhuoging's roar, which silenced them instantly. Few among them were aware of Zhuoging's ability to alter his size. Many residents of Mirin, and even those from Slavers Bay, believed that Daenerys, the mother of dragons, possessed 4 dragons, 3 large and 1 small. Even Varys had once mistakenly thought Daenerys had 4 dragons, only to discover through his little birds that Zhuoging could indeed transform. They had seen the 3 dragons, 2 large and 1 small, engaged in combat, and had witnessed the night Daenerys attacked the city when all 3 dragons appeared simultaneously, the largest dwarfing the other 2 combined. Though Zhuoging appeared as a small dragon, the onlookers dared not underestimate him. Some had witnessed this small dragon in battle alongside the 2 larger ones and knew he was by no means weak. Hearing Zhuoging's somewhat furious roar, they immediately ceased their brawl in the streets, hastily clearing a path for the carriage to pass. Not far from their passage, 2 resounding dragon roars echoed from the sky. Rhaego and Viserion, having heard Zhuoging's loud call, flew over. Curious about their leader's recent activities, they had been anxious for days without seeing him and were eager to investigate. As they circled above, Tyrion truly felt the awe inspired by the dragons, far surpassing the visual impact of Zhuoging, the little one. Sherlyn and Shay had also exited the carriage, looking up at Rhaego and Viserion soaring in the sky. I have been too busy to train you these past few days. I shall make up for the missed training when I have the time, Zhuoging mused, observing the 2 dragons joyfully dancing in the air. The tumultuous crowd in Mirin, upon seeing the soaring Rhaego and Viserion, involuntarily halted their fighting. They were uncertain whether the dragons had come at the behest of Daenerys. If so, their brawling might provoke the dragon's ire, and should the mighty beasts unleash their flames, they would meet their doom. Navigating through the chaos, they arrived at the Grand Pyramid where Daenerys resided. After Tyrion and the others disembarked from the carriage, Zhuoging instructed the guards to wait momentarily while he led the trio into the pyramid. Not finding Daenerys in her quarters, Zhuoging guided them towards the council chamber. The guards at the entrance recognized Zhuoging and did not impede their entry, allowing them to pass through the door. Inside the council chamber, Daenerys was in a state of agitation, discussing how to resolve the current situation in Mirin with her advisors. Suddenly, as the door opened, she spotted Zhuoging entering with a man and 2 women, one a dwarf, the other a strikingly beautiful woman, and the last a young girl with a half-elf face. Their peculiar assembly startled everyone present. Had it not been for Zhuoging leading them, they might have doubted if the 3 had stumbled into the wrong place. Noticing the odd looks from Daenerys and Barristan, Tyrion felt an ominous premonition. They were unaware of his arrival. Realizing this, even his thick skin felt a twinge of embarrassment. On the journey, he had pondered how Daenerys would react to encountering a Lannister, given the animosity between her family and his, and what position she might assign him. He never anticipated such an awkward scene. Had I known Lord Tyrion was coming, I would have certainly gone out to greet him, Barristan and broke the awkward silence. Glancing at Daenerys, who shared a similar expression of surprise, evidently unaware of Tyrion's visit to Mirin, Tyrion, at a loss for words, eventually said, I heard the mother of dragons was in Mirin, so I came. Internally, he had already berated Varys several times for failing to inform anyone of his intent to serve the queen, leaving him, a former hand of the king, in an embarrassing position. It was I who summoned them. Zhuoging quickly interjected to Daenerys, hoping to mitigate any doubts she might have regarding Tyrion and his companions. He had intended to discreetly bring them to meet the mother of dragons, but the abrupt situation necessitated their hasty entrance into the council chamber. Previously, Daenerys had gleaned from Zhuoging about Tyrion, the hand of the king in King's Landing, and had subtly inquired with Barristan about him and other officials. She knew that during his tenure, Tyrion had managed King's Landing with remarkable efficiency and had personally commanded the defense of the city against Stannis' furious assault until reinforcements arrived from Tywin. While she harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Kingsguard Jaime, who had slain her father, and subsequently developed animosity towards the entire Lannister family. She greatly admired Tyrion for his courage in assuming the role of Hand despite his dwarfism and for standing valiantly during King's Landing's direst moments, even sustaining injuries. With Zhuoging bringing them, it was evident they sought to pledge their loyalty, and Daenerys' demeanor softened as she smiled and nodded at Tyrion. Relieved that she did not hold his Lannister lineage against him, Tyrion felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Not only Tyrion felt the awkwardness, Sherlyn also sensed Daenerys' surprise at her unannounced arrival, feeling somewhat uneasy, especially since her uncle, Robert, had slain Daenerys' brother, Rhaegar, and seized the Iron Throne. She, as a Baratheon, could hardly expect a warm welcome. Shay, standing beside Tyrion, had never before felt so many eyes upon her in such a setting, leading her to feel a deep sense of inferiority about her identity, fearing any revelation of her past. If I am not mistaken, this must be Shireen Baratheon, daughter of Duke Stannis. Barristan continued with the introductions. Your Majesty. Shelyn hurriedly performed a standard curtsy. Chapter 75, listening in before arriving here. Shellen had inquired about Myrine for Drogon and learned that he was one of Daenerys, the mother of dragons, 3 young dragons. Deep down, she did not endorse her father Stannis' claim to the throne, and addressing the queen posed no significant obstacle. Daenerys, upon hearing the name Baratheon, was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Drogon would bring the niece of the usurper Robert. However, upon noticing the affliction that marred half of Shellen's face and recalling Drogon's earlier thoughts, she chose to overlook the familial ties associated with the Iron Throne and offered Shellen a gentle smile and a nod. Shellen understood that Drogon had not forewarned Daenerys of her arrival, and as worry gnawed at her heart, she felt reassured by Daenerys' warm smile, prompting her to smile back. "This is my wife, Shai," Tyrion introduced Shai to Daenerys. At the mention of Tyrion's introduction, Shai trembled, casting an incredulous glance at Tyrion, her eyes brimming with tears. After a moment of hesitation, she nervously performed a curtsy, still mastering the gesture. The absence of a surname in Tyrion's introduction led the onlookers to surmise that Shai hailed from humble origins, lacking even a family name. "Welcome to Myrine." Daenerys nodded at Shai and addressed the trio, signaling Missandei to bring over chairs from the edges of the hall. She then resumed the earlier discussion. "Dario, who do you believe is the mastermind behind the Harpy's son?" Just as Dario was about to respond, Tyrion stepped forward, seemingly eager to speak. Daenerys glanced at Tyrion, silently inquiring about his intent. "Your Majesty, may we be excused for the time being?" Tyrion understood that Drogon had inadvertently led them into the council chamber, where Daenerys was poised to discuss matters of state. He felt it prudent to excuse himself, as Drogon was oblivious to the formality of the situation, and he could not linger uninvited. "There is no need to leave. You may stay right here," Daenerys interjected, recognizing that Drogon had brought Tyrion to Myrine and surmising the purpose of his visit. She had no qualms about allowing him to listen in. Tyrion was taken aback, astonished that Daenerys, upon their first encounter, not only spared him the embarrassment typical of a Lannister but also permitted him to attend the council meeting. Others in the chamber were equally surprised, casting bewildered looks at Daenerys, perplexed by her immediate trust in Tyrion, a Lannister. Among them, Jorah felt particularly astonished. Having followed Daenerys since Pentos, he was acutely aware of her animosity toward the usurper Robert and the Kingslayer Jaime. Today, she not only welcomed Robert's niece with warmth but also extended her trust to Tyrion, allowing them both to participate in the council. Was it merely because they were brought by Drogon? Jorah could only speculate, yet he found himself at odds with Daenerys' decision. Drogon was indeed trustworthy, but the same could not be said for the individuals he brought. In Jorah's view, deceiving a dragon seemed far simpler than deceiving a person, and Daenerys ought to assess Tyrion over time before making a decision. However, now that Daenerys had spoken, he could not voice his dissent openly and resolved to investigate later why Tyrion would abandon the advantageous position of the Lannisters to ally with Daenerys. After aligning himself with Daenerys, Varys had assumed the role of relaying local news from the Bay of Slaves in Myrine, while all information concerning Westeros was funneled through the flea bottom to Drogon. He believed that conveying information to the mysterious figure was tantamount to informing Queen Daenerys of the Bay of Slaves. The truth was that Daenerys and her retinue were largely unaware of many occurrences in Westeros, including the Red Wedding in the Twins and the Purple Wedding in King's Landing. This ignorance extended to Tyrion's arrival in Myrine, inadvertently leading to an awkward situation in the council that indirectly ensnared Tyrion. Seeing that Daenerys had allowed him to remain, Tyrion hesitated but refrained from further comment, silently grateful for Daenerys' trust. Yet, while his presence was justifiable, Shai's presence in the council chamber was far less appropriate. He was not concerned about Shai revealing the discussions to others. Rather, as his kin, she ought not to stay, and she would likely feel uncomfortable. Thus, he gently tugged at Shai, glancing at Daenerys, indicating his desire to escort her outside. Daenerys nodded, having sensed Shai's discomfort, suggesting it would be better for her to wait outside for Tyrion. As Tyrion prepared to exit, Shellen instinctively rose to follow him. "You should stay?" Tyrion abruptly turned to Shellen. Shellen's mouth fell slightly open, unsure why Tyrion wished for her to remain, and the others cast puzzled looks at him. They had already discerned that Shai was merely Tyrion's kin, and thus should not participate in the discussions, but why should this young girl be included? Drogon understood Tyrion's intent. As the assembly regarded Shellen with astonishment, they gradually deduced Tyrion's rationale for keeping her, though they remained baffled as to what political acumen such a young girl could possess. After sending Shai away, Tyrion settled into a chair, and Daenerys addressed Jorah. "Ser Jorah, please enlighten our new friends about the causes of the unrest in Myrine." Upon hearing the Mother of Dragons speak, Drogon perked up. When he departed, Myrine appeared tranquil. Yet beneath the surface, turmoil had been brewing. Just 3 days prior, several murders of unsullied and newly freed men had transpired, one of the latter being a craftsman who had registered at the square. The assailant donned a golden harpy helmet, leaving behind a simple harpy symbol, akin to the blood writings left by the slain masters after the Unsullied uprising. Dario's men had captured a member of the Harpy's son, who claimed to be one of them, Yet Dario gleaned no useful information from him. Just as Daenerys prepared to interrogate him publicly, he was secretly slain by Missandei, the young man who had once spearheaded the slave uprising under Grey Worm's guidance. Missandei had implored Daenerys to execute the captured Harpy's son and to utilize the Unsullied to suppress all who dared to resist the Masters and the Harpy's sons. Initially, Daenerys considered Missandei's suggestion but was dissuaded by Barristan and opted for a public trial. They had not anticipated that Missandei would disregard Daenerys' orders and privately kill the imprisoned Harpy's son out of a vengeful hatred for the Masters. Daenerys was enraged by Missandei's insubordination and unilateral decision, which precluded her from addressing the public regarding the abruptly halted trial. Thus, she had no choice but to execute Missandei. Chapter 76. A mess to clean up. The newly freed citizens of Meereen had already regarded Missandei as a hero of the slave uprising, and upon Daenerys' execution of him, their outrage was ignited. They not only turned against Daenerys, but also attacked the Masters and their subordinates, resulting in the current insurrection. After hearing Yora's account, Drogon contemplated the underlying causes of the turmoil. Daenerys' decision to execute Missandei was not without justification. Regardless of whether Missandei killed the Harpy's son out of hatred or a misguided sense of pride from his previous leadership in the uprising, he openly defied Daenerys' command by privately executing a captured Harpy's son who was slated for public trial. For Daenerys, whether out of a desire to uphold her authority or to ensure justice, the execution was necessary. This reminded Drogon of the moment when Robb Stark executed the head of House Karstark. The situations bore a striking resemblance. However, the Karstark patriarch Ricard had merely killed 2 young captives, and despite their unique status, they were still captives. Robb's execution of Ricard was also rooted in his misguided sense of morality. However, amidst the clash of 2 armies with long-standing grievances, how much value can morality truly hold? Moreover, the primary reason behind Ricard's execution of prisoners stems from Catelyn Stark's decision to release Jaime in exchange for her daughter in King's Landing. Robb Stark, in his single-minded pursuit of what he deemed moral righteousness, failed to consider Ricard's loss of his son and the vengeance he sought. In his righteous fury, Ricard chose to kill the captives as an outlet for his pin-up rage. Yet Robb, disregarding the counsel of his wife, mother, and loyal men, beheaded Ricard, resulting in a significant loss of military strength. To put it bluntly, Robb's fate was self-inflicted. In contrast, Daenerys' execution of Mhysa was entirely different. The former freedmen's resentment towards Daenerys, whom they once regarded as their liberator, can be seen as both naive ignorance and an ungratefulness that verges on folly. They fail to contemplate the reasons behind Daenerys' actions, nor do they consider the consequences of Mhysa's betrayal against their queen. Their hatred, ignited by the death of a so-called hero, starkly trivializes the memory of their former savior. This sentiment resonates with Drogon regarding the liberated people involved in the Meereen rebellion. Upon hearing the reasons for the uprising, Tyrion is reminded of his own injuries sustained during the defense of King's Landing, where the nobles he protected offered no defense during his trial, instead blindly condemning him as a regicide. Daenerys, having liberated all slaves in Meereen, finds herself facing hostility from the very people she freed, merely for executing a man deserving of death, prompting Tyrion to feel that her plight is unjust. Sitting pensively, Missandei contemplates the origins of the Meereen rebellion, seeking solutions from her extensive reading. Initially burdened with guilt over Mhysa's death, Daenerys finds her doubts dissipated upon hearing Drogon's thoughts, realizing she did not err in her judgment and owed no apology to the former slaves of Meereen. The uprising brings to mind the turmoil in Astapor from 2 weeks prior, revealing once more the unpredictable psychology of the enslaved. Regaining her focus, Daenerys encourages Tyrion and the others to reflect quietly, before resuming the council meeting interrupted by their unexpected arrival and inquiring of Dario about the origins of the Harpy. Drawing from his experience in the Slaver's Bay, upon hearing Daenerys' question, Dario furrows his brow, pondering before responding that the organization is shrouded in mystery. With little known about its structure, which appears to consist of nobles from both new and old guise, as well as slave masters from Slaver's Bay, all dedicated to preserving their interests, lacking a fixed location or supreme leader. Nodding in understanding, Daenerys is about to speak when the doors of the council chamber are abruptly pushed open, and an Unsullied enters, approaching Grey Worm to hand him a scroll. Grey Worm passes the scroll to Barristan, who notices Varys' mark upon it and presents it to Daenerys. As she unfolds the scroll, Daenerys' expression darkens with each line she reads, until she finally addresses the council, revealing that the Harpy has covertly contacted the nobles of New and Old Guise, plotting an attack on Yunkai, while Astapor is also set to face simultaneous assault. This signals an all-out offensive. Connecting this with the recent upheaval in Meereen, Drogon realizes it is a premeditated strike. As the others process Daenerys' revelations, they furrow their brows in concern. Ser Yora, do you have any suggestions? Daenerys inquires after a moment of contemplation. Yura, noting the need for reinforcements to hold the city alongside the Unsullied, warns that relying solely on 1,000 Unsullied may prove insufficient, suggesting that Meereen also bolster its defenses against any possible infiltration by the Harpy. Nodding in agreement, Daenerys turns to Grey Worm, asking for his input. I am willing to lead the Unsullied to Yunkai or Astapor, Grey Worm declares resolutely. Barristan interjects, Your Grace, Grey Worm should remain to protect you. The Harpy's target is you. Yunkai and Astapor can be reclaimed if lost. Barristan consistently prioritizes Daenerys' safety. Your protection is sufficient for me, Daenerys replies, secretly adding. And Drogon too. The chaos within Meereen is overwhelming. If external forces attack, the pyramid will no longer be secure. Barristan continues to oppose the idea. Daenerys understands his concern but is unwilling to relinquish the 2,000 Unsullied stationed at Yunkai and Astapor, especially with her brother Rhaegar's former advisor, Daeron, still in Yunkai. She does not wish for him to perish under her command. After a moment of thought, Daenerys commands Daario to lead 2,000 Unsullied to support Astapor, while Grey Worm is to have Missandei take 2,000 Unsullied to reinforce Yunkai, coordinating with Daeron to secure it. Although Daario wishes to remain by Daenerys' side, he recognizes that now is not the time to refuse orders, hesitating only briefly before stating, Your Grace, I can manage with just 1,000. The remaining members of the Second Sons can gather intelligence on the Harpy in Meereen. The Harpy's sons blend in with the common populace of Meereen, making them difficult to detect. They only don their golden Harpy masks during assassination attempts. The Unsullied struggle to gather intelligence on them, while the Second Sons, accustomed to taverns, brothels, and bathhouses, can easily procure information from such venues. Chapter 77. Finding something to do. Daenerys agrees with the efficacy of the Second Sons in gathering intelligence, nodding and stating, 1,000 is too few. I will assign you an additional 1,000 Unsullied to ensure Astapor's safety. Yes, my queen, Daario acknowledges. After arranging for Daario, Daenerys smiles at Tyrion, asking for his insights. Tyrion, initially believing he would merely be a spectator, is pleasantly surprised by Daenerys' inquiry, having contemplated solutions to the crisis himself. After a moment, he suggests that the local noble must have the clearest understanding of the Harpy's situation. Reminded by Tyrion, Daenerys recalls the local noble representative, Isdara, who had previously petitioned her, instructing Grey Worm to bring him forth for questioning. After issuing her command to Grey Worm, Daenerys turns back to Tyrion, who, no longer hesitating, continues, the uprising among the former slaves of Meereen was primarily instigated by your Grace's execution of their hero. They are aware that the Queen executed Missalo for privately killing the Harpy's son, yet they cannot comprehend your reasoning. It would be wise to find individuals of influence among the freedmen who can articulate Missalo's crimes and extol your Grace's accomplishments in liberating Meereen. Simultaneously, it would be prudent to promote the idea that both freedmen and nobles are subjects of your Grace, and that mutual murder will incur legal consequences. Ideological education, quite astute. Upon hearing Tyrion's suggestion, Drogon silently commends him. Daenerys listens attentively, nodding in agreement with Tyrion's proposal. The long-standing animosity between the nobles and the newly freed men is deep-rooted. Even if this rebellion is forcibly quelled, similar conflicts will arise in the future. Tyrion's suggestion offers a gradual resolution to their discord and reinforces the importance of law in their hearts. Daenerys fully adopts Tyrion's advice, delegating the matter to Yura. After instructing Yura, Daenerys smiles at Shireen, curious whether this young Baratheon girl might offer a valuable suggestion. Noting Daenerys' gaze, Shireen feels a surge of nervousness, hesitating before suggesting, I think Drogon could fly the other two dragons above the riot area. Perhaps that would deter them from fighting one another. Shireen has long recognized from her readings the intimidating presence of dragons upon ordinary folk, having observed the fear they inspire among the residents of Meereen on her journey to the pyramid. Let them hover above the tumultuous crowd. She doubted the new free folk would dare to clash with the great lords. When it came to intimidation, the physical manifestation of Drogon would undoubtedly yield superior results. Yet Daenerys was aware that Drogon was no ordinary dragon and would likely be reluctant to partake in such endeavors. The other two dragons, although significantly smaller than Drogon, could still exert a formidable presence. Upon hearing Shireen's suggestion, the eyes of the assembly sparkled with realization as they immediately contemplated the potential impact of a dragon's intimidation. With a dragon nearby, not only would the new free folk and the great lords refrain from fighting, but even those present would hesitate to engage in conflict. Those two gluttons finally have something to do. It was a lie that Drogon envied Rhaegal and Viserion. Their days consisted solely of fulfilling their assigned training tasks and indulging in meals, occasionally frolicking around the vicinity of Meereen. How unlike himself, who was constantly preoccupied with this issue and that concern. Such was not the life befitting a dragon. Yet, what could he do? Everything was for the sake of survival. Ever since he personally experienced the malevolent sorcery of the warlock, glimpsed his own demise within the illusion, and deduced the gods' conspiracy. Drogon had been compelled to toil for his very existence. He nodded in acknowledgement of Shireen's proposal while perched upon Daenerys' shoulder. Upon hearing Shireen's words, Daenerys' first thought was not whether the suggestion was feasible, but rather the familiarity that seemed to exist between Shireen and Drogon. When had they become acquainted? Why was she unaware of it? As she pondered, she suddenly noticed that the members of the council were gazing at her, awaiting her approval of Shireen's plan. She quickly regained her composure and nodded, declaring the idea excellent, as they had nothing else to occupy their time. Drogon, aware of the chaos outside, promptly soared from the council chamber and located the two carefree dragons soaring above Meereen. At first sight of Drogon, Rhaegal and Viserion mistakenly assumed he intended to instigate a fight between them. However, as Drogon approached, gesturing and screeching, they soon comprehended his purpose. They flapped their wings and ascended to the skies above Meereen, scanning the area until they identified the warring factions below and dove down directly into the fray. Amidst the chaos of stone and flesh colliding, the two opposing groups were startled by a resounding roar as they looked up to see a colossal silhouette charging towards them. Terrified, they hastily ceased hostilities and prostrated themselves on the ground to evade the dragon's claws. Rising again, they were bewildered as to why a dragon, which had never attacked humans, would assault them today. After Rhaegal swooped past, the factions resumed their brawl, inciting Rhaegal's fury as he nearly unleashed a torrent of dragon fire. This time, instead of merely passing overhead, he descended amidst the crowd, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed through the air. Witnessing the dragon's wrath, both the new free folk and the great lords abandoned their quarrel, fleeing in all directions. Once Rhaegal saw the humans had dispersed, he flew towards another gathering, continuing to intimidate the new free folk and the great lords. Having clarified the task at hand to the two dragons, Drogon returned to the council chamber, where Daenerys was issuing commands. Ser Jorah, take 500 Unsullied to secure the area around the Great Pyramid, ensuring the safety of the academy and minimizing the impact of the unrest. The 1,000 Sons of the Harpy are temporarily under your command. You will be responsible for gathering intelligence on the Harpy's children within the city. Yes, Your Grace, Jorah replied. Afterward, Daenerys turned to Grey Worm and instructed, Grey Worm, during the day, arrange for 1,000 Unsullied to guard the walls of Meereen, and at night, double that number. The others will suppress the riots and maintain order in Meereen. If the unrest cannot be quelled, use force to subdue it and apprehend the ringleaders. Within the city, form teams of 5 to 10. Do not act alone, and do not afford the Harpy's children any opportunity. If you encounter any of the Harpy's offspring, capture them if possible. If not, eliminate them on the spot. Chapter 78. Who is the mysterious figure? Daenerys would not show mercy towards the Harpy's children who indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. Just as Daenerys concluded her orders, an Unsullied entered, escorting the Great Lord, Cairo. Upon entering, Cairo was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Tyrion and Shireen, whom he had not encountered before. The two individuals were distinctly unique, and their presence at the Queen's council intrigued him greatly. Your Majesty, Cairo stood firm, awaiting Daenerys' command. Cairo, what do you know of the Harpy's children? Daenerys inquired directly. After a brief pause, Cairo responded, Your Grace, I do not possess much knowledge about them. Their organization is exceedingly secretive. Share what you do know, Daenerys urged. Gazing intently into Cairo's eyes, his knowledge mirrored that of Dario's. How long has your family held influence in Meereen? Daenerys inquired calmly. Over 1,000 years, Cairo replied, somewhat stammering as he anticipated Daenerys' forthcoming statement. 1,000 years, and your understanding of the Harpy is nearly identical to Dario's. Do you have nothing more to add? Daenerys pressed once more. Your Grace, I truly know nothing else, Cairo pleaded, desperation flickering in his gaze. Ignoring his imploring eyes, Daenerys continued. You must understand the immense trouble they have caused me. Because of them, I was compelled to slay a former ally, and now a greater threat looms. Do you believe I can confront them? Your Grace, as the mother of dragons and queen of Meereen, you will surely triumph over them, Cairo hastily affirmed. Indeed. I shall prevail, and their demise will follow my victory. Those who aided me will receive generous rewards. I do not intend to monopolize the Meereen arena, nor shall I limit the trade of salt and fine wines to but a few great lords. Do you believe I shall be ousted from Meereen by the Harpy? Daenerys leaned forward, scrutinizing Cairo. Your Grace, I assure you, I know nothing. Please do not press me further, Cairo implored, finally succumbing to the mounting pressure and kneeling. Disregarding Cairo's supplication, Daenerys' expression darkened as she remarked, Do you think I would not kill you? Your Grace, the Lorik family has always been your servants. Now and in the future. Cairo bowed his head, remaining on his knees, too fearful to rise. Daenerys, of course, had no intention of truly executing Cairo. She needed him to rally other great lords in Meereen. However, his unworthiness incensed her greatly. She understood that Cairo was not ignorant of the Harpy's machinations but rather too afraid to disclose them. It seemed a different approach was necessary, Daenerys contemplated silently. With Cairo prostrate, he failed to hear Daenerys's next words, wiping the sweat from his brow. Gradually, he raised his head to see Daenerys lost in thought, and he dared not disturb her. "You may leave," she finally said, prompting disbelief in Cairo as he processed her command, confirming he had not misheard. He hastily expressed his gratitude, exiting the council chamber in a flurry. "Your Grace, will you truly let him go?" Yura inquired, unable to contain his dissatisfaction once Cairo departed. It was apparent to all that Cairo was not uninformed about the Harpy situation but rather too timid to speak. "Sir Yura, after the riots subside, you may seek him out for further inquiries," Daenerys replied, gazing towards the chamber doors. Yura's countenance brightened at her words, nodding in agreement. "My Lord Tyrion, I wonder what the state of Westeros is at this moment?" Daenerys received only Varys' reports regarding the Slavers' Bay. Yet she had not seen any information pertaining to King's Landing or Westeros, although she did not intend to cross the narrow sea to Westeros at the moment. Her curiosity about the happenings there remained insatiable. Upon hearing Daenerys' inquiry, Tyrion was uncertain about what she already knew. Sitting upright, he cautiously responded that Robb Stark, the eldest son of House Stark, and his mother had been trapped in the twins after escaping the Red Wedding. He paused, not continuing his statement, and was astonished to discover that Daenerys and Yura, among others, seemed entirely unaware of this news, displaying expressions of shock. He was taken aback, wondering how Daenerys and her companions could be so uninformed. Noticing Tyrion's incomplete revelation, Daenerys anxiously asked, "What is the Red Wedding?" She genuinely had no knowledge of it. Tyrion was surprised that Varys, the Master of Whispers, had failed to relay such a significant piece of information to Daenerys. Did they also remain oblivious to Joffrey's death and his own trial? Tyrion felt a resurgence of the awkwardness he experienced upon entering the council chamber. Realizing he had intruded without Daenerys and her followers being aware of the situation, he had assumed Daenerys would know of his intent to serve her, albeit unaware of the specific timing, which explained their earlier awkward encounter. He had never anticipated that Daenerys would have no foreknowledge of his arrival in Meereen. If Varys had not informed Daenerys of his coming, then how could she possibly accept him, a Lannister she despised? Moreover, she permitted him to partake in council meetings and fully embraced his suggestions. Pondering this, Tyrion glanced at Drogon perched on Daenerys' shoulder. Was it possible that her trust stemmed from Drogon's introduction? Yet, lost in contemplation over the peculiarities of his arrival, he momentarily forgot Daenerys' question. "Lord Tyrion?" Yura could not restrain himself from reminding him, as Tyrion seemed lost in thought. The Red Wedding refers to the event orchestrated by Lord Walder Frey and the twins for the marriage of his daughter to Edmure Tully, the Lord of Riverrun. Upon hearing Yura's prompt, Tyrion temporarily set aside his doubts and recounted the events of the Red Wedding. How could Robb and a handful of northern nobles escape such a deadly trap? Wallistan inquired incredulously after Tyrion's narration. His question left Tyrion momentarily speechless, perplexed as to why they were questioning him instead of the mysterious figure who had hinted at Varys sending word to save the Stark mother and son. He noted that not only was Wallistan confused, but Daenerys and Yura shared the same sentiment, with a hint of resentment and frustration evident in Daenerys' gaze. Did Daenerys wish for the Stark mother and son to perish? Tyrion was startled by the implication of her expression. Yet, how could this be? The mysterious figure had not informed Daenerys of the events in Westeros, and had even acted against her will to save the Stark family. Who was this enigmatic person? And what were their intentions? Tyrion felt an unsettling chill envelop the council chamber, as if unseen eyes were scrutinizing every detail. Observing Tyrion's embarrassed expression under the gaze of the others, Drogon could not help but facepalmed in thought. This is all my fault. Although Daenerys did not hear Tyrion's response, she sensed Drogon's thoughts, leaving her bewildered as to how the Red Wedding could possibly relate to blame. Tyrion attempted to clarify that the information must have leaked, allowing Robb to prepare and thus escape. Until he grasped the full context of the situation, he could not divulge that the mysterious figure had communicated with Varys, who had sent word to Robb. Walder is growing old. How could he let such vital information slip? Wallistan lamented, expressing that he did not wish for Robb and Catelyn to perish. Much like Varys, he held great respect for Eddard Stark and sympathized with the Stark family. He simply found the situation suspicious. When Eddard was captured and accused of treason, he had defended Eddard and even attempted to prevent Cersei from ordering the guards to seize him. For this, he had been stripped of his position as captain of the King's Guard and had later allied himself with Daenerys through Illyrio Mopatis, the governor of Pentos. After Tyrion's account, Daenerys inquired further, prompting him to recount the events of the Purple Wedding and the subsequent trial by combat. Listening to Tyrion's narrative, the others felt a touch of discomfort, as it was awkward for him, the central figure in the events, to recount them. However, Tyrion bore no embarrassment, feeling fortunate to be alive, and considered this minor discomfort trivial compared to the abrupt intrusion into the council meeting. Despite the awkwardness, none could have anticipated that Tyrion's relationship with his father and sister had escalated to the point of mutual animosity, evoking a sense of sympathy for him. Tyrion continued to share other news from Westeros, providing the group with a clearer understanding of the political landscape. Shireen listened intently to Tyrion's recounting, feeling a shared sense of kinship, realizing that both her father and sister were conspiring to condemn him. After Tyrion concluded, Daenerys turned her attention to Shireen, inquiring about her first encounter with Drogon. Shireen, pleasantly surprised by Daenerys' interest, recounted Drogon's initial visit to Dragonstone, the subsequent visits where he brought her food, and the time he flew her to Pentos to reunite with Tyrion and Meereen. She knew not to mention that Drogon could write, glossing over certain details. As Shireen spoke, Daenerys occasionally glanced at Drogon, surprised he had visited Dragonstone so early. It explained his prolonged absence. Learning that Drogon frequently visited Shireen and brought her treats, even allowing her to ride him across the narrow sea, stirred an uncomfortable feeling within Daenerys, prompting her to scrutinize Drogon more closely. Initially, Drogon paid no heed to his mother's gaze, but soon realized a hint of hostility within it, causing him to take notice. Could it be that Daenerys was feeling jealous? Drogon never imagined his mother would harbor jealousy over a little girl, and he hastily signaled to Shireen. But she could not comprehend the dragon's gestures, remaining blissfully engaged and recounting their joyful moments together. The others, hearing Shireen's tales, were equally astonished that Drogon had flown to Dragonstone so soon and spent time with Stannis' daughter. Both Tyrion and Shireen had been placed in Pentos by Varys, and Drogon had escorted them all the way to Meereen. Shireen's account omitted the detail of how she was delivered to Dragonstone by the Onion Knight and later picked up at Driftmark, arriving in Pentos on Drogon. Why was she concealing the mysterious figure's connection to the Onion Knight and Varys? Was it the mysterious figure who instructed her to do so? Tyrion was now certain that Drogon was indeed tied to the enigmatic figure, yet he could not ascertain their true identity. After the meeting concluded, Dario and the Sparrow immediately gathered their forces to set sail for Yunkai and Astapor. Tyrion was not assigned any position, while Shireen went to assist Miss Sandai in establishing an academy. Shortly after the meeting dispersed, Daenerys received a report indicating that due to the presence of Rhaegal and Viserion, the large-scale riots in Meereen had ceased, with only isolated skirmishes remaining, swiftly quelled by the Unsullied. Daenerys did not anticipate that Shireen's proposal would yield results so rapidly, effectively resolving her most pressing concern. Zhao Gung, upon hearing that the riot had been quelled, ventured out to present the two dragons to Daenerys. He gestured animatedly, speaking to himself as he intended for the dragons to accompany Dario and the Sparrows to Yunkai and Astapor, aiding in the defense of the cities. However, Daenerys felt uneasy at the notion of Rhaegal and Viserion engaging in combat alone. Only after Zhao Gung's fervent insistence did she agree to allow the dragons to join the fray. Trained since their youth, the dragons, though only now comparable in size to adult horses, possessed formidable melee and fire-breathing capabilities. Their agility and defensive prowess had vastly improved from their untrained days, rendering them ready for battle. Furthermore, Daenerys had previously instructed Varys' little birds to discreetly investigate whether there were any crossbows threatening the dragons in the Slavers' Bay and Old and New Guys. And no such weaponry was discovered, which further justified her decision for them to fight. Upon learning that the dragons would march into battle, Dario and the Sparrow were bolstered with confidence for the impending defense of the city. Meanwhile, as Daenerys grappled with the chaos stirred by the Harpy, Cersei, the region of King's Landing, faced her own tribulations. Without the protection of the mountain, Cersei felt vulnerable wherever she went. Following her father Tywin's demise, she sensed a shift in the gaze of the noble families towards her and her son Tommen, devoid of the previous reverence. The insufferable little wretch, Margaery from Highgarden, appeared even more audacious in her presence. After Tywin's death, Cersei annulled her betrothal to Margaery's brother, Ser Loras Tyrell. Initially, she contemplated canceling the impending wedding between Tommen and Margaery, but was deterred by her brother Jaime, who insisted that the realm needed the Tyrell alliance in light of their father's recent passing. Cersei soon realized that the noble houses were restive following her father's death, with even those stationed at the outskirts of Riverrun showing signs of unrest. In desperation, she summoned her uncle Kevin, whose authority surpassed only that of Tywin, to serve as Hand of the King and stabilize King's Landing. However, Kevin held Cersei in disdain due to the scandal surrounding her relationship with Jaime and the reckless behavior of her monstrous son, Joffrey. He believed that it was Cersei's actions that had plunged House Lannister into its current disarray and firmly rejected her request. He demanded that she restore the betrothal with Ser Loras before he would consider resuming his role as Hand. Cersei, having finally extricated herself from the iron grip of her father and annulled her engagement to Loras, was unwilling to acquiesce to Kevin's demands. The stalemate prompted Jaime to intervene. Yet Kevin still refused to take on the role of Hand, unwilling to confront Cersei daily. Nevertheless, for the sake of family interests, he compromised, agreeing to lead the troops outside Riverrun, knowing that a destabilized army would jeopardize the Lannisters' hold over the Seven Kingdoms. Reluctantly, Cersei also conceded, appointing Marjorie's father, Mace, as hand to maintain a fragile peace among the nobles of King's Landing. As Cersei seethed with resentment over her concession and the lack of cooperation from her uncle Kevin, the Queen of Thorns, Olenna, sat beneath the vine, merrily toasting with her granddaughter Marjorie. After your marriage to Tommen, you must swiftly capture his heart and bear his child. I trust one need not instruct you further, Olenna declared, smiling at her remarkable granddaughter. Marjorie, upon hearing her grandmother's words, felt a flush of embarrassment. Tommen was still merely a boy, barely of age for fatherhood. Olenna perceived Marjorie's discomfort but chose not to press her further, understanding that her granddaughter would follow her will, even if it posed a challenge. Be wary of that woman, Cersei. Although your father has become the hand of the king, he will only be her pawn, unable to assist you. You must ensure Tommen grows to depend on you and matures swiftly. Cersei must not retain control over the realm. The only solace Olenna found in her otherwise ineffectual son was that he had given her a splendid granddaughter. Marjorie had always heeded her grandmother's counsel and admired Olenna's cunning, nodding in agreement as she gently raised her goblet to toast with her. Just as Olenna set her goblet down, a servant announced that Varys was requesting an audience outside the estate. Surprised by Varys's visit, Olenna pondered whether it pertained to Petyr Baelish's abduction of Sansa. This thought recalled their conversation before Joffrey's wedding. As Olenna contemplated Varys's arrival, Marjorie, curious about her grandmother's thoughts, observed her silently. Furrowing her brow, Olenna, after a moment's reflection, decided it prudent to meet with the Master of Whisperers, given that Highgarden had few allies in King's Landing. She motioned for Marjorie to discreetly withdraw before settling into her chair to await Varys's arrival. While waiting, Varys noticed Marjorie approaching and inclined his head slightly, showing respect to the future queen. My lady, your grandmother awaits you in the garden, he stated, receiving Marjorie's respectful acknowledgement. Varys did not correct Marjorie's honorific, seemingly pleased by it, and, after nodding in gratitude, made his way to the garden. Upon his arrival, Olenna greeted him. I did not expect you, my lord. Amidst your busy affairs, to spare time for an old woman such as I, madam, having resided long in King's Landing. It is only fitting I come to pay my respects, Varys replied with a smile. I shall certainly return to Highgarden once my granddaughter is wed. I appreciate your concern, Olenna stated, her pride evident as she sought to cultivate Varys as an ally without seeming submissive. Varys, seemingly unfazed, settled into the chair Marjorie had vacated and remarked. You could have returned to the bountiful lands of Highgarden after the last wedding, so why complicate matters? Olenna, taken aback by his words, frowned in confusion and inquired. What do you mean, my lord? I believe I previously cautioned you, my lady, regarding Petyr's treacherous nature. It would be wise to limit your dealings with him. Yet it appears my words fell on deaf ears, Varys observed. Olenna's wise countenance flickered with suspicion as she replied, I still do not grasp your meaning. Surely, a woman of your insight must have deduced it by now, Varys remarked, a smile playing on his lips. Olenna cast a furtive glance around, her expression darkening slightly, yet remained silent. Is it your intent to harm me, an inconsequential man? Varys reclined against his chair, surveying his surroundings nonchalantly. How could I harbor disrespect towards you? You are quite safe here, Olenna retorted, observing Varys's confidence with trepidation. Your memory seems to falter. One of the crystals on Sansa's necklace is missing. I recall that during the wedding, you approached her and caressed her neck. Am I mistaken? Varys pressed, knowing that without concrete evidence, Olenna would never admit to the murder of Joffrey. Though Varys's mention of the crystal necklace struck a chord, Olenna maintained her composure, asserting, I have always held a fondness for Sansa, the Northern Maiden, and wished for her to wed Loras, but Tywin acted first. This is common knowledge among the nobles of King's Landing. Varys, anticipating her response, shook his head and continued, after King Joffrey drank the wine offered by Tyrion. Lady Marjorie inadvertently placed the golden cup upon your table. Am I correct? Olenna fixed her gaze upon him, silent, as if attempting to see through his facade. I did not witness the goblet being placed on my table, she finally countered after a moment's contemplation. Time has passed, and Tyrion has been tried for the murder of the king. Though he has evaded punishment, he now bears the burden of patricide and has vanished into obscurity. Naturally, Olenna will not admit to her actions. You are correct. However, when I present these details to Cersei, I wonder whom she will believe, Tyrion or you. Varys continued to speak in his usual unhurried manner. Chapter 81. The tragic Edmure upon his words, the last flicker of hope within Olenna vanished. She understood the animosity between Cersei and Tyrion, and that Tywin wished to see his dwarf son dead. Yet, this did not diminish her desire to uncover the true murderer of her son. Given Cersei's character and her disdain for her granddaughter, she would never forsake her vengeance for the sake of an alliance with Highgarden. Olenna was perplexed as to how Varys had uncovered her involvement in Joffrey's murder, a scheme she had orchestrated in utmost secrecy with Petyr Baelish. The only other person privy to this knowledge, Dantos, had been silenced, and the poor Sansa had been taken away by Petyr. When Olenna discreetly removed the pendant from Sansa's neck, she believed she had done so without a soul noticing, even with Varys seated before her at the wedding feast. Moreover, the incident where her granddaughter Marjorie inadvertently placed Joffrey's golden cup on her table was not premeditated, but rather a mere coincidence. Marjorie was utterly unaware of her grandmother's intentions to murder her newlywed husband. How could she possibly assist in the poisoning? Olenna had intended to poison him at another opportunity. But Marjorie's placement of the cup had prompted her to seize the moment and discreetly unleash the poison concealed as a pendant. She had thought her actions were so cunning that even Marjorie, her unwitting accomplice, had not perceived them. The subsequent trial of Tyrion only served to affirm the brilliance of her scheme. Little did she know that just as she and her granddaughter were toasting in celebration, believing all was settled, Varys would arrive to identify her as the true culprit, despite her reluctance to accept that Varys had witnessed the entire poisoning. How could she explain the details he recounted? Who, if not an eyewitness, could possess such clarity? The thought that a pair of enigmatic eyes had been upon her during her act of treachery sent chills down Olenna's spine. She had always believed her collaboration with Peter to be flawless, yet Varys, the master of information, had deftly turned the tables on her. She found herself speculating whom Varys might now serve, having betrayed Cersei. A recent event, the infamous Red Wedding, surged to the forefront of her mind. Could it be that Varys had informed the Stark family of the plot devised by Walder Frey? If not, how could they have escaped such an inescapable trap? In the aftermath of the Red Wedding, nobles had speculated on the reasons for its failure, with Tywin and Walder being such shrewd schemers. It was inconceivable that they would allow the Starks to slip away. Tywin would not have permitted Tyrion's marriage to Sansa without absolute certainty of success. The unexpected outcome of the Red Wedding led many to suspect that the plans of Tywin and Walder had been leaked, resulting in its failure. Family members of the Freys who had survived the event recounted that Robb had entered Riverron's wedding with not only 1,000 soldiers, but also double the usual number of guards, all clad in soft armor and concealing daggers. Only Varys, the all-seeing spider, could have gleaned such sensitive information. Now, having discovered Olenna's role as the mastermind behind the Purple Wedding, she found it difficult not to admire Varys. Observing the fluctuating emotions on Olenna's face, Varys chose not to intrude, but patiently awaited her decision. "Might I inquire which master you now serve?" Olenna asked, regaining her composure. "It is not yet the time for such revelations. In due course, you shall know, my lady," Varys acknowledged, conceding his betrayal of Cersei. He continued, "Cersei is not an ideal ally, nor is she a figure one can easily control. I believe you are well aware of this, my lady." Olenna certainly understood Cersei's nature, which was why she had planned to circumvent her and approach Tommen instead. However, Varys' arrival had shattered her carefully laid plans, compelling her to re-evaluate Highgarden's future. "Do you have any suggestions, my lord?" Olenna inquired, her gaze fixed upon Varys. "My lady need only tread carefully around Cersei. I shall return when the time is ripe." Varys replied. Olenna was taken aback by his response. Her granddaughter Marjorie was soon to wed the new king, Tommen, and she had just urged Marjorie to hasten in conceiving an heir. Varys' arrival had disrupted her plans entirely, yet now he suggested she simply manage Cersei with caution. If she delayed further, Marjorie might bear a child, and what then could she do about her alliance with Cersei? "Even if you disclose whom you serve, I could assess that person's strength and consider an alliance." Olenna thought to herself, nearly wishing to strike Varys' bald head for his lack of clarity. "Is it Robb Stark of the North?" The Thorn Queen could not restrain her inquiry. "Robb?" Varys momentarily faltered, not grasping Olenna's implication until he recalled her reasoning. Was she suspecting that he had sent a message to Robb? Realizing the implications, Varys suppressed a wry smile. Olenna had not wronged him in her suspicions. Seeing Varys' momentary surprise followed by a shake of his head, Olenna's confusion deepened. Had she misjudged? Was Varys not the one who had communicated with Robb? "I apologize for the intrusion, my lady. I must take my leave," Varys declared, having achieved his objective. As Varys departed, Olenna could not compel him to reveal his allegiances. So she silently watched him go, her mind turning over the future of Highgarden. On his way back, Varys reflected on the astonished and wary expression of the Thorn Queen, feeling a thrill he had not experienced in ages. This was the essence of being the master of whispers. Beyond the gates of Riverrun, the battered Edmure was bound to the gallows, while the son of Walder Frey, Davin, lashed him with a whip, tormenting the man who had recently wed his sister. During the Red Wedding, Davin had mocked Robb for bringing 1,000 soldiers to the celebration, never anticipating that those soldiers would seize the opportunity to storm the castle amid the chaos of the burning haystacks, aiding Robb and the Northern Lords in their escape. Afterward, he had faced his father's wrath and spent several days in the dungeon. Upon his return, he had taken over his brother's duties, daily torturing Edmure to coerce the surrender of Riverrun. Yet Robb and his uncle, Blackfish, would not capitulate simply because Edmure was being brutalized. Chapter 82. The three-eyed raven Davin recognized that he could not conquer Riverrun through Edmure alone. His daily beatings served only to vent his frustration at having been outwitted by Rob. How long can the food last? Rob inquired of those nearby, casting a glance at Edmure, who was suffering on the gallows. Your Majesty, we have provisions for 3 months, replied Leg, a bannerman from the north. Rob exhaled in relief upon hearing this. Fortunately, after learning of Walder's potential treachery, his mother Caitlin had hurried to stockpile supplies, or they would have been trapped by the Freys and Lannisters in Riverrun. Have the water gates and trenches been inspected? Rob continued his inquiries. All have been checked. Within the walls of Riverrun, the garrison comprised several thousand soldiers. The combined forces of Frey and Lannister, even if they committed their entire army, might still find the siege of Riverrun insurmountable. Their sole means of breaching the fortress lay in crossing the river or stealthily infiltrating through the water gate from the filled moats, coordinating their efforts from within and without. Your Majesty, from our observations, it appears that the Lannister army today is not poised for an offensive, but has instead appointed a new commander. It has been noted that the newly arrived leader is Kevin, the brother of Tywin. Kevin, exclaimed Rob, did he not fall ill and return to Casterly Rock? Has he recovered? Kevin poses a significantly greater challenge than the previous commanders. Rob lingered a moment longer, observing the movements of the forces outside the castle. Before descending from the battlements, he was uncertain how long he could endure the siege of Riverrun, even if he managed to hold out for 3 months. Did that mean he would simply starve to death thereafter? After losing his wife, Talisa, in the Red Wedding, Rob had succumbed to despair for a considerable time before gradually regaining his composure. He pondered how long he, the reluctant king in the north, could sustain this precarious position. Entering the council chamber, he found the once vibrant discussions among lords and their king had faded into silence. The only familiar figure he spotted was his mother, Caitlin, seated in a corner, lost in thought. Upon hearing the door creak open, Caitlin turned to face her son. Rob, who do you believe sent us the message before the wedding? She inquired. They had speculated countless times about the messenger, but had yet to arrive at a definitive answer. They had assumed the messenger would reach out to them again after the Red Wedding, yet no further word had been received. Their vassals and allies had either betrayed them or were scheming against them. It seemed the only individual they could trust was the one who had once sent them a message. The alliances of House Tyrell and House Lannister, as well as the Martells with the Lannisters, rendered them unlikely sources of assistance. Other nobles did not come to mind as capable of knowing Walder Frey's plans and willing to aid them. The only connection to King S Landing, however tenuous, was Peter Baelish. Caitlin recalled her childhood companion, yet she did not believe he possessed the means to acquire such secretive information or provide assistance. Since her husband Eddard's death, she had lost trust in Peter, who had long harbored affections for her. We must send for aid from the north or from Aunt Lisa in the Eyrie. They may be our only salvation, Rob declared, unwilling to continue speculating about the identity of their savior. He could only wait for the messenger to contact them again. He fervently prayed for the assistance of his northern bannermen, or Aunt Lisa's aide, whom he had forsaken due to his sense of justice. The Stark family, even if willing to come, could scarcely provide enough support to turn the tide, and as for Aunt Lisa, her focus was solely on her son, who was still in his youth. Caitlin, reflecting on her sister's significant transformation, held little hope for assistance. We are left with no alternatives. If they are willing to come, I would gladly offer my apologies. Rob lamented, having lost the fervor he once possessed upon being crowned. He had heard of Aunt Lisa from his mother before, yet he was taken aback by her lack of initiative to send aid during their dire predicament. He refrained from questioning Caitlin further, trusting her judgment regarding their aunt. Seeing her son in despair, Caitlin felt no sense of hopelessness, having escaped the wedding unscathed. She had silently expressed her gratitude countless times for the messenger and the grace of the Seven. Even after so many days since the wedding, she still dreamed of Rob's gruesome demise unfolding before her, and upon awakening, she felt a profound relief. Although Riverrun had been besieged for over a fortnight, she remained untroubled. The Tully family had endured for millennia and had faced sieges before, emerging unscathed. Having escaped the fatal trap of the Red Wedding, she believed she would see her children again. In the far northwest of the Wall, Bran traveled great distances, finally arriving at a cavern beneath a colossal weirwood tree. Witnessing the skeletal soldiers relentlessly battering the magical barrier at the cave's entrance, reduced to scattered bones, Bran and his companions were still shaken. Fortunately, they were aided by 2 direwolves and a human who emerged from the cave, allowing them to take refuge inside. Jojen, in his effort to protect Bran, had perished at the hands of the skeletons. Who are you? Bran, cradled by Hodder, inquired of the strange figure before him. The individual stood diminutive, with skin of a deep chestnut hue, hair matching his skin, styled into slender braids resembling serpents coiling atop his head. His garments appeared woven from roots and bark, some roots deeply embedded into his flesh, seemingly fused with his body. I'm a child of the forest, you may call me Leaf. The three-eyed raven has awaited your arrival, Leaf stated before disappearing into a passage formed by gnarled roots, where Hodder had to bend down to navigate. Jojen's sister Mira, the wildling Osha, and the two dire wolves followed closely behind Hodder. After turning a couple of corners within the cave, Leaf led Bran into an expansive chamber still adorned with weirwood roots. The roots stretched upward, and at their center stood an elderly man. His white hair entwined with the tree itself. The man appeared frail, his body obscured beneath the roots, branches sprouting from his arms. The group gazed in astonishment, bewildered by the bizarre existence of such a being. "You have finally arrived, Bran Stark," the old man spoke slowly, his voice frail. "You are the three-eyed raven, the one who brought me here?" Bran asked, lying on the damp ground, lifting his gaze to the old man. "You may refer to me as such, or as Brynden Rivers," the elder replied. "Why have you brought me here?" Since Bran's fall from the tower, he had been plagued by dreams of a three-eyed raven. Chapter 83. Awakening in his dreams, the three-eyed raven guided him northward until he encountered Jojen and Mira, finally understanding the origins of his bizarre dreams. "This is your destiny, and it is your responsibility," Brynden stated. "I care not for destiny, nor do I wish to bear any responsibility. I merely wish to stand once more," Bran implored, his voice tinged with desperation. His determination to remain on the wooden board until he found the three-eyed raven was solely to heal his legs. Even if he could not climb again, it was preferable to lying helplessly all day. "I cannot restore your ability to stand, but I can enable you to perceive things in a manner you have never experienced before." Having clung to hope for so long without the anticipated outcome, Bran felt his strength waning, collapsing onto his arms, dismissing Brynden's words. "Do you wish to spend your life confined to a bed, never experiencing a different existence? A life you have never even contemplated?" Seeing Bran's despondency, Brynden felt compelled to encourage him. Bran remained hunched over, refusing to lift his head. If he could not even stand, what life awaited him? From a young age, he had loved climbing, having scaled every tall structure in Winterfell. When he learned he would travel to King's Landing, he had envisioned himself scaling the Red Keep. Beyond climbing, he cherished riding and had aspired to be a valiant knight like his father, Eddard. Yet, since losing the ability to stand, these dreams felt utterly irrelevant. "Do you not wish to know who pushed you from the tower?" Brynden asked again, noticing Bran's continued silence. "Who?" Bran responded, raising his head, his eyes filled with hatred. Since awakening from his injury, he had endeavored to recall the circumstances surrounding his fall, while others within Winterfell questioned whether he had merely slipped. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember how he had climbed the tower or what had led to his fateful descent. He had once doubted whether his fall was merely a momentary lapse, despite never having experienced a climbing mishap. Now, upon hearing Brynden's inquiries, he immediately recognized that his descent was not accidental, but rather due to some other cause. "I need not tell you. You may witness it yourself." Brynden glanced at the leaves standing beneath the cavern wall to his right. The leaves understood and turned to venture deeper into the cave. "Witness myself? Is it through the power of the shapeshifter? But I have used it before, and it should not reveal anything." Bran had once intruded into the consciousness of a summer dire wolf and could only perceive what the wolf saw. How could he uncover the true circumstances of his fall from the tower? Brynden remained silent, observing the depths of the cave as the leaves slowly emerged. Cradling a wooden bowl. "Once you consume this bowl of fish seed porridge, you shall see all that you wish to behold," Brynden said with expectation in his eyes. Bran, forcing his body to lean towards the bowl of porridge being offered, noted its verdant hue, with seeds resembling grass floating upon its surface. A hint of crimson subtly visible within. Gazing at the somewhat eerie fish seed porridge, Bran hesitated, glancing back at Mira and the wild woman Osha, hoping for their counsel. Mira had yet to recover from the anguish of losing her brother, Jian, who had sacrificed his life to escort Bran to the three-eyed raven. She could not fathom why her brother, as a shapeshifter, would willingly give his life to ensure Bran encountered the raven. She also discerned Brynden's fervent desire for Bran to consume the porridge, and naturally, she would not impede him, for it could be seen as fulfilling her brother's last wish. Moreover, Brynden would likely not expend such effort to lure Bran here only to harm him with that bowl. The wild woman Osha had been taken aback by Brynden's demeanor since her entrance, struggling to comprehend the conversation between the two, and thus could not provide Bran with the answers he sought. Bran understood that the porridge and Brynden's words regarding fate and responsibility were interconnected. Now, bereft of his legs, life had lost its greatest significance for him. There seemed little left for him to lose, save for the lingering resentment towards the one who had cast him from the tower. With this thought, Bran supported himself with his left hand, accepting the wooden bowl from the leaves with his right, bringing it to his lips and drinking deeply. As he swallowed the first mouthful, an overwhelming bitterness assaulted him. Just as he contemplated whether to continue, a refreshing coolness coursed through his throat, alleviating the dryness that had plagued him. Thus, he cast aside his hesitation and finished the remaining porridge in several gulps, immediately feeling a surge of vitality. With satisfaction, Brynden observed Bran complete the porridge and instructed, "Come closer, place your hand upon the heart tree and let your consciousness sink into it, as you did when entering the summer's awareness, envisioning the content you wish to see." Bran complied, crawling beneath the tree, leaning against its trunk. his hand caressing the bark as he recalled the countless attempts he had made before. Before him lay an abyss of darkness, with only muffled whispers echoing in his ears. Straining to open his eyes, he gradually discerned a familiar scene. It was the remnants of the Winterfell Tower he had scaled many times. And following the direction of the sounds, he beheld a pained yet noble visage, the queen, Cersei, ensconced in the embrace of a golden-haired man. Bran observed the unfolding scene with curiosity, gradually recalling his own ascent of the tower that day. Suddenly, Cersei, who had been with her eyes closed, bearing an expression of agony, opened them and caught sight of Bran. Startled, he instinctively sought to retreat, only to realize that her gaze was not directed at him but rather at another version of himself peering through the window. The golden-haired man, sensing something amiss with the woman in his arms, turned to look outside. Bran, perched at the window, realized he had been seen by those within the tower and hastily attempted to rise and escape. Yet, in his panic, he slipped, his body hanging precariously, unable to find a foothold. "You should not have come here, Stark boy," the man said before forcefully pushing Bran from the tower. It was the queen's brother, the Kingslayer, Jaime, who had cast him down. Bran finally comprehended the reason behind his inability to stand. Back within the cave, Bran remained breathless, having relived the experience of being thrust from the tower, causing his heart to race. "I wasn't mistaken, was I?" Observing Bran's astonished expression as he gasped for air, Brynden understood that Bran had witnessed the truth he sought. "If I wish to see, shall I uncover all that I seek to know?" Bran inquired after a moment of recovery. For the most part, Brynden nodded. However, one must not linger too long, lest one become lost to oneself, forever unable to find the way back. Just as Brynden finished speaking, he reminded Bran with urgency. Bran nodded and placed his hand once more upon the tree's surface. Chapter 84. Interfering with reality in a spacious hall, 2 rows of bookshelves lined the walls, accompanied by several small tables, the floor strewn with dozens of books. A girl with tousled curls and brown skin was bent over, writing diligently while occasionally referencing a tome to her left. To her right, a noble-looking silver-haired girl was engrossed in a historical text. Beside the scattered books, a sickly-looking little girl gleefully picked up the volumes, inspecting their covers and flipping through their pages before carefully setting them aside and reaching for another. Next to the little girl, a small black dragon flitted between the books, occasionally flapping its wings or perching atop the brown-skinned girl's head. Observing her writing, Bran's gaze fixated on the small black dragon, and as it moved, it suddenly paused mid-air, turning sharply to regard him. "Look here again at your peril, or I shall slay you." A youthful voice emanated from the little black dragon as a massive, fearsome dragon head materialized from the void, descending upon Bran with overwhelming force. Bran recoiled as if struck by lightning. Withdrawing his hand from the heart of the fish seed tree, his eyes instantly ablaze with pain. He raised a hand to wipe away the moisture, only to find it slick with blood. "My eyes!" he gasped in terror. "What have you seen?" Brynden, startled by the sight of blood streaming from Bran's eyes, urgently questioned. He had intended for Bran to engage in novel experiences, never anticipating such a consequence. After finally guiding Bran to accept the inheritance and awaken the Green Seer abilities, he feared that if Bran lost his sight, compounded by his inability to stand, he would be left despondent, squandering his innate talents. I was observing a small black dragon," Bran said, hastily wiping his eyes with his sleeve, relieved to find he could still see. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. "A black dragon? But are they not long extinct?" Brynden responded, astonished by Bran's revelation, even more so than by the sight of blood weeping from his eyes. "The dragons have returned, and that very black dragon I encountered on my journey here," Bran replied candidly. "My divine power is nearly depleted, allowing me only to guide you here, yet I never expected true dragons to re-emerge." "Tell me what transpired," Brynden urged, seeking to calm his racing heart. Bran had wished to see the little black dragon he had previously encountered, yearning to understand why it had harbored murderous intent towards him. To his surprise, not only did he witness it, but it also recognized him and inflicted harm upon him. Now, he could only share his experience with the three-eyed raven, Brynden, hoping to glean answers from him. "You say it bore malice towards you even then?" Brynden inquired, brow furrowed, unwilling to dismiss Bran's experience as mere illusion. The Green Seer's intuition was keen. Even if he had not fully awakened at that time, he would not err in perception. Upon encountering him, "What further revelations did you glean? Share with me all that you have witnessed, until we ascertain the motives behind that little black dragon's intent to slay Bran." I cannot rest easy even with Brynden's demise. Observing Brynden's grave demeanor, Bran dared not withhold the truth, for it pertained to his very life. He recounted his emotions when he first beheld Drogon and everything he had just witnessed. "You mentioned feeling an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, intensifying with each encounter. How can this be?" Brynden appeared to question Bran, or perhaps he was merely musing aloud. As a Green Seer, he was inherently more powerful than an ordinary priest. How could he sense such formidable pressure from a mere hatchling? If that dragon were to mature, there might be some credence to it, but in its juvenile stage, How could it possibly instill such dread in Bran, the Green Seer, causing him to weep blood? Could it be? Brynden contemplated a possibility, one he found hard to accept. Yet it seemed the only explanation for the pressure Bran faced and the little dragon's earlier attempt on his life. It must have sensed something. The little black dragon had once warned Bran not to look upon it again. Might there be other Green Seers who have sought it out? Noticing Brynden's expression shift from turmoil to calm, Bran offered a gentle reminder. Green Seers are exceedingly rare. It is a stroke of luck that I found you before my demise. Brynden reflected, gazing at Bran with a sense of nostalgia. There was one thought he withheld. Had he not employed certain means, he might never have encountered Bran before his death. Who else could perceive that little black dragon? Bran struggled to comprehend who, aside from Green Seers, possessed such capabilities. He believed Brynden, a Green Seer, was also hearing of the true dragon's rebirth for the first time, and he could not have been deceiving him. Brynden delayed his response to Bran's inquiries, instead contemplating the horizon for a moment before speaking. You must understand that this world is inhabited by ancient gods and new deities alike. In addition to the Lord of Light, the God of Darkness, the many-faced God of Bravos, the drowned God of the Iron Islands, and the River God of the Lorn. We revere the old gods, and the God of Darkness, also known as the Cold God, is represented by the others you have seen. Bran had not anticipated that not only were the tales of his grandmother true, but there existed numerous entities he was unfamiliar with. Are they all real? Bran still found it difficult to fully trust the words of Brynden, the three-eyed raven. Brynden regarded Bran with a sigh, lamenting that he was still but a child, unwilling to believe in their existence. Although their followers do not possess the green sight as we do, some can glimpse fleeting signs of the future through other means, surely. Other deities have sensed the anomaly of that little black dragon. Why can it perceive me? Suppressing his astonishment at the existence of the gods, Bran voiced his inner query. Dragons are the mightiest beings in this world. Even the gods cannot contend with them, let alone you, who have just awakened as a Green Seer with limited power. Brynden explained with resignation. Yet it is so small. Twice has it threatened me, and Bran felt a deep sense of injustice. It is not like other dragons. Remembering a flicker of suspicion, Brynden sought to console him, having just received the Green Seer's legacy and awakened to the green sight. Encountering such events could be overwhelming for Bran, and Brynden feared he might suffer lasting trauma. Noticing Bran's intent to inquire further, Brynden quickly added, in due time, you shall come to understand. After uttering this, he murmured to himself, alas, I fear I shall find no peace. Contemplating the possibility that loomed in his mind, Brynden felt a weight of concern for Bran's future and the responsibilities of the Green Seer. The dragon lineage possesses formidable legacies, as you have newly awakened. Do not recklessly pry into matters, especially since certain powerful beings can influence reality through the green sight. You must exercise caution in the future. Fearing that Bran might become careless with his newfound abilities, Brynden felt compelled to issue a warning. With the bloodstains still fresh upon his visage, Bran could only nod in silent agreement. Chapter 85. The contest for favor in the Hall of the Pyramid within Meereen. Daenerys, engrossed in her studies of Westerosi history, was startled by the murderous intent radiating from Drogon. She set her book aside and turned to find him glaring fiercely at an empty corner of the hall. Emitting a hissing sound, an unsettling feeling washed over her, and both Miss Sandai, who was busy compiling books, and Shireen, who was selecting texts, also noted Drogon's peculiar behavior, glancing toward him in unison. Only when Bran's spectral figure vanished from the wall did Drogon retract his gaze, astonished that Bran had so swiftly acquired the Green Seer's legacy. Moreover, he had seen himself through Bran's visions. Had he been discovered, it would not bode well for him. The incident reminded him of his arrival at Dragonstone, where he had felt a similar sensation of being watched, albeit less pronounced than today. Previously, he had suspected it was mere illusion, but now he recognized it as reality. The entity that had once spied upon him could not have been Bran. Perhaps it was the old Green Seer, the three-eyed raven? Drogon speculated. Turning to meet the astonished gazes of his mother and her companions, he realized they were unaware of the prior observation. He suspected that the divine light had facilitated his ability to perceive Bran. Such is the distinction between the divine and the mortal. Otherwise, one would remain oblivious to being scrutinized, Drogon mused. Although he harbored some trepidation regarding the Green Seer's capacity to glimpse past and future, he was not afraid. To know everything about himself, Bran would need to use Drogon as a conduit. Without him, he would remain blind. Drogon had already cautioned Bran about the consequences of indiscreet observation. Should he dare to pry again, he would surely confront him. Bran's foresight was formidable, but Drogon was equally knowledgeable and well acquainted with him. Drogon, what ails you? Shireen inquired as she approached him, gently stroking his back with her small hand. Observing Shireen's affectionate gesture, Daenerys felt a twinge of discomfort and stepped forward, smiling as she asked Drogon what he had seen. Drogon, sensing a familiar undercurrent of hostility in Daenerys' smile, hastily took flight to perch upon her shoulder, grinning broadly. Now, that is more like it. Daenerys felt quite pleased with Drogon's response. Having experienced jealousy from a former girlfriend in his past life, Drogon wished to prevent any unfavorable thoughts from arising in Daenerys' mind regarding Shireen. When Daenerys' hand unexpectedly fell away from Drogon, Shireen felt a pang of disappointment, realizing she was not as joyful as when she had been with him at Dragonstone. During that time, she had learned from Drogon that Daenerys possessed 3 dragons, and she had assumed that having 3 dragons meant her closeness with Drogon would not be an issue. However, upon arriving in Meereen, she recognized that Drogon's bond with Daenerys was far stronger than with the other 2 dragons. They were nearly inseparable. She realized she could not expect to share Drogon's company as freely as she had at Dragonstone, and it became apparent that Daenerys had no intention of sharing him with her. Noticing Shireen's disappointment, Daenerys felt a twinge of guilt, realizing she had grown envious of a young girl, despite her own belief that she was no longer a child. She had learned from Tyrion the reason for Shireen's arrival in Meereen and was astonished at how far Stannis had descended into madness in his quest for the Iron Throne, even sacrificing his own daughter. Daenerys could empathize with Shireen's pain of abandonment, recalling how she had been sold to Khal Drogo by her brother Viserys. Although she had eventually formed a deep bond with Drogo, who could truly understand the fear and helplessness she had felt upon first meeting him. Shireen, how goes your organization of the books? Have you found any that you favor? Daenerys inquired, glancing at the new books received from the great masters. As she spoke, she gently lifted Drogon from her shoulder and placed him beside Shireen's collection. Am I merely a plaything? Drogon lamented inwardly as he observed Daenerys' sudden shift from jealousy to encouraging closeness with Shireen, and he dutifully nudged her small hand in response, feeling somewhat despondent. Shireen was slightly uplifted upon hearing Daenerys' inquiry, as she discerned sincerity in her eyes. Sensing the warmth of Drogon's body, she gently caressed his back and replied, "The content of this selection of books is exemplary. There are several that your majesty may wish to read." Shireen cherished her time with Drogon and was acutely aware of Queen Daenerys' deep affection for her dragon. She had no desire to usurp what belonged to another. She merely sought satisfaction in the occasional moments spent in playful company with Drogon. Furthermore, it appeared that Queen Daenerys was unaware of Drogon's ability to write, a delightful secret shared only between them, bringing her a measure of joy. Upon hearing that there were books she wished to peruse, Daenerys approached the collection, eager to flip through the pages. "These are selections I have curated for your majesty. Once you finish the volume on the history of the Riverlands, you may delve into these," Shireen stated, moving a stack of books from her left to Daenerys' vicinity. Taken aback by Shireen's thoughtful preparation, Daenerys felt a pang of guilt for her earlier jealousy and asked, "Have you decided which subject you wish to teach?" Shireen, having joined the academy and, upon Tyrion's recommendation, become its youngest instructor, softly replied, "I wish to teach history." Not only was she well versed in the history of Westeros, but she was also particularly knowledgeable about the Targaryen lineage. "That is splendid. I shall have the opportunity to learn about Westerosi history from you," Daenerys exclaimed with delight. As the highest authority of the academy, Daenerys bore her burdens with fortitude. She was not only studying governance under Tyrion's tutelage but also immersing herself in the histories, geographies, and sigils of various noble houses. She had heard her brother Viserys recount the Targaryen family history countless times, yet her knowledge of Westerosi history was scant, let alone her understanding of the nobility. Upon realizing that Daenerys intended to learn history alongside her, Shireen felt a twinge of embarrassment. Uncertain if her modest knowledge would suffice to instruct the queen, she resolved to privately enhance her understanding of history. Her favorite subject was undoubtedly the Targaryen family history. Following Tyrion's advice, the history course would be divided into 3 segments: the history of Westeros, the histories of major noble houses, and the Targaryen lineage. Shireen would concurrently teach both the history of Westeros and that of the Targaryens, seizing the opportunity to engage with Daenerys. Shireen wished to confirm any inaccuracies in her knowledge of the Targaryen family history with the queen. Missandei had long observed Shireen's fondness for Drogon, and it seemed that Daenerys wished to avoid witnessing any undue intimacy between them. Now that their earlier tension had dissipated, Missandei felt reassured enough to return to her work on the books. Chapter 86, The House of the Dragon. Seeing that Daenerys and little Shireen had reconciled, Drogon let out a quiet sigh of relief as he listened to their discussion regarding the Targaryen family history. Through Daenerys' narration, Drogon gained a deeper understanding of the once glorious lineage of House Targaryen. The Targaryens were a noble family that rose to prominence within the freehold of Valyria. Valyria had once been the largest empire on the Essos continent, dominating much of it, including the 9 free cities, the Bay of Slaves, the Gulf of Grief, and all islands surrounding the Lands of Summer, with Dragonstone and Westeros under its jurisdiction. Valyrian civilization was the most advanced of its time, and Valyrian steel was a magical alloy they crafted. Today, few blacksmiths in Westeros could forge weapons of Valyrian quality. Over 400 years ago, A true dragonblood from House Targaryen foresaw the impending doom of the Freehold through a prophetic dream. Leading his family to Dragonstone, they departed just before the cataclysm struck Valyria. Shortly after their departure, the Freehold faced utter devastation, and nearly all other dragon-riding families perished, along with the dragons and eggs that could not escape. Valyria was shattered into numerous islands, giving rise to the treacherous region known as the Smoking Sea. Many adventurers have ventured into the ruins of Valyria, yet few have returned. Euron's uncle, Victarion, is rumored to be the sole individual to have successfully explored the ruins, claiming to have discovered a horn capable of controlling dragons. A century after the cataclysm of Valyria, Aegon the Conqueror, with the last 3 dragons of House Targaryen and a mere 10,000 soldiers, conquered the 7 kingdoms. He forged the Iron Throne from 1,000 vanquished swords, establishing Targaryen rule over Westeros for 3 centuries until Daenerys' father, the Mad King Aerys, was slain by the Kingslayer Jaime, and the usurper Robert Baratheon claimed the Iron Throne, ending the Targaryen dynasty. As Drogon was engrossed in these tales, the Hall-S doors suddenly swung open with a loud crash, and an Unsullied rushed in, delivering a scroll to Daenerys. Recognizing it as a message from Varys' little birds, she swiftly unfolded the letter, her expression shifting dramatically upon reading its contents. The brief note indicated that Grey Worm had been ambushed in the western granary, just as Daenerys intended to rush out to gather the Unsullied for assistance. She felt a sharp pain in her shoulder. Drogon had darted out the door, leaving behind his simple, heartfelt thought, Balerion. Daenerys paused in her tracks, wondering why Drogon mentioned Balerion when the letter clearly stated that Grey Worm was ambushed. I sent Balerion to inspect several granaries this morning. Could he be at the western granary? Daenerys suddenly realized. Quickly, send word to the White Ravens to have them bring men to the western granary. She commanded urgently to the Unsullied guards at the door, hoping Drogon would arrive in time. Daenerys felt a surge of anxiety as she watched the guard rush to find the Unsullied officer, Blue Raven, beneath the pyramid. Memories of the elderly man who often urged her to show mercy flooded her mind, along with thoughts of Grey Worm, the Unsullied commander who had always stood by her side. The mere thought of him facing an ambush pained her deeply. Your Majesty, shall we seek Lord Tyrion? Shireen inquired, witnessing Daenerys' panic after reading the letter and Drogon's sudden absence. Though she was unaware of the specifics, she grasped the gravity of the situation. Yes, and we must find Tyrion. He is currently on the lower level drafting administrative texts. Yora had gone to gather information about the Harpy's spawn, leaving Daenerys with only Tyrion to consult. Missandei also set aside her writing to join Daenerys, though she appeared ill-equipped to handle the current crisis. The 3 hurried down to the lower level, where Tyrion was engrossed in his books. Upon seeing the urgent expressions on Daenerys and Shireen's faces, he immediately sensed something was amiss. Listening to Daenerys recount the situation, Tyrion promptly stated, this ambush is likely more complex than it appears. We must send word to Yora and the Unsullied to be on high alert throughout the city. The Harpy's spawn likely has further plans. Your Majesty, remain here. Do not venture out until Drogon returns, and reinforce the pyramid's defenses. Tyrion feared this was a conspiracy aimed at Daenerys, while the loss of others might be bearable. Her safety was paramount. Daenerys had intended to lead a rescue for Grey Worm and to assess the state of Meereen. But Tyrion reminded her that the Harpy's spawn's primary target might very well be her, and her presence could only complicate matters for her followers. Thus, Daenerys summoned 500 Unsullied guards to protect the pyramid, allowing her a moment to stand atop it and survey the entirety of Meereen. Yet, within mere minutes, she observed a throng of individuals clad in golden harpy helmets surging from a nearby alleyway to assault the Unsullied station there. Simultaneously, another group adorned in golden helmets emerged from a main road. Daenerys quickly realized that both the alleyway and main road's golden helmeted attackers, having vanquished their opponents, were now converging toward the pyramid where she stood. Tyrion was not mistaken. Their ultimate target was indeed himself. Had he ventured out earlier, he would likely have fallen into their ambush. The pyramid was guarded by 500 Unsullied, making it exceedingly difficult for even 1,500 assailants to breach its defenses. The primary reason for Daenerys residing within the pyramid was her fear of a slave uprising. They had long anticipated the possibility of the pyramid being besieged, and thus had invested considerable effort into its fortifications during its design. Daenerys' sole concern lay with the commanders outside, namely Barristan and Grey Worm. Drogon burst forth from the pyramid, heading directly towards the granary in the western part of Meereen. He was familiar with the city's layout, having often been present during discussions regarding its affairs. Upon witnessing Grey Worm ambushed and Barristan absent from Daenerys' side, Drogon was immediately struck by the grim prospect of Barristan's demise. The son of the Harpy ambushed Grey Worm, prompting Barristan to rush to his aid. Together, they fought valiantly, dispatching several foes, but Grey Worm sustained severe injuries, and Barristan was fatally wounded while attempting to save him. Daenerys lost a fiercely loyal member of her Queen's Guard. Emerging from the pyramid, Drogon reached the granary in less than 2 minutes, only to find Barristan cornered at the entrance. Surrounding him were 4 or 5 corpses, and his left shoulder was stained with blood as he faced 3 sons of the Harpy adorned with golden helmets. Undeterred by his injuries, Barristan, true to his moniker as the Unyielding, resisted their onslaught with unwavering courage. He sidestepped to deflect an attack from one of the assailants and countered with a swift strike that pierced the chest of his attacker. As Drogon observed Barristan, he also caught sight of Grey Worm deeper within the passage, kneeling and wielding his spear to fend off 4 assailants, clearly in a precarious state. Chapter 87, Reinforcements. Drogon swiftly surveyed the scene within the passage, then advanced with a powerful flap of his wings, severing the neck of one of the sons of the Harpy before swiftly reaching Grey Worm. He extended his small, black claws to block an incoming blade aimed at Grey Worm, unleashing a torrent of black flames upon his assailants. Even though Drogon's juvenile flames may not have matched the intensity of the molten crown forged by Drogon for Viserys, they were still formidable. The moment the flames met the golden helmet, the wearer emitted a pained scream, discarding his weapon in a frantic attempt to remove the now-melting helmet. As his hand grazed the searing metal, he instinctively recoiled, but the agony in his head compelled him to grasp the helmet and pull. He managed to remove it slightly, but the excruciating pain of torn flesh from his scalp rendered him unable to continue. In that moment of hesitation, the screams of the son of the Harpy abruptly ceased, and he collapsed, his helmet clattering to the ground, revealing a gruesome sight of bloodied flesh with a few strands of hair still attached. The other 3 sons of the Harpy, witnessing their comrade's demise, felt a sudden sharp pain in their necks, blood gushing forth before they too met a swift end. The sole adversary facing Barristan, upon seeing his fallen companions, was rendered paralyzed with fear and was swiftly dispatched by Barristan's blade, just as he was moving towards Grey Worm. More sons of the Harpy surged into the passage, their eyes locking onto the corpse at Barristan's feet as they advanced menacingly. As Barristan prepared to turn and fight, Drogon returned to his side. "You enjoy wearing helmets, do you not? Then do not remove them," Drogon thought, expelling another torrent of black flames. The newly arrived assailants abandoned their intentions to harm Barristan and fled in terror. Yet, their speed was no match for Drogon's, and the flames incinerated several of them. While those who attempted to remove their helmets only found themselves met with agonizing heat, Barristan, sword in hand and poised to advance, was momentarily stunned by the scene before him, only jolted back to reality by Grey Worm's pained groan. Drogon's timely intervention meant that Barristan's injuries were primarily confined to his shoulder, while Grey Worm bore wounds to his abdomen and legs, along with several minor injuries elsewhere. Following Drogon, Barristan assisted Grey Worm in exiting the granary, spotting Missandei leading a group of 30 men approaching. Missandei had initially brought 100 men for the rescue, but many had been halted by the sons of the Harpy, leaving her with only 30 as they reached the granary. She took Grey Worm's injured form from Barristan, and the group slowly made their way toward the pyramid where Daenerys awaited. Satisfied that Grey Worm was temporarily secure, Drogon ascended to a higher vantage point to survey the surrounding conditions. Upon reaching the pyramid, Drogon observed that it was under siege by hundreds of sons of the Harpy. As he hovered in the air, they recognized him as Daenerys' dragon and ceased their assault on the pyramid, redirecting their focus toward Drogon. They understood that breaching the pyramid was now a futile endeavor, but slaying the dragon beside Queen Daenerys would deliver a significant psychological blow. As he faced the oncoming throng, Drogon let out a silent, cold laugh, fully aware that those who wish to be dragon slayers must be prepared to face the consequences. With a powerful flap of his wings, he charged towards the frenzied sons of the Harpy, undeterred by their weapons. In his current juvenile form, he possessed the resilience to withstand ordinary blades, and his wings sliced through their arms and thighs with merciless precision, severing tendons and rendering them incapable of further combat. The sons of the Harpy's greatest advantage lay in their stealth, donning their golden helmets only when engaging in combat. Drogon refrained from killing them, intent on capturing some to uncover the identities and affiliations of their families. The assailants who dared to strike at Drogon found their weapons clattering uselessly to the ground, as they encountered resistance akin to striking stone, followed by excruciating pain in their arms. Navigating through the crowd of hundreds, the cries of the wounded filled the air, and even the most dim-witted sons of the Harpy realized the tide had turned, as they witnessed their comrades succumbing to injuries. Thoughts of dragon slaying and attacking the pyramid evaporated, replaced by a desperate need to flee. They understood that with Drogon's speed, they would soon be next, and if they did not escape now, they would miss their chance. Drogon, however, would not allow them to flee easily, targeting those who attempted to escape. The despair among the sons of the Harpy grew palpable as they witnessed their companions incapacitated, blood flowing freely. Some even fell to their knees in surrender. Yet, Drogon showed no mercy, for those who dared to invade would inevitably pay a price. the Unsullied guarding the pyramid, seeing the sons of the Harpy losing their will to fight, finally abandoned their posts to pursue the fleeing assailants. When the opportunity for surrender arose, the majority chose to yield, the sound of clattering weapons echoing throughout the battlefield. From atop the pyramid, Daenerys and her companions witnessed Drogon's ferocious assault on the sons of the Harpy. Daenerys and Missandei were astonished to see Drogon surpassing even his previous displays of prowess, having nearly incapacitated all the attackers in such a short span of time. Beside Daenerys, Missandei gazed in awe at the dragon's ferocity, struggling to reconcile this fierce side of him with the playful creature who once delighted in feasting and revelry. Tyrion, though informed by Varys of Drogon's transformation, was equally astonished at the sight of the dragon deftly dispatching hundreds of foes. He marveled at the impressive combination of defense, speed, and lethality displayed by Drogon in his juvenile form, pondering just how formidable he would be in his full maturity. Tyrion glanced at Daenerys, who was intently focused on the battle. With Drogon at her side, how could Queen Daenerys possibly fail in her quest to unite the Seven Kingdoms? Zhuge and the Pure Ones, having fully subdued the spawn of the Banshee, departed from the pyramid to survey the situation in the city. Along the way, he assisted any Pure Ones or mercenaries from the Sons of the Banshee who were under siege, while he merely bypassed those who posed no challenge. Before long, he encountered Jorah, who had just concluded a battle. The numerous corpses strewn across the ground indicated significant losses for the Sons of the Banshee, though fortune had smiled upon them, sparing them from facing adversaries many times their number. Zhuge, is Her Majesty the Queen unharmed? What brings you here? Jorah inquired, sensing something amiss during his recent skirmish with the spawn of the Banshee. Upon seeing Zhuge, he promptly confirmed his suspicions. Zhuge gestured with his small black claw, indicating one, and Jorah instantly understood, having long grown accustomed to Zhuge's unique signals. Chapter 88. Suppression instructing his men to clear the fallen bodies. Jorah led a group of over 20 to the pyramid where Daenerys resided. Given the recent spate of attacks by the spawn of the Banshee, Queen Daenerys would undoubtedly summon them for a council. Zhuge circled around Meereen, dispatching another dozen spawn before returning to the pyramid. Inside the pyramid, the Pure Ones had just assisted Grey Worm and Barristan inside. Grey Worm lay gravely injured and unconscious, while Barristan had sustained severe wounds to his left shoulder but was otherwise relatively unharmed. Seeing the large pool of blood on Grey Worm's abdomen startled Daenerys, who quickly summoned a physician to examine him, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon learning that he was not in mortal danger. After ensuring Grey Worm and Barristan were settled, Daenerys rushed to embrace Zhuge, inspecting him for injuries. After wiping him down with a silk cloth and discovering he was merely splattered with the blood of others, she felt reassured. However, when she witnessed hundreds of the spawn of the Banshee rushing toward Zhuge, vying to become dragon slayers, she nearly cried out in alarm, suppressing the instinct to shout for fear of distracting him. To her astonishment, Zhuge darted like lightning among the throngs, sustaining no injuries while swiftly incapacitating the majority of the spawn, who surrendered in terror. Gently caressing Zhuge's glossy scales, Daenerys marveled at their iron-like resilience. Understanding how they could withstand such a barrage of blades, having endured enough of Daenerys' ministrations, Zhuge seized the moment when her grip loosened to escape her clutches. Soaring into the air, confirming Zhuge was unscathed, Daenerys commanded Jorah, Sir Jorah, take your men to the estate of Switz and extract all information regarding the Harpy spawn. Should he remain obstinate, bring him and his family to me. The recent assault by the Harpy spawn had nearly cost Daenerys a high-ranking officer and a loyal member of her Queen's Guard. Her patience for Switz to divulge information was waning. If he continued to withhold, she would not hesitate to uproot his entire family. After Jorah departed, Daenerys turned to a mercenary from the Sons, saying, Barristan, you and Tyrion are tasked with interrogating the captured spawn. Ensure we uncover their mastermind and family connections. With Daario gone, Daenerys appointed Jorah as the vice-captain of the Sons, collaborating with Barristan to manage the mercenaries in Meereen. She had not anticipated the tranquility of Meereen to be disrupted so violently, especially now that various lords were extending their goodwill, some even donating cherished tomes to the academy. The magnitude of the recent attack made her realize that conquering a city was no trivial endeavor. Worry crept into her thoughts regarding Astapor and Yunkai, fellow cities entrenched in slavery, wondering what their circumstances might be. Additionally, there lay the fates of Rhaego and Viserion, although Zhuge assured her of their safety. Daenerys remained apprehensive about their first battle. Over an hour later, a mercenary from the Sons reported that Switz, under duress, had divulged 2 hiding places of the Harpy spawn and requested Daenerys' guidance. Blue Dove, take 500 men with Jorah to the locations Switz mentioned, and ensure the Lorik family is safeguarded. I wish no harm to come to those who have pledged allegiance to me. Switz, upon seeing Jorah, understood that his days of concealment were over. His father, an influential member among the lords, had long been aware of the impending large-scale assault by the Harpy spawn, though he had been ignorant of its exact timing. With Queen Daenerys sending agents to confront him, he realized that further obstinacy would bring ruin upon his family. Jorah and Barristan swiftly located the two hidden strongholds of the Harpy spawn based on Switez intelligence. Upon their arrival, they found hundreds of the spawn gathered, engaged in clandestine discussions. The unexpected appearance of Jorah caught them off guard. The overwhelming odds quickly turned in favor of Jorah's forces, resulting in the capture of all but 30 of the spawn, who perished in the fray. The second hideout, though smaller, suffered a similar fate after the elimination of several adversaries. Among the hundreds struck down by Zhuge, most were free men serving under the lords, with a minority being their kin. The mercenaries employed a variety of torturous methods. Nail extraction was merely the tip of the iceberg, alongside implements like the iron chair, saws, and expanders. The captured Harpy spawn quickly divulged information under duress. With each confession, Daenerys dispatched a few Dothraki along with one or two of the confessors to raid the lords' estates, seizing their possessions. The Dothraki relished such endeavors, thoroughly stripping the lords of their valuables. Interrogations continued, revealing additional Harpy spawn hideouts, which Daenerys promptly ordered to be eliminated. Following the sudden attack, Meereen descended into chaos once more, with lords and their families wailing as they were dragged from their homes. Any free man or lord found to have connections to the recent Harpy spawn incident was imprisoned without exception. The truth of their involvement would be unearthed through thorough interrogation. After a round of apprehensions, Meereen was cleansed, and seeing the dungeons filled with prisoners, Daenerys felt a sense of relief. The Harpy spawn had yet to stir further unrest. And with Barristan's absence, the Blood Riders returned to their Khaleesi's side. As the tumult began to subside, Zhuge resolved to check on his younger brothers in Astapor and Yunkai. Despite Daenerys' assurances regarding the safety of the two dragons, he felt a twinge of concern for their inaugural battle. Within 20 minutes, he reached the skies above Yunkai and beheld dozens of large ships anchored in the harbor, with a massive trebuchet relentlessly hurling boulders at the city walls. The opposing forces were embroiled in fierce combat, with arrows raining down from the ships. A resounding dragon roar echoed from afar, heralding the arrival of Viserion, a golden beast larger than a horse, soaring toward him. As Viserion approached, the trebuchet crews redirected their fire toward the shadow overhead, while archers on the ships aimed their bows at the dragon. Undaunted by the barrage of stones and arrows, Viserion gracefully evaded the projectiles, soaring through the rain of arrows. And as he neared the ship, unleashed a torrent of blazing dragon fire that ignited the trebuchet and several crew members caught unawares. After gliding past the ship, Viserion turned to target another vessel just 50 meters away. Chapter 89. Exultation. Observing Viserion's performance, Zhuge nodded in approval, satisfied with the results of his training. Surveying the fleet from above, he noted the absence of any formidable crossbows that could threaten Viserion, allowing him to rest easy. Once more, I surveyed the situation of the guards atop the walls of Yunkai. With Viserion's assistance, I felt assured that Yunkai would remain secure. Upon completing my patrol, I intended to depart for Astapor to check on Regal when, suddenly, I noticed Viserion had ceased his assault on the large vessel and was instead soaring directly towards me. My vigilance, though adequate, had finally revealed my presence to him. I thought to myself as I flew to meet Viserion. Having just scorched a trebuchet and roasted a few men, Viserion was preparing to target another ship when he caught sight of a small black in the distant sky. Recognizing this familiar figure, he was instantly filled with a sense of familiarity and swiftly abandoned the large ship to confirm his assumption. Upon realizing it was indeed his leader, Demon, Viserion felt a mix of fear and pride, gesturing towards the flames consuming the ship below. I was quite pleased with Viserion's performance and let out a few hisses of approval. It was only then that I remembered the snacks I had in my pack. I retrieved a handful of dates and tossed them to Viserion. His eyes lit up at the sight of the treats, and he eagerly caught them in his wide maw, chewing contentedly before swallowing. He was unaware of how I managed to procure such delectable food, but both he and Regal often enjoyed culinary delights from my provisions. Previously, they were accustomed only to beef, lamb, or horse meat, but after tasting the nuts, dates, and roasted duck I provided, their palates had become discerning. Once, Ji-Chi was solely responsible for roasting their meat, but now she had to source roasted duck and other delicacies to satisfy the appetites of the two dragons. Unbeknownst to her, she had silently lamented this change many times, unaware that it was I who had spoiled the dragon's tastes. After a few dates, I instructed Viserion to continue aiding in the defense of the city, for I still wished to check on Regal, my young dragon sister. After bidding Viserion farewell, I had scarcely flown a short distance when a sudden, pained groan reached my ears. Turning back, I saw a spear protruding from Viserion's abdomen as he ascended from a large ship. This foolish dragon, so eager to show off. I cursed inwardly, and hastened back towards him. A standard spear could hardly harm Viserion. It was likely he had flown too low to be struck by the crew. Upon reaching Viserion's side, I observed the spear violently swaying, on the verge of dislodging. My worries eased as I noted that it had only penetrated shallowly, lodged between his scales. With a few more flaps of his wings, he would likely shed it on his own, rather than hastily removing the spear. I took to the skies above him and delivered a few sharp strikes to his head, scolding him for his recklessness. This is what you get for showing off. I see that in frustration. Just moments before, Vizirian had faced a spear. Had it been a crossbow bolt, it could have pierced him through, potentially costing him his life. Having just sustained a spear wound without consolation, Vizirian hung his head, too timid to retaliate. The two young dragons, still in their formative years, possessed limited strength in their flames, and I had instructed them that their fire need only scorch the vessel's surface. Flying too low left them vulnerable to attack. Before sending them off, I had personally demonstrated this principle, and yet Vizirian, in a misguided attempt to impress me, had flown too low and taken a spear. My earlier training had seemingly gone to waste, and my anger was justified. After delivering a few more reprimanding strikes, I communicated to Vizirian with a series of hisses, emphasizing the importance of self-preservation over reckless bravado. He nodded repeatedly, a flicker of fear in his eyes, fully aware of the severity of my discipline. Not only would he face hunger as punishment, but there would also be rigorous training involving physical reprimand. A few bruises from such training were not considered punishment. Understanding my message, I flew beneath him and gently grasped the spear with my claws, pulling it free with a burst of blood. With the spear in my grip, I glanced at the robust man surrounded by crew members on the ship below. I took to the air, flying back a few paces before launching the spear with a powerful flap of my wings. It soared through the air, piercing the man's chest and pinning him against the deck. The spear continued through him, vanishing into the ship's boards, leaving a pool of blood and seawater beneath him. The ship is taking on water. One crew member, who had witnessed the gruesome sight unfold, cried out in terror, staring at the spreading sea beneath the fallen man. The surrounding crew, stunned by the increasing volume of water, looked upwards in disbelief. They had seen the small black dragon hurl the spear, striking down one of their own and breaching the ship's hull. Moments before, they had cheered when their comrade struck the great dragon. But now they witnessed the smaller dragon seemingly discipline the larger one, leaving them astonished and questioning the dynamics of power between the two dragons. Quickly, block the ship, someone shouted, rousing the others from their shock. Unbeknownst to them, I harbored a deep disdain for spears. I rubbed my small black claws together as I regarded the fallen man with disdain. The spectacle of my actions had startled Vizirian, who felt both gratitude for my vengeance and awe at my precision. He wondered when he might achieve such prowess. The guards atop the walls also witnessed the scene between Vizirian and me, particularly Dario, who had been vigilantly watching Vizirian. Despite Vizirian's assistance in this defense, Dario felt no relief. His concern lay not with the attacking forces but with the potential harm that could befall Vizirian. He understood well how vital the three dragons were to Queen Daenerys, considering them her children. Before departing Meereen, he had admonished himself to protect Vizirian. But how could he do so when Vizirian would not heed his counsel? As the siege commenced, Vizirian had performed admirably, destroying several trebuchets and inflicting significant damage upon the crew. Yet, the sight of him impaled by a spear had alarmed Dario. If anything were to happen to the dragon under his watch, how could he explain it to the queen? Chapter 90. Winter has come upon seeing the small black dot alongside Vizirian. Dario immediately thought of Demon. He managed to discern the moment Demon dislodged the spear and struck down a crew member. Having witnessed Demon's capabilities before, he was nonetheless astonished by his spear-throwing skill. This revelation brought him a sense of relief. With Demon's presence, he need not worry for Vizirian's safety. However, his relief was short-lived as Demon, after reprimanding Vizirian and slaying the burly crew member, ascended into the sky, leaving Yuan Kai behind. Dario could only watch helplessly as Vizirian soared through the heavens, fearful of further injury. Upon departing Yuan Kai for Astapor, I beheld the remnants of ships strewn across the water and the walls, bearing the scars of a recent battle. Scanning the sky, I found no sign of Regal. Taking a deep breath, I emitted a sharp dragon-s roar that, though not loud, carried far. Nearly 2 minutes later, the green dragon Regal emerged from within the city of Astapor, his swift flight reassuring me that he had likely escaped serious injury, having just survived a fierce battle. Regal was on the verge of a restful slumber when my call roused him, dispelling his fatigue as he joyfully approached me. Upon reaching my side, Regal nudged me with his great head and let out a series of calls, eager to share his accomplishments. Zhuiging examined Regal's body and found no significant injuries aside from a few missing dragon scales. He took out several jujubes and nuts from his backpack and tossed them to her. After consuming the jujubes, Rigo leaned forward, attempting to lick Zhuiging, who quickly dodged aside, as Rigo's taste was rather overwhelming for him. This was typical of Rigo. Had it been Vaesilian, Zhuiging would not have allowed such familiarity. As the first time Vaesilian attempted to nuzzle him, he nearly received a claw to the head. After a few reminders, Vaesilian learned not to invade Zhuiging's personal space. As Zhuoging evaded the affectionate gesture, a flicker of resentment crossed Rigo's eyes, sending a chill down Zhuoging's spine. Lately, Rigo had been increasingly clingy, and Zhuoging couldn't help but worry, suspecting it might be the dragon's mating season. However, they were not yet 2 years old, even by dragon years. 2 was still too young, and most significantly, he felt nothing of the sort himself. He gently patted Rigo's large head to offer comfort before taking flight back to Astapor, intending to assess the state of the city's defenses. Upon arriving at the pyramid where Darren was located, Darren and Little Sparrow were informed of Zhuoging's arrival and came out to greet him. Both knew Zhuoging was the queen's most favored and formidable dragon, capable of altering his size. Although Zhuoging was not officially representing the queen, but rather visiting Rigo, Darren and Little Sparrow did not dare to be negligent. As the two approached, Zhuoging turned his gaze towards the sea, raising his head. Darren, having spent little time with Zhuoging, did not comprehend his intent and looked to Little Sparrow for assistance. Zhuoging was likely inquiring about the siege by the Giscari. Little Sparrow, aware of Zhuoging's ability to understand human speech almost entirely, explained to Darren. Darren was preparing to convey news from Astapor to Queen Daenerys, and Zhuoging's presence was timely for delivering the message. Since Zhuoging was concerned about the situation at sea, Darren briefly mentioned that Rigo had incinerated most of the trebuchets and killed numerous crew members. Catching the Giscari off guard with the Queen's dragon being deployed so swiftly in battle, resulting in heavy losses. Upon hearing Darren's account, Zhuoging concluded that the Giscari would likely refrain from further assaults in the near term, unless they discovered a means to combat dragons. To be cautious, he decided to keep Rigo stationed at Astapor for a few more days to intimidate the Giscari. After Darren finished speaking, he inquired if Zhuoging could deliver a message to Daenerys. Upon receiving a nod from Zhuoging, he took a paper and pen to compose a report. Zhuoging placed Darren's letter in his backpack and prepared to depart. Reluctantly, Rigo followed him for several kilometers before returning to Astapor at Zhuoging's reassurance. After leaving Astapor, Zhuoging did not head directly back to Meereen, but first ventured to the plains for a hearty meal, gathering a surge of faith before returning to Meereen. While Meereen continued its interrogation of the captured son of the Harpy, Tyrion proposed several solutions to address the city's significant food issue. The mountainous regions outside Meereen were abundant with olives, grapes, and wheat, where unskilled freedmen could labor in exchange for compensation. Meereen produced fine wine and salt, which could also accommodate a portion of the freedmen. They would allow freedmen free entry and exit from Meereen, permitting them to accompany merchants and nobles who initially came to purchase slaves, thereby gaining employment. Those who met the requirements for joining the academy before leaving could register under its name and return for further education at any time. However, they would need to sign a hiring agreement and pay up front. Otherwise, they could not leave with the merchants. Those with skills could continue to serve the Great Master, provided they were compensated. Another significant initiative proposed by Tyrion was to expand the military through conscription. Following the turmoil in Meereen and the battles at 2 other locations, both the Unsullied and the Second Sons had suffered considerable losses and required reinforcements. This would not only reasonably alleviate some food issues for the freedmen, but also bolster Daenerys' army in preparation for her future campaign into Westeros. Daenerys had only the Unsullied and Second Sons, and was troubled by their substantial attrition with no means to replenish them. Tyrion's suggestion was perfectly timed. Daenerys immediately instructed Yora to oversee the conscription efforts and notified Daario in Yunkai and Darren in Astapor to synchronize the recruitment. Once the new soldiers were summoned, they would be transported to Meereen for training under Yora, who would then become the commander of the new army. After the conscription announcement was made, a significant number of young freedmen signed up, including even the relatives of slave owners. However, this phenomenon primarily occurred among those without inheritance rights, seeking glory within the military. Should Queen Daenerys ever ascend to rule Westeros, they hoped to gain titles and lands through their deeds. Daenerys welcomed their inclusion, as the relatives of slave owners often possessed certain knowledge or skills, which would prove more beneficial in the army than the newly freed. After delivering Darren's report to Daenerys, Zhuoging felt uneasy about the wildlings and White Walkers beyond the wall, believing he could not find peace of mind without personally assessing the situation. With the Bay of Slaver's recent calm, he resolved to make another journey to the wall to investigate. Bidding farewell to the Mother of Dragons and Shireen, Zhuoging soared directly to the wall. 3 hours later, as he neared Winterfell, a shiver ran down his spine. The temperature was noticeably lower than during his previous visit to the wall, evoking memories of the Stark family's motto, "Winter is coming." Chapter 91. The takeover Westeros had endured over a decade of summer, and the impending long night was uncertain in its duration. In his last correspondence, Varys mentioned that the Red Wedding in Riverrun had failed, and after the death of Littlefinger's father, Roose, the remaining northern nobles organized the remaining forces to capture Littlefinger in Winterfell. Unexpectedly, Littlefinger received word and fled the castle before they could apprehend him. Now, It was unclear who held dominion over Winterfell, and Zhuge intended to investigate. From a distance, he observed the Flayed Man's banner hanging above Winterfell and silently exclaimed, "How could this be? Varys' information could not be erroneous." Yet the terrifying flayed banner of House Bolton raised above the castle posed a conundrum. As he approached Winterfell, Zhuge descended to a lower altitude, stealthily infiltrating the castle to ascertain the situation within. Concealed behind a crumbling wall, he gained a clearer view of the castle. Noting not only the flayed banner flying from the battlements, but also similar flags on scattered poles throughout the castle, Zhuge scrutinized the entirety of Winterfell, noting it had changed significantly since his last visit. After Littlefinger had seized Winterfell, he had ordered craftsmen to hasten repairs to the walls. However, the current state was even more dilapidated than before, with a large section of the northern wall having collapsed. Clearly, for reasons unknown, the castle had endured yet another siege. Recalling Varys' previous intelligence, Zhuge surmised that Littlefinger must have been caught off guard, having suffered a counterattack that allowed him to reclaim Winterfell. Moreover, the bloodstains on the ground indicated that the battle had resulted in numerous casualties, confirming that Winterfell had indeed fallen back into Littlefinger's hands. Zhuge had no intention of lingering. The strife between the North and Littlefinger was of little concern to him for the time being. Just as he was about to take flight towards the wall, a nearby wooden door creaked open, revealing a young man clad in tattered clothing. His hair tangled and beard unkempt, limping as he emerged while muttering mechanically, "I'm a stinking man, I'm a stinking man." Upon observing the young man's vacant demeanor and hearing his mutterings, Zhuge quickly deduced that this must be Theon Greyjoy, who had betrayed Robb Stark and burned Winterfell. Now reduced to a shell of his former self after being mutilated and tormented by Littlefinger. Clutching a chamber pot, Theon mechanically turned his head in search of the staircase. And as his gaze met Zhuge's, his initially vacant expression momentarily faltered, followed by a frown, as if pondering what manner of creature Zhuge truly was. As Xian caught sight of himself, Zhuge did not shy away. Given Xian's current state, he would not have shouted even upon seeing himself. Furrowing his brow, Xian stared at Zhuge for several seconds, and suddenly, a glimmer of brightness flickered in his previously dull eyes. He hurriedly ran toward Zhuge, his legs awkwardly moving, oblivious to the spilled nightjar in his hand, muttering, Long. How is it that you can still recognize me?" Observing the spark of excitement in Xian's still somewhat dazed eyes, Zhuge hastily took flight, as if fearing that Xian might attempt to seize him like a bird. Soaring into the sky, Zhuge glanced back. Xian was still gazing upward, seemingly reluctant to let go. Zhuge felt little sympathy for Xian's plight, but was deeply reflective. Since the age of 10, Xian had been sent by his father, Balon, the Lord of the Iron Islands, to Winterfell as a ward. Although Eddard Stark had been engaged in fierce conflict with the Iron Islands, he treated Balon's son remarkably well. While he was not raised as a true son, he was certainly not regarded as an outsider. Eddard's eldest son, Robb, treated him like a brother, even allowing him to return to the Iron Islands during the standoff with Tywin. Yet, unexpectedly, spurred by his father's rejection, Xian rejected his mission from Robb and led the Ironborn to seize Winterfell, which was guarded only by Bran and a few others. The people of Winterfell, unwilling to submit to their former ward, faced Xian's wrath, leading him to kill his mentor, Ser Roderick, and fatally wound the everkind Maester Luwin. Had it not been for the wildling Osha's cunning rescue of Bran and Rickon, he might have even slain the two Stark boys. After enduring the torment of Ramsay Snow, Xian followed his sister, the Ironborn Yara, until the united army faced the Night King. Xian willingly volunteered to protect Bran, ultimately falling to the Night King, thus achieving his desired fate. Pondering Xian's tumultuous journey, Zhuge gradually approached the wall of Hardhome, where the air was chillingly sharp, and even south of the wall, snowflakes began to fall. This time, Zhuge did not keep his distance from the black castle of Hardhome but, under the cover of swirling snow, flew above the castle to observe the interior. The black castle had increased its personnel, both within and atop the wall. Despite the Night's Watchmen huddling in corners to evade the blizzard, they occasionally rose to check for any signs of wildling armies beyond the walls. Commander Elisa, despite his disdain for Jon Snow, recognized that the news of the Wildling King's assault was credible. Should those desperate wildlings breach the wall, survival for the Night's Watchmen, whom the wildlings regarded as crows, would be bleak. Zhuge circled the Black Castle, assessing the situation of the black-clad guards, and found himself devoid of confidence in the Night's Watch. With their meager numbers, it was utterly impossible to withstand an army of 100,000 wildlings. He wondered how many men of the Night's Watch would remain after the wildling siege. After completing his reconnaissance, Zhuge did not rush to depart, but hovered quietly above the Black Castle, waiting patiently. The fierce blizzard at such heights posed no hindrance to him. Snowflakes melted upon contact, quickly turning into droplets, which evaporated before they could fall. As fortune would have it, after nearly an hour of waiting in the cold wind, Zhuge finally spotted a familiar rotund figure. With a tall and corpulent frame, The figure had a round head and was pushing open a door. After stepping out, he did not hastily close the door, but instead stood in the entrance, blocking the wind and snow for someone coming from behind before shutting the door slowly. As the two figures moved, Zhuogung discerned that the woman accompanying the hefty man was cradling a small child, wrapped snugly. Upon seeing the woman and child, Zhuogung was certain of the identity of the stout figure. It was undoubtedly Samuel Tarley. The woman must be the daughter and wife of the peculiar Castark, whom Sam had kindly rescued and brought to the Black Castle. Seeing Sam safe brought Zhuogung some relief, for he was a potential hope for healing Shireen's scarred face. Sam and the woman traversed the castle grounds and entered another room, remaining inside for over half an hour without any sign of John. Zhuogung speculated that John might not be in the Black Castle. Otherwise, given his relationship with Sam, they would likely have encountered each other. He decided to circle back and check if he could find John upon his return. Chapter 92, Mammoth flying westward above the wall of Hardhome. Zhuogung wished to assess the defensive conditions elsewhere. Every few miles along the wall, there were ballistae, and after flying 2 or 3 kilometers, the defenses and personnel distribution appeared largely similar. Just as Zhuogung was about to accelerate, he spotted a young man clad in a black cloak, with straight black hair and striking features, walking through a passageway in the wall. Upon seeing the young man, Zhuogung felt a jolt of recognition. Could it be John? He followed the young man through the air for a short distance, observing as he inspected the fortifications, occasionally adjusting the ballistae. After a while, Zhuogung confirmed his identity through his interactions with his companions. It was indeed Jon Snow, the somewhat self-conscious, yet steadfast and honorable Stark, who had tirelessly fought against the White Walkers, only to be betrayed by the Night's Watch, stabbed multiple times, and resurrected by Melisandre, the Red Priestess. Utilized by others while remaining oblivious to their schemes, Jon had betrayed his love for the sake of others, ultimately reaping no rewards for himself. Zhuogung pondered whether his appearance would alter Jon's fate, or if he would still be resurrected by Melisandre after death. Initially intending merely to observe Jon, Zhuogung found himself reluctant to allow this diligent Night's Watchman to endure such a grim fate, wishing to thwart Elisir, the mastermind behind the betrayal. Following Jon to the Black Castle, Zhuogung identified his quarters and patiently awaited his departure. Once Jon left, he inscribed a few words for him, leaving the course of action to Jon's discretion. After departing from the Black Castle, Zhuogung subsequently visited Eastwatch and Shadow Tower, assessing the defensive strength of these primary bastions of the wall, further diminishing his confidence in the Night's Watch's ability to confront the impending wildling horde. With such scant personnel, it was sheer folly to expect them to withstand the wildling onslaught. Even the towering, 200-meter wall would not suffice to deter the wildlings' resolve to assault. After circling the wall, Zhuogung soared beyond it, eager to glimpse the wildling army, rumored to include giants and mammoths. He did not wish to return to the wall only to witness giants and mammoths transformed into White Walkers. If a few months prior the area beyond the wall basked in sunshine, it was now unlikely to see the sun again for some time. The colder temperatures and fierce winds intensified as one approached the land of eternal winter, where snow-covered forests and barren rocky hills loomed. Zhuogung could not help but admire the wildlings' resilience and tenacity. They thrived in such harsh conditions, and he wondered what sustenance they relied upon. In less than half an hour of flying at his speed, he spotted a dark mass of wildlings gathered atop a small rocky hill. As he drew closer, he discerned 2 towering giants at the forefront, one walking on foot, the other seated upon the back of a massive mammoth. The giants stood nearly 4 meters tall, their flat faces adorned with large noses, the bridge of which protruded, giving the impression that they could sprout trunks from their noses. The ancient behemoth, the mammoth, loomed even taller, with tusks curving forward, its entire body and limbs cloaked in thick fur, the hair around its ankles nearly dragging on the ground. Astonished by the sight of the giant and the mammoth, Zhuogung could not help but marvel at the wonders of this world, where even such legendary ancient creatures still exist. Having just expressed his amazement, he pondered his own circumstances. With dragons already in existence, the emergence of other colossal beings hardly seemed remarkable. Suddenly, while observing the giant and the mammoth, Zhuogung witnessed the previously sluggish mammoth raise its head and emit a resonant trumpet. Had it detected him? As the mammoth called out in his direction, Zhuogung speculated and swiftly ascended into the sky. The once quiet horde of wildlings was startled by the mammoth's long call. In their perception, the mammoth was quieter than the giant. While giants could occasionally exhibit aggression, the mammoth, which spent its days grazing on bark and hay, was rarely heard. Those aware of the mammoth's situation understood it was far too old, the last of its kind to have survived to this day. The first to notice the mammoth's unusual behavior was the giant Marg riding atop it. Upon hearing the long-hushed mammoth trumpet, Marg failed to grasp the situation at first. It was only when the mammoth trumpeted again that Marg turned to the direction from which the sound emanated. Snowflakes danced in the air, obscuring his vision, and he furrowed his brow in confusion, unable to comprehend why the mammoth would suddenly call out. After a brief moment of contemplation, he dismissed the thought. the wildling king. Mance was also startled by the mammoth's call, initially suspecting it had detected the approach of the White Walkers. He hurried to Marg's side to inquire about the situation. Receiving no answer, Mance quickly instructed his men to heighten their vigilance against the impending threat. Observing the commotion below from the heights, Zhuoging was taken aback by the mammoth's keen senses. Even at such an altitude, he had been discovered amidst the wind and snow. Cautiously, he estimated the number of wildlings below, concluding there were approximately 80 to 100,000. Having traveled with Daenerys for some time, he had unconsciously acquired some military tactics. The wildling army, often referred to as a force of 100,000, was more accurately a band of refugees, predominantly comprised of the elderly, women, and children. With no more than 30,000 capable fighters, even that number far surpassed the mere 1,000 Night's Watchmen, especially considering the reinforcements from Tormund and the formidable warriors of the Free Folk. After assessing their numbers, Zhuoging contemplated the distance he had flown from the wall. At the wildlings' current pace, they would reach the foot of the wall in no more than a week, signaling the onset of their siege. He wondered how Jon, the future commander of the Night's Watch, would choose when that time came, to continue the long-standing alliance with the wildlings to defend the wall. Or to heed the ancient enmity between the Night's Watch and the wildlings, keeping them at bay. As he flew over the wildling horde, Zhuoging directed his course toward the land of eternal winter, this time exercising greater caution and altitude. Trailing closely behind the wildlings was the army of the Night King. And Zhuoging was determined not to plunge headlong into the Night King's embrace. Despite his current speed and defensive capabilities, he remained wary of the Night King. The Night King was not only adept with a spear, but also impervious to dragon fire. Zhuoging, despite his formidable defenses, dared not confront the Night King's spear directly. This world held far too many unknowns for him, much like the warlock Piet's ability to teleport, no matter how skilled one might be. It was difficult to guard against. Following the trail left by the wildlings northward, Zhuoging reduced his speed and flew for an hour before spotting another slowly advancing group. From a distance, they appeared similar to the previous wildling horde, but as he approached and examined them closely, their differences became evident. Their movements were stiff, their strides unsteady, with bodies that were somewhat twisted, even defying normal joint angles. Learning from the earlier experience of being detected by the mammoth, Zhuoging refrained from getting too close to the Night King's army of the dead, opting instead to observe from a safe distance in the sky, hoping to discern the Night King's whereabouts. The closer he drew to the army of the dead, the fiercer the snowstorm became, reminding him of the blizzards conjured by the Night King during the siege, which had rendered Daenerys and Jon, mounted on their dragons, nearly blind. They had nearly missed the opportunity to ignite the trenches. And it was only thanks to the assistance of the Red Priestess Melisandre that the advance of the army of the dead was thwarted. Straining his eyes to search the ranks, Zhuoging failed to spot the Night King among the approximately 50 to 60,000 strong army. The troops were scattered, and with visibility so poor, he could not see the opposite side of the horde, forcing him to circle around in search of the Night King. As he searched for the Night King, he observed the White Walkers on the fringes of the army. Their appearances bore a resemblance to zombies. With the distinction of their blue eyes, and unlike the sluggishness they exhibited now, they moved with remarkable speed in battle. It was said that White Walkers could only be killed with dragon glass, Valyrian steel, or dragon fire, and Zhuoging felt an urge to unleash a torrent of flames. Just then, he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Without a moment to spare, he flapped his wings and soared upward. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his right leg as a spear whizzed past him. While he flew higher, he turned to see several horses moving slowly through the storm. Damn it! He cursed inwardly, realizing he had been ambushed. He had instinctively assumed that if he could not see the Night King, then he too would be unseen. He had forgotten that the storm might only obscure his vision, not the Night King's. It was likely that while he had been searching for the Night King, the latter had been covertly observing him, seizing the moment of distraction to launch the spear. As he contemplated this, Zhuoging executed erratic maneuvers in the air. Despite the pain in his leg, he felt less apprehensive about the Night King than before. Although the spear had immense force, it bore no magical enhancements or strange abilities, which relieved him considerably. His greatest fear had been that the Night King's spear contained unknown properties. Now, he was grateful that the spear had struck his leg rather than his wings. Otherwise, he would have been forced to flee back to the wall in disgrace. Despite gaining some confidence, Zhuoging had no intention of confronting the Night King directly. Dragon fire would not suffice to vanquish him, and he certainly could not rely on his claws to defeat him. For now, he could only afford to engage the Night King from a distance. He glanced at the wound on his leg. Although he had evaded the spear in time, a large scale had been torn away, along with a chunk of flesh the size of a peanut. While that might seem insignificant in his juvenile form, it would likely be the size of a basin if he were fully grown, nearly reaching the point of a debilitating injury. The thought sent a chill through him. Despite his utmost caution, he had nearly fallen into the Night King's trap. However, the idea of fleeing now left him feeling unsatisfied. Having been struck by a spear without even glimpsing the Night King's visage, Zhuge was reluctant to return to the wall. After observing the Night King's previous position, Zhuge dove down, striving to keep an eye on the Night King and his minions. At last, he caught sight of the horses again. When he finally beheld the Night King, he saw him receiving a spear passed to him by a subordinate, preparing to launch another assault on Zhuge. In that moment, Zhuge clearly discerned the Night King's appearance. Clad in lightweight armor, his face bore intricate vertical patterns, seemingly sculpted, and his eyes were a deep, piercing blue. Zhuge was certainly not foolish enough to charge directly at the Night King's spear. He lacked the confidence to evade the throws of the King of Javelins. Upon recognizing the Night King, Zhuge lifted his wings and veered to the side. The Night King, expecting Zhuge to dive straight toward him, was taken aback by the unexpected maneuver and had to mechanically turn to aim at him once more. Zhuge, however, did not grant the Night King the opportunity to aim at him from close range, skillfully maneuvering his agile form to evade. While the adult dragon might have succeeded in landing a hit after targeting him, the extraordinary agility of Zhuge in his juvenile state rendered even the Night King's exceptional throwing prowess futile. He could not discern Zhuge's flight patterns in time to throw a second spear. Ultimately, as Zhuge vanished into the horizon, the Night King was left without having launched his javelin. After watching the direction in which Zhuge had disappeared, he returned the spear to his subordinate and continued to command the army of the dead to advance along the remnants left by the wildling host. On his journey back, Zhuge did not linger at the wall, opting instead to fly directly to King's Landing. Hours later, he arrived at a dilapidated street adjacent to a flea market, ensuring that no one was around before retrieving the letter Varys had entrusted to him. This time, the rendezvous point differed from previous occasions. To prevent the frequent exchange of intelligence from being discovered, Varys, the master of information, had chosen a new location. Upon obtaining the letter, Zhuge was immediately confronted with two pieces of grim news. One from the wall, announcing that the Night's Watch commander Jeor Mormont had been betrayed by his own men and was stabbed to death at Castle Black. The death of Commander Mormont stirred a sense of sorrow in Zhuge for Yora, as their father-son relationship had always been strained. He wondered how Yora would react upon receiving such news. While Zhuge was not particularly surprised by Mormont's demise, the other piece of news left him utterly astounded. Hand of the King Tywin had been poisoned in his chambers, the lethal toxin being the very essence that kills its victim. Tyrion was deemed the parricide and was thus pursued by Queen Cersei's bounty. Zhuge was taken aback to learn that Shae had neither betrayed Tyrion nor bedded Tywin. Yet Tywin had met his end so prematurely. He naturally dismissed the notion that Tyrion had poisoned Tywin in his absence, without Shae's dual provocations. Tyrion could not have committed such a heinous act against his father. But who, then, had orchestrated Tywin's death? According to Varys' analysis, three potential culprits emerged. The most probable was Queen Olenna, the Queen of Thorns, in collusion with Peter Baelish, for they were responsible for Joffrey's demise. Tywin's grip on power made his assassination advantageous for Olenna and Baelish in their games of influence. Varys' second suspect was Oberyn Martell, who harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Tywin. Having slain the Mountain in combat, it was not inconceivable that he would seize the opportunity to poison Tywin as well. The third suspect, however, took Zhuge by surprise. Varys insinuated that Cersei herself might have poisoned her father, framing Tyrion for the deed. Varys merely listed the suspects in his letter without providing detailed reasoning. Chapter 94. A wounded returned Zhuge was somewhat skeptical regarding the theory of Cersei's involvement in Tywin's poisoning. As the Lannister family's cornerstone, Tywin was both a formidable warrior and a cunning strategist. Cersei, basking in the shade of Tywin's influence, would hardly stoop to patricide, even in her hatred for Tyrion. After much contemplation, Zhuge decided to abandon the pursuit of the true perpetrator behind Tywin's poisoning. Such matters were far too taxing on the mind, and he resolved to await Varys' revelations in due course. In addition to the two death notices, Varys conveyed several other pieces of intelligence. Balon Greyjoy, the leader of the Iron Islands, had perished in a bridge accident, and his brother, Euron Greyjoy, had returned from his travels to take command of the Iron Islands. Oberyn had returned to Dorne, Stannis had departed Dragonstone with an uncertain destination, and Zhuge suspected he had heeded Melisandre's counsel to head for the Wall. Ramsay Bolton, after withdrawing from Winterfell, had unexpectedly returned to seize the opportunity presented by the newly stationed Northern Army. Exploiting a gap left in the city walls, he infiltrated Winterfell, nearly annihilating the northern forces and capturing numerous northern nobles, thereby asserting complete control over the north. Afterwards, Ramsay sent a letter to the regent Queen Cersei in King's Landing, requesting to inherit his father Roos's title as Earl and seeking to be named the Warden of the North. Elated upon hearing that Ramsay had effectively obliterated the remnants of the Northern Army that had returned with House Stark, Cersei readily acquiesced to all of Ramsay's demands. The situation in Winterfell aligned closely with Zhuge's predictions. He could not help but admire Ramsay, whose psychopathy was matched only by his ruthless cunning. embodying the qualities of a formidable warlord. Previously, he had personally killed his father Roose, and now he required no direct involvement. As the Blackfish had aided in the eradication of the Northern forces, Robb Stark, meanwhile, was besieged by both House Frey and Stannis, leaving Ramsay firmly entrenched in Winterfell. It remained uncertain whether he would confront Stannis again, and in such a conflict, who would prevail. Upon finishing the letter, Zhaogang instructed Varys to relay all this information to Daenerys, the mother of dragons, in Slaver's Bay through the Little Birds, with Varys as the intelligence chief in King's Landing. It was unacceptable for Slaver's Bay to remain so isolated from vital news. Upon returning to the Grand Pyramid in Meereen, Zhaogang found Daenerys absent and recalled that today marked the official inauguration of the Academy, leading him to surmise they were gathered in the smaller pyramid to the east. Approaching the smaller pyramid, Zhaogang spotted the words Academy inscribed in High Valyrian, elegantly displayed at a prominent position on the pyramid. The structure was adorned with colorful banners, and 2 rows of lanterns hung at the entrance. A crowd of Meereen residents, merchants, and nobles had gathered in the adjacent square. While the number of guards had multiplied significantly, as Zhaogang soared into the pyramid, he was immediately spotted by the bustling Shireen. "Zhaogang, why have you returned so late? The inauguration ceremony is about to commence," Shireen exclaimed, extending her small hand towards him in delight. Having donned the luxurious attire of Meereen, Daenerys, who was having her garments arranged by Missandei, turned her head upon hearing Shireen's voice. "Oh, Zhaogang, how did you sustain those injuries?" Shireen exclaimed, noticing the small piece of flesh missing from Zhaogang's right leg, with blood still staining his calf and claws. "Zhaogang, are you hurt?" Daenerys gasped, rushing over in alarm upon hearing Shireen's outcry, her concern palpable. "Your Majesty, over here," Shireen pointed towards Zhaogang's right leg, speaking with evident concern. Seeing the gash on Zhaogang's leg startled Daenerys. The indentation was unmistakably the result of a sharp weapon. Even a shiny scale was missing, with some scales partially torn away but still clinging to his body, a testament to the weapon's sharpness that had inflicted such a wound. Missandei, quickly summon a healer, Daenerys commanded, then turned back to Zhaogang with worry, asking, "Where on earth have you been? How did you get hurt?" Those preparing for the inauguration ceremony nearby, including Tyrion, halted their activities upon hearing Daenerys' anxious voice and rushed to Zhaogang's side to ascertain the situation. "It's just a minor injury, nothing severe." Zhaogang sighed inwardly at the gathering of concerned faces around him. His reassurances did little to alleviate Daenerys' worry. She had witnessed Zhaogang's incredible speed as he darted through hundreds of adversaries. Despite enduring numerous blades, he had scarcely lost a few scales. The resilience of his defenses was extraordinary. Yet now, a chunk of flesh had been forcibly excised from his leg. Considering the wound and the surrounding scales, it appeared that whatever had harmed Zhaogang had merely grazed his leg, severing a piece of flesh. Had it struck him directly, given his small size, it might have easily pierced through him. With this thought, tears nearly welled in Daenerys' eyes, while she was preoccupied with her preparations. She had been blissfully unaware of the close brush with loss. "Zhaogang, what could have hurt you? Was it a Valyrian weapon? Or a crossbow?" Daenerys pondered, struggling to conceive of anything capable of inflicting such severe damage on Zhaogang. Both Tyrion and Shireen gazed anxiously at Zhaogang's injured leg. They too had witnessed his terrifying agility amidst chaos. In their minds, there seemed to be no weapon capable of delivering significant harm to him. They shared Daenerys' sentiments, convinced that Zhaogang must have encountered a Valyrian steel weapon or some other formidable armament, for it was inconceivable that a mere scratch could result in such a grievous wound. As Daenerys gazed anxiously at herself, tears welling in her eyes, Drogon felt a surge of emotion. He nuzzled her hand with his small head and murmured, "It is not my carelessness. He finds it difficult to hurt me." Upon hearing Drogon's thoughts, Daenerys, startled by her own urgency, almost voiced a question but quickly silenced herself, sensing something amiss. At that moment, a physician in his 40s hurried over, and the crowd parted swiftly to allow him to attend to Drogon's wounds. The physician crouched down to examine Drogon's injury, preparing to fetch a basin of water for cleaning, when Daenerys abruptly intervened. She produced a cloth from her person, dampened it, and began to clean the wound herself, fearing that the physician's touch might inadvertently cause Drogon pain. As she washed the injury, Daenerys carefully observed Drogon's reactions, intent on avoiding any discomfort. Her fingers brushed against the scales on Drogon's leg, and she was reminded of his appearance at birth. Though he was the same size then, he bore no scales, resembling a plucked pigeon, let alone having scales on his legs. Now, while Drogon retained the size of a juvenile, he was a perfect miniature of a fully grown dragon, his petite form exquisitely detailed. Daenerys noticed the unusually fine and sharp spines along Drogon's neck. Each wing bone extended into pointed spines, and the tail exhibited signs of elongated bony protrusions, lending Drogon not only a delicate elegance, but also a fierce beauty. Chapter 95. The opening of the academy, the sudden emergence of spines on Drogon, was something she had never observed on Regal or Viserion, leading her to speculate that Drogon was simply maturing at a faster rate than his siblings. Thankfully, Drogon could soften those bony spikes. Otherwise, she would have to exercise extreme caution when touching him. A soft hiss escaped Drogon as his leg twitched, prompting Daenerys to inquire, "Did I hurt you?" Realizing her distraction had caused her to inadvertently inflict pain, she became aware that her earlier touch had indeed grazed the deepest part of Drogon's wound, causing him to involuntarily flinch. Once Daenerys had cleaned the wound, the physician retrieved a dark ointment from his bag, ready to apply it to Drogon's leg. Upon seeing the ointment, Daenerys recalled the witch Melisandre, who had treated Jorah Mormont's injuries with a similar dark salve. She raised her hand to halt the physician's application, scrutinizing his expression for any sign of unease. The physician, perplexed by her interruption, could not fathom the cause. Drogon, upon seeing the dark ointment, was adamantly opposed to its application, fearing it might bond with his flesh, and he had no desire to encapsulate a lump within his body. Moreover, he was aware of the nature of his injury and believed it would heal swiftly without the need for any salve. Noticing Daenerys' intervention, Drogon took the opportunity to break free from her grasp and soared into the air. As Daenerys prepared to instruct the physician to proceed with the treatment, she realized Drogon had already ascended into the sky. "Drogon, are you certain you do not require the salve?" she called out, suspecting his reluctance. When Drogon nodded mid-flight, she ceased her insistence, recognizing that she could not compel him. She resolved to monitor his leg for any signs of improvement, knowing that if the injury did not heal, applying the salve could wait. With Drogon's aversion to the ointment, the physician had no choice but to stow it away, resulting in a visit that bore no fruit. After the physician departed, Drogon returned to perch upon Daenerys' shoulder. Missandei promptly addressed Daenerys, saying, "Your Grace, the opening ceremony is about to commence." This was a reminder Missandei had long wished to convey, yet she had refrained from interrupting while Daenerys tended to Drogon's injury, aware that she had delayed the ceremony. Daenerys felt, however, that Drogon's well-being took precedence. Now reassured that the injury would not significantly impede Drogon, she felt prepared to proceed with the opening ceremony. As for Drogon's previous cryptic thoughts, she would have to devise a means to glean further insights later. Outside the pyramid, the crowd gathered for the opening ceremony began to stir, sensing the delay in Daenerys' arrival. However, the Unsullied maintained order, preventing any chaos from erupting. Unbeknownst to them as they speculated the reasons for the postponement, Daenerys, Tyrion, and others emerged from the pyramid to take their places at the long table set upon the high platform. The crowd below was taken aback to see Tyrion and Shireen sharing the stage with Daenerys. For Tyrion and Shireen, the unusual gazes of the Meereen populace were nothing new, and they proceeded calmly to their designated seats. Among those seated at the long table was also the artist, Hintly, who had previously painted Daenerys. Originally slated to be introduced later, the art program would now commence ahead of schedule due to the publication requirements. With everyone seated, Missandei and Daenerys rose simultaneously. Missandei began. "Before you stands Daenerys Targaryen, Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, born of the Storm." Following her introduction, Daenerys addressed the crowd, "Esteemed citizens of Meereen and friends from afar. I hereby announce the official establishment of the Academy today. Regardless of gender, age, or station, be it commoner, noble, or merchant, any talented individual from across the 4 continents who meets the criteria may serve or study at the Academy without the need for any oaths." Upon concluding her proclamation, a wave of murmurs surged through the crowd, as many had only heard rumors regarding the Academy's admission criteria, particularly for those beyond the confines of the Slave Bay. Disbelief rippled through them at the notion that Queen Daenerys would extend such opportunities to those unrelated to her. In a world where knowledge had long been the monopoly of the mighty and the noble, even wealthy merchants often lacked access to education, let alone the impoverished. Many had come to hear the Queen's words on the Academy's founding, and upon learning of the admission criteria, they were both elated and astonished. Queen Daenerys truly intended to impart knowledge at an accessible cost to those who joined the Academy. After Daenerys took her seat, the crowd below began to chatter. And even after 3 minutes, there was no sign of quieting. Missandei, unwilling to wait any longer, stood and surveyed the audience. Once the noise subsided, she continued, "Currently, the Academy offers courses in governance, history, languages, medicine, and painting, with plans to introduce additional subjects as enrollment permits. I would like to introduce the Academy's key members. The head of the Academy will be personally overseen by Her Majesty, the Queen. The governance department will be led by Tyrion Lannister, the former hand of the king." Upon hearing this, the crowd realized that the dwarf they had just seen on stage had indeed held such a prestigious position in King's Landing, the capital of Westeros, the most populous city in the world, and they had underestimated him purely based on his stature, now regarding him with newfound respect. The history department will be overseen by Shireen Baratheon, daughter of Stannis and niece to the late King Robert. The mention of Shireen's lineage elicited another round of murmurs. As it became clear why such a young girl held a place of prominence, she hailed from the Baratheon line. Shireen stood calmly from her seat and acknowledged the crowd with a nod. The painting department will be directed by the esteemed artist Hentley Vico. Hentley rose gracefully from his seat and gave a slight bow to the audience. I will oversee the language department. My name is Missandei. Missandei concluded her brief introduction. Upon hearing her words, those with experience in the crowd immediately deduced her identity. The fact that Queen Daenerys had appointed a former slave to lead the language department shattered their preconceived notions once more. Anyone wishing to join the academy or register their talents may do so now. After the simple inauguration ceremony, the scene shifted to on-site registration, where the unblemished ones removed the long tables and rearranged a few single tables. Chapter 96, Editorial Authority. Although Miran had already completed the registration for the academy, there were still many people present today, most of whom hailed from areas beyond Miran. Among them were even registrants from Yuan-Kai and Astapor, both of which had many individuals who had already registered locally. They had heard that Miran was about to officially establish an academy, and that branches in Yuan-Kai and Astapor would only be established after the academy in Miran was firmly established. Eager individuals had arrived early in Miran. The date for the official establishment of the academy was announced half a month prior, and many of those registering today were drawn by its reputation. Most of those registering for administrative subjects were relatives of nobles or slave owners, possessing some experience in managing family affairs, making the study of administrative matters relatively straightforward. 5 tables were set up for the different subjects, each overseen by its respective supervisor. However, they were not alone in their endeavors. Students who had already confirmed their enrollment in the academy had also come to assist in welcoming new members. The medical supervisor was temporarily assigned to the physician Dawn, who had just prepared to tend to Zhao Geng's injury. At one table, the artist Huntley was enthusiastically registering a young painter in his 20s. He had not anticipated that the painting subject would be officially established so soon, as he believed it was not initially intended to be set up on the day of inauguration. Later, he learned that due to the need for illustrations in the textbooks being compiled by other subject supervisors or teachers, the urgent demand for artists prompted the early establishment of this subject. What truly excited him was not just this fact. According to Queen Daenerys' close advisor Missandei, the Queen placed great importance on the compilation of the texts, paying meticulous attention to each subject. The compiled books would not only bear the names of the authors, but also feature the names of the participating artists, acknowledging them as illustrators in the list of contributors. The thought of his name being immortalized in print filled Huntley with exhilaration. He had previously worked on illustrations for books, but had merely received a small fee, never dreaming of having his name credited within the pages. Now, with the Queen establishing the academy, not only did he take on the role of a supervisor and teacher, but he could also earn substantial rewards for creating illustrations while ensuring his name would endure through time, a prospect that his father and grandfather, both artists, could scarcely have imagined. The physician Dawn shared in this excitement when Missandei invited him to contribute to the medical texts for teaching novice healers. He had never envisioned that his medical skills would lead to such an opportunity. Consequently, he enrolled in Missandei's language course to enhance his proficiency in the common tongue. Tyrion did not personally register at the table, but entrusted the task to a young nobleman from Yuan-Kai named Darcy. According to Darcy, his father disapproved of his decision to join the academy in Miran, leading him to sneak away without his father's knowledge. Tyrion was quite fond of such a determined and spirited young man, and after assessing his knowledge, he was even more pleased. Darcy's level of knowledge was among the finest among the noble and slave-owning youth. Also quite busy was the young girl Shireen, who not only served as the supervisor of the history subject, responsible for crafting the curriculum, but also taught classes while concurrently studying administration with Tyrion and Valyrian with Missandei. After spending some time with Tyrion, he discovered that Shireen was not only well-versed in historical knowledge, but also possessed remarkable talent in administrative matters. Shireen had officially taken Tyrion as her teacher and was learning the intricacies of governance under his guidance. Unlike other supervisors, Missandei was not fixated on the language registration point. Instead, she continued preparing for the academy's courses. Upon learning that Queen Daenerys intended to establish the academy, Missandei sought out translators who had previously studied language alongside her and had served noble families, informing them of the Queen's plans and inviting them to join the academy as instructors or to further their studies. All were exceptionally pleased by Missandei's invitation and expressed envy for her opportunity to encounter the great Queen Daenerys. They held immense respect for Missandei, marveling at her ability to master 19 languages, a feat they had scarcely heard of. Once they interacted with Missandei, they were truly captivated by her linguistic talents, making her appointment as language supervisor entirely justified. At that moment, Missandei was directing individuals in transporting desks and necessary items to the various subject classrooms when a dark board once again caught her attention. This was a simple teaching tool made at Daenerys' behest, suitable for writing with white chalk. The large lettering made it easy for all students to view the content being taught, and the writing could be easily erased with a cloth, making it exceedingly practical. The students transporting the board were curious about its purpose, and upon inquiring, they learned of its function. During their free time, they experimented with the white chalk and found it remarkably convenient, admiring the ingenuity of the board's creator. After the registration commenced, Daenerys closely examined Zhao Ging's leg injury, urging him to take a few steps to assess any impediment to his mobility, and she could only pray for a swift recovery, hoping for no lingering ailments. The day of the bustling inauguration ceremony concluded only after the sun had set, with Daenerys gathering with everyone to hear reports on the Academy's preparations. The groundwork for each subject was nearly complete, with the remaining task being the organization of the newly registered individuals. Daenerys decided that the Academy would commence formal classes 3 days later, with specific schedules determined by each subject supervisor. As the brief meeting neared its conclusion, Barristan noticed Daenerys' signal and approached Tyrion, presenting him with a letter he retrieved from his person. Tyrion observed Barristan's slightly grave expression and, feeling perplexed, accepted the letter. Quickly discovering the news of his father Tywin's death, Tyrion could hardly believe that his typically robust and commanding father had passed away, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Regarding Tywin, Tyrion harbored more resentment than affection. He had once hoped to impress his father and prove his worth. But his efforts were met only with Tywin's coldness and scorn. Just recently, Tywin and his sister Cersei had conspired to eliminate him, and now, unexpectedly, he remained alive while his father had succumbed. Tyrion found himself at a loss as to whether to feel anger or amusement. After a moment of silence, he recalled that the letter contained another piece of news, and judging by Yora's curious glance, he surmised that Yora had not seen this correspondence before. He skimmed through the remaining contents of the letter and silently approached Yora, handing it to him. Yora had been intrigued by the letter's contents, which had elicited such strange expressions from Barristan and Tyrion. Upon receiving the letter, his surprise transformed into anger, only to gradually shift into silence. Chapter 97, Offering Counsel. His relationship with his father, the commander of the Night's Watch, Gior, had never been particularly good, and it had completely deteriorated due to his wife Lisa's circumstances, leading him to leave the family behind along with the ancestral Valyrian steel sword Longclaw. The news of his father's death struck him with shock and fury. Despite his father's age, he had always been in excellent health. As the commander of the Night's Watch, the likelihood of encountering danger was less than that faced by the Rangers, and he could never have imagined that his father had met his end at the hands of the Night's Watch. The White Walkers had been absent for a millennium. Had something unforeseen transpired beyond the wall? Otherwise, how could the Night's Watch, which typically dealt only with scattered wildlings, betray his father, an old commander? Yora pondered these questions as he reread the letter, eventually handing it back to Barristan, who took it and patted Yora's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Daenerys also nodded at Yora, expressing her condolences for his father. In truth, this letter had already been delivered in the afternoon, but at that time, Tyrion and Yora were preoccupied with their tasks and did not share the news with them. Given the death of the two subordinate fathers, Daenerys could hardly discuss the other messages sent by Varys. She dismissed the meeting so they could rest. The following day, in the tranquil council chamber of the pyramid, only Tyrion, Daenerys, and one dragon remained. Both were somewhat fatigued from preparing the academy, yet their spirits were not entirely diminished. Tyrion had adjusted to the news of his father Tywin's demise. Lord Tyrion, how do you suggest I govern the Bay of Slaves? When can we cross the narrow sea to attack King S Landing? Drogon sensed that Daenerys' examination of Tyrion had commenced and perked up, gazing intently at him. Tyrion had already begun contemplating Daenerys' inquiry since arriving in Meereen. He raised his goblet, took a sip of red wine, pondered, and replied. The foremost issue to address in the 3 cities of the Bay of Slaves is the matter of sustenance. I have observed vast tracts of barren land surrounding the 3 cities. To the west and south, they are bordered by the sea. To the north, they connect with the Dothraki Sea, and to the east, they are distanced from the Red Waste. The Skahazdan River and the Worm River flow nearby, providing a climate and water suitable for agriculture. We could send unskilled slaves, particularly those from Yunkai, to cultivate these lands, as they lack the means for survival. This would both resolve the food crisis and afford them productive tasks. Despite the small size of the 3 cities of the Bay of Slaves, their populations are significant. Daenerys' greatest concern was her inability to sustain them. Unlike slave masters, she could not sell slaves to finance their upkeep. Upon hearing Tyrion's thoughts, she was suddenly enlightened to the advantageous geography of the Bay of Slaves, and as a port city, it presented a considerable asset. Tyrion's previous proposal regarding conscription not only addressed the issue of idle slaves, but also provided her with 30,000 new soldiers, much to her delight. She was pleasantly surprised by Tyrion's swift ingenuity once more. Drogon, perched upon Daenerys' shoulder, nodded in agreement with Tyrion's ideas. Witnessing the plight of the hundreds of thousands of starving freed slaves in the Bay of Slaves caused Drogon great concern, particularly with the 200,000 bed slaves from Ukai, who would find themselves devoid of purpose upon liberation, as Daenerys would not grant them opportunities to showcase their skills. Encouraged by the support of Daenerys and Drogon, Tyrion continued, Meereen is renowned for its fine wines and exquisite salt, and it is rich in minerals. As a port city, it is exceptionally convenient for transport, allowing us to enhance production and distribute goods widely. Although the Bay of Slaves does not lie as close to Westeros as the 9 free cities, it is adjacent to the lands of Long Summer and the Bay of Tears, with New and Old Guys further afield, and even the world's largest port city, Karth, is not far. Thus, there will be no shortage of markets for our goods. Meereen boasts an academy in the largest arena within 1,000 miles, which will undoubtedly attract more nobles, merchants, and talented individuals in the future. The prosperity here will only increase, and there is potential for the development of other industries. I can only offer broad suggestions in this regard. Tyrion was not particularly skilled in amassing wealth. Rather, he had a penchant for spending it lavishly. And as the once flamboyant imp of House Lannister, his generosity was legendary across the taverns and brothels of King's Landing. Daenerys greatly valued Tyrion's recommendations. Yet it seemed her followers lacked individuals adept at generating wealth. While Daenerys contemplated this, Tyrion introduced a third suggestion. As we amplify the promotion of the Queen's achievements, we should also seek individuals to educate others about the law, ensuring that both slave owners and free men comprehend its significance. Furthermore, we must intensify our efforts to win over the slave owners, thereby diminishing the influence of the Harpy. Tyrion harbored another idea regarding strengthening the defensive capabilities of the 3 cities in the Bay of Slaves, which he hesitated to voice. This involved stationing Daenerys' 3 dragons in the respective cities as a deterrent against the New and Old Guys nobles and the Harpy. However, the Queen's dragons were her private possessions, cherished as if they were her own children. Previously, when Drogon suggested utilizing the other 2 dragons for city defense, she had been somewhat reluctant, fearing for their safety before they matured. After Drogon's leg injury yesterday, Daenerys had nearly wept with fear, making it uncertain whether his proposal would be accepted, should it be embraced. The thought of any dragon suffering injury or death due to his suggestion would likely result in his expulsion from Meereen. Upon hearing Tyrion's third recommendation, Daenerys too felt apprehensive about the potential resurgence of the Harpy. Following Drogon's intimidation and military suppression, there have been no further incidents of Harpy murders in recent days. Daenerys, while cautiously optimistic, remained skeptical that they would cease their machinations. After presenting his 3 suggestions, Tyrion sipped his red wine, paused momentarily, and continued. We are far from the time to cross the narrow sea. Not only is the situation in the Bay of Slaves still precarious, but the 30,000 new soldiers have yet to complete their training. Even if these 2 conditions were met, we still could not directly assault King's Landing. At the mention of Westeros, Daenerys felt a surge of energy. She had envisioned conquering the continent countless times in her dreams and sitting upon the Iron Throne. It had become her deepest desire, even an obsession. She had believed that once she fully subdued the Bay of Slaves and trained her new soldiers, she could traverse the narrow sea to attack King's Landing. Tyrion's assertion that such a moment was still not ripe left her perplexed, and she regarded him, eager for him to elaborate. Although you are of noble Targaryen lineage, the daughter of King Aerys, your forces comprise foreign troops. Westeros harbors its own pride. It is unlikely they would accept defeat at the hands of a band of outsiders.